Since ancient times, heroes and demon kings have always existed side by side. In any battle, the hero is the one who sacrifices himself for the good of the kingdom. They are granted extraordinary power to destroy the demon king, while the demon king is the ruler of the other world, a being who exists for one main purpose: to erase the hero. Under the demon king are the core commanders, 12 beings with terrifying power, known to be extraordinarily cruel. Because of that overwhelming strength, no human can stand against them, except the one who bears the burden of being the hero. But of course, across the long course of history, there have still been exceptional cases where a demon managed to kill the human who possessed that immense power. That person is known by the title Demon Eret, Commander Zero, the one regarded as the golden backbone of the demon realm. A letter was slammed down onto the table, followed by a resignation notice delivered with an attitude that could not possibly have been more arrogant. The Demon King was so shaken that he snapped the pen in his hand. He angrily slammed the table with a boom, then asked with a hard expression, "You dare abandon me and leave? Wait, do not get worked up." He was just putting on an act, because 1 second later, he threw away every ounce of dignity he had as a boss and knelt at Eret's feet, begging him to stay and keep working for him. He could not accept that Demon Eret, despite being only a human, possessed power far beyond the others and ranked second only to him, yet was quitting for no reason like this. Eret suddenly asked, "Can you kill me?" The Demon King immediately brushed it off. "Kill you, my ass. You are an important retainer, the backbone of the whole team. How the hell am I supposed to lay a hand on you?" He frantically asked all kinds of questions, pouring his heart out, all just to find out why Eret no longer wanted to stay there. But before they had even exchanged many words, Eret suddenly got a nosebleed. Needless to say, the Demon King was beyond worried. He shouted, "Where's the doctor? Bring Commander Zero's personal doctor here. The man is practically dying, so where the hell is he off performing fire dances?" Very soon after, Dr. Ben was dragged in. He checked the situation briefly, then hesitated as he gave his diagnosis. But the Demon King seemed to be the most impatient person there. He did not care whether Eret was suffering from post-war trauma or something else, and used his authority to threaten Ben outright. "I did not call you here so you could tell me something I already know. Find a way to treat him as quickly as possible. If you cannot do it, you know what the consequences will be." With a boss giving orders like that, who would dare disobey? Eret was immediately pushed off to his room by a team of doctors to rest as quickly as possible. And those people even cared for him with a level of attention so excellent it became annoying. Eret was his name in the demon realm, while his real name was Dion H. Lying stretched out on the bed in a state that could not have been more miserable, he screamed inwardly over and over that he was not actually as talented as everyone always believed, but only someone so frail he was practically normal. He was the only human living in the demon realm, born with such a weak constitution that even the tiniest bit of pressure could make him collapse. He saw everyone misunderstanding him as some powerful figure, and before he knew it, he had become the Demon King's subordinate. But at this rate, in the near future, the secret of his weak body would be discovered by the demons here. Because he was weak, he thought they would either eliminate him on the spot or humiliate him by laughing so hard he would never be able to raise his head again. No matter how he looked at it, his future seemed as bleak as the life of some miserable, oppressed heroine. So he thought he had to come up with an excuse and run away early if he wanted any hope of surviving. That night, Eret went to the Demon King's office at the Demon King's request, wearing an irritated expression. But then, when he thought about the other commanders also being there, he could not suppress the fear beginning to flicker in his heart. He secretly thought that even meeting ordinary lesser demons was terrifying enough, let alone higher-ranking ones. A brown-skinned woman, standing in a corner, whispered to the person beside her, "Is that the person from the rumors? This is my first time seeing him in person." Hearing that, the young man immediately sighed in exasperation at this new soldier, then spoke up to explain clearly to her. "Listen carefully. I was there when he defeated that hero. Back then, when the Demon King asked him his name, He answered in an incredibly indifferent way. The image of an unbelievably cool Eret instantly appeared in their minds. Needless to say, it was both dazzling and terrifying. But no matter how much they admired him, when they saw him approaching with that gloomy expression, they understood that they should not stay there and get in his way. After gossiping a few more words, they immediately looked for somewhere else to slip away to. Come to think of it, I heard he currently cannot fight, so he must be carrying a lot of frustration inside. Let's go somewhere else before he kills us. Stop standing here blocking his path. At Eret's request, the two large doors opened. What welcomed him was the Demon King's gaze filled with killing intent and his threatening smile. He said, "You have arrived." All the corps commanders had already gathered, and he had somehow become the latest one there. Eret reluctantly sat down in his chair under the stares fixed on him. He tried to act fine, but inside he was scared out of his mind and only wanted to turn invisible, escape this place, and return to his room for a nap. The Demon King spoke first. "Are you still all right?" After hearing Eret apologize, he cheerfully let it go right away. "It is fine. It seems you had a reason for arriving so late." Just then, a castle servant quickly came over and poured him a glass full of red liquid. Eret was delighted and hurriedly picked it up, then tilted his head back and took a sip. Everything here could make him uneasy. Only alcohol was the thing that made him happiest. Sometimes, anyway. "Is this grape juice?" But it seems everyone else has alcohol. Eret only asked one sad question, yet the atmosphere suddenly became strangely tense. The Demon King could no longer endure this drunkard, so he held his forehead and said he was the one who had ordered it. Eret's fragile heart was immediately shaken, as he thought everyone was excluding him and that they had gathered here mainly to announce his fate. At that moment, the Demon King finally brought up the main issue. "Commander of the 6th Corps, distribute the documents you submitted to me." Hearing this, Velatin nodded, then began clearly explaining that the 12th Corps was still protecting the village, but because the number of monsters had suddenly increased, they could no longer handle it. After the monsters destroyed more than half of the village, they evacuated the residents elsewhere. However, they could not hold out much longer, which was why they now needed more reinforcements to hunt those monsters. Because of that, the atmosphere of the meeting suddenly became rather lively. The commander of the 12th Corps was not participating. Among them, some had already heard the news that he had been killed by those things. Eret sat off to one side, not particularly caring about this matter. Among the demon species created by the Demon King, monsters were entities without senses, loyal only to their bloodthirsty instincts. To put it bluntly, they were somewhat similar to them, but the difference was that they were failed products. When they heard Velatin say that the monsters kept increasing in both number and strength, the Demon King immediately spoke up to explain. The number of heroes who once killed monsters had been decreasing, so it was not strange that he was killed when the monsters joined together and attacked. "Ah, hero. Commander Eret is the one who killed a hero." The mood of everyone present suddenly sank to rock bottom because of that final sentence. The young man had the appearance of a bad boy, but the specs of a baby boy, and he kept protesting in his heart. In his mind, they were just making excuses to push him into danger because he had never killed any hero. Eret glared at the Demon King, wanting him to step forward and take responsibility. But who would have thought the Demon King would completely misread the signal, making everything even worse? The Demon King immediately said, "Do not worry. The commander of the 0 Corps will be dispatched to support the 12th Corps." Eret went completely numb when he heard it, his expression so frozen he did not know what attitude he should put on. It took him a while before he managed to hold back his tears and make an excuse to refuse. "My body is not in very good condition right now." But his true feelings were, "Please do not make me go. Tell me I do not have to go." He tried to act with deep meaning, but to everyone there, he became a great commander trying to suppress his anger and checking whether his body was healthy enough to set out. Faced with those gazes full of admiration and hope, Eret could only display 30% helplessness and 70% reluctant acceptance. "In that case, I will go. That very night, the army immediately set out on the mission, while Eric continued lamenting and recalling his failed escape plan. The kingdom where he had once lived had a deranged king, the man who threw him to the Demon King, and an older brother who hated him to the bone. It sounded quite terrible, but either way, it was still far more peaceful than this land where demons were everywhere. Seeing that they were still quite far from their destination, his hand began to fondle the bottle of alcohol carefully hidden in his pocket. Because the Demon King would not let him drink, he had stolen it when the meeting was postponed. He had heard rumors that whoever drank this would feel as if they had ascended to the ninth cloud. So before he died, he absolutely had to try it once and find out what the Demon Realm specialty was like. Time passed normally like that, until the person riding a horse at the front suddenly spoke. "Lord Commander Zero, we have arrived at the village." Before their eyes was a village sunk in the blazing red of smoke and fire. Corpses lay scattered across the ground like fallen stalks, and the scenery looked utterly desolate. The deputy commander of Commander Zero thought the monsters had not gone far yet, so he turned and told everyone to quickly advance and pursue them. Who would have expected that at that moment, a swarm of hideous and ferocious monsters would surge out from their nest, surrounding them from every direction? As an ardent fan of Eret, he shouted, "Fight for Lord Eret! Everything depends on us." The battle broke out fiercely. These failed products had nothing but killing in their heads, so they madly attacked anyone who got in their way. The sounds of weapons and shouting rang out everywhere, making the place chaotic and thick with the smell of rust. "Lord S, be careful." As soon as the shout ended, a giant monster nearly 3 meters tall appeared before him, opening its huge mouth wide as if to bite. He thought his side was about to be wiped out on the spot, only for someone to fortunately come to the rescue midway. Red blood splattered everywhere. After receiving several deep cuts from Eret's weapon, that giant monster let out a loud roar and collapsed straight to the ground. When Es saw that the one who had come was Eret, joy immediately showed on his face. He was about to open his mouth to thank him when the sharp blade of a dagger was suddenly pointed right at him. Eret asked, "You are also the enemy, aren't you?" Not knowing friend from foe on the battlefield was disastrous. Hearing that, Es panicked badly, guessing that his boss must be dead drunk, and hurriedly said that he was not. Eret asked again, "Then that one is the enemy?" The moment he finished speaking, he was struck hard by a slap that weighed like several 100 kilograms. It attacked so quickly that he had no time to react, and he was sent flying into a corner. The attack was fairly powerful. After the dust and smoke cleared, Eret could be seen covered in blood from head to toe, looking truly miserable. Being suddenly hit without knowing the reason drove him mad with anger. With a cold expression, Eret confirmed, "So that is how it is, huh?" Once he had confirmed which side was the enemy, he immediately charged forward like an arrow of resentment, taking revenge on all of them. A man possessed by the god of alcohol. In S's eyes, every one of Eret's attacks was extremely decisive. As long as he had just enough awareness to know who the enemy was, the rest would be handled entirely by the 2 daggers in his hands. Although the other members bore the name of demons, as they watched the real bloodthirsty demon before them crazily tear the monsters apart, they still could not suppress the chill in their hearts. They asked one another whether the one sweeping away everything was truly the commander of the Zero Corps, the one rumored to be Demon Eret. Once alcohol entered him, he immediately switched into massacre mode. No wonder the Demon King forbade him from drinking. At the same time, elsewhere, news of the Zero Corps reached the ears of a particular person. A mysterious figure kneeling in the hall spoke. The soldier sent to scout the Demon Realm is said to have become the commander of the Zero Corps and is currently participating in this attack. Rumor has it that he is extremely powerful and cruel. I have heard that this commander is the Demon King's most valuable subordinate. After hearing this, the king of Eduardo Kingdom said he was reminded of someone. At present, there was also a promising candidate, so he would give the one kneeling before him a chance to achieve merit. He extended his hand forward and said, "Then you shall become that valuable subordinate." to seize glory for the kingdom. The battlefield is always filled with bones and blood. In Eret's mind, the vanguard of the front line were actually abandoned meat shields. He had once fought desperately, but he no longer wanted anything similar to happen ever again, nor did he want to sacrifice himself for a country that had pushed him into hell. He had to find every possible way to survive, no matter what happened, to live and take revenge on all of them. A strange dream that felt far too real caused Eret to wake with a start and panic. Dr. Ben and E.T. were right beside the sickbed, and as soon as they saw him sit up, they immediately rushed over and asked all kinds of questions. E.T. said, "The suppression of the monsters has been completed, sir. They fled in terror, and we returned to the Demon King's castle as soon as you lost consciousness." Eret was startled when he heard the news, seeing his foolish expression, as if he had no idea what had happened. Ben gave the diagnosis that Eret had temporary amnesia due to being struck by a monster during the battle. Eret turned pale with fear and sat silently, trying to remember everything. Oh boy! As a string of memories ran through his head, his mood grew worse and worse. He thought that because he had drunk too much alcohol, he had been hit, and as for what happened afterward, he had no idea because he could not remember anything. Eret thought he was completely useless, so he turned to E.T. and apologized. Who would have expected him to receive words of praise like these? Not at all. You were truly magnificent, my lord. You dealt with a whole pile of monsters on the front line. You really are an exemplary commander. Eret was completely dumbfounded after hearing that. Faced with a doctor who was gloomy because his patient refused to put his health first, and an idiot puffing out his chest with determination to become stronger so he could protect his commander, Eret felt immense pressure. As a result, the stress gauge rose rapidly. Just then, the commander of the 3rd Corps, Assel, and the commander of the 4th Corps, Idalia, suddenly came looking for him. They argued loudly as they walked, not resembling people visiting a patient in the slightest. Jaika felt they were a bit annoying and spoke up to remind them, "If you came to visit him, then greet him quietly and leave. Can't you see that he is very uncomfortable?" In his heart, Eret wanted to flip the table and kick all of them out, but outwardly he only dared to sigh, having no courage to be fierce with anyone, thinking of the dark future in which he could be kicked away at any moment. Eret therefore decided he would teach these demons a little about mercy, so that they might forgive him if they learned the truth that he was very weak. Eret said, "It is true that I am angry, but there is no reason to resort to violence just because of anger. I do not always want to injure someone. Do you understand? That is mercy. We should learn to treat the people around us with mercy." His words were gentle, but his attitude was overflowing with killing intent. This lecture on mercy was so chilling that everyone became frightened and did not dare say another word, aside from apologizing for making noise. Assel and the others all knew about how Eret had swept away more than half of the monsters by himself, so Assel stepped forward and made a request. "I have also heard the heroic stories about you, and I came here to ask something of you." He paused for a moment, then spoke bluntly. "May I duel you, Lord Eret?" Needless to say, Eret was absolutely terrified. He thought he had misheard, so he hurriedly asked again, "A practice duel with me?" Assel nodded and replied that this was exactly right, burning with fighting spirit and wanting to test his strength against Eret immediately. The other two were just as excited as he was, because since the day Eret came to the demon realm, they had never once seen the commander of the 0 Corps step into the arena for a one-on-one duel with any commander. So they immediately promised that they would gather as many spectators as possible to watch their duel. A human who always thought he was the weakest was about to face a demon general. Eret imagined himself being wiped out by that man's rough hands and refused at once. "I think it would be very hard for me to accept this sparring request because of the after effects of facing that monster and my power. I might die. No, die." Eret kept talking until even he no longer knew what he was saying. The more he looked at them, the more panicked he became, and the more panicked he became, the more nonsense he spouted. Just as he had no idea how to make them understand, Jaika, who loved interpreting other people's thoughts however he pleased, spoke up. How wonderful! Even when facing a commander, you are still so confident. I always wondered why Commander Zero never sparred. Now I understand. You were worried your opponent would be injured. Assel's eyes went wide, and then he shouted, "So once the sparring match begins, it will be a fight to the death." Assel was very strong, but he had never been so confident as to think he could defeat absolutely anyone. And this was the first time he had ever seen someone with such absolute confidence that he showed not even the slightest trace of fear, just like the person sitting before him. After thinking it over, Assel finally admitted that he did not want to fight Eric to the death, nor was he confident he could win in their very first clash. So in the end, the match was called off. Not only that, Assel even bowed and thanked him for being considerate. However, he added that he would not give up. Once he had enough confidence, he promised he would come find him again and challenge him once more. After saying that, he bid everyone farewell and, burning with passion after finding a powerful opponent, rushed off to train. Seeing how exhausted Eric was, the other two commanders stopped bothering him and left together. But before leaving, they happily scheduled future meetings on their own, unaware that Eric had already collapsed from despair and fear to the point of fainting. Time passed. Eric wearily leaned against a wall, having finally found an excuse to slip outside. In his frustration, he accidentally kicked a stone away, and it struck a demon on the head. The demon roared, "Who did that? Which bastard was it?" Since Eric had been discovered, he stepped out. He had just opened his mouth, ready to apologize, when those demons bowed their heads and apologized before he could. They said they had been disciplining a lowly incubus, but since they had upset him, they would leave immediately. After saying that, the demons hurried away one after another, leaving the empty corridor with only Eric and the incubus. The rumors that Eric was even crueler than a demon terrified anyone who heard them. So when the incubus saw Eric staring at him, he was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he did not dare utter a single word. Unexpectedly, Eric not only did not despise him, but treated him with great sincerity. It was the first time the incubus had met someone like that, so he said, deeply moved, "You really are kind. I have never been treated like this before. I would very much like to repay you, so may I ask if you are free right now?" The incubus introduced himself as Hien, a gardener at the Demon King's castle, and wanted to invite Eric to visit the garden. Eric imagined a peaceful scene full of trees and flowers, and he liked the thought very much, so he happily agreed to follow him right away. They soon arrived at an extremely beautiful garden, its entrance lined with 2 rows of lush, climbing roses. But just as Eric thought this place might be the best spot in the Demon King's castle, he nearly became dinner for a carnivorous plant. He had fooled himself. How could there possibly be any normal place here? The garden looked harmless, but inside it was full of terrifying plants. Of the 36 strategies, running away was the best way to stay alive. Eric did not dare hesitate any longer. He immediately made up an excuse and took off running. He knew there was no place better than his own room, but when he thought of the members of the Zero Corps constantly having to carry the massive burden that was him, he wanted to go greet them. Curious about just how strong the Zero Corps was, he began wandering around there, even though no one was training at the moment. Eric picked up a wooden sword. He intended to test how strong he was, only to suddenly realize he could not lift it. Humiliating. Too humiliating. He stood there and began to complain. "My strength has been cursed. I should just devote all my love to daggers." Just then, after finishing their lunch break, the members of the Zero Corps streamed into the training ground. In their eyes, the young man before them was no different from an evil god, his entire body radiating dense demonic energy. But then, when they realized he was the commander of the Zero Corps, they rushed over and showered him with greetings. "Are you well, sir? You haven't come here in so long. We were worried." "Lord Eric, you did an amazing job on your last mission." From top to bottom, men and women alike were as excited as if they were meeting their idol for the first time. They talked so much that his ears rang, and he hurriedly spoke up to cut their greetings short. His main purpose in coming here was to say a few words of encouragement. Now that he had said them, he turned around and prepared to leave. Who would have thought that before he could look cool for even a few seconds, he would twist his ankle and his whole body would topple over? It was over. Eric knew he was about to fall. If he sprawled face first onto the ground in front of so many staring eyes, he would have to crawl home in shame. But who could have expected that the very moment he collapsed, he would luckily dodge a sword strike from an attacker behind him? His face turned pale with fear, and he hurriedly turned around, intending to flee. But he never imagined his elbow would miraculously strike the assassin in the face and send him tumbling down. The hood of the man's cloak fell off, and only then did Eric realize he was human. But judging from the expressions of the Zero Corps soldiers, it was certain that this man was an intruder, not a member of the unit. Eric raised the heavy wooden sword high and, with all his strength, brought it down on the man's head, completing the act of catching and defeating the assassin entirely through sheer luck. At last, he looked toward everyone and said, "Report this to the Demon King and lock this man up." After saying that, Eric hurried away, unaware that behind him, the Corps members were watching him with eyes full of admiration. Not only could he dodge the enemy, he could also counterattack with incredible speed. That strength and agility made them believe their commander's current level was truly terrifying, enough to overshadow even the Zero Corps. Eric returned to his room and slept all the way until the next day. As soon as he woke up, he saw the Demon King sitting there waiting for him, leisurely drinking tea. The Demon King had come for a purpose, so he waited until Eric was fully awake before telling him to follow him first, and that he would explain everything afterward. The Demon King led Eric down to the prison. Eric originally had no idea what was going on, but unexpectedly, the moment the door opened, he saw an extremely bloody scene. The Demon King walked closer, grabbed the assassin, and asked him, "Eric, look at this bastard. Does he seem familiar?" Then he continued, "The power he possesses is enough to defeat a demon. Although he is human, that power grows even stronger when facing me, a Demon King." Eric was rather sharp and intelligent, so he suspected this man was probably a hero. As far as he knew, when heroes faced death while fighting the Demon King, they usually had to choose one of two things. The first was to self-destruct in order to inflict the greatest possible damage on the Demon King. The second was to use their lives to bestow their power, creating a hero's remnant. Most heroes chose the second option because they feared their power would disappear. The Empire's mission was to search for and absorb those who possessed such remnants, calling them unofficial heroes. Eric's red eyes suddenly changed. He looked coldly toward the Demon King and said, "Your Majesty, please allow me to speak with this man alone for a moment." Seeing his expression, the Demon King did not want to ask anything else and simply said he would wait outside the door. Now only the two of them remained in the room. The assassin began cursing, "Dion H., you traitorous dog. You earned the Empire's trust and became a hero, yet you betrayed us and sided with the demons?" Eric suddenly covered his face and laughed loudly, laughing until he trembled and tears welled in his eyes before finally stopping. He asked the man in return, "All right, then. You must just be some discarded tool, aren't you?" Feeling that this was not enough, the malice in his smile deepened, and he began attacking the man psychologically. He stopped mocking him and asked what mistake he had made to be thrown away by the Empire like trash. The king was a bastard who could know absolutely everything. Eric was a hero of the Empire, so the reason he was in the demon realm and his purpose there were all within the king's control. Would this man really come to a dangerous place like the Demon King's castle just to kill a traitor? Even a fool could tell that this was clearly only an excuse to get rid of him. After Eric finished breaking down the man's thoughts, he stepped outside, leaving the assassin alone to begin screaming in resentment over having been deceived. The Demon King had been waiting outside for a while. Seeing Eric come out, he asked how they should deal with the man and whether they should keep him and use him as a pawn. Eric's attitude remained unchanged. He told the Demon King directly to do as he wished, but that would be best to eliminate him immediately, because the man would bring no benefit at all. After hearing this, the Demon King nodded. He said he would handle everything according to Eret's wishes. However, in exchange, he needed Eret to help him with a few other matters. According to the Demon King, the First Corps had just requested urgent reinforcements from the front line. They said that this time, it was not a hero candidate like the man just now, but a true hero participating in the battle. Most demons could not defeat a hero, so for this battle, they could only rely on Eret alone. Eret lowered his head and said nothing. Then, when the next personality awakened, he panicked and wondered why he was standing there. Not only that, it seemed he was also preparing to go somewhere with someone. Not long after, a carriage and a group of people were already waiting in front of the castle gate. Eret slowly walked over with 2 long streams of tears running down his face. This trip is doomed. According to what he remembered, he had been going down to the prison area with the Demon King, but when he regained awareness, he was already preparing to go somewhere. The fact that he kept losing consciousness like this terrified him to the point of madness, adding even more stress on top of the stress he already had. Just as he was about to board the carriage and leave on his mission, Renelle, the commander of the 11th Corps, rode over on a magic broom to see him off. She was a cute girl with a pretty face and a friendly appearance, but her power was among the very top, second only to the Demon King. There was no getting rid of her. She said that she knew he would be heading to the battlefield today, so she had deliberately brought him a necklace. As a double agent living in the demon realm, he did not want to trust anyone. So when faced with this suspicious item, he told himself he absolutely would not accept it. Renelle knew nothing of that and cheerfully explained, "I cast a protective spell on it, so it can prevent your death once. It is not much, but I wanted to do something useful for you, Lord Eret." "Wonderful. Good item. Taken." Eret immediately threw his philosophy of distrusting life to the back of his mind, casually snatched up the necklace, and thanked her. At the same time, he absent-mindedly reached out and patted the little girl on the head, making her so happy that her face turned bright red. They talked for a few more moments, and then it was time to set off. Sitting in the carriage, Eret recalled memories from the past. Back then, he was still the hero's only close companion. A group of badly wounded people supported each other as they moved through the forest. Suddenly, the hero stopped and said to him, "Lord Eret, please stay here." At that time, Eret did not understand why he was saying such things with such a serious expression. The hero had made his own decision. He wanted to end this war together with the royal soldiers. The current Demon King they were about to face was the strongest in history, so there was no guarantee that they would survive. He needed someone to report the result of the battle to the kingdom, so he wanted Eret to take on that responsibility. Seeing Eret's troubled expression, the hero became even more certain of his decision. "I know why a former war hero like you joined this journey. You need an even greater achievement to fulfill your wish, right? If you return with the result of this battle, that will already be a great achievement." The hero was also quite curious about Eret's wish, so before leaving, he promised that he would ask about it after returning safely. Time slowly passed, leaving Eret alone beneath a large tree, waiting for many days. The mission of those called comrades, like him, was to open a path to attack the Demon King, yet he had been asked to stay behind. Staying in one place and waiting for everyone like this bored him so much that he could no longer stand it. Eret muttered to himself, "If they win, I will bring them back. If they lose, I will report it. If I watch from a distance, I'm sure I'll be fine." Having made up his mind, Eret immediately stood and secretly approached the other's location. But before his eyes, the battle already seemed to be over. All his comrades had died in battle, and the hero was kneeling at the Demon King's feet. The Demon King asked if he had any last words, and the hero's body suddenly began shining brilliantly. Eret secretly watched them from atop a high cliff. He knew the hero was preparing for his self-destruction plan. This was something they had discussed in advance, so all Eret could do was return and report it to the Empire. "You there? Who are you?" A voice suddenly came from behind him. Eret was startled and quickly turned around to see who it was. Good heavens! The moment he turned around, he came face to face with a terrifyingly huge demon. It swiftly swung the blade in its hand toward him. In a situation like this, he would have needed every ancestor he had to help him. Who could possibly handle this? The enormous blade slammed into the ground with a loud explosion. He had just barely escaped that strike when a series of other slashes immediately came after him. Eret used the battlefield experience he had accumulated to desperately weave around and avoid the enemy's attacks. As a famous assassin of the Empire, he was capable enough to leap onto the giant's body and give him a dagger strike to the neck. However, misfortune came on top of misfortune. His accurate stab did not have enough force to bring the giant down, but it was troublesome enough to make both of them fall off the cliff together. Here he was, the legendary king of luck. After a loud crash sent earth and stones scattering everywhere, the scene revealed the giant demon lying flat in a pool of his own blood. And on top of him was the clueless main character, still alive and breathing steadily. The demons below who witnessed this turned pale and asked each other in panic, "The commander of the 7th Corps. Who is that human?" Another unconsciously replied, "I don't know, but why is he so strong?" Eret collapsed in pain because of what he had just heard. He had only been defending himself, yet he never expected to accidentally defeat the commander of the 7th Corps right in front of them. Not only that, he had also fallen straight into the middle of the enemy camp and was now standing face to face with the Demon King, said to be the strongest of all time. His completely unexpected appearance threw everything into chaos, and even the hero's self-destruction plan could no longer be carried out. The hero suddenly grabbed Eret and began making his request. Because of that, his entire body radiated a dazzlingly bright light. The Demon King could not react in time and could only raise his hand to cover his face, reducing the glare of that golden light. He blurted out, "That light is different from self-destruction. Could the hero be trying to transfer his power? Impossible. How could that happen?" Before long, the light faded and slowly disappeared. The hero passed away in Eret's arms. Eret gently laid his comrade down, and at the same time raised a hand to cover his mouth, carefully pondering the changes taking place inside his body. He had just vomited a mouthful of blood. But that was not the most worrying thing right now. The real problem was those monsters. Just then, the Demon King shifted all his attention to this new figure. He stepped forward and casually spoke to him. "How can you smile in a situation like this? Hey, what is your name?" Eret was someone who longed to live more than anyone else in the world. He had no idea what the Demon King's intentions were, but for now, he had to answer. "Dion Hart." After hearing him introduce himself, the Demon King immediately invited him to join his demon army. He also guaranteed that no human or demon would dare object. After witnessing everything that had just happened, not a single one of them would dare utter a word, even in their dreams. The flashback ended there, and Eret curled his lips into a bitter smile. He wanted to live, but he had truly never imagined he would survive in this kind of way. While he was recalling the past, the convoy had already reached the border between the demon realm and the human world. The commander of the 1st Corps, Jaika, and his entire unit came out to welcome him. Just by looking at Jaika's haggard appearance, Eret could tell how troublesome things had become here. At first, he had intended to refuse, but when he thought of the even worse outcome that might follow, he decided he might as well agree and see where things went. When Jaika saw Eret smile, he assumed Eret was in a battle-crazed state and immediately said, "I apologize for disappointing you, but the fighting has temporarily died down for now. We do not know when the battle will resume, so you may use this time to prepare in advance." Eret naturally had no idea what Jaika meant by disappointing him, but then he heard a shocking piece of news come from Jaika's mouth like a bolt from the blue. "What I mean is that you will enter the battle as soon as the Imperial Army begins its attack." The next morning, the Imperial camp received a report. Because Commander Zero would be participating in this battle, the morale of the Demon King soldiers had risen considerably. Commander Zero was known as someone even more outstanding than the First Corps commander, who was said to be the strongest of the 12 Corps commanders. The commanders in charge of the upcoming battle were discussing strategy, but when they heard that an unexpected figure had appeared, they began to panic visibly. The bearded man anxiously asked the person sitting beside him, "What should we do? If this is true, there is no way to preserve our victory." The man in armor raised a hand to his forehead in exhaustion and offered a suggestion. "We will send an assassin." That was because he wanted to confirm whether the rumored Commander Zero truly existed. In order to eliminate the possibility that this commander was merely a lie fabricated by the Demon King to boost the soldiers' morale. At the same time, on Eret's side, Deputy Commander S was carefully bandaging his commander. Eret knew that S always treated him well and cared for him as much as possible. But when he thought about himself as someone who often vomited blood, was so sickly that he could easily faint, and whose skin was damaged by prolonged exposure to sunlight, no matter how he looked at it, he was hopelessly useless. Yet this deputy commander still worshipped him regardless of every possible reason not to, which was truly frightening. S happily carried out his duties. He said that what he was busily wrapping around Eret was a kind of garment specially made with magic by the Demon King himself. It had excellent sun protection and temperature-maintaining effects, so as long as it was not completely destroyed, it could restore itself to its original state. It sounded as if that demon treated him very well, but magic was something that broke the laws of this world. Demon magic had limits, and the energy used to perform magic could not be recovered. There was a rumor that the more demonic energy was used, the sooner a hero would appear among humankind. So Eret believed that the Demon King was wasting energy like this because he was confident he could easily defeat humans who possessed the power of a hero. The mummy-like look was complete, so perfect that he was wrapped tightly from head to toe. Eret told S that he wanted to personally inspect the Ninth Corps and observe the surroundings. He sounded bold and responsible, but his true purpose was to escape and nothing else. Escape from this place full of demons. Wait. He had thought that outside at this hour there would only be desolate woods, bushes, and weeds, but unexpectedly, demons were everywhere. He had only just stepped outside when the soldiers swarmed over to talk to him, blocking his path completely. On a tree near the camp where the First Corps was stationed, an assassin appeared. He was from the Imperial side and had come here to investigate the commander of the Zero Corps. The assassin spotted his target and thought to himself that the person standing there must be the one from the rumors. He had a weak and small appearance, but his indifferent attitude and overwhelming presence made the assassin wary and uneasy. To verify whether Commander Zero's strength matched the rumors, the assassin immediately pulled out a highly poisonous dart and hurled it at the fully wrapped figure below. The deadly dart was thrown with extreme precision, but unexpectedly, Eret was so sharp that he bent down in time and dodged it. The assassin was shocked and believed that his presence had been discovered. The enemy had noticed him, and not only that, he had avoided the assassination attempt with ease. But that was only his one-sided assumption. How could he possibly have known that Eret had actually tripped over a stone and fallen forward? Not because he was talented or skilled at all. Eret saw that there was no longer any secluded place here where he could hide. So he lost interest and decided to turn back to his tent. When the assassin saw that Eret made no move whatsoever, he became even more worried. He wanted to return and report, but after only one attempt, he still was not certain. So he forced himself to stay and look for another opportunity. As soon as Eret turned back inside, S happened to set a bottle of wine down on the table. Eret paid no attention to it. While taking off his hooded cloak, he asked, "Do you know anything about the Imperial Army's new hero?" S thought for a moment, then replied, "I heard that the Second Corps commander investigated him. He wears a helmet and covers his entire body, so his face cannot be seen clearly. I only know that his swordsmanship is extremely refined." The people below were talking about one thing, while the person above was worrying about another. The assassin secretly watching them had cold sweat pouring down his face when he heard the two mention his Lord Cruin. He had been sent here by that very person, and now that his name was being mentioned, the assassin thought to himself, could my presence have already been discovered? The moment Eret sat down in the chair, his gaze landed squarely on the bottle of wine in front of him. A demon appeared instantly, thinking that S had secretly been drinking, but then Eret immediately changed his expression when S said it was meant for him. When Eret saw wine, it was like seeing his lover. He was so delighted he nearly drooled, but just as he opened his mouth and was about to take a huge gulp, he suddenly heard a sound. At the same time, the assassin used a stone as bait, then poured into Eret's cup the deadliest poison possible, one that could kill anyone with just a small sip. The cup of wine was quickly brought to his mouth. Just when everyone thought he was about to drink, Eret unexpectedly hurled the cup to the floor. His attitude and gaze also changed abruptly. In a cold voice, he enunciated each word. "It seems we have a pest here." His reasoning shifted constantly. He had just said that, but now Eret had no idea what was going on again. Just now, he remembered that he had been shooing away a fly, yet in one brief second, the wine cup had gone flying. At this moment, unexpectedly, it was S's turn to become enraged. S looked at the liquid bubbling on the floor and realized that there had been poison in the wine. S knew that his commander had just been targeted for assassination, but when he looked toward the location and discovered that there had been an intruder, the person had already vanished without a trace. The news that Eret had survived an assassination attempt was immediately announced to the entire army by Jaika. He was supposed to command the soldiers under the demon who had once stood at the top of the 12 corps commanders, yet they had done such a pathetic job. Allowing an outsider to successfully infiltrate like this truly made him lose all face. This crime would certainly have to be punished, but for now, Jaika chose to set it aside and ordered everyone to ensure strict security, not allowing any more enemies to appear in this area. I should stop being Commander Zero, or whatever it is. Because of this stupid position, even those Imperial bastards want to assassinate me. And because of that damned assassin, I did not even get to drink anything. Eret cut off his complaining thoughts when his gaze swept over the bottle of wine he had not even managed to take a single sip from. To solve the problem of his throat being dry with thirst, he grabbed a soldier who was walking over, then said to his deputy commander, "If the poison was only in the cup, then I can drink this bottle of wine just fine." On this side, he was excited after having just escaped danger, while on the other side, everyone's expressions darkened completely. After returning, the assassin immediately reported all the information he had obtained to General Kruen. He did not forget to add an extra line that utterly humiliated the willpower of everyone present. "He is very dangerous. It seems the rumors are not wrong at all. If things continue like this, the Empire will have no chance." After confirming that the enemy was strong, Kruen told the person before him that they needed the help of another hero of the Empire in order to defeat the demon's side. However, since that person was not here at the moment, they would choose to withdraw. The bearded man immediately objected. "But if we withdraw, will it not look as though we are running away because we fear Commander Zero?" Of course, that was not what the general meant. He drove his dagger hard into the map and answered decisively, "We will withdraw, but if any bastard pursues us, we simply need to make sure they die without fail." In his mind, he had long wanted to stop this meaningless war and withdraw the army, but that did not mean displaying weakness before the demons. He told his subordinates that the order given to the entire army was to reclaim the Empire's land that had been occupied by the demons, not to expand their territory into the demon realm. Their land had already been reclaimed, so now was not the time to do anything unnecessary. Unfortunately, General Kruen's plans could not compare to Eret's plans. A person rushed in to report with an ashen face that the demon army was sweeping toward them, and not only that, the one leading them happened to be the Zero Corps commander, who was infamous for his brutality and for killing people as easily as cutting grass. After drinking wine, the male lead immediately switched into his 10 battles in one berserker slaughter mode. It was time to visit the afterlife. One person after another fell beneath his feet. Before long, his entire body, from his clothes to his hair, was matted with the vivid red dye of blood. A soldier on the Imperial side fell sitting on the ground, his whole body trembling as he looked at the terrifying enemy before him. He wanted to live, but this person was as cold-blooded as a demon, causing his mind to completely lose the ability to fight. Eret approached step by step. He reached out, grabbed the opponent's sword blade, then crouched down in front of the person curling up in fear and asked, "Why are you sitting down here? If you want to live, you should resist, should you not?" He said that, but the dagger in his hand still enthusiastically stabbed downward. Unexpectedly, halfway through, a blazing golden pillar of light shot over from somewhere and knocked the ferocious Eret away from the weak soldier. Deputy Commander S hurriedly ran over to support his commander. When S raised his head to see who had such ability, he was immediately rendered speechless. The person standing nearby was protected by the radiance of blessings, his entire body covered in armor. So there was a hero here too. As the Empire's new hero rotated his wrist, he said, "I intended to take you down in a single strike." Eret finally stirred a little. He breathed out, then looked at the object in his hand. It was broken. This was the necklace enchanted with magic like a one-time shield meant to protect the wearer's life. S turned pale at the sight. A hero was indeed considered ridiculously powerful among ordinary people. If not for this item, the demon realm's precious life might have been snapped in half. When the soldier saw that the person who had come to save him was Hero Cruin, he was so happy he nearly cried. Unfortunately, how could roadside grass ever reach the clouds? The moment he stretched out his hand to ask for help, Eret stabbed him once and cut him down on the spot. Eret walked straight up to the man and said with an attitude that was rather asking for a beating, "So you are the new hero?" The other party immediately denied it. "That is what everyone calls me, but I still feel I am unworthy of that title." The two hidden-faced brothers stood on opposite sides, repeatedly saying that the other's voice sounded rather familiar, yet neither was willing to reveal his face to his opponent. One covered himself in armor, the other in cloth. They had only exchanged a few words before immediately charging in a fight. A young man with a bit of alcohol in him loved nothing more than a brawl. Without even asking whether the other party agreed, Eret swiftly swept his dagger toward the other man's face. Cruin could see that speed, so he hurriedly lowered himself and dodged the first lightning-fast attack. Next, he swung his sword upward, forcing the enemy back and widening the distance between them. Eret still did not give up. He charged forward again and swung his dagger. However, the same move should not be used too many times. On this next attempt, the opponent was already prepared. Cruin casually swung his sword and blocked the attack. A dagger flew from Eret's hand in an instant. The hero seized the opportunity to counterattack repeatedly because he had just realized something rather strange. Although Commander Zero's attack speed was indeed formidable, the strikes did not seem to have enough force. After they fought for a while, the remaining dagger in Eret's hand was also knocked away. Cruin wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible, so he took the opportunity to rush in. Unexpectedly, Eret still had equipment hidden near his foot. He quickly pulled out a dagger to block this slash filled with power. Suddenly, something happened. Once again, Eret did not counterattack, but instead leaped backward to widen the distance. Only now did Cruin truly realize that something was wrong. Questions continuously rose in his mind. Why had the recent attacks become so excessively weak? Was Eret holding back because he was no longer interested in this battle, but did he have another purpose? The drunkenness had faded, and the gentle Eret had just returned. In this situation, he thought he needed to put on a confident smile to hide the terrified fox in his heart. He spoke up to request a ceasefire with the gentlest attitude imaginable. And of course, Cruin refused fiercely. Eret told the person before him that this battle should end here. The Ninth Corps commander had already been defeated, yet even after reclaiming their territory, they still were not satisfied and wanted to continue invading the Demon Realm's territory. Therefore, the Zero Corps was here only to take back what belonged to them. Like a talented diplomat with a boneless tongue, capable of twisting every which way, Eret advised his opponent not to waste any more strength. He told him to live like a dove and accept that each side should only protect its own territory. But the other party's silence forced him to add one more sentence. Or does the new hero wish to ignite a war? I do not think your soldiers will happily agree. Those words were truly correct. After Kruin saw his wounded soldiers, who had lost all will to fight, he decided to set everything aside and stop the battle. Just as the two leaders turned their backs on each other, the soldiers of both sides let go of their burdens and breathed sighs of relief. The First Corps commander, Jaika, looked at the young man walking toward him and secretly felt a little regret over that sudden decision. This had been a good chance to sweep away the enemy army, but stopping at such a climactic moment made him think that Eret might have calculated something. Seeing that restrained appearance, Jaika chose not to ask anything and happily patted Eret on the shoulder to encourage him. Unexpectedly, Eret collapsed into his arms like a limp noodle, his body burning hot from fever. Dr. Ben and S were present, so Jaika could only stand aside and let them handle it. Eret had defeated the 7th Corps commander and brought down a hero. Although the Demon King had brought him into the ranks, deep down, Jaika still had not been able to stop himself from doubting Eret's strength. However, after this incident, he was convinced. Utterly convinced, in fact. He even volunteered to clean up everything left after the battle in Eret's place, so that Eret would have more time to rest and recover. The next day, Eret returned to the castle under the Demon King's impatient gaze. The Demon King had been waiting outside for him for a long time, so the moment they met, he rushed over and praised him endlessly. I heard from Jaika. You never disappoint me. So how did meeting the new hero go? That cold gaze and unlucky-looking expression made the Demon King pause. He lowered his voice and told Eret to come inside and talk with him, and at the same time, to look over the report written by the 2nd Corps commander about the recently rising figure, the Empire's successor hero. In the office, the Demon King tossed a thick stack of reports onto the table and told Eret to look through it. Just as Eret picked them up to read, a loud voice suddenly rang beside his ear. Oh, what a coincidence. You just happened to summon that clueless personality of yours to get angry too. Gentle Eret blinked, staring at the thing he was holding with an expression of utter disbelief. Why had his memories stopped on the battlefield, only to fast forward to him, sitting here inside the Demon King's castle? The crybaby Renelle came running over from afar, crying as she told him that after hearing his protective necklace had shattered, she had rushed straight to the battlefield to look for him, but could not find him. She thanked heaven and earth that, by great fortune, she could meet him safely here. Listening to this tearful, sentimental exchange, Eret's face darkened. He wondered whether he might have caused some kind of trouble after getting drunk. His eyes suddenly fell on the paper in his hand. Curious, he opened it to look. To his shock, he saw a face and a name that he could never forget, even after millions of years: Kruenhart. A dark memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Eret sitting beside the corpses of his father and mother. But the moment he reached out and begged his older brother for help, Kruen refused him, answering instead with a cold sword strike. Eret stopped thinking about it. He patted Renelle on the head, then turned away and said he wanted to return to his room. In the most ordinary room within the Demon King's castle, Eret sat on the bed with a gloomy look. A few minutes earlier, after the master of this place heard that Eret was preparing to return to the Empire to avoid suspicion, he had placed sealing magic on Eret's body. It could be considered a guarantee pact and also something that allowed him to monitor Eret everywhere, even if they did not meet face to face. Just as Eret was deep in thought, Deputy Commander S pushed the door open and entered. S said that he had just heard the Demon King announce that Eret would be returning to the human world today. At first, it sounded like nothing in particular, but that expression made Eret feel as if S had something he wanted to say. Eret asked, "Do you have something you want to say to me?" Hearing that, S hesitated slightly. In truth, a few hours earlier, the Demon King had summoned S to his room because he wanted to promote him to the still vacant position of commander of the 9th Corps. At that time, The Demon King had explained. In terms of skill, you are more than capable of becoming the commander of a corps. I am offering you this position. In truth, it was a position S had always longed for. But he hesitated when he thought that someone else would take his place as deputy commander of the Zero Corps and look after Eret in his stead. Did the Demon King say something to you? Eret suddenly spoke, cutting through S's thoughts. S shook his head and gave an easy smile, silently telling himself that he would not mention this matter to his commander. Then he reported a few minor matters to Eret. The carriage had arrived. Before leaving, Eret turned back and asked whether the deputy commander wanted anything from the human world. But when he saw us laugh and refuse, Eret decided he would simply bring back a few suitable items on his own and not bother asking anymore. Watching Eret leave, S thought that there was no commander who worried about his subordinates as much as this, and no superior who needed as much help as Eret did. S had already refused the Demon King's wonderful offer, and had also promised to remain here with unwavering loyalty, waiting for Eret in the name of deputy commander. In a human world, right in front of Count Hart's enormous, luxurious mansion, two gatekeepers were boredly complaining about how quiet it was today when they noticed someone approaching. Seeing that the other party did not stop walking, they stepped forward, pointed their spear tips at the stranger, and shouted, "The Count has already left his residence. Outsiders are not allowed inside." Good heavens! Because he was covered up a little too thoroughly, the master of the house had somehow been barred from entering his own home. Eret wearily removed the hood of his cloak, pulled down the cloth covering his face, and only then said, "I only want to enter my own house. You dare stop me?" Eret's presence instantly made the entire mansion grow noisy. The moment he stepped inside, he was faced with two long rows of servants bowing their heads to welcome him. The butler, remember, was still the same after so long, making Eret feel as if he had truly returned home. The two exchanged a few words. Although Eret wanted to rest a little, he guessed that news of his return had already reached the king's ears, so he instructed Butler Remember to prepare a carriage for him. Eret thought it would be the king, but Duke Aluster Stamp was actually the one most eagerly awaiting him. After the Duke heard the report from his people, he curled his lips into a contemptuous smile and spoke in an extremely disdainful tone. "The king's dog has gone back to meet his master, has he?" Only then did he glance at the man standing beside him and ask mockingly, "So what should we do? Lord Cruin, your younger brother has returned." The other party showed no reaction at all and said he would send a request to the Assassin's Guild. The Duke did not think that was a good plan, because if they did that, they would become targets if everything fell apart. There was still another force the Duke had his eye on, the Revolutionary Army. They were a group of people who had always longed to overthrow the king. Therefore, if those people were made to get involved in this matter, then even if things were exposed, it would not affect the people behind the scenes, such as themselves. Aluster Stamp was rather pleased with this sinister plan of his. More than that, he was impatient to see just how skilled the king's hero could be in battle. Meanwhile, at the male lead's huge house, the carriage had been prepared at Eret's request. However, the uncle-like butler seemed to have overcalculated and had even called an entire troop to escort him. Eret was only going to meet the king for a short while, so he ordered them all to return and said that leaving just a few people would be enough. Seeing that they seemed unwilling, he explained further, "Not many people in the Empire know about me, so it will not take long." Sitting in the carriage, Eret thought about how he had just finished flattering the Demon King, and now had to switch over to flattering the king. His heart felt tired, because both of them were terrifying. The current king, Eduardo Dizzer, was someone who had ascended the throne by eliminating all his rivals. He was the 9th prince of this country. He was a bastard who dared to wipe out every one of his brothers and sisters, then place the crown on his own head with those blood-soaked hands. He ascended the throne amid infamy, as a king likened to a tyrant, and declared that the country would be renamed an empire. Time passed, and then, just like in other countries across the world, war broke out. It completely changed Eret's life, an 8-year war like hell itself. Although he lost half of his memories because they were too horrific, The empire seized one-third of the continent and continued to become a vast empire under the leadership of its violent, warlike king. Erit was lost in thought about his life in this country when the carriage suddenly braked hard. He hurriedly ran outside to see what was happening, only to coincidentally witness his own troops being ambushed. Those people wore blue cloth around their arms, marked with the image of a white dove. This symbol clearly belonged to the Revolutionary Army. Erit silently cried out, "This is bad. I should get out of here immediately." To his surprise, there was someone beside him who had appeared there at some unknown point. The man leapt forward and pressed him down onto the floor, one hand gripping his throat while the other held an axe in threat. "Found you, dog of the Empire." The Revolutionary Army was a group formed from the battles caused by the Imperial faction 8 years earlier. Homes and villages had been invaded and destroyed, and even the things people had considered their only possessions had been stolen away. Those who had nothing left to lose gathered together and frantically did everything they could to destroy the empire and overthrow the king. The man before Erit was one of them. The scar-faced man stared at him and judged on his own. "I was very worried about the one who calls himself the hero of the empire, but it seems you are nothing but a useless wretch." Erit barely managed to say that he was not a lackey of the empire. The man was very surprised, thinking he had captured the wrong person, but when he heard Erit say that his name was Dion Hart, he immediately flew into a rage and wanted to swing his axe. Erit searched all over himself before finally finding his dagger. Who would have thought that when he suddenly tried to stab the man by surprise, the man would block it? This counterattack made the man's malice swell even more. He lifted Erit high into the air with one hand, then slammed him hard onto the carriage floor once again. Without any hesitation, he immediately swung his axe down at Erit. But taking down the King of Luck was not something one could do just because one wanted to. At the crucial moment, someone cut in, using his weapon to knock the axe from the enemy's hand, leaving him stunned. The soldier from the Revolutionary Army had just raised his head to look up when what entered his eyes were 3 figures who looked like death gods, their entire bodies radiating malice. With just one glance, anyone could tell they were all dangerous people. The 3 diagonal slashes on their imperial badges identified them as the Phantom Knights, or, in other words, demons born from the 8-Year War, led by Dion Hart. Unlike the Revolutionary Army, who hated the Empire, the Phantom Knights had lost their countries and families, so they were exceptionally brutal. They lived for only one main purpose: to protect their leader. All of them immediately charged forward, trampling the Revolutionary Army as savagely as possible. They killed people like cutting down grass, without showing the slightest hesitation. By the time the scar-faced man knew fear, it was already too late. Just as he decided to quickly finish off Erit and order his troops to retreat, waves of intense pain suddenly shot through his wrist. It turned out Erit had used his own fingernails to tear open the man's flesh. The soldier from the Revolutionary faction screamed miserably in pain, then hurriedly threw that demon off his body. Blood was pouring endlessly from his hand. When he raised his head, he happened to see the ferocious Erit holding the axe and chopping down while shouting, "I have lost interest in playing with you now, so let me send you off for good." "Oh, brother, I made the wrong move here. Can I take it back?" Unfortunately, Erit said no, and conveniently took a whole bowl's worth of blood from him. The enemy had been dealt with. The ferocious Erit stood before the corpse of the man who had attacked him only minutes earlier and wondered inwardly whether he should continue. But the answer was no different from every other time. He could not stop, and so a scene with an age-restricted rating occurred right before everyone's eyes. After ordering the knights to finish off the remaining enemies, the carriage carrying Erit continued its journey toward the king's castle. A carriage covered in blood arrived, and the man who stepped down from it was dyed the same red. Though the 2 guards were panicked, they still forced themselves to step forward and stop him. "This is the Imperial Palace. You cannot enter without an invitation." Erit did not want to get entangled with them, so he immediately said that he was Honorary Count Dion Hart, here to meet the king and report a number of matters. After hearing this, The two soldiers did not make things difficult for him anymore. They only informed him that a banquet celebrating the newly appointed hero was currently being held inside, then opened the gate to let him in. The moment Eret heard new hero, his face immediately revealed a vicious look. He sneered and muttered under his breath, "My older brother must be here, then." Just as he thought, beyond the door was a place of dazzling luxury and brilliant lights. The king raised the wine glass in his hand high and announced the reason for the banquet. "Today we celebrate the birth of the new hero, Cruin Hart, and congratulate him on his first achievement." In a place where everyone was dressed elegantly and reeked of perfume, Eret strode in proudly, paying no attention to anyone. Around him, loud whispers and discussions kept spreading. Someone covered their mouth and said, "I do not know who he is, but how rude." Someone else recognized him and immediately said, "That is the royal family's honorary count, Dion Hart." Every step he took left blotches of blood on the floor, but so be it, because he had no more convenient alternative. Eret walked proudly past his damned older brother without even bothering to glance at him. He knelt at the king's feet and paid his respects to the man who stood at the head of this country. King Eduardo Dizzer looked at the trail of achievements Eret had left behind on his way in, then spoke with a deeply displeased attitude. "It has been quite a while, has it not? But to come into the palace in such a filthy state? What kind of disrespect is this?" Eret did not like being long-winded either, so he said directly that he had been ambushed on his way here. Since the matter was this serious, the king naturally had to take interest. The two quickly moved to a private room to talk. While he was at it, the king asked whether Eret was all right after the unfortunate events he had encountered on the way to the castle. Eduardo Dizzer was only saying that on the surface. From a glance, he knew those people could not have done anything to this kingdom's hero. To speak briefly about Dion Hart, among the vanguard troops of the war 8 years ago, only Eret achieved more military merits than all the others. One success followed another as he drove back the demon army and saved countless comrades, something no one before him had been able to do. Suddenly, the king changed the subject to another question. "Have you found a way to lift the curse yet?" Hearing those particular words, Eret immediately thought of the sealing mark. The king had no idea this was a type of tracking magic, and simply thought that Eret had been wandering the demon realm in order to lift the curse. Seeing Eret shake his head in frustration, the king took a sip of hot tea to smooth his throat, and only then asked about the main issue. "Has there been anything noteworthy at the Demon King's castle lately?" Of course there had been something noteworthy. Since the king happened to be sitting here now, Eret brought the matter up immediately. He reported that he had met the assassin the king had sent to the Demon King's military camp. Eret mentioned this because he wanted to know why his cold-blooded king had sent someone with the potential to become a hero to that place. Eduardo Dizzer did not answer the question of the person before him. Instead, he said that thanks to that worthless trash, Eret had gained trust in the demon realm. He had already obtained some information, and he even knew about Eret becoming Commander Zero under the demon name Eret. But instead of punishing him, the king praised him even more, because in order to continue surviving there as a spy, talent was necessary to begin with. Only now did Eret ask about the matter he was wondering about. He brought up Cruin and directly asked why the king had made him a hero. There had always been conflict between the two of them. When Eret was young, he always had to hear the servants gossiping behind his back simply because he had white hair and red eyes, completely different from the other members of the family. One day, his father and mother argued about taking him to have an audience with the king. At that time, his father had said, "You must always be careful when going outside. You must not let others learn of your flaws." The pitiful Dion Hart could only lower his head and obediently answer yes, but his heart was filled with insecurity over his strange appearance. His parents' attitude toward Cruin was completely different from how they treated him, so even though they lived under the same roof, the only one who always felt lonely was him. The first time Dion Hart was brought to the castle to get used to life outside the mansion, 3 children came over to talk to him. At that time, he innocently thought they wanted to be friends. To his surprise, the boy leading them insulted him right to his face. The rumor that he was nothing but a burden to the Hart family had spread everywhere. Had he really been confined by his family all this time? Even though Dion Hart kept denying it, the other boy would not let him go, and his words became more and more excessive. The Hart family will abandon you, you monster. His anger was pushed to its limit. Dion Hart could no longer endure it and immediately swung a punch to shut that hateful brat's mouth. Unfortunately, he did not have enough strength, and the boy only fell silent for a moment because he was shocked. Then the boy fiercely knocked him down onto the floor and began doubling the physical impact, tormenting both his body and his mind. Just as Dion's head grew dizzy and he was about to faint, Kruin ran over and stopped everything. Yet when he woke up back at his own home, instead of receiving comfort or being asked the reason, all he received were scoldings from his parents. The malicious words of that boy appeared once again, forcing him to ask himself a question. Father will not listen to me anyway. What if Father thinks the same way they do? And it truly was so. His father no longer allowed him to go outside and forced him to stay in his room to reflect on himself, even though he had not done anything particularly wrong. Dion Hart covered his face and tried not to cry. The pitiful child did not want to be abandoned like this. He wanted to be loved by them. In the days that followed, he obeyed and stayed in his room, but he still secretly worked hard at his studies and practiced swordsmanship, also that this weak body of his could become stronger. At least then, he would no longer be weak enough to be called useless. One evening, while he was practicing swinging a wooden sword until his nose even started bleeding, Kruin suddenly appeared and stopped him. After all the things he had tried so hard to do, all he received in the end was a scolding. I told you not to do pointless things like this. Just stay quietly in your room. You don't need to do anything. Everything collapsed from that very moment. And that was also when the demon called Eret slowly began to take shape inside him. From that fateful night until he turned 17, Eret no longer bothered to step out of his room or busy himself with anything. Today, Kruin came again to invite him to play chess. Seeing his younger brother's indifferent expression, he was a little surprised and asked, "Are you busy?" At that moment, Eret answered like this, "Are you joking with me? Who would ever come looking for me? I only stay in my room. What could I possibly be busy with?" And yet, before the two of them could even play a single game of chess, Kruin suddenly said that in the future, he would also have to limit the times he came here to play chess with him. Because if war broke out, every family would have at least one person summoned. No sooner had he said that than the king's men arrived and bluntly asked who Dion Hart was. After those people learned that he was the one they were looking for, they immediately stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and dragged him away without a word, not even bothering to explain the reason. Kruin hurried over and grabbed the man's arm to stop him, repeatedly saying that the one summoned could not be his younger brother and that there must have been some misunderstanding. Unexpectedly, the other party shook him off. Looking rather irritated, he told Kruin that if he had any questions, he should go ask his parents himself, then simply dragged Eret away. Did his parents really send him to the battlefield? His body was weak. If he went there, he would definitely die. Eret stopped thinking and looked back, hoping to call out to his older brother, only to find that the door had already been closed. Heartbroken, Eret murmured inwardly. In the end, his family had abandoned him too. From the day he was taken to the battlefield to serve in the war, every day for Eret was hell, where he had to fight endlessly for the right to survive. Everywhere was filled with the smell of blood and the sound of screams. Eret was pinned under a corpse, his mouth constantly muttering that he did not want to die in such a terrible place. Suddenly, a strange young man appeared and roused his spirit. As soon as that man brought down an enemy soldier, he tossed Eret a dagger and shouted, "No one cares whether you're a child or weak. Now that you're here, you have to fight to survive." Those words immediately cleared his mind and told him what he had to do. Eret took the dagger and began cutting down any enemy he encountered, all for the sake of survival. Time gradually passed, and Eret also grew used to this hell. At one point, while everyone was resting, he sat in a corner and watched the other soldiers receive letters of comfort from their families. Naturally, he had no such thing in his hands. All he had was a single letter appointing him as a commander operating on the front lines. At that moment, he resolved to return to the Hart family another hell exactly like the one they had given him. The long, drawn-out 8-year war finally came to an end. Eret returned to the estate of Count Hart, a dagger in his hand and his body reeking of blood. Eret's gaze was extremely cold, and without the slightest mercy, he brought down each person with a single fatal stab. But afterward, he still did not feel satisfied. On the contrary, his pain was hundreds and thousands of times worse. As soon as Kruin opened the door and stepped inside, he saw the shocking scene. The only family member he had was right before his eyes, and perhaps this was the final straw that could save his sanity. Eret clutched his head, half wanting to ask his older brother to help him end this, and half wanting to destroy the person standing there. "My Lord Count," a girl's voice suddenly rang out, pulling Eret's mind back to reality. This girl was named Rena Liner. She was the commander of the Lofi Knights, and also the most normal person among the madmen under his command. The current Eret did not remember the earth-shattering things he had done at the party a few hours earlier. The two of them exchanged a few words, but he still could not understand when he had met the king or who this party was being held for. At this moment, the person he least wanted to meet approached and struck up a conversation, casually introducing himself as the main figure of the party, the Empire's newly titled hero. Kruin spoke first. "A few days before the expedition, I encountered Commander Zero of the Demon Realm. Seeing him reminded me of you. I heard that you were a commander very skilled at stirring up soldiers' morale. If you commanded our army." Before Kruin could finish speaking, he was cut off by a burst of loud laughter. Eret flatly refused without even bothering to hear the rest. Nor did he want to continue chatting. He turned around, picked up a pudding, scooped up a spoonful, and put it in his mouth. Kruin still did not stop. He kept approaching with an attitude of concern, asking whether he had been injured anywhere and how his health and illness were. The person Eret least wanted to see here was him, so he did not hesitate to say words that cut deeply. "Even if I were injured, I would never let it show in front of you. As always from now on, you just need to stand by and watch." Duke Luster Stamp, who was standing nearby, witnessed everything. Not only that, he even clapped while making a sarcastic remark. What touching brotherly affection. Kruin quickly went over to greet him, the leader of the nobles belonging to the faction opposed to the emperor. Eret already disliked them, yet this man even pretended to extend his hand for a handshake. That was why, before everyone, Eret simply made a pleased sound and ignored his greeting. He heard the people here whispering about him behind his back. It was not that he was doing it on purpose, but what could he do? Right now, his mouth was completely stuffed with pudding. Even if he wanted to speak or greet anyone, they would have to wait until he swallowed it first. The person before him had not even been dealt with yet, and now another person appeared, the crown prince of the empire, Alphifius Dizzer. Although he did not know why, it seemed that the blonde prince was standing in front of him to help him out of this awkward situation. Eret took the opportunity and began chewing furiously. Unexpectedly, right in the middle of it, another teammate sabotage incident occurred. The imperial princess, Alexi Dizzer, happily ran over, hugged him tightly, and kept chattering her greetings. But unfortunately, she had picked both the exact person and the exact moment, causing all the pastry in his mouth to instantly spray out. Amid the thick scent of perfume in the air, everyone thought it was blood and immediately started panicking, calling for a healer to come save him. Eret really wanted to explain, but every time he opened his mouth, someone covered it, making it impossible for him to clarify anything. As if the people here still thought this was not troublesome enough, they guided the king and the first-generation hero, Ymir, over to him. Aside from the unpleasant Duke and Eret's older brother, most people thought that his vomiting blood was because the Demon King's curse had taken effect. Helpless, Eret could only use this excuse to ask everyone's permission to return home. Yet while he was bowing, a headache suddenly struck, making him stagger and almost fall. Fortunately, someone caught him in time, sparing him from utter humiliation in front of so many people. He was about to open his mouth to say thank you, but when he saw that the person was Kruin, Those words were immediately swallowed back down. 8 years had passed until now, but his resentment still had not faded at all, so he immediately shook off his brother's hand and separated himself from him. After that, he hurriedly bowed to the king and returned to the estate. The party had ended, so everyone also scattered, each going their own way. On the way, Duke Stamp mentioned that Cruin had come to him and asked him to become his backer. At the time, he had not known what Cruin's purpose was in doing so, but after what happened today, he understood. So it turned out that he wanted the Duke to protect him from his difficult younger brother, Dion Hart. The Duke said, "If that is the case, then you and I are on the same path. We must eliminate the Emperor's dog." He said this not merely because he wanted to help as a backer, but also because Dion Hart was in truth a major hidden threat that needed to be eliminated for the faction seeking to overthrow the king. On Eret's side, just as Rena Liner brought him back to the estate, he discovered that his home was burning fiercely. The Phantom Knights were also standing all over the place, making everything even more serious. Eret pointed at them and shouted, "What are you doing? Why are you here? Since when did my estate become a livestock pen?" The lucky prince truly was someone favored by the heavens. Before he could even finish speaking, an entire bomb had landed neatly in his hand. Good grief, which bastard pulled this nasty trick? Without needing even a second to think, Eret immediately hurled it hard toward an empty area some distance away, just in time for it to explode. An enemy from the revolutionary faction could not help but voice his praise. As expected of a hero, he returned a bomb he unexpectedly received with such precision. But that was all he managed to say. After that, he collapsed to the ground and waited for the dragon carriage to come pick him up. Only then did Eret's Phantom Knights put on fake smiles and say that the revolutionary army had thrown bombs at the estate, so they were here and had subdued them. Unfortunately, those words happened to expose their own wrongdoing. Eret held his forehead and tried to suppress his helplessness as he said, "Wasn't the Phantom Knights reorganized into an official knight order under the royal family? Don't tell me you were kicked out." The knights knew that their lie had been exposed, but they still refused to admit it and rushed over to hug him tightly. They kept saying that the leader's home was their home, and that everything belonging to the leader, except his wife, also belonged to them. Eret looked at this ruined battlefield and silently calculated in his head. Earlier, he had been attacked in his carriage. Now, even his home had been targeted. It seemed that the revolutionary army was so desperate to bring him down that their eyes had gone red. He just did not know what he had done to deserve this kind of revenge. Suddenly, Eret's gaze swept over two survivors who were trying to sneak away nearby. He was just about to chase after them to preserve the last bit of information when he discovered that someone else had already done the job for him. Sure enough, one should never underestimate old men who are already retirement age, but still working. His butler charged over like the wind and neatly slammed one man onto the floor, while his other hand accurately grabbed another by the neck. The leader of this attack had been captured. He truly could not accept that everything had failed. He had heard of the 3 great obstacles to overthrowing the emperor. They included the supreme commander from the war 8 years ago, who was now the emperor's guard. The second was the person who stabilized the people's hearts with excellent policies and financial management ability, Prime Minister Adon. But the most difficult of the 3 to swallow was the leader of the vanguard in the war 8 years ago, now commonly called the emperor's dog, Dion Hart. Although the leader of this operation had been defeated, he was unconvinced and merely cursed loudly. "Even if I failed, the revolutionary army will never give up. You emperor's dog." Ah, so he had chosen death. One of the 4 close aides under Eret immediately grabbed that insolent mouth and said that they had never once wielded their swords for the empire. They fought for their leader, understood? A bloody scene once again struck the eyes. The butler sighed inwardly that the person holding information had been eliminated, and perhaps he would have to use the ridiculous excuse that the man had been bitten by a dog when reporting back to his count. 1 week later, the part of the estate that had burned because of the suicide bombers from the revolutionary faction had been neatly dealt with. The lodging for those loyal but eccentric subordinates had also been properly arranged by the butler. After a period of gleefully playing with fire and knives in the demon realm, Eret now had to bury himself in deadlines at his office to keep up with his performance goals. Remember had just brought him several stacks of papers. After that terrifying night, when he saw the butlers single-handedly take down 2 members of the revolutionary faction, Eret no longer dared to object to him working or force him to rest. While Eret was busy with the mountain-high pile of work, loud cursing suddenly came from outside. "You bastards! Yesterday, you took all our food and then destroyed our belongings. You're getting mad over that? How petty!" Eret paused for a moment and watched from a distance as those tireless mouths launched into diss tracks against each other, giving him a headache. He had already guessed early on that the relationship between the Phantom Knights and the Lofi Knights sent by the king was not good. But if this kept going, it really would be exhausting. Eret sat back down at his desk in frustration and continued struggling through the endless stack of documents. At this moment, someone outside announced that Crown Prince Elphifius Dizzer and General Nemur had come to visit. He did not understand what they had come here for. Moreover, the person accompanying the Crown Prince, General Nemur, was someone who extremely hated him. There was a reason Elphifius had come here. Before this, he had had a long conversation with his younger sister. At a tea party, seeing his younger sister looking gloomy and wilted in front of him, he asked her the reason and received a barrage of answers. What if he hates seeing me? He definitely will. It's over. All my efforts during this time are ruined. Alexei was unwilling to accept it. She slammed the table, sprang to her feet, and continued justifying her earlier awkward situation. "Brother, do you admit that I'm very beautiful? I'm an imperial princess. I have never fallen for or pursued anyone before, so I was just a little clumsy." Elphifius was forced to sit and listen to those words. However, the moment she said she would personally go apologize, he immediately frowned and refused. He explained clearly, "Whether you visit the Count's estate or invite the Count to the palace, groundless rumors will appear." Ignoring how his younger sister tried to explain, he exposed Alexei in the very next sentence. She did not love Count Hart at all. This younger sister of his was merely an excellent actress who had created all of this to deceive everyone. Faced with accusations she could not refute, the imperial princess, who had previously put on an innocent appearance, now removed her mask. She said that she originally did not care much, but because Eret was the king's card, she would do everything she could. In front of everyone, she had already expressed affection for the Count, so no noble would dare dream of their Count anymore. Elphifius reached out and stroked his younger sister's head, then said softly, "You say that, but if you want to stop, you can stop at any time." That memory ended, and then he came here to confirm for his younger sister whether the Count had felt offended by her rudeness. Unlike his enthusiasm, Eret's face was now pale as death as he wondered what they had come here for. Did he need to take a gulp of liquor for courage, so he could talk to them more easily? Eret immediately got to the point with a question. "May I ask what brings your highness all the way here today?" Elphifius also went straight to the point and answered that he had come today because he had something he wanted to say to him, and General Nemur also happened to need to meet him, so they came together. Remembering what his younger sister had asked of him, Elphifius decided to begin with an apology. At the party, the imperial princess committed a rather serious breach of etiquette. "I have disciplined her strictly, and this will not happen again in the future." Seeing Eret smile it off and say that it was only a small matter not worth fussing over, he felt somewhat relieved. Only then did he state his true purpose for coming today. He wanted to become friends. Eret broke out in a cold sweat, while the other man kept complaining that because Eret was always going off somewhere, he had never been able to meet him. In addition, because of his status as crown prince, he could not do anything as he wished, so he had used the matter of the party as an excuse to run over and speak with him. "No matter what, I would never dare do that with your highness." The words had only just left his mouth when, by coincidence, he saw General Nemur looking ready to draw his sword and cut someone down. Eret felt that he had made the wrong move, so he immediately corrected himself. Yes, of course. One person was talking nonstop about a bright future of sparring, drinking tea, and going out together, while the other had his mouth hanging open, desperately wanting to refuse, close the door, and release the dogs, but not daring to do so. Once crowned Prince Elphifius Dizzer achieved his goal, he happily left right away, leaving Aerith alone to deal with the grim-faced general, who looked as if he had lost his ration book. Fortunately, since the man also knew Aerith always avoided him, he got straight to the point instead of dragging things out like the crown prince. He said, "His Majesty wishes to take custody of the Revolutionary Army member the Count captured, in order to round up and eliminate them all. Of course, the one who captured him was you, Count, so if you do not wish to hand him over, you may refuse." Aerith could not have been happier, so he immediately led him down to the prison and handed the captured man over for him to take away. Suddenly, General Niemer unexpectedly changed the subject and brought up the attackers. He had received a report that there were 3 of them, yet only one had been mentioned as dying in the bomb explosion. The remaining one, however, had not been mentioned at all. That was why he very much wanted to know what had happened to that last man. General Niemer had never been someone who casually hated others. During the 8-Year War, that had been the first time he had seen someone of noble birth sent to serve as an ordinary soldier. A child who, in order to survive, had slaughtered countless lives until he was nearly driven mad. When he saw Aerith sinking into misery and loathing himself, he had once said this: "No one can blame you for the way you chose to survive. However, you must still endure the guilt of having chosen it." But then one day, he suddenly discovered that Aerith's personality had begun to split. One personality was frenzied, focused only on surviving and participating in bloody battles. The normal personality only remembered ordinary battles and everyday scenes. Both in the past and now, he pretended not to know anything, pushed every horrible thing onto his second personality, and ran away from reality. It disgusted General Niemer because Aerith had abandoned the human part of himself. He had asked because he hoped Aerith had changed, but when Aerith coldly said that he had heard from someone else that the other man had been bitten by wild dogs, his urge to let the matter pass immediately vanished. He turned and left, convinced in his mind that Aerith himself had dealt with that man using that nauseating personality of his. When you hate someone, even their breathing is hateful. Aerith opened his eyes and woke up after taking a nap, only to find Butler Remember standing in front of him. He had thought he had merely sat down to rest for a bit and accidentally fallen asleep. But the older man told him that this weak body of his had fainted because of excessive tension and pressure. In order to share some of his count's burden, he immediately made a suggestion. "What would you think of ordering the Lofi Knights to go eliminate monsters?" Seeing Aerith's thoughtful expression, he continued, "I know you will agree, Count. It just so happens that the monsters are wandering near the border of our territory, so we can send them there." Of course, Aerith agreed to such a wonderful idea and immediately sent them away. Who would have thought that his joy would be short-lived, and in the end those nobodies would still drag him along with them? According to what one of them said, they saw that he kept sitting in his office all the time, so they dragged him along to make his life less boring. But they did not know that, aside from that reason, he and the butler had previously had a small conversation. Remember showed no particular reaction and calmly said, "If you go, Count, will the one hiding in the mansion not follow you as well? This old man will definitely catch that rat. Count, you need only go outside for some air and then come back." And so, Aerith was dragged here, preparing to clash with the huge monsters up ahead. Since they had just arrived, the attack immediately began on command. The Phantom Knights charged forward ferociously with great excitement, displaying their strength and brutality. They even fought over a single monster, and not only that, they turned around and invited Aerith to join in for fun. Aerith was muttering that he missed his brother's back in the demon realm when his instincts suddenly warned him that something was wrong. The moment he turned around, an arrow happened to fly toward him and lodge itself straight into his shoulder. Based on his judgment, he immediately thought that someone had sent assassins here to kill him. His gaze changed so drastically in an instant that even Rena Liner was a little alarmed when she saw it. He ordered her to help him remove the arrow. After that, he gathered the knights and demanded that they quickly take their pills. Liner did not understand and immediately asked, "Count, what medicine is that?" He did not hide it either and bluntly said it was a forbidden drug that temporarily numbed the senses. Right after that, he immediately spurred his horse and charged toward the enemy, opening the battle. The vicious Erit had appeared. He stepped onto the saddle to use the momentum, then leaped toward the one who had shot him and struck him down on the spot. The subordinates he usually called mad dogs also rushed in all at once, sweeping through the assassins. The battle was extremely fierce. Erit ordered Liner to keep the man he had captured alive, then quickly ran over to join the fun with the others. After personally striking down an enemy right in front of his knights, Erit coldly brainwashed the entire group. Even if you show mercy, that is not an ability that helps you survive. I have told you many times, have I not? Set aside your guilt. You must keep your reason so you can distinguish who the enemy is, right? Seeing an army of demons right before their eyes. With malicious expressions clear on every single face, the assassins were so frightened that their courage nearly rolled right out of them. They were finished. For a little greed, they had chosen the wrong opponent, and now even if they wanted to turn back, it was probably too late. Whenever Erit truly stepped onto the stage, he terrified the enemy until they trembled. Watching his comrades fall one after another at the feet of Erit and the Phantom Knights, the leader of the assassins could not hold back and murmur question. "You are supposed to be the hero of the Empire?" In his mind, it was no wonder those men were called murderous knights instead of honorable knights. Just looking at them was enough to know they looked more like demons than humans. Erit lowered his dagger to the right side of the assassination squad leader's chest and said to him, "I do not like torture, so could you please tell me who is behind this?" A complaint came from the kingdom of Ione. King Eduardo Dizzer was handling state affairs when he received this news from Prime Minister Adon. According to the information reported to him, Erit had eliminated monsters near the border, but they believed the ambush was a threatening invasion. Eduardo immediately guessed that the kingdom of Ione thought his country could not join a war because Count Hart was injured. He set his pen down on the desk, then said lightly to Prime Minister Adon, "Prepare for war at once." The other two immediately panicked upon hearing that. The Prime Minister repeatedly told him he had to reconsider, that they should talk things over slowly, Your Majesty, since it had only been 2 years since the war ended. But all of his good intentions were ignored and cut off by one cold sentence. "Prime Minister, I am a tyrant." With that said, there was nothing more Prime Minister Adon could do except nod and obey. Deep down, he knew the king was obsessed with taking responsibility because he felt guilty for murdering his relatives to obtain the throne. But that would soon become a chain, and in the future, everything he had obtained would soon end because of the disaster it brought. After the Prime Minister left to handle his work, Eduardo turned to General Niemer and asked whether he had heard of the Church of Salvation. To him, that religious group that had appeared in the slums was growing more and more widespread, so it would be best to eradicate it before the war. The person he had in mind was Erit, because even if he was injured, he guessed his count would still be able to do it. When General Niemer heard that, he immediately spoke up in a rather displeased tone. "I object, Your Majesty. This person is extremely dangerous. I am certain it was only for the sake of survival, but the Count has a split personality. He presented everything he could just to persuade the king to listen to him and stop placing importance on Erit, but Eduardo was not surprised by it at all. He was an intelligent villain, and he said he would never allow any danger to remain near him. In the past, on the day Erit came to him asking to take revenge on his family, Eduardo had let him go with the hero to return with military achievements. He allowed Erit to rely on the title of Hero of the Empire in order to accomplish what he had been harboring in his heart. Part of the reason was that the family in question had also been threatening his crown, so naturally there had been no problem. What was unexpected was that Cruin happened to return home, discovered everything, and still survived. Eduardo paused briefly after saying this, then continued. Whatever the reason, Count Erit wiped out his entire family, and the only one left is Cruin Hart. To oppose his older brother, He needs me. As long as Kruin is alive, Eret will continue serving me. Eret opened his eyes and then realized he was standing in a place filled with blood and the corpses of people he had struck down. Thinking of that brutality and his taste for tearing enemies apart, the gentle Eret could only painfully hold his head and try to deny those things. But then the vicious Eret came beside him and covered his vision with his hand. That person said, "Do not think about it. Even if you do think about it, do not run away." That was not done by me. Eret jolted awake from a dream identical to reality. He stepped down from the carriage with a tired expression and thoughts swirling in his head. Usually, whenever he woke up, he could not remember anything, but this time was different. If not for the wound on his shoulder, he would have thought none of it existed and that it had only been a nightmare. At the same time, in a hidden corner of the mansion, Butler Remember had also just finished dealing with the spy. A messenger pigeon suddenly flew across the sky. He immediately noticed it, so he ordered his subordinates to arrange the plan for later than expected. At the same time, he told them to chase after that pigeon in order to find and uncover those behind this matter. Once that was done, he hurried over to Eret and reported the situation. "Just now, on my way here, I caught a spy. I intended to capture him alive, but something happened on the way. I apologize." He had heard that Eret had been targeted for assassination again, so after thinking it over, he stated his judgment. If they narrowed the scope, it could be the Revolutionary Army, enemies of the royal family, or Duke Illusterstamp, the leader of the noble faction. Among them, the Duke was the most dangerous. For safety, he even suggested that Eret seek the king's help. Eret sat quietly in thought. Originally, he had already been planning to go find the king and return the Heart territory before he got dragged into even more matters. So he did not delay any longer and immediately hurried to the king's castle to find him and discuss it. Who would have thought that, by coincidence, the king was discussing state affairs with the duke? So Eret had no choice but to stand outside and wait. At that moment, the crown prince and the imperial princess appeared. They were now his friends, so it was no surprise that he was dragged off by them to play. Eret suffered as he was trapped tightly between the siblings. After being warmly served tea and snacks for a while, Elphifius finally began to ease into political matters. He said that he did not want to become emperor if the king abdicated, because in his heart, he had always regarded that person as his own older brother and only wanted Eduardo to be happy. Eret had known from early on that the crown prince and the princess were very obedient. The current king had once been the 9th prince. In the past, he had murdered his siblings and their children. However, Eret truly could not understand why these two nephews did not hate their uncle. The reason might be that the first prince, their father, had had a very good relationship with Eduardo. They had been closer than family, so if the first prince were still alive, Eduardo would never have slaughtered his relatives and climbed up to seize the throne. The two of them did not know what Eret was thinking, so they kept whispering in his ear, asking him to help their king. Eret, a person who only wanted to retire early, sat there until he could no longer stand all these political affairs. So he tactfully spoke up and used the excuse that he needed to go to the restroom. Now only the crown prince and his younger sister were left. The people of the noble faction opposing the emperor were shifting from compromise to forcing him to oppose his own family. Elphifius dropped a sugar cube into his black tea and continued, "Who knows when they will seize my weakness and force me to do things I do not want to do? That is why we must prepare countermeasures quickly. In the Empire, His Majesty must have his own faction, so we absolutely must stand on His Majesty's side." He hoped that the Count would also always stand on their side as he did now. But if anything got in the way, then even if it was the royal family, they would step forward and deal with it decisively. Having hastily escaped the conversation reeking of politics with Crown Prince Elphifius and his sister, Eret wandered around looking for the restroom. Every time he came here, he only met the king briefly and then went home, so he had no idea how to find his way around. By coincidence, he saw a strange man holding a stack of documents as he stepped out of a room. Eret was overjoyed and quickly ran over, intending to ask him where this place was. He knew most people were afraid of him, so he tried his best to put on the gentlest smile possible as he sought help. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless smile would turn into an inhuman smile in the other party's eyes? It scared the man so badly that he hurriedly drew a knife and stabbed quickly toward Errett in self-defense. Errett immediately leaned aside to dodge, so it only lightly grazed his shoulder. As for the other man, he lost his balance and, after staggering for a while, fell straight to the floor. This long-haired man with a furtive face was actually a spy. After many failed attempts, he had finally managed to obtain this stack of documents. Who would have thought that halfway through, he would run into Errett here? He knew very well that even if he fled, he had no chance of surviving, so he was thinking of a way to respond. Unfortunately, his luck was rather bad. He had gone stealing without first praying to his ancestors, so before he could run or fight desperately, Kruin appeared. Errett was stunned when he saw the person who had just stabbed him being grabbed by the neck and lifted high into the air by his older brother. He unconsciously let the word brother slip from his mouth, and that instantly made the atmosphere freeze. Duke Illuster's stamp walked over from a distance, gently bent down, picked up the scattered papers from the ground, and offered a sly compliment. These seemed to be important documents of the royal family. Even while waiting to witness His Majesty, you were able to catch a spy. If not for the Count today, who knows what might have happened? Errett's face darkened from a stomach cramp. Good heavens, he had not done anything. He had clearly only come to ask for directions, yet now this achievement had been pinned on him. More and more people gathered, and now even Crown Prince Elphifius and his sister had arrived. As soon as he came, he said, "Count, we waited for so long, but did not see you return, so we were very worried and came to look for you." When he suddenly saw his new friend bleeding from the nose, he became so worried that he immediately shouted, "Someone, call a doctor here at once." Seeing this from the side, Kruin guessed that Errett might have been injured while subduing the spy. Duke Illuster Stamp nodded and added, "There's a high chance his weapon was poisoned." In the distance, the doctor, after being called, charged over fiercely with his medical kit to save the patient. He kept asking where the patient was, but the moment he saw Errett, he froze. At the previous banquet, he had also been summoned once because news came that the Count was in danger. Unfortunately, when he arrived, not only did he fail to meet the patient, but he was also surrounded by a group of high-ranking people and scolded so badly he could not even lift his head, all because he had arrived late. Those people were all fanatical about the Count's health, so every time he came, he felt as if his lifespan had just been shortened by 10 years. He was frightened in every way. After briefly examining the wound, the doctor stammered out his diagnosis. "Well, the wound is nothing unusual. Fortunately, it is quite shallow." Just as he had expected, the moment he finished speaking, Crown Prince Elphifius scolded him so harshly he could barely keep up. "What? Then why is he bleeding so much? Did you examine him properly? Is this how carelessly you work? If that is the case, it must be the Demon King's curse." General Nemur walked over from afar and voiced his guess. He did not like Errett at all, so as soon as he saw everyone gathered here, he frowned and took the opportunity to deliver the king's message. His Majesty summons Honorary Count Errett to come in for a discussion. It was all over now. The situation was getting further and further out of hand. The people beside Duke Illuster Stamp walked over to the waiting carriage and climbed inside. Illuster recalled the contents written on the paper he had accidentally read earlier. Although the king had said he would not start a war, from that bit of information, he could still tell that the man was making plans. His goal was to overthrow the tyrant, so he would take this opportunity to pull a few tricks and achieve what he wanted. In his study, King Eduardo Dizzer stared at him and asked, "You don't look well. Were you seriously injured while catching the spy? You're even sweating." Errett kept his head lowered and repeatedly said he was fine, but in truth, he was about to wet himself. In his mind, he kept blaming himself for being too hasty, only thinking about escaping the crowd and that doctor, and completely forgetting that he needed to take care of something first. Returning to the reason Errett was here, King Eduardo asked what business had brought him. Hearing that, Errett immediately answered, About the heart territory. If it is a request to return the territory, or any similar request, I refuse. That was so infuriating it made his chest hurt. The king did not even bother letting him finish before bluntly cutting him off like that. Losing interest, Eret went straight to his second request, asking for the Lofi Knights to be returned to their original post, and was rejected again. The third time, he directly stated his wish to resign, yet the person sitting opposite him refused that as well. Eret's life truly was unlucky. Whether in the demon realm or the human world, no king would let him rest. Eduardo suddenly spoke again. If you accept my request, I will grant one wish of yours. At the same time, he pushed a sheet of paper toward him and explained that a religion founded by a group of frauds selling false salvation had recently been established, and they were operating very actively in the slums. This mission was to wipe them out. However, to make things more interesting, he would have Eret and his elder brother Krun carry it out together. He also promised that whichever of the two completed it first, he would grant that person's wish. Eret put the paper containing the information into his pocket, then answered firmly with a serious expression, I will definitely complete the mission first. As soon as Eret returned to the mansion, he buried himself in a pile of deadlines. Before long, Nightliner arrived with some information about the Church of Salvation. She handed him the paper containing the information she had gathered and said, they distribute free bread and water to gather believers in the slums. Unlike other cults, they do not demand faith in a religious leader or money, and only preach one thing, believe in salvation. Butler remember heard this and voiced what he was thinking. If they're distributing food for free, then they must have spent quite a lot of money from the very beginning. Right now, they are maintaining themselves with support from several nobles, but at that scale, it is still a huge sum. It will be difficult for anyone to afford. After receiving some information, Eret suddenly stood up. Just now, he had drunk tea and a tonic at the same time. On top of that, from the afternoon until now, he had been surrounded by all kinds of incidents, so he had not been able to go relieve himself. For now, he had to set everything aside and take care of his own body first before thinking about anything else. Unexpectedly, Lady Liner misunderstood his intention, put on an excited expression, and said with a voice full of determination, as expected of you, Count. Are you planning to take action personally? Going alone is very dangerous, so I will accompany you. Eret asked blankly, what? Go where? Where else? To the Church of Salvation, of course. The clueless girl replied. Disaster. How is he supposed to endure this? Hearing it was like a bolt from the blue, and Eret had no idea what was going on. By the time he regained awareness, he was already standing right in front of the entrance to the Church of Salvation's base. He could not let this continue. Eret immediately put on his cloak and hurriedly said to the female knight, Liner, wait here for me for a moment. Do not follow me. Seeing that her count's complexion was not good, Liner wanted to follow him to protect him. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would be nowhere to be seen? On this side, after fleeing at top speed and rushing into a civilian home to ask to use the bathroom, poor Eret finally came back to life. Even going to the toilet could not go smoothly. Sure enough, his kidneys were the most stubbornly overworked part of his body. On his way back to the original location to meet up with Liner, Eret happened to run into Kruen here. His body suddenly cramped, forcing him to vomit a large mouthful of blood. His damned elder brother even seized the opportunity to charge in and attack, but Eret still managed to block him with a dagger in time. Kruen's eyes filled with malice as he said, Didn't I think injuring one of your arms would make you more obedient? Eret thought he was talking about the wound on his right shoulder where the spy had cut him. Who would have expected the other man to casually squeeze his left shoulder instead, the place where an arrow from those assassins had pierced him before? Now he understood. So the assassins who attacked him back then had all been sent by Kruen. With his body covered in wounds, Eret truly found it difficult to fight one-on-one here. In the middle of it, Liner suddenly appeared. When she saw her master trying to hide his injuries while fighting, she could not bear it and immediately rushed forward to face Kruen and protect him. Eret did want to take Kruen down, but in his current condition, Even if both of them charged in together, they would only become stepping stones beneath that hero's feet. Seeing that the other side did not seem intent on starting a fight, Aerith ignored him and continued forward. Suddenly, Cruin called after him, "Dion Hart, if you interfere in this matter, you will be in danger." "What nonsense!" Aerith immediately retorted. "You sent people to assassinate me, and now you care about this? Anyway, thanks, older brother." Aerith smeared dirty mud over his face. Seeing Liner still just standing there, he urged her to do the same. Although they were both nobles, once on the battlefield, they had to throw themselves into it. This mission assigned to them was something both he and Cruin were trying to complete. There was not much time left, and he could not wait any longer. So he told Liner to take her sword and hide it, while he would go ahead first and find a way to sneak inside to investigate. A woman was standing in front of the Church of Salvation. Carrying his hope of defeating Cruin, Aerith hurried over to strike up a conversation. He cheerfully took only a few steps before his ankle unexpectedly twisted, causing his whole body to topple forward. Not only that, he even overdid it so badly that he rolled a full circle and stopped right in front of her toes. Aerith screamed and cried in his heart, wanting nothing more than to die on the spot. Falling like this was so humiliating he could not live anymore. Seeing him fall flat on his face, the girl hurriedly came over to ask after him. "Are you so hungry you have no strength left at all? You'll get hurt. Can you stand up?" Aerith struggled to sit up and was about to answer that he was still fine when he happened to vomit a mouthful of fresh blood. Perfect. With this mixture of truth and lies, who could possibly suspect anything? Liner watched as her master was slowly helped inside by several people from the Church of Salvation, and she was so moved she nearly burst into tears. His performance as a poor young man suffering from a terminal illness was too outstanding. Aerith did not need an Oscar. The Oscar needed Aerith. She had seen everything, so she hurriedly tried to copy him, only to be flatly rejected. The girl used the excuse that they already had enough believers for the day, then gave Liner a loaf of bread and some water before hurriedly closing the door. The girl working in the Church of Salvation was truly named Scylla. She could see that Liner's aura was so powerful it could not be hidden. Moreover, judging from her gestures and words, she suspected that Liner was a noble who had come to this church to investigate. No matter how she looked at it, Aerith was still more trustworthy, because in her mind, he had been so hungry he could not walk. With him injured and coughing up blood like that, he was 100% someone from the slums. Someone brought Aerith some water. Since he had successfully infiltrated inside, he boldly sidled up and started talking to the person standing there. "I heard that I could receive food rations if I came here, and it seems that's true, but what about money?" Scylla nodded and said they would not charge a single coin. She also brought more food and told him to make himself at home and not worry about anything. The girl kept staring at him, then suddenly asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Seeing the hint of suspicion on her face, he feared she would realize something, so he hurriedly pulled down the hood of his cloak and tried to hide his eyes. Unexpectedly, he was still grabbed. The other party even pulled his face closer to look carefully, then said in a low voice, "Your eyes are red." The second technique, called crocodile tears, was activated. Aerith pretended to be miserable and complained that no one liked his red eyes. Even his family had abandoned him because of this appearance that was far too different from others. This cringeworthy script was guaranteed to succeed when handed to a handsome man. Scylla believed him completely and hurriedly clarified that she had no intention of looking down on him. She had acted that way only because she saw that he had red eyes, just like a person named Dion Hart. Returning to the main matter, Scylla told him that this religion had been founded with the purpose of saving those oppressed by the laws of the tyrant Eduardo. She blamed every misfortune on the king. Even his fall might have been because the king had not properly paved the road. Aerith tossed those philosophies to the back of his mind and went straight to the main point with a question. "Then who will save me?" He thought he would be able to dig up some good information, but unexpectedly, she answered that once he became a devout believer, he would understand. While Aerith wandered around inside to learn more about the Church of Salvation, Liner was outside, secretly circling around to the church's backyard to look for an entrance. Suddenly, she heard the girl from earlier speaking with a guard. "There is an intruder. If he is not the hero, I will hold you responsible and dismiss you. Consider yourself lucky." As soon as Liner heard the word hero, she panicked and worried herself into a frenzy, kicking down the main door like a raging bull to rush in and save Eret. Amid the thick cloud of dust, she shouted, "Where is the Count? Where's my lord?" After eating his fill, Eret began wandering around to look for clues. Just now, he had seen an open window. After jumping through it, he reached a rather strange room. He muttered under his breath, "Is this a prayer room? It doesn't look very normal." A group of people suddenly walked in. The priest leading them saw the wide-open window and reminded the others to stay alert because he suspected someone was deliberately trying to interfere with their atonement. While the people of the Church of Salvation still knew nothing and continued their ceremony, Eret was behind the curtain, with Cruin covering his mouth tightly. The two of them watched as the woman walked to a wall and pulled a large curtain aside. Then she said that only devout believers could enter this room to hear a more detailed explanation of what true salvation really was. At first, the wall looked perfectly ordinary, but a second later, it gave off a brilliant light and twisted like a magic gate. The people attending the ceremony followed her instructions and stepped through the gate one after another. A while later, only two people remained there, Eret and Cruin. After separating from his older brother and scolding him for following him around, Eret walked over to the wall from earlier and felt around to examine it. Suddenly, he touched a stone firmly embedded in the wall. He knew what this was, because he had once heard people say that when a suitable price was paid, humans could create phenomena close to magic. This method was performed by humans, but in truth, not just anyone could use it, and it was even harder for witches to perform. Eret wanted to leave immediately to avoid being exposed, but Cruin was also present. He was afraid that if he left, the other person would achieve what he wanted. While he was hesitating, unsure whether to leave or stay, the door was suddenly opened. Cruin was still hiding behind the curtain, while Eret was sitting under the table, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. The person who entered was a guard of this place. He had not yet noticed the presence of the two of them, so he ran close to the wall and shouted at the stone, "Miss Sillin, can you hear me? There is an intruder. He is looking for his master and causing a huge mess outside the church." Before the guard could clearly explain what was happening, another door was kicked down. Liner strode in furiously, her face like that of a starving tiger. As she walked, she kept asking where her master was. An enemy teammate. This girl was definitely an enemy teammate. On the battlefield, Eret was not afraid of powerful enemies. He was only afraid of teammates as stupid as cows. He had told her to silently stick close to him, yet she had done something this ridiculous. Now they were all probably done for. Eret's face turned pale as he hid under the table, not daring to make a sound. In his heart, he muttered, "I thought she was the most normal person among those around me. But now I understand why Liner can control those mad dogs." On the other side of the wall, Sillin recognized the voice of the girl, causing trouble. A knight was looking for her master, and by coincidence, the poor man with red eyes had come here at the same time. Then he had to be Dion Hart. There could be no mistake. Although she did not know how, Cruin had just snuck into this room. Sillin said to him, "I do not know what you are planning to do, but I will not overlook it. I am certain the Duke sent you here to test you." "Well, you received the essential information from the Duke, didn't you?" Both of them were working for Duke Illusterstamp. Earlier, he had given Cruin a map of the Church of Salvation's base, while also instructing him to end this game in the safest way possible. She was currently carrying out her own separate mission as well, so the only thing she could do was refrain from calling the guards. Sillin said bluntly, "I will strengthen the protection here before Dion Hart infiltrates this place, so find a way out. I hope you will not disappoint our master, since you are still hoping for our victory." Sillin returned to the believers to continue the prayer session. At the same time, on Eret's side, after seeing that the guard had been knocked unconscious by Liner, he hurriedly crawled out. The stone embedded in the wall was no longer glowing, so he guessed that they had probably been discovered. Because of that, he told the female knight to quickly escape outside with him. Out of nowhere, Liner suddenly knelt in a ceremonial posture and told him that she deeply admired his meticulousness, to the point that he had buried himself in filth and lowered his honor for the sake of the mission. From now on, Liner swore to obey him for the rest of her life, with every command, so long as it did not go against the king's wishes. A knightly oath took place in a somewhat awkward situation, but Eret still accepted it because it was not harmful to him in the slightest. After completing the ritual, he told her to withdraw from this place with him first. If they wanted to search properly, they would need senior knights and a talented witch to uncover the secrets hidden inside this room. Although the plan had been made, 3 days passed, and he still could not find a capable witch in the Empire. He was growing anxious because time was tight, and he still had not found anyone, when Butler Remember ran in and reported that he had just found a witch village 1 day's journey away from them. Eret happily set out with several of his knights. He never expected that when he arrived, he would discover Cruin had gotten there 1 step ahead of him. Not only that, he was unlucky enough to be hit directly on the head by a flying stone, making him bleed. The person who threw the stone was an old woman. As soon as she saw Eret, she angrily shouted, "Disaster has come to us. We must drive him away. No, we must kill him. Get out of this village." People just would not stop provoking a good-natured man until he finally got angry. Eret's fierce version appeared instantly. After throwing back his head and laughing loudly, he walked over and asked her in return, "Disaster? I am closer to a devil than a disaster, am I not?" Eret did not understand what was going on. He only knew that this old woman seemed to hold an extreme hatred toward him. Suddenly, she lunged forward and grabbed Eret's hand tightly, saying that he was not allowed to hate anyone or anything. Otherwise, an unstoppable catastrophe would occur. She had thrown a stone and split someone's head open, then told him not to hate anyone. What kind of unreasonable attitude was that? Eret did not care about what she said at all. He hurriedly shook off her hand, secretly thinking that if she was the witch, he would give up on the plan and head south to find someone else. At that moment, a girl suddenly walked over to stop her hot-tempered grandmother. Seeing that he was about to leave, she hurriedly called out to stop him. "Wait, I have been waiting for you." Then she introduced herself as Zahn, the granddaughter of the person who had just been speaking to him. She apologized to him for everything, then asked whether he had come here to find a witch. Zahn introduced herself as a witch who could see the future, which was how she knew he would come to this village, and that he needed a witch to resolve the issues related to the Atonement Shrine. Finally, she emphasized one thing. "If you take me with you, you may be able to achieve your goal." What could be better than that? Eret happily grabbed her and took her away as quickly as possible. After Eret's group had all left, Cruin finally approached the old woman because there were a few things he needed to confirm. Suddenly, she was completely different from before. She acted extremely gentle, even embracing him as she said, "My child, you are here too. Let me hold you." Cruin froze, unable to understand why this old woman was acting like this, and she continued, "You have been through so much, but do not worry. I have never hated you. My child, a creature that is not loved cannot exist for long. You must live a long life and win the battle to see which one of you will live longer. I hope you win." She called him the child who would begin the end of the world, but if he won, that would not happen, and the disaster would be prevented. She carefully warned him that if he stepped through the gate of life and death, or if he wanted to die, then he had to make certain he killed the other one before leaving this world. Cruin immediately drew his sword and scolded her for overstepping her bounds. He would handle his own affairs himself. Even without those words from her, he had already long since decided that he would survive after Dion Hart. On Eret's side, while he and Zahn were continuously talking on the road, a young villager suddenly appeared in the middle of the path. Zahn said, "Although we cannot speak in detail about destiny and the future, I can at least reveal this to you. To you, hatred is like a volcano. It may start out small, but then it quickly grows until it devours everything around it. And that girl is like a bomb that could explode at any moment. The young woman walked up to Eret and introduced herself as Zahn. She wanted to follow him because she had long known that she would be useful to him in the future. To briefly explain this girl named Zahn, when she was young, one day, her grandmother became utterly terrified after seeing the future. At that time, her grandmother pointed at Zahn and loudly cursed her. "You brat, you are the wretch who will bring disaster. You are disaster's most capable helper." Zahn was only a child then, so she did not understand what her grandmother's words meant. But ever since that incident, the villagers began to change their attitude toward her. The other children even threw mud at Zahn because they believed she was disaster's puppet, constantly shouting for her to leave the village out of fear that they would be implicated. Friends, neighbors, even the grandmother who had been laughing and talking happily with her only the day before, all turned their backs on her as if everything before had been a lie. Because of one baseless prophecy, Zahn's life was pushed straight into the abyss. Malice gradually began to rise within her thoughts as well. She swore that if they wanted things to turn out that way, then she would become disaster's capable right hand just to spite them. Zahn had waited and endured contempt for a very long time. Only today did she finally see the person called Disaster in that prophecy. However, after Zahn received Eret's permission to follow him and was brought back to the mansion, she was given nothing to do except sit there and wait. Eret did this for a reason. Earlier, Zahn had said that she had no combat experience, so there was no other choice but to make that request. Partly because she was unsuited for battle, and partly because he did not know Zahn's true purpose. He did not fully trust this young woman. For now, taking precautions like this was better than bringing her straight to a dangerous battlefield. That night, the Church of Salvation was raided and set on fire by the Lofi Knights. Eret had previously instructed the Knights to set fires, scout the area, and kill anyone who looked suspicious. Because the mission required them to stay clear-headed and avoid harming innocent people, he did not allow them to take drugs while carrying it out. Earlier, the Phantom Knights had thought they could simply sweep everyone away and be done with it. But when the battle actually broke out, amid the noisy scene filled with the cries of the disabled, the elderly, and children, exterminating a cult disguised as salvation still made them hesitate when raising their swords. The poor, helpless people of the slums lost their shelter and salvation. So in their eyes, the Knights of Count Dionhart were the enemy. Because of this, the tyrant's dictatorship gained many more blades pointed toward it. In another, quieter place, Eret, Zahn, and Liner were standing before the room believed to be the secret chamber. Zahn felt around the wall for a while, then suddenly appeared extremely shocked. She said, "This is not an illusion spell, but magic disguised as an illusion spell." After calming down, Zahn began using her ability to decipher its basic structure, so she told him to give her a little time. As expected, capable people worked very efficiently. Before long, the magic formation was undone, and something like a gate appeared right before everyone's eyes. Everyone excitedly stepped through it together, but unexpectedly, on the other side of the magical gate was another room identical to the place they had just departed from. The only difference was that there were 5 additional magic formations here, with one large magic circle in the middle of the room. Zahn pointed down at the floor and voiced her suspicion that it might be connected to the door right in front of them. For safety's sake, Liner volunteered to lead the way. She then carefully walked to the wooden door and opened it. Everyone was so nervous they held their breath, unsure what would be waiting beyond it. But unexpectedly, it was a dense forest in the form of an illusion spell. Zahn suspected the villains had deliberately created another space, so the door needed to be opened according to a special rule in order to connect to the real room behind it. Put simply, they had to perform a certain action to be transported there. While Zahn needed 10 minutes to study how to unlock the magic formation, Eret paced back and forth in worry, afraid that his nasty older brother would snatch the prize from him. Liner realized that her master was not doing well, so she decided to bring over a chair and lay a handkerchief over it. But the moment she turned back to invite Eret to sit, she discovered that he had disappeared. What could be more terrifying than a villain who had 1,000 luck points and inexplicable last-hit opportunities? Eret was instantly transported to an unfamiliar room, and before his eyes stood Cruin, holding a torch in his hand. Outside the church, mixed in among the crowd from the slums, Scylla held a stack of documents and secretly fled toward the forest. This time, Scylla was certain Eret had failed, because as long as she was here, he would never be able to obtain what he wanted. Eret looked at Cruin with extreme dissatisfaction and said, "No matter where you got your information, you are still fast." He deliberately tried to start a conversation, but Cruin did not say a word. As calm as a turtle, he dropped the torch in his hand onto the pile of documents stacked on the ground. Seeing the information he wanted go up in flames, Eret was furious. In his haste, he even tried to rush into the fire to retrieve them, but Cruin stopped him in time. Eret was hoisted onto his older brother's shoulder. Without alcohol, he was as weak as a slug, so no matter how much he shouted and struggled, it was useless. Because he was hanging upside down, more and more blood rushed to his head. In the end, he vaguely guessed who was behind everything and who these people from the Church of Salvation were. Aside from the royal family, who held the greatest power, who represented the color purple, and who, other than that bastard Duke Luster stamp, could make Cruin obey. No wonder they had recommended to the king that they be allowed to resolve this matter. When Eret realized that those people had been interfering with his search for the truth from the very beginning, he angrily punched Cruin and cursed. "You must be so pleased to see me turn myself into a clown, right? Damn it!" After shouting for so long, he even coughed up blood. Cruin walked straight outside and tossed him back toward Liner. Before leaving, he glared at him and said that if he still wanted to live, he should not breathe a word about what he had seen. The matter with the Church of Salvation was over. Eret lay sprawled on the bed with his body wrapped in bandages. Recalling when he had met his older brother in that room, he remembered accidentally seeing Cruin tuck a scroll into his clothes, so he guessed that the documents must have been taken away. They had planned everything, and even the documents had been hidden by them, so their victory was already obvious. He lay on the bed, unwilling to accept it and complaining for a long while, when Liner entered to inform him that Zahn had left a few minutes earlier. "She did? I had something I wanted to ask her." "What a shame," Eret said. Hearing that, Liner asked in confusion, "What did you intend to ask?" In Eret's mind, he wanted to ask Zahn whether there was any witchcraft that could curse Cruin, but who would say something like that in front of a girl? So he made up an excuse, saying that he wanted to ask her how she had managed to undo the illusion spell before even 10 minutes had passed. Liner smiled lightly and replied, "If you mean the method of entering the mysterious room, that was entirely thanks to you, Master." To explain clearly, the situation at that time was caused by Eret making 3 counterclockwise circles and 2 clockwise circles, which immediately transported him away. His eyes rolled back when he thought of that absurd luck, because how could anyone have expected that simply pacing back and forth a few times could lead to such a lucky break? Since they were already talking about Zahn, Liner said that before she left, she had left behind a letter. It was currently with the butler, but if he wanted to see it, she would run and bring it here at once. Butler, remember, was like the devil himself. As soon as his name was mentioned, he appeared, carrying a tray of hot tea as he walked in and quickly said, "Are you talking about the note? It is here. Also, you have a guest." A royal soldier stepped out from behind Remember. He gave a military salute and conveyed that he had come to escort Eret to the palace by order of the king. While Eret was on his way to the royal palace, in King Eduardo's enormous and magnificent room, Eduardo had just startled awake from the nightmare that constantly haunted him. Ever since Eduardo became king, he had never once had a peaceful night's sleep. Before his eyes, the vengeful spirits of those he had personally killed drifted in negative colors, continuously sending out resentful groans. "Eduardo, I hate you." They also asked why he was still living so well even now. Those ghosts were cursing him. There was even a pitch-black hand madly squeezing his neck, wanting to drag this tyrant down with them. Crown Prince Elfie Fuz suddenly rushed in. He had come to report that the Hart brothers had arrived, but when he saw the king being haunted by spirits, he was somewhat alarmed. He worriedly asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right? You do not look well. You must have had another nightmare. Shall I call the royal physician?" A cruel man could hardly live peacefully. Eduardo irritably glanced toward an empty direction and snapped, "You are rather annoying." Hearing that, Elfie Fuzz turned his head to follow his uncle's gaze. This was bad. The room was wide, but there was clearly no one else around. A little panicked, he hurriedly voiced his thoughts. "Is your Majesty high?" "No." "Is your Majesty hallucinating?" Eduardo patted his head to drive away the throbbing pain. Seeing his nephew stubbornly insist on calling a doctor, he sighed and lied, saying that he was merely overly exhausted from being too busy preparing for the war. It was not as if he would allow such trivial matters to affect his life. Elfie Fuzz did not believe him. He had seen this many times already, so he bluntly exposed him. "How can you act as if there is no problem? Your Majesty is hallucinating. How long does your Majesty intend to keep feeling guilty? You have compensated the families of the deceased, and you still remember every person who died." Eduardo denied those things as he changed clothes. He believed what he was suffering from was an illness of the mind, but if it had not been for him, those people would still be alive and well. His decisions began with the 8-Year War, so whether they were allies or enemies, their sacrifices were all connected to him. However, he was used to this moral burden, so he probably would not collapse so easily because of it. After making the Hart brothers wait for quite a long time, Eduardo finally allowed them to enter and meet him. Beside him was his sworn enemy, and before him was someone who smiled outwardly while opposing him inwardly. Looking at Eduardo's expression, Eret suspected that the king was displeased with something. Suddenly, Eduardo looked at him and unexpectedly commented, "I hear that honorary Count Dion Hart displayed rather arrogant behavior." Oh dear, the male lead's heart was filled with storms because he thought he was being reprimanded, but outwardly, he only mumbled 2 words, "I apologize." Eret was extremely worried, but he never expected that the king was merely recounting the information he had received, not scolding him. The result of this mission was already settled, and Cruin was the one granted a wish. Therefore, Eduardo had to keep his word and ask him what he desired. Cruin had already planned it from the beginning, so he immediately said, "I wish to declare ownership over the lands currently held by honorary Count Dion Hart." For the time being, those were Eret's assets, so the king wanted to ask what he thought about this. "That is my land. I do not want to give it to this bastard." Yes, if he were speaking honestly, that was what he would say. But in this situation, he could only put on a fake smile and say words that went against his conscience. "It is indeed a burden to me. I would be very happy if my older brother took it over." Seeing that Eret stubbornly insisted on returning the territory, the king agreed to Cruin's wish. However, he still wanted Cruin to have a title in order to receive the land. After all, no one could launder assets so blatantly. Eduardo voiced his opinion. "Since the Hart family still exists, it is impossible to give you a different title now. Either you abandon the Hart family name and receive a new title under another name, or you become the head of the family. Which will you choose?" Eret was stunned when he heard the question. The first time he met the king after the 8-Year War ended, he had also been asked something similar. At the time, Eduardo's question had been, "I will support you with all my strength. So why do you not become the head of the Hart family?" At that time, Eret had firmly refused because he wanted to remember his rage and his desire for revenge until everything was over. And then he was granted the title of honorary count, giving him an identity with which to commit those wrongful acts. It was a unique title that could not be bestowed upon anyone else unless he died. Now Cruin was going through the same thing, so Eret truly hoped his older brother would agree to the position of head of the family. Only then would he have his hands free to carry out the plan he had devised against everyone in the Hart family. "I do not wish to become the family head, and I do not wish to abandon my surname either." The way Cruin straightened his back and refused was exactly the same as Eret. The Hart family, a clan with an extremely long history, still had 2 descendants, him and Cruin. However, even now, the position of head had always remained vacant. But no matter how hard Erit thought, he truly could not understand why Cruin would give this up. Last time it had been the younger brother. This time it was the older brother's turn. Eduardo sighed in exasperation and had no choice but to transfer all the assets to Duke Luster for temporary management. Whenever Cruin wanted to step forward and manage them, the Duke would return them. The matter of the land was settled. Erit happily thought he would be able to go home, only to be grabbed and held back by the king. His face was covered in sweat, and he thought the king was keeping him behind to scold him after the meeting. But unexpectedly, in Eduardo's eyes, he had become a young man unhappy because he had just lost his land deed. Not wasting any more time, Eduardo went straight to the main point. I intend to proceed with the war. The elimination of the church was completed at just the right time. The kingdom of Ione has started causing so much trouble again that it can no longer be tolerated. However, his true purpose was not only that small kingdom. He also wanted Erit to keep the Demon King in his grasp. Because his goal was to unify the continent, he needed Erit to stay by the Demon King's side to ensure that side would not interfere in this war. Your reward is the Heart Estate. Is that really all you need? Duke Luster flipped through the documents and asked Cruin directly. Seeing him nod in confirmation, he laughed mockingly, then suddenly changed his attitude. Erit Hart says he is trying to reclaim his status. I hope you are not taking the Heart Estate for his benefit. Cruin kept his firm attitude, saying that apart from the land, he had no other wishes. Hearing that, the Duke froze for a few seconds, then laughed it off, saying he had been too sensitive because of the upcoming meeting. Standing before someone as suspicious as Duke Luster, Cruin had indeed lied. He only wanted his younger brother to receive an appropriate outcome after the church incident, and then withdraw, but it seemed Erit had also realized that the Duke was the one behind it. Cruin was still trying to do everything he could, because he did not dare imagine what would happen once the Duke found out, so he had to protect that fact at all costs. If Luster discovered that his younger brother knew he was behind everything, the Duke would surely demand that Cruin eliminate his own brother. After Erit returned, a meeting between the king and the nobles was immediately held. Eduardo had been harboring this matter for a long time, so the moment he arrived, he spoke at once. Let me get straight to the point. I will declare war in 3 days. As soon as those words reached their ears, the nobles in attendance sprang up in shock. One person stood and asked directly, "It has only been 2 years since Your Majesty declared the end of the war. Why are we starting a new one?" Hearing that, Eduardo solemnly explained that the temporary peace they had was only because no kingdom dared to oppose them. However, some people had forgotten that fear over the past 2 years. The fact that the Empire's honorary Count Erit Hart had been injured had caused the other kingdoms to begin entertaining thoughts of attack. Countless heroes had been born and disappeared in the previous war, and now only 3 remained. But Erit Hart was the only one who was famous and widely known. He knew Erit's existence placed immense pressure on the other kingdoms and was convinced that Erit was their trump card. At this point, Eduardo's expression suddenly turned icy. He said bluntly, "This continent ought to know that the Empire does not have only Erit Hart, should it not?" The meeting grew noisier and noisier. People kept speaking up, saying that it was too soon for war to break out now. They also said that, since the Revolutionary Army had not yet been cleared out, it was too dangerous to begin a war while there was internal trouble. Eduardo raised his teacup to his lips and took a sip. What they said was not wrong, but he still emphasized that the empire was his. If the nobles here had accepted serving him, they should worry about their own duties instead of meddling in useless matters. With him saying that there was nothing more to be done, the discussion at the meeting ended there. The other nobles wanted to stop him, but since the king's will had already been decided, they could only leave in frustration. However, just as Duke Luster rose and was about to turn away, Eduardo suddenly drew his sword and pointed its razor-sharp tip straight at the Duke's throat, then growled each word. "Do you think I am a fool? And is this not an interesting rumor that has been spreading?" Saying that, he lowered his voice and repeated what the people were saying about an evil king and a duke regarded as a savior. He called himself a calamity rather than a disaster, and since he could sweep across an entire land alone, he would not hesitate if he had to flatten another one. Yet Aluster did not tremble before his authority at all, because he knew the king did not dare kill him. If he tried to touch him, the king would certainly be unable to collect war funds if the nobility began to resist. The duke knew himself to be a greedy man, so he wanted to sit on that throne as well. Duke Aluster won the conversation. After saying that, he ignored the king, who was too stiff-lipped to refute him, and turned to leave. He dared speak so loudly because, in this capitalist world, the power of the nobles was not the least bit inferior to the king's, so there was no reason to be afraid. That evening, Eret prepared everything to return to the Demon King's side. Just as he was about to give his butler a few instructions and leave alone, the Lofi Knights came rushing over in a huge crowd. Not only that, they galloped in on horseback while shouting, "How could you leave without even saying a few words of farewell? You are leaving? Are you planning to abandon us and leave?" Eret froze for 2 seconds, then hurriedly told his butler to stop them and fled wildly. Remember looked at the people charging like mad dogs after his master until he was nearly running out his pants, and sighed in exasperation. You have left this old man with another difficult task. Though he complained with his mouth, the moment a knight arrived, he calmly grabbed him with one hand. He was so absurdly strong that he threw the man off his horse and onto the ground. Not only that, he frightened the horse into running wildly, causing a collision that made the people behind lose momentum and tumble over. The man being carried bodily in the old man's hand realized that, without his master, his life was also over, and shouted, "At least make sure the king does not take us back." The king is like a madman. He is terrifying. Remember stood to the side and looked at the knights thrashing about and refusing to go back, then burst out laughing. Far away, up in a tall tree, someone from the Revolutionary Army was secretly watching. Remember could sense that person's presence. However, by the time he turned back, the man had already left. Remember clicked his tongue and muttered quietly enough that only he could hear. "Good grief, I did not think they would let you leave peacefully either, master." At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, an emergency meeting was being held. The man of noble rank asked once more, "You mean we must not act rashly until the Empire has conquered at least half the continent?" Seeing Duke Aluster nod in confirmation, Daniel, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was somewhat hesitant, but still wanted to know the reason. Aluster set down his teacup and explained it clearly to him. The moment the war reaches its peak and the Empire is no longer able to stop the war at will, that will be your opportunity. He explained further so Daniel would understand. When the fighting reaches the middle stage, and the Empire is trying to replenish its lost forces, most of the military will be gathered from various places, including the Imperial Palace. Hearing this, Daniel understood immediately. So that means they will not easily detect our actions, no matter how boldly we move. While the two men were planning treason, someone ran in and reported that Eret Hart had just left on a mission under the king's secret orders. To repay Duke Aluster for his financial contributions and assistance, Daniel said he would immediately pass down orders and send people to follow Count Hart on the duke's behalf. Aluster nodded in satisfaction without showing any sign of stopping him. With his clear mind, he knew for certain that the Revolutionary Army members sent out would all be secretly eliminated by the Empire's knights. However, that did not matter, because in the end, everything would proceed according to plan, and they would be defeated by his subordinate Kruin. In truth, this was merely a small scheme in the mission to remove all those who stood in his way, so that his faction could openly monitor and investigate where the order the Empire had given Eret was leading. At the Demon King's castle, the delicate Rurinil and her assistant were lifting their heads to gaze at the moon while murmuring and complaining. "When will Lord Eret return? I miss Lord Eret so much. That constellation looks so much like Lord Eret." Suddenly, she sensed an aura from the western wall. Secretly suspecting the appearance of a certain person, she hurriedly mounted her broom and flew off without saying a word to anyone. Looking down from above, Rurinil saw the figure of the young man she had been longing for all this time, and immediately landed on the ground in delight to surprise him. The ground boomed and caved in after that one-of-a-kind landing. Ririnil smiled brightly and said, "Lord Eret, it has been a long time, has it not? How was your mission?" Good heavens, by all the gods, Eret's heart jolted. Inside, he was fainting from shock and pain, while outside he stood frozen stiff. Ririnil could not see that at all. She stammered as she explained that she was only asking for his opinion and was not prying into his mission. Hearing that, Eret also answered casually. It was exhausting. I found some people who had created a false religion and believed in it blindly. Unfortunately, telling Ririnil this information had no effect at all. It only caused her to misunderstand and begin rambling, gradually elevating him into a holy being who ought to be brought out and worshipped. Fortunately, Ririnil still knew when to stop. Seeing that he had come here, she guessed that he intended to look for the Demon King. Therefore, she directed him to the Demon Realm's specialist's office, where the Demon King was receiving kings and queens from races other than the nobility. They were discussing the war that was about to take place. One of them spoke up. The king's goal is the conquest of the entire continent. The kingdom of Ione is merely the first place to be targeted. The Elf King was also worried that, after the Empire invaded the entire continent, the thing they would ultimately target would be this place. The Demon King glanced toward the person approaching. As soon as he saw Eret, he stood up excitedly and introduced him to them. "I have good news. The subordinate I sent to the human world has returned." Eret, as soon as he strode over, he asked one question after another. "How was your recent trip? I have a few questions I want you to answer, so you have returned at just the right time. I heard the Empire attacked the kingdom of Ione, did it not? Is the Emperor's objective to take over the entire continent?" While Eret was speaking with the Demon King, the Spirit King suddenly cut in with a somewhat displeased attitude. "I have heard about this special agent of the Demon King's, but do you truly think that human is trustworthy?" The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. Not only he, but the other three as well all displayed the same discriminatory attitude. Mocking the Demon King's subordinate right in front of the Demon King was far too improper. The Demon King walked over and immediately spoke up to protect him. "If Eret is still here, then I believe he is worth trusting." Hearing that, Eret felt a pang of guilt. He did not know what the others thought, but he understood that those words were clearly a threat. What the Demon King meant was that the moment Eret turned his back on the Demon Realm, he would be the first to butcher him, and he was not joking. Returning to the main subject, Eret told everyone everything about the human world. The king said to keep the Demon King under control and prevent him from getting involved in the Empire's war of invasion across the continent. And if the Demon King intends to participate in the war, I must return at any cost. That was not all. He added more. There is another matter as well. While I was investigating a cult called the Church of Salvation, I confirmed that demon realm magic had been used there. When the Demon King heard this, he showed no anger or surprise at all, only smiling. He said he would handle the investigation and told Eret to stop by Ben's place to have his left shoulder checked before returning to his room to rest. At first, Eret refused because it was going to heal soon anyway. But who would have thought that the moment he turned his face, Dr. Ben would be right there in front of him. Already startled, then frightened by a demon, Eret could not endure it. He screamed and even coughed up blood on the spot, causing everyone to panic and ask after him in a flurry. Having no other choice, Eret had to run away because Dr. Ben stubbornly insisted on examining him. Only then did the atmosphere calm down. The Spirit King suddenly spoke in a mocking tone. What a joke! What demon would dare use demon arts in the human world without the Demon King's permission? That was surely done on your orders. The more he spoke, the more heated he became. Unable to restrain himself, he slammed the table and asserted that the demon race could already sense the changes taking place in the human world day by day. Before long, the hero would appear. Unlike before, that would be an immeasurable threat to the Demon King. He was sinking into negativity, but unexpectedly, the Demon King utterly ruined the mood with a single sentence. Why should I feel afraid of the future ahead? The Demon King made it clear that no matter what he did, the hero would appear again. Fate had already determined that the confrontation between the Demon King and the hero was unavoidable. He was also gradually feeling bored because he had lived for far too long. Since might made right here, the Spirit King and the others knew they could say nothing more, so they ended the meeting and noisily returned one after another. Suddenly, the atmosphere became unbearably oppressive, making everyone other than the Demon King nearly unable to breathe. This terrifying amount of demonic energy was enough to suppress all of them. The Demon King's face darkened as he spoke bluntly. I do not expect you to use polite language when you are a fledgling elf whose breath still smells of milk. Looking at the four people coughing repeatedly because they could not withstand his demonic energy, the Demon King sighed and told himself to let these children off. However, he still did not forget to warn the Spirit King to watch his mouth carefully. Next time, he should not show such defiance and should try to learn more patience. On Eric's side, Dr. Ben still insisted on following him without leaving. Although his commander Zero kept refusing an examination, Ben would not give up. In the past, on the day he rushed to the Demon King in panic after hearing that the commander needed treatment, the entire room had been flooded with blood, and of course he had been thoroughly scolded by his king. How the hell did Commander Zero's personal doctor arrive late? Do you think this is why I assigned you to be Eric's personal doctor? Ben blamed himself because, although he knew Eric was suffering after effect from the battle with the hero, he had failed to take proper care of him. He stood gloomily before Eric's sickbed, thinking that his work and his life would end here. But unexpectedly, Eric said, "Why would I kill you, Ben? I'm fine, so go take care of your work." Ben left Eric's room under the astonished gazes of all his colleagues. Not only he, but everyone had believed that this time Ben would go and never return. Who would have thought he would come back completely intact? Ben was so moved that he cried his eyes out. From that day on, he resolved to do his utmost to prevent such a thing from ever happening again. Returning to the present, Ben earnestly begged the commander to let him examine him a little. He even held up the necklace emitting red light toward the person before him and clearly explained that this was a stone made from Eric's blood and the Demon King's magic. It was like a health alarm device, and at the same time, it could also locate Eric so that Ben could find him before it was too late. And then, as usual, Eric still ignored his words. As soon as he returned to his room, he immediately met his sworn brother, S, the vice commander of the Zero Corps. However, just like everyone else in the demon realm, he also rushed over and bombarded Eric with a pile of questions related to his health. Then, as soon as he heard Ben say that Eric was exhausted and had an injury on his shoulder, he immediately opened his mouth and cursed. Was there no one there to support you? They did not even protect you properly. Those damned humans, those useless weaklings. S cursed so fiercely that he forgot his wonderful commander was also a human. In the middle of the commotion, another new figure appeared. This time, it was the gentle incubus Hien. However, the moment the boy intended to come over and talk to Eric, the vice commander put on an angry expression, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him away. In a secluded corner where no one passed by, S angrily choked Hien for the crime of daring to speak to his commander. Although he was frightened, Hien still said that Eric liked the garden he tended, so he had come to give him a little demon plant named Cutie. S immediately scolded him. There is no way Lord Eric would like such a freakish plant. The words had only just left his mouth when the very next sentence slapped him in the face. Wait, this flower plant is very beautiful. Let me give it to him. A bright red flower planted in a pot kept opening its mouth and singing nonstop. Eric's face darkened as he looked at that nuisance, inwardly asking himself why S had accepted it from the gardener named Hien. Was his life not troublesome enough already? The flower Cutie kept singing, and the more it sang, the more excited it became. The more excited it became, the louder it howled. Good grief! Eric was frightened out of his wits by those fangs and that singing voice, and hurriedly retreated toward the bed frame. His mouth also unconsciously spat blood. Coincidentally, a dagger thrown by someone flew in and embedded itself right beside him, only a few centimeters away. Following that, A woman walked in while praising him for being so sharp that he could sense and avoid that assassination strike in time. This beautiful woman was Commander 2, Devilania. Although she smiled, she was somewhat dissatisfied that, as a specialist whose expertise was infiltration and assassination, she had been read by him. If he said it had been luck, would anyone believe him? Eric covered his mouth tightly and sat still, not daring to move, while in his head he screamed for help. If this was her way of visiting the sick, he might end up covered with a funeral cloth early. He was scared out of his wits, yet somehow Devilania interpreted it as him saying that the previous strike had no killing intent. For one moment, he lost consciousness, and the ferocious Eret rose up and answered her, "Yes, because if you had killing intent, you would have betrayed and killed me long ago." But no matter what, Commander 2 was still the demon Eret feared most. A pile of gifts was thrown in front of him by this uninvited guest, along with a murderous stare and the same question as always. "You will wear them all, won't you?" Just as expected, Eret was turned into an unwilling model for the mountain of outfits she had brought. Even though he was utterly exhausted, he still had to try each piece on for her. He thought tonight would be a very long night, but fortunately, someone came to save him halfway through. A man dressed in black from head to toe flung the door open and said he wanted to see him. It was Heel, Commander 8, who had come today after hearing everyone talking about Eret's return. He cheerfully tried to step inside, only to get caught in the doorway by the sword he was carrying. Having embarrassed himself like this on his first meeting with Eret, Heel was devastated, collapsed, and cursed himself as trash for not even being able to fit through a door. Not only that, he was so extreme that he even wanted to end his own life because he felt too humiliated to keep living. Fortunately, the Vice Commander of Corps 8 ran over to calm him down, but even that could not revive this sad boy's spirit. Devilania found them too noisy, so she said goodbye and went home. However, when she walked past Heel, she deliberately provoked him. "It seems some bastard is spreading bad rumors about Lord Eret in the First City. Is this really where you should be right now?" Upon hearing this shocking news, Commander 8 vanished in front of everyone without saying a word. Heel was a demon born from darkness through the Demon King's power. His original duty was only to monitor the cities, but after Commander 0 joined the demon army, he received a secret mission. His main mission immediately became ensuring that information about Eret's appearance never leaked to the human world. Every time Eret appeared, Heel's role was to silently clean up all witnesses and make sure they could never say a word about his existence. That was precisely why the entire world had no news at all about their Commander 0. After dealing with the loose mouths who liked bad-mouthing Eret, Heel returned to Eret's room, but instead of going in right away, he emerged from the ground and spoke with his vice commander. Just like Commander 8's vice commander, Nai, also greatly admired his superior. He held out his hand toward Heel and encouraged him. "Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is correcting them. Since you have successfully atoned, I must say you did very well." Receiving this encouragement, along with the words that Eret was eagerly waiting for him, the demon youth Heel became so excited that he practically turned into a puppy on the spot. Eret sat alone in his room, playing with a Rubik's Cube and listening to the cute flowers sing. The moment his absent-minded gaze drifted toward the door, he immediately screamed because he saw a pitch-black demon standing there peeking in. As soon as red blood spurted out, Dr. Ben burst in and shouted, "Lord Eret, I sensed a signal that you were injured. Are you all right now?" Before Eret, whose soul had nearly left his body, could say anything, Heel started demanding to kill himself. He pointed all his weapons at himself and shouted, "You coughed up blood because of me? I shall atone with my life." Faced with this negative young man who tried to die at the slightest opening, Eret had no choice but to risk himself and stop him. "No, I'm begging you. I'm very happy to see you." Because of that one sentence, the ultimate simp's attitude did a complete 180. He gives off such an intense aura despite his gentle appearance. That superior gaze is so cool. I want to learn things like that from Lord Eret. It was true that there were over 100 simps per square meter. Eret sat on the bed, utterly depressed, to the point that even the flowers stopped singing and patted him to comfort him. The next day, Eret went to the Demon Realm's library to search for materials. The first book that caught his attention was Imperial Investigation Report concerning the current heroes. According to the information he read, the first hero, Nehemiah, had supported King Eduardo in his coup ever since the king was still the ninth prince. After the 8-year war, he became the only noble without a territory. The second hero was Stajma Porgemizo, whose main job was subjugating and exterminating the barbarians on the border. Reading this far, Eret immediately knew the third person would be himself. But fortunately, the Demon King had kept his promise and did not allow anyone else to investigate information about him. And lastly was Cruin Hart, alongside the third hero, a noble belonging to the faction opposing the king. Eret closed the records about his older brother, blazing with rage and hatred. As he did, he casually picked up a book written by the Demon King himself. Unfortunately, before he could read any valuable information, the Demon King suddenly appeared right behind him. The scare caused him to accidentally drop the book. However, just as he picked it up, he suddenly noticed something rather strange written inside. The hero and the Demon King are proof that this world still develops and exists. He did not understand it very well, so he simply brushed off the dust and asked the person standing behind him, "Demon King, what are you doing here?" The Demon King snatched the book out of his hand and immediately said he had come for this. After giving Eret a cold look, he smiled it off and left with the item. Eret guessed that the Demon King probably knew he was gathering information, so he did not want him to read it. Time passed, and Eret walked out of the library with an indescribably gloomy and bored expression. On the way, he heard some people discussing a party being held because Commander 5, Own, had just returned. A girl with supple skin spoke up. "This isn't just a simple welcome party. Own is in a relationship with Vice Commander Danny. They're dating. The guy is handsome. The girl is beautiful. So what's wrong with them getting together? But something about it still feels off. What? That expressionless person is dating." Eret cut right into the conversation and stood there deep in thought, not having expected that demons could date too. However, that was not important. What concerned him most was that if there was a party, then there would definitely be the Demon Realm's specialty liquor. Eret happily ran straight to the venue, but when he opened the door and saw the chaotic mess inside, he thought the party must have already ended. He walked over and picked up a red bottle of liquor to look at it. It was from a human world. What a waste, after he had run here like mad. The broom in a young man's hand fell to the ground with a thud, accompanied by 3 pale faces trembling violently. They pointed at him, so frightened that they stammered and could barely speak. "Wait, Commander Zero, Commander. Have you already drunk it all?" Before Eret could say that he had not drunk a single drop, they started screaming, "Run! We need backup urgently! Emergency! We need reinforcements!" 1 second later, a clear scream immediately rang throughout the Demon King's castle. "Commander Eret has drunk alcohol." Red alarms blared noisily everywhere, alerting everyone. The announcement speakers also kept repeating the news. "Commander Eret has drunk alcohol. All forces take positions." Repeating once more, "Commander Eret has drunk alcohol." Before long, an army equipped with shields and armor immediately rushed in, surrounded him, and raised a defensive barrier so the second group, carrying weapons, could approach easily. Eret stood at the center of the circle, holding an empty bottle of liquor, his face filled with panic as he had no idea what was going on. "Huh? Everyone, I haven't done anything, have I?" The commander of the defense unit shouted. "Everyone, raise your shields and prepare yourselves. If even one person falters, all of us will die here. Because if Commander Zero drinks beyond his limit, he will cut down anyone he sees." Eret was stunned upon hearing that. He remembered now, in the demon realm, not only the Demon King, but everyone was extremely opposed to him drinking alcohol. He knew his drunken habits were somewhat bad, but surely they were not bad enough for him to fly into a rage and cause trouble, right? It was just being drunk. He truly could not understand why the damned demons in front of him were overreacting so much. The gentle version of Eret was too carefree to know what he had done 2 years ago at his own greeting party. After drinking until his face was bright red and he could no longer tell friend from foe, he pointed a dagger at a commander and asked directly, "Enemy?" After being asked that same question again and again, the man became irritated and provoked him. "Damn it, fine. I'm an enemy. What are you going to do to me? I never liked the Demon King creating a special position just for you and then putting you in it. Commander 0, ranked even higher than Commander 1. Let me see whether you have enough talent to sit in that position." "Ah, so you choose death." The moment that Commander finished speaking and turned away, Eret stabbed him in front of everyone. What happened afterward was so terrifying that, just like that, one of the commanders was stabbed to death in an instant. The information spread faster than COVID, and from that moment onward, a new law was enacted in the Demon King's castle. First, if Commander 0 asks whether you are an enemy, you must immediately deny it. Second, if he insists on asking for the reason, you must give the clearest explanation possible. Third, if he shows suspicion toward your answer, you must immediately move into a defensive stance. One soldier turned to the young man beside him and asked, "Hey, but why do we have to move into a defensive stance? If we want to live, shouldn't we attack instead of defend?" Hearing this, the other young man sighed and explained that if they injured the Demon King's Commander 0, the Demon King would kill them. The Demon King would handle resolving the situation. Their job was to stay alive as long as possible. Suddenly, Eret looked at them and smiled in an extremely frightening way, causing the 2 young men who were talking to jump in shock. Just as everyone was panicking so badly they could barely breathe, the Demon King arrived. As soon as he entered, he sighed and began persuading him. "It's fortunate I was nearby too. Eret, can you hear me? Don't ignore me. Listen, everyone here is not your enemy. No one has any intention of attacking you, and you have no reason to kill anyone. So put the liquor bottle down." Eret put it down at once and said with a sulky face that he had no intention of attacking anyone anyway. He had not drunk alcohol. He was only looking at the bottles. The Demon King understood what had happened. Thinking that Eret was bored, he asked whether he wanted to visit the second city with Devilania. He wanted him to go there and have some fun because war would break out before long, so he should go quickly while he still could. Regardless of Eret's unwilling attitude, the matter had ended, so everyone dispersed and returned to their own places. In his office, after reading a report about the Empire's consecutive victories following the surrender of the Kingdom of Ione, the Demon King used a magic speaker to send an announcement to the entire demon realm. From this moment onward, any act of using magic in the demon realm would be forbidden. Except for magic devices that had already been sealed in advance, no other magic could be used. The only exception was when their lives were being threatened. Commander 2, Commander 4, and Commander 8 would be responsible for ensuring the punishment was carried out. Anyone who used magic without a proper reason was to be eliminated immediately, with no need to report back. In another distant place, the Spirit King, who was drinking tea, could still tell in an instant that no one in the demon realm could use magic anymore. But perhaps it was already too late, because just as he had feared, by the time the Demon King learned that the moment when the hero could kill him was drawing near, the human world had already finished all its preparations and was simply waiting for the perfect timing. Once that warrior was sent onto the battlefield, it would become the worst possible moment for the Demon King. The time that followed would surely be nothing but scenes of slaughter and invasion, with no way to avoid it. On the Empire's side, Eduardo was discussing the war situation with everyone. A count spoke up in disagreement with continuing the war, because as far as he knew, the king had accepted the surrender of other nations and allowed their royal families and people to live. However, as long as those royal families still existed, the spirit of their nations would remain, and the soldiers they obtained through conquest would not be loyal to the empire. Thus, if they continued the war, their military strength would be insufficient. Another person mocked that opinion because in his mind, they only needed to forcibly conscript civilians to gain more soldiers, or they could use farmers from the slums for battle. Hearing this, Eduardo suddenly slammed the table and scolded them. I truly did not know you could bark so impressively. Are you saying I can replenish our soldiers with civilians? He pointed out clearly that they did not dare use their private soldiers, did not dare lead entire armies on the battlefield, and lived so cowardly, yet they did not hesitate at all to force commoners into battle. The taxes paid by the empire's people were, in essence, payment for the protection of their lives and peace. In other words, the people had the choice to protect the empire, and the empire had the duty to protect the people. At this point, he drew his sword and declared that there would be no stopping the war. Even if they lacked soldiers, he would order them to send troops to him, and the standards would remain the same as in the 8-Year War. Conversely, if the nobles chose not to participate in the war, 2/3 of their private soldiers would be confiscated by the empire. Requiring the people to join the war would be the final option, so they had better not even think about it. Finally, he growled an order at them. If they understood, then they should get out and go home to prepare instead of sitting there any longer. After everyone left, the hallucination came again. Eduardo saw himself standing in a sea of blood, surrounded by impatient, vengeful spirits shouting for him to come to them. Everything was becoming more and more difficult to control. There was not much time left, so he needed to accelerate matters as much as possible. Most of the southern part of the empire was a place frequently engulfed in war with the Babai tribe. Under massacres tacitly approved by the emperor, that was the place managed by the second hero. After finishing the military report, he stood before the whole army and declared that fighting the barbarians was fun, but now it was time to head to the battlefield. He was cheerful not because he liked war, but because there were certain things he truly wanted from the king after these great battles ended. In the 8-Year War, he had received a restored title and a large mansion in the south, submerged in mountains of gold, silver, and jewels. At first, he had been satisfied until he heard what Cruin Hart had requested from the emperor. The fact that Cruin asked for the right to personally destroy his own family truly shocked him and made him obsessed with such wishes. From his vice-general's words, he knew the third hero would also participate in the fighting. He was extremely excited because the reward he wanted this time was the right to personally destroy his family. Returning to the Demon Realm side, Eret was on his way to carry out a mission with Commander 2. He listened to Devilania and Ben talking to each other, and just as his mind screamed that he wanted to leave this place, he took a slap from the doctor's direction that felt like a bolt from the heavens. It was not that he had done it on purpose. The carriage carrying them had stopped abruptly, causing the whole group to lurch forward like that. Someone rushed in frantically to report that their path was blocked because a large number of demonic monsters had gathered there. Outside, a fierce battle was taking place. However, because there were too many of them, the group also had to get out of the carriage and help. Devilania said that every city had a commander protecting it, but the outskirts did not, and at this rate, their numbers were enough to attack other races. Eret finally understood that he had been set up by the Demon King. Demon-type monsters were the Demon King's responsibility. He had to deal with all of them to ensure they did not invade the territories of other species, by ordering the commanders to patrol the outskirts or even go all the way to the borders of the territory. Eret had thought this trip was for fun, so he had not brought anyone along. Who would have thought he was actually carrying out a mission? Worse yet, he had obediently followed along like an idiot. Just as he turned toward the doctor, Eret was suddenly met with a question and a deeply judgmental stare. "Do you not wish to fight any more today, my lord?" Now that he mentioned it, Eret had always avoided fighting whenever he was drunk, first of all, and whenever his life was not truly in danger, second. If any other demon saw you, they might mistake you for a weak human. Oh no, he looked stupid, but one sentence from him had struck Eret right where it hurt. Eret was cornered, and just as he was about to confess everything, Ben suddenly blazed with fighting spirit again. He said, "Though they are countless in number, they are merely magical beasts. They are not worth your lordship personally dirtying your hands over. That is what you are thinking, is it not?" He even insisted that, as Eret's personal physician, there was no way he would fail to understand what Eret was thinking. Eret fell silent for about 2 seconds, then burned with fury because the person in front of him, whom he had thought might be clever, turned out to be stupid beyond belief. Dr. Ben took out a bottle of fine liquor, and the moment Eret saw it, he was defeated. Budos? The specialty liquor of the demon realm? Though he desperately wanted to say those words aloud, he forced himself to hold back because this doctor was far too suspicious. A doctor who always forbade him from drinking had now brought alcohol right to his mouth. Eret promised himself he would never drink that liquor that reeked of danger. However, the glass had already been filled and was sitting neatly in his hand, so what kind of fool would not drink it? After throwing his head back and taking a big gulp, he thought to himself that with things as they were, he could not avoid fighting even if he wanted to. In that case, he might as well use the buzz to go straight down to the underworld. Ben looked at his commander and recalled the Demon King's instructions before they set out. At the time, the Demon King had said, "Ben, if Eret hesitates in the middle of battle, give him alcohol. He is far too modest, to the point that he always looks like someone weak. But if alcohol affects him, he will let himself go and turn into a demon at once." Ben had carried out the Demon King's order because he knew everything was under control. Even so, he still worried about Eret's health, and with his conscience gnawing at him, he was about to turn around and apologize to Eret. Suddenly, Commander Zero closed in and pinned him against the carriage with the dagger in his hand. Along with that came a gaze and words so cold they chilled the mind. "Ben, you actually use your brain a bit better this time. I suppose you did not have enough time, did you? They made you drink both medicine and alcohol at once. The king's forces are gradually expanding, and the number of monsters is growing exponentially, so there is no time to waste." Eret drove the dagger into the spot beside the doctor's throat before threatening him. "But you should know that understanding me does not give you permission to use me. Because of your good contributions, I will overlook this incident, but remember this well. There will not be a next time. Do not pretend you are caring about me like that again. Do not forget whose personal physician you are, though I never expected much from you in the first place." Ben's face flushed red at being exposed. He understood that he was now Eret's personal physician, not the Demon King's. But just as he was about to apologize for everything, a monster suddenly charged in. To attack, Eret stared at it. He was sick and tired of all this, of always having to strain himself just to survive. Even so, that did not mean others were allowed to use him. Only he could decide that. After several slashes of the dagger, the monster was brought down. Standing right in the pool of blood, Eret ordered Ben to contact the Demon King. Very quickly, at Eret's request, the two of them were connected through magic. Eret said bluntly, "Their numbers are far greater than expected." The Demon King understood the problem from Eret's expression, so he immediately said he would send reinforcements and told Eret to hold out for another 15 minutes. At the same time, he quietly told Ben that their Commander Zero must be absolutely furious by now. The demon Eret had completely dominated his consciousness. Faced with such a desperate, life-or-death situation, if it were not him, how could he possibly have survived 8 long years of war? He charged straight in with a reckless attitude. Visiting hours had come. With a bit of alcohol in him, he slaughtered them madly, continuously swinging his dagger at the monsters before his eyes. The dagger slipped from his hand, only for him to grasp it tightly once more. In that way, he brought down a monster 3 or 4 times larger than himself. That was because he knew his specialty was not killing, but engraving hopeless fear into his enemies. Demons and monsters, with their inherently sensitive instincts, would flee the moment they sensed overwhelming fear deep in their bones. It did not always work, but in this situation, if they ran away, Eret's side would have a chance of surviving. Eret wiped the blood from his face and ordered Devilania to prepare a trap. Their goal this time was to hold out and take down as many monsters as possible while waiting for reinforcements to arrive. At Eret's command, an invisible trap was immediately laid out in front of the monsters, which had numbers but no brains. Extremely thin steel wires surrounded them, so if they moved carelessly, they would be sliced apart at once. After Devilania finished the task assigned to her, she turned and asked, "Though they have fallen into the trap, I do not think I can hold them back for long. What do you two plan to do now? Dr. Ben did not answer her, paying more attention to his commander instead. Ben ran over to Eret and shouted, Lord Eret, the first aid I applied to your arm is only temporary, so please be careful. Eret said nothing and walked unsteadily toward the trap. Anyone who saw him tried to stop him. Devilania alone spoke frankly. Unless you have experience, it will be very difficult to recognize where those steel wires are. It is not that I doubt your abilities or anything. Unfortunately, their worry was unnecessary because the one ruling this body right now was the rational and daring demon Eret. Not only that, he was also blessed with ridiculous luck. The time to take the stage had arrived. Once the alcohol took hold, Eret transformed into a machine that enjoyed slaughtering everything in front of him. He easily avoided the invisible steel wires, and on top of that, lured the monsters deeper into the trap so the wires could finish the rest. Watching the monsters drop one after another like ripe figs, the young man was visibly delighted and satisfied. He could see everything thanks to the moonlight reflecting off the wires. Though they only flashed for a few seconds, that much was enough for him to make use of his sensitivity to light. It cannot be helped. As an albino, he avoided the sun as though avoiding evil spirits, so only when wrapped in darkness could he move freely. The monsters still had their usual mindless expressions, but now they were also tinged with the greenish color of terror. Devilania was overjoyed and praised him without end. The tide of the battle has completely changed. The monsters are so frightened that they no longer dare to advance carelessly. As expected of Lord Eret, Dr. Ben was different. He was extremely worried about Commander Zero. That arm was badly injured, and if Eret kept pushing beyond his limits like that, it might grow worse and worse. Just as those thoughts crossed his mind, he looked over and saw Eret drop the dagger from his hand in pain. In a panic, Ben immediately ran toward him, but Eret shouted and stopped him. Stay there. Do not waste your attention on anything unnecessary. Continue with the plan. The battle grew fiercer and fiercer. Everyone was busy fighting with all they had, because these monsters kept arriving in ever greater numbers. Just as Eret thought he was about to faint while several monsters charged toward him, the reinforcements finally arrived in time to save him. Countless daggers were thrown over, embedding themselves all over 3 monsters and instantly turning them into cacti. Following that came a gentle smile and a rather pleasant voice. Hello, Lord Eret. It has been a long time. She was Commander 7, named Silua. Not only had she arrived late, she was also acting quite cheerful. Eret had sobered up by now. Anger showed clearly on his face as he thought to himself, who am I, and what is this battlefield? A memory reeking of beer and liquor flashed through his mind, and he covered his mouth, nearly cursing on the spot. No, this is not Lord Eret. Just a moment ago, it was that Lord Eret. How can this be? What must I do to meet that Lord Eret again? Silua rushed up to him and spoke with blunt disappointment. She did not like this version of him, so she dragged a wolf in front of him and insistently told him to hurry up, reveal his true form, and use his dagger to carve it apart. Oh, this ambitious woman. Was she insane? Eret was so frightened by that attitude that he could not say a word. The assassins under her command were enthusiastically providing support up ahead, while this woman kept demanding that he perform a few moves for her to see. Eret was now exhausted from losing too much blood. As soon as Ben saw him collapse to his knees, he hurried over to support him and take him away to rest, ignoring Silua shouting behind them. Lord Eret, please show me that side of you once more. Just once more, I beg you, sob sob. Time passed, and now everything had been properly resolved. Devilania could not help but drive the demon away. It seems everything has been settled. Why do you not leave, Commander 7? She had only just arrived, so of course she did not want to go back so quickly. Devilania understood, so she continued. We will be departing for city number 2. You have not forgotten who is protecting it, have you? When Silua heard Commander Gasethel mentioned, her expression immediately turned sour. She disliked him. She truly did not want to meet that bastard unworthy of the title of commander at all. so the best option was to leave immediately. Eret found it rather strange that Commander 7 returned so easily. He did not know what was so awful about Commander 10 that made her resent him so much. Then, the moment he saw the gaudy noble demon who had hired an entire choir to welcome him, he immediately understood the problem. That was right. To those who fought and spoke with their fists, this man had nothing but his looks. There were beautiful women, trumpets, pounding music, flowers, decorations, and all sorts of flashy nonsense. Meanwhile, Eret sat imposingly on a palanquin in an elegant and ridiculously cool pose. Around him shone a halo of sacred radiance, and with 4 demons carrying him, he looked extremely grand. If they added an incense bowl and a memorial portrait, it would look no different from an altar. Eret's face was covered in cold sweat. It looked fine, but it was absolutely not fine. Beside him was Commander 10, Gaisethel. He flapped his lips endlessly about the warm welcome he had prepared for Eret. It seems only humans of high status are allowed to sit on this, so it is absolutely perfect for you, Lord Eret. But what he did not know was that sitting this high made Eret look more like a memorial portrait placed on an altar in the human realm. Eret could only freeze, placing a hand on his forehead, speechless and unwilling to say a thing. He lowered his head, his heart unmoving amid the ever-changing world. Gaisethel panicked when he saw his Lord Eret in an unstable state. "Oh no, does your head hurt? Or is something troubling you?" And what was troubling Eret was this absurd mess of situation, as well as you, damn it. Now he understood why Silua hated Commander 10 so much. Everyone's faces looked extremely awkward when they saw that Lord Eret did not seem very friendly, looking as if he might bite someone at any moment. Even Dr. Ben nearby was no less worried. The subjects in the surroundings looked around, then widened their eyes when they realized he was the commander of the Zero Corps. They had still been wondering who would sit on that embarrassing seat. But now that they saw Eret, their adored idol, he actually looked very cool, with fair skin and a beautiful face that suited the public's tastes perfectly. The girl beside them thought that was only natural, because that was the aura of a domineering chief executive and strict patriarch radiating from him. And because no one knew anything about him, only rumors continued to spread. The people around them grew more and more excited as they discussed Eret. Everyone gathered just to see Commander Zero. Context from the previous section. The people around them grew more and more excited as they discussed Eret. Everyone gathered just to see Commander Zero, the human whom the Demon King had bestowed with an extraordinary title. The person whose role and power were kept completely secret. The person whose mere presence had been acknowledged by powerful commanders. In terms of strength, he was second only to the Demon King. At that moment, Eret suddenly spoke in a cold voice. "Go away." Gaisethel beside him strained his ears to listen carefully. "Did you say something, my lord?" "Go away." Hearing those words, his face turned pale, and he shouted with all his might. "Leave at once. His lordship wants all of you to leave." But in Eret's heart, he had never intended to drive away his fans like that. He had only wanted the flowers and pollen around him to go away, because they were making him nauseous. He did not even understand why Gaisethel had chased away all those innocent demons who had merely been gossiping. The servant demons seized the chance to curry favor, invoking Lord Eret's name as they drove away all the curious demons. Watching their actions, Eret thought to himself that those people must be furious now. At this rate, he would become the common enemy of every demon in this city. But those demons had only wanted to admire Commander Zero's divine side profile. They had not been slandering him at all, as he felt helpless and gloomy, thinking that he might have been able to relax and rest in this village. Eret glanced to the side, and, good heavens, there was an entire fan club of his, with a huge number of members, men and women alike, gathered together. They began clasping their hands and chanting loudly, "Long live Lord Eret! Long live the demon Lord Eret!" If they wanted to believe in something that was not completely meaningless like random internet celebrities and influencers, they might as well believe in Lord Eret. He began to remember Renelle and the Eret cult she had once mentioned. Eret's heart was filled with arrows of resentment. He had already given her a cookie to stop her from doing anything ridiculous. Before he could finish thinking about that, Commander Ten was kneeling on the ground below, sobbing pitifully with tears streaming down his face. "Please forgive me. If I have somehow offended you, please forgive me." The threads around his neck were making him bleed. At that moment, Eret realized this was Devalania's doing. She saw that this man was acting a bit absurd, always ready to provoke someone the moment there was an opening. So she asked Eret whether he wanted her to skewer him right then and there, with eyes that were not exactly friendly. Eret could only gape in terror. He swore that commanders definitely should not be allowed to kill innocent people. He also guessed they were only holding themselves back. They could skewer each other whenever they felt like it, regardless of whether they were fellow commanders or not. He tried to stay calm and said it was fine and that there was no need to eliminate any other commander. He changed the subject to going shopping together to dispel the tense situation before him. Life was unfair, so tension was never going to straighten out on its own. He knew that if he did not follow the plan properly, they might skewer him at any moment. Hearing Eret say that Devalania allowed Commander Ten to keep his body intact, Gaisethel went from terrified and soulless to suddenly bright and cheerful like an innocent young man. "Lord Eret, I will serve you with everything of the highest quality, as if my life depends on it." Eret thought he had obtained a safe tool, but it all turned out to be a lie. For now, it was still best for him to keep overthinking everything. After that, the group moved inside to shop to their heart's content. Devalania was delighted because she bought many beautiful clothes. After all, making girls smile could be that simple. Eret also changed into new clothes that did not look all that different from before, but since he was beautiful, anything looked good on him. At that moment, Gaisethel approached, carrying countless plump, sweet, ripe mangoes in his hands. Devalania immediately grew angry because he had interrupted her. She asked about the things she had bought and told him to hold them for her. As for Eret, he was also getting quite the headache because every time he let his guard down, they kept calling his name non-stop and giving him no personal space. Suddenly, several demons on horseback ran past. Eret was surprised by this, because most of those demons and monsters should have been at the bay. It was strange for the castle to have its gates open so wide like this. After thinking carefully, he noticed that quite a few goods seemed to have come from the southern part of the human realm, and he was certain there must be a border nearby. Hearing this, Gaisethel panicked and dropped all the mangoes in his hands. Trembling in fear, he asked how Eret knew. Eret looked at his reaction and still had no idea what the hell was going on. After that, the group moved out to exterminate monsters, following Gaisethel's lead. He had discovered a border not too far from the southern region of the human realm. Eret's eyes widened at the picturesque scenery before him, the radiant sun of truth shining straight into his heart. Devalania was furious that Commander Ten had hidden something this important. He could only clasp his hands and pray, saying that since he had only happened upon it by chance, he had thought he might enjoy it for a little while. Hearing that, Eret could only press a hand to his forehead, utterly fed up with life. Gaisethel loudly said that his city had established regulations and moved back and forth in secret, so they would not be discovered by humans. And as his lord could see, they had done their utmost to stop the monsters from invading the humans' world. Eret also felt that what he said was well supported by evidence. But the difficult question now was what they should do next. He thought to himself that if this was the southern part of the human realm, it was not even part of the empire. So, should he really care? The moment he finished thinking that, he firmly concluded that yes, he should, because it was still the human realm after all. Eret jumped down from his horse and told Gaisethel that they needed to report this to the Demon King. But before doing so, he wanted to confirm it himself. They had to check whether it truly connected to the southern human realm, and if so, they needed to see which country it belonged to. After that, the whole group advanced deeper inside, following the dazzling light. Meanwhile, in a small country in the south, someone had come to inform the king there that demons were entering their kingdom. He suggested that the king immediately summon the royal physician to handle it. But this was not a problem a physician could cure. The king already knew that the demons would suddenly cross the border and pretend not to care, as if nothing had happened at all, because he already had more than enough concerns simply fleeing desperately from the empire. So he absolutely could not afford any conflict with the demon realm as well. The pale-faced soldier added that there was another issue besides all that. Sweating bullets, the king asked in return, "Is there any news hotter than a boss releasing a new music video or a celebrity taking his girlfriend out for ice cream and causing an uproar for days?" The soldier began to add that they had confirmed one of the members of the demon group was Commander 2, Devilania. As for the other abnormal demon, judging from the way the other demons respected and served him, they were certain he was the rumored top of the top Commander Zero. When the king heard that name, his face instantly turned deathly pale. What is that man doing here? The royal court fell silent. The king ordered them to hide it, to cover up completely the fact that Commander Zero and his band of underlings had come to their country, no matter what. On this side, Eret and the other commanders were striding proudly forward. The sunlight glittered over countless golden flowers, and Eret pulled his hood down to hide his executive-looking face, preserving the beauty he had spent so long maintaining with skincare. He wondered why these people insisted on following him, since he only wanted to visit the human realm. He thought they should have stayed quietly in the demon realm like Gaisethel, who had returned to protect City Number 2 according to his assigned mission. But thinking about it again, Devilania knew the human realm well, so it would probably be fine. He suggested that the group find somewhere they could observe the everyday lives of the humans here, since either way, they had to figure out what backwater place this was. At that moment, a group of humans suddenly approached, politely greeting them and apologizing for blocking their way. A scar-faced man expressed his respect toward the mercenaries who had stopped the monsters from crossing the border. "Thanks to you all, many lives were saved. As a representative of the knights, I sincerely thank everyone." Eret blinked at him. He realized these people had mistaken him and his minions for mercenaries. But this was truly the perfect combination of timing, location, and people, because he had not planned on acting like a lunatic in human territory anyway. Without beating around the bush too much, the man gave Eret gold and cloaks as thanks. Since they saw the bloodstains on the commanders beside Eret, they wanted to give them new outfits. Only then did Eret realize that while he himself was as clean as freshly washed laundry, he had forgotten that the two people accompanying him were also covered in blood. But when he looked at Devilania and Ben, Eret realized they were clearly not human, because neither of them wore cloaks like he did. Even so, these people welcomed them very warmly instead of driving them away. The scar-faced man held the money pouch with both hands trembling. Noticing this detail, Eret realized they were frightened but not panicking. Eret guessed that the entire kingdom knew nothing, because the king had not mentioned anything when they met. It was wartime now, so it would be very difficult to reveal to the whole kingdom that they had another border. That was why they wanted to conceal the truth that demons could come and go as they pleased, entering and leaving with equal ease. As he thought this to himself, he smiled viciously, making all those people turn pale too. Then they bowed to Eret and wished him a safe journey. He knew that they were hoping his group would not cause any trouble and would quietly return. But there was no need to worry, because he was only here to relax anyway. While bowing, the scar-faced man had a thought in his head. An outfit abnormally clean compared to the blood-stained clothes of the demons. Of course, because only Eret had changed clothes. And that abnormal aura. He had to be Commander Zero. The man placed a hand over his chest and proudly raised his face to the sky. They had done their best. The rest was up to the author. Sunlight shone down through the grand, enormous palace buildings, and the people bustled noisily. Eret and the others had arrived at the market, and he was happily enjoying some delicious street skewers. At that moment, a man with curly chestnut brown hair bumped into Eret's shoulder. Seeing such a light collision shock Eret so much, Devilania looked at him with eyes that questioned life itself. Eret sensed that gaze and immediately pulled out a standard excuse, saying it was because of his wound and that his right shoulder still seemed to hurt a lot. It was a reasonable reason for Ben to treat him. Suddenly, Ben stepped out angrily, grabbed the ordinary man by the collar, and looked ready to give him one punch too few and one kick too many. Eret immediately asked why Ben was overreacting when Devilania was the one behaving reasonably. Only then did the two of them begin to realize that something was wrong. I'm the physician, and the lady over there is the one who should be overreacting. The two immediately swapped roles like ridiculous actors. While they were still arguing without a clear winner, the royal knights arrived. They ordered, "Seize that bastard." Hearing this made Eret panic and try to explain. But who would have expected that the person they arrested was actually the curly, chestnut-haired young man? Just like that, they dragged him away as he shed streams of tears, even though the two of them had only happened to bump into each other. Eret was surprised that the human realm maintained public order so well. An unlucky child tried to swipe something from Eret, only to be caught by Ben with a not-so-friendly expression. Seeing this situation, the royal knights panicked and took the child away. Eret tried a mango and immediately vomited a rainbow because it tasted so awful. The fruit stall owner was instantly taken away by the soldiers. Whenever anything abnormal happened to Eret, the royal knights appeared. The citizens observing from nearby also noticed something strange about this trio. Eret held his head in frustration and thought that he could no longer investigate like this, so he wanted to return. Suddenly, the sound of an argument drew his attention. Hearing something faintly about Desa tea leaves, he immediately went over and asked to buy some. The shopkeeper looked at Eret with suspicious eyes because of the aura he was giving off. He did not know whether Eret was a chief executive or short video idol hiding his identity. Eret folded his arms, lowered his face, and quietly thought about the Desa tea leaves. In this kingdom, finding Desa tea leaves was nearly impossible because there were few gardens that grew them. Moreover, they were usually sold at high prices only to nobles. For a southern kingdom to be wealthy enough to have such precious tea leaves at an ordinary market was remarkable. Eret received the rare tea leaves packed in a box with a very satisfied expression. Ben also tossed the shopkeeper a huge bag of money and told him to keep the change. After analyzing all the information so far, Eret now knew that this country was Tiho. The knights watched Eret's party leave from behind and sighed in relief, hoping they would not come back here again. Some even suspected that person was not Commander Zero, because he looked far too clueless. At the state-run battlefield, Duke Yolaster Stabi approached and mentioned the death of the first prince to King Eduardo Dizzer. Hearing those words, Eduardo's face darkened, and he replied, "Do I know how the first prince passed away?" Eduardo began to realize something. The man with a warm heart, the only one among them who had cared about Eduardo Dizzer, was that elder brother, and the person who had murdered him was Duke Radish. But Eduardo knew full well that the one who had killed his older brother was this Stabi. Even after being hit where it hurt, the man showed no remorse. Instead, he smiled with amusement. "Oh my, you already knew?" Veins bulged across Eduardo Dizzer's face as he glared at him, then let out a scoffing laugh. He felt that this was truly insane. It was only after Duke Radish and his family were executed for the crime of assassinating the prince that Eduardo realized Yolaster Stabi was the true mastermind. He was someone whose personality was rotten to the core, though he still smelled fragrant after spraying perfume. Eduardo had no choice but to temporarily conceal that crime, because the nobles were acting up. But unexpectedly, this man was so uniquely bizarre that he came on his own to confess and seek leniency from the law. Eduardo felt certain that this man was plotting something. He looked at his king with purple eyes, deep and dark. "I will tell you the reason I disposed of the first prince first. Everything was so I could climb to the very peak of society." Apparently, he meant becoming some kind of top-tier fanatic. The reason he gave was utterly absurd, yet somehow still produced consequences. He began spitting out the truth. All the princes and princesses would fight for the throne if the legitimate heir, the first prince, passed away, correct? He had wanted to place someone he could control in his hands on that throne, but he had not considered the ninth prince. A low-key, introverted, silent prince had turned the board around. Eduardo then realized that this man was currently a duke, and the only position higher than that was king. He remembered the past, his conversation with his older brother. At that time, his brother had asked Eduardo to take care of Elpidius and Althea while he was away. Back then, Eduardo had simply watched his older brother give instructions and told him not to worry. But he should have stopped his brother immediately when he sensed that something was wrong. His older brother placed a hand on his younger brother's head, then smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, my good little brother." He regretted it. If he had known that was the last time they would meet, he would not have let his older brother go. Before that, when he first heard the news of his brother's death, Eduardo had gone through a terrible time. He regretted not having used his sword properly back then. He had listened to fake rumors about another older brother stabbing Eduardo to seize the throne, causing Eduardo to draw his sword and kill innocent people. That had caused the wronged ghosts of those people to always seek him out to demand their lives back. Stabi smiled brightly and straightened his flashy clothing, knowing Eduardo had learned who had been behind those terrible events. Before those terrible events took place, members of the Gruenhart family had gone to the palace and demanded to meet King Eduardo. They wanted to tell him about the mistake in the correction documents regarding Gruenhart's enlistment. But the guards outside were also helpless because everything had already been settled. They could not interfere, and from far away, Stabi had seen all of it. It was he who had ordered someone to burn Count Hart's correction request and conceal all those documents. Because of that, King Eduardo had no idea that Dion Hart's enlistment was a mistake, at least at that time. He even added fuel to the fire, making Eduardo feel guilty about the wrong things he had done in the past. When you found out the truth after the war, you still stood by and watched Dion Hart dispose of his own family. If he knew the truth, I wonder how he would react. Hearing these utterly heartless words, Eduardo's face could no longer remain calm, and he seemed to lose control. "Duke Eulaster Stabi, do you want to be reincarnated, or do you want to go stare at naked chickens?" Stabi did not tremble in fear at all. Instead, he smiled smugly, believing Eduardo had no way to dispose of him. Because if Eduardo killed him without a reason, Stabi's dog-shoot honor would still remain, while Eduardo's infamy would spread even farther. With his reputation as a tyrant, would he really be afraid of those scattered bits of gossip? With a blonde-dyed mullet and a handsome face like his, was there anything to fear? Stabi understood this, and of course, these things were not enough. But the power of the royal family, and even the heir, would fall faster than a celebrity romance scandal. The utterly absurd, yet somehow consequential arguments he presented made Eduardo lower his head and think deeply. While he still had the upper hand, Stabi growled and threatened the king. "Furthermore, you have always pretended not to know anything. Does that not make you my accomplice?" Eduardo immediately responded sharply to him. "If I leave you behind, you will naturally shut that insolent mouth of yours." But though he said that, he could not actually do anything, and he let Stabi stride proudly out of the military tent. As Stabi stepped outside, he thought to himself that the reason he was allowing the king to live was because he had not yet completed his goal. Inside, Eduardo was furious beyond words, his face as cold as ice without even trying, because he was powerless. But he swore he would not rest until he had granted Stabi a fine grave. Stabi walked toward his horse. From afar, he glanced at a few people watching his movements. Everything had already been scripted by him. Some time later, Eduardo went outside and rode his horse through the silent forest to enjoy the breeze, when a group of people suddenly jumped down and blocked his path. This man was Daniel, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and he had returned home to visit his mother after completing his mission. His elderly mother held her son's face in her hands, as it seemed he had been injured. He held those diligent hands that had endured hardship and toil for his sake. Daniel said he had suffered only a light injury and that there was nothing to worry about. He gently placed his hand over his mother's, and she told him that no matter what he did or where he went, she would not say anything. That was because she believed in her son, and she reminded him to be careful. The reason he became the leader of the Revolutionary Army was to create a fair world and overthrow the king, who was gradually becoming corrupt. That was all. It was for his mother. His mother was a noble woman who had run away with a commoner. Even when she lived a simple married life, even when his father was murdered by a disgusting noble, even when she became weak from excessive stress, she had always told him about her dreams when he was little. She dreamed of a world without kings or nobles, a world without a social hierarchy, where everyone could be masters of a nation and workers within it. Someday, such a world would come. She hoped that her good son would one day be able to see that world. And he had gathered those memories together one by one. He swore that before his mother grew old and frail, he would make the world of her dreams a reality. Daniel rested his head against his mother's warm legs and confessed that he was only a sinner. He had fought for the revolution, but because of his orders, many people had lost their lives. And soon, he had an even larger explosion coming, a battle that would threaten the lives of everyone. His mother asked if Daniel wanted to stop fighting. He immediately answered no. For the sake of those who had fallen, and for his mother, he would accomplish his goal. He hoped his mother would wait for him until that glorious day. His mother smiled kindly. She had always believed her son could do it and told him to come back safely. And if anything happened to Daniel, she would drink the vial of poison and die together with her son. Hearing those words made Daniel's face darken. He wished she would not say such unlucky things. At that moment, a soldier came in to report urgent news. Aiden had taken the army to overthrow the king. Hearing this, Daniel froze in shock for about 5 seconds. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the revolutionary army had blocked Eduardo's path. But he realized they were not the only ones who wanted to kill him. He began to dismount and asked them if they knew how he had ascended the throne. Aside from being handsome and having a bright blonde mullet, he also had knowledge, expertise, and experience. He had been one of the key leaders in the 8-Year War. Before he could finish explaining, he pulled out a dagger, stabbed it into his own hand, and flung blood everywhere. One man stared blankly at the scene and visibly shrank back. After dealing with all the troublesome spirits clinging to him, Eduardo shook his injured hand, then continued the story he had left unfinished. Do you know of a nameless hero who possessed the hero's remnant? If you sincerely wish to know, then I shall kindly answer. A lowly soldier, not understanding what was going on, jumped in while Eduardo was speaking and was sent off to the afterlife with a single slash. As soon as he killed one man, the others rushed in to attack, and Eduardo blocked them with his sword. And so, one after another, they charged at him, each receiving fresh blood beneath the king's fatal strikes. With only one hand, he easily swept away an entire squad of 30 or 40 men. One of them managed to grab Eduardo's cloak and looked smug, but Eduardo simply turned and silenced him with a single slash. In the end, only one unlucky survivor remained. He trembled in fear and began to remember the name that had been forgotten, a man with immense strength, enough to cut through a mountain or even heaven and hell. A talent concealed by titles like king and tyrant. The #1 player on the server at this point in time. The one who possessed the hero's remnant, Eduardo Dizzer. In the quiet night, with the wind blowing gently, only Eduardo and his black horse remained. The area around him now looked no different from a graveyard. He wrapped his injured arm, realizing that the Duke had sent these people here. And perhaps he was also certain that these people were far below Eduardo's level. Eduardo realized that the Duke was using the Revolutionary Army to eliminate him. The Revolutionary Army's #1 goal was a world where everyone was equal. At the same time, they had recruited more newcomers in the capital of Ilion. Stabi was trying to control them by increasing their forces to confront him. Eduardo smiled sinisterly, realizing that he himself was also one of Stabi's pawns. The scene shifted to Daniel, whose head was pounding. His soldiers were running an absurd, joke-like plan by daring to block the king and fight him head-on. He angrily clenched the cloth on the table, unable to understand why Aiden had acted so rashly. The comrade beside him suggested that Aiden might have discovered the king's whereabouts and then acted. Hearing this, Daniel fell into thought for about 10 seconds, then said, someone with enough authority to obtain such important information at a time like this. Thinking that, the image of Stabi immediately appeared in his mind. Before Aiden left, someone had seen him speaking with Celine. Daniel also realized their sinister intention, to let the fisherman profit while the snipe and clam fought. They had planned a clash between the Revolutionary Army and the Emperor. Sunlight cast morning rays across the eaves of the magnificent, splendid castle. Eduardo had returned after a night of being caught in a dilemma in the old forest. As dawn had just broken, the keeper of the seal hurried out when he saw his king's clothes smeared with blood. "If I die, I suppose that is my fate." One man dared to say it, and another dared to believe it. The keeper of the seal panicked when he heard his king say such words. Eduardo cheerfully said, bury me right here." Then he told the man about the past, back when he was young. That day, a formal banquet was held to entertain the members of the great royal family of Dizzer. His brothers and sisters happily shared how they would run the country. One of Eduardo's younger sisters wanted to make the nation wealthy, and one of his younger brothers wanted to make the capital into a nation that no one would look down on by creating an empire. Another younger brother also wanted to unite the continent. They innocently and cheerfully discussed these things all day. Truly, the rich only need one opening before they start finding ways to make money. As for Eduardo, he became the one who extinguished their smiles, the Lord who destroyed those dreams. And he stepped onto an evil, heretical path, killing countless innocent people and turning this place into a land dyed red with blood. Fundamentally, he could no longer return to the path he had once chosen. Because of that, he now had to live on, taking responsibility and continuing to cause trouble, so the main character would still have work to do. As the keeper of the seal listened to his confession, he observed the unhealed wound on Eduardo's left arm. His body would basically have no value once he died, so he hoped the man would not waste military resources restoring a slab of meat. Hearing that, the man felt something was off, but Eduardo immediately told him not to worry, because thanks to someone, he had not returned to the cold earth just yet. On the demon's side, there was a new demon who had already secured a position as Commander 9, Trover. He declared that his specialty was magic. But in reality, he had six-pack abs, an attacking chest, and a defensive backside. His physical strength had been trained to the absolute limit. One punch would leave you dazed, and two would send you straight away. When he punched the ground, that terrifying power shook the entire earth. The other commander dodged the blow and attacked his body. Commander 3, Acius, and the other corps commanders watched their sparring match from afar. As for our main man, his face was dark with confusion. He had no idea what the hell was going on. Trover was chanting spells, but he was not using magic at all. Arid also had no idea why he had ended up in this remote backwater. As soon as he returned, Trover had asked him to hold a proper match. Thanks to watching plenty of con artists, Arid had some trickster instincts, so he deceived Trover by complaining that he was tired. Trover happily continued the match after getting Arid to act as referee, saying they could fight and stretch their muscles once Arid was no longer tired. Just as the fight was getting serious, the group unfortunately had to watch the lovey-dovey pair from the 5th Corps feeding everyone public displays of affection. The two flirted shamelessly in broad daylight, in front of everyone. And so the two confidently showed off their personalities, exchanging a tongue-tangling kiss right in front of the long-time singles. They looked so cute, and by cute, I mean disgustingly cute. Trover had no choice but to ask Lord Arid to order the match to begin, because he was already full from all the public affection. Arid stood in deep thought, putting on a CEO-like air, trying to find a truly impressive line to show off. "Do not stab each other, all right," Arid said with a murderous expression and a foolish smile. The space suddenly fell unnaturally silent, and Arid felt unbearably embarrassed by everyone's reaction. At that moment, Commander 12, Myers, called his name. He was a rather quiet and introverted person, but his voice and mature-looking face made him seem quite like a commander. After calling out, he stammered, then jumped behind Aha, the vice commander of the 12th Corps, and asked him to speak in his place. Seeing his corps commander acting so awkwardly, Daha politely walked over to greet Eret and speak for Myers. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned bright pink because of Daha's excited expression. First, he said that when Eret told them not to kill each other, he looked extremely cool, followed by countless praises and beautiful compliments for Eret. After hearing all those honeyed words, Eret was speechless from an overdose of flowery language. The commanders from the other corps also felt that thanks to Lord Eret, the match had now become extremely intense. Outsiders were talking random nonsense, while the people inside were still beating each other all over the place. Suddenly, Devalania mentioned the strength of S, the vice commander of the Zero Corps, who was the top candidate recommended for commander this time. Hearing this made Eret look differently at the handsome man with the glossy hair beside him. After that came Denivan, and the third person recommended for the commander position this time was Trover. But Denivan had refused the offer. OL immediately seized the chance to say that it was because he could not bear hardship due to her boundless love for him. Hearing this cheesy line made the commander beside her cringe in second-hand embarrassment. She then walked over and sat beside Eret, though he had not noticed when she arrived at all. OL held her belly and spoke of a rumor going around, saying that Eret could create babies with a certain probability when two people loved each other. Eret looked at her and silently understood that she wanted a child, but he thought demons could not have children. OL had heard that children like that were called blessings, and Eret suddenly froze for a beat. Inside the arena, the two men were still fighting fiercely, both of them extremely competitive. OL shared that she wanted to have a blessing with Denivan, but hearing the word blessing made Eret resentfully recall his own dark past. It was a memory of a picture dyed in fresh blood, with only the innocent images of him and his older brother remaining. The two brats inside continued throwing punches, one clawing and the other passively defending. As for Eret, his heart remained unmoved amid the ever-changing tides of life. The commander sitting beside him still could not understand how something this interesting failed to interest him, and wondered what possibly would. She then told him that Trover could use magic. This made Eret pause and cast an unfriendly glance at her. Seeing that Eret seemed to care about this, her eyes lit up like stars as she told him that Trover was not using magic because he had completely exhausted his mana. Because of his weird personality, always putting fun first, he had used up all his mana on those refined little amusements, though his base mana was not very high to begin with. Even so, Commander 9 could still use magic for the rest of his life. That was because each of them possessed the power of the Demon King. They were the Demon King's children. Therefore, their bodies were also formed from his power. It was the purest and most powerful mana. Eret began questioning life itself, because his life had been placed in the hands of a corps full of absolute oddballs. Seeing that flashy Trover wasting mana like that, Eret felt he was no different from a foolish spendthrift. In the arena, Trover taunted his opponent. His eyes lit up, and he unleashed a fatal blow. The earth shook. Vision was obscured. The ground beneath them cracked and shattered into pieces, and the force was immense, sending dust and wind everywhere. One of the fragments flew straight toward Eret. Before he could react and dodge, S appeared in time and flicked his hand, shattering the stone to pieces. Eret said he was still fine, but blood was flowing from his face. Everyone stopped the match because of this unexpected accident. Trover, meanwhile, repented profusely and apologized nonstop for accidentally doing that. S knelt and asked Eret for forgiveness, then cast a deeply affectionate yet cutting gaze down at Trover. I never expected the atmosphere here to be so terrible for you, and I especially never expected there to be an idiot here foolish enough to attack Lord Eret. Seeing them so tense, Eret was 30% afraid and 70% helpless. Eret saw that the situation seemed very tense, so he placed a hand on S's shoulder and said he was fine, then said he wanted a rest. He declared the match a draw and said they could continue another day. Yet these very ordinary words made the demons imagine a completely different scenario, thinking he was incredibly cool. Seeing Eret's collar react dangerously, Dr. Ben rushed over at deathly speed. Everyone thought Eret was more wicked than any demon they had ever seen. That is why no one believed Eret was kind, when even his normal actions made the world spread rumors that he was a heartless villain. After that, Eret went to meet the Demon King. As soon as they met, the Demon King got straight to the point and said it would be best for Eret to visit the Empire. Eret adjusted his clothes, looked at him, and asked if something had happened. He was already all too used to this kind of thing. The Demon King placed his hand on the table. Eret looked over and was shocked to see that they had already seized half the continent. The Demon King pointed to a location on the map and said their current target was Esperanus. Judging by size, it was the smallest kingdom on the map. It was only a matter of time before the Empire broke through its gates. Hearing the kingdom's name made Eret recall that he had heard it before. Previously, he had been suspicious and asked to remember who he really was. The butler of the hero Dion Hart, the man said. But what Eret wanted to ask was what he had done before coming here under the Emperor's orders. Because he was far too suspicious, too cool, and too strong to be called an ordinary butler. Remember stroked his beard and thought for a while, then said he came from Esperanus. Is that what you wish to know? Hearing this, Eret showed a very surprised expression, but he had no idea where that remote backwater was. What he wanted was to know the man's intentions, not his background. Returning to the present, the Demon King said the Empire would not stop at taking over the human realm, but would also target the demon realm. Therefore, a handsome and powerful man like him had no reason to simply sit and wait. Whoever wanted to come could come and try their luck. The Demon King's face became thoroughly villainous. I will begin preparing for this game. He wanted to overthrow the Empire and rename this game from a territorial dispute among humans into a wager over the survival of demons and humanity. The map immediately burned with the Demon King's purple flames, making Eret feel somewhat nervous. The true war was about to break out. The Demon King told him to set off quietly. It was dawn in the human realm now, so he would arrive there in the morning. He took out a watch to help Eret determine the time. Eret thought to himself and felt guilty over many of the things he had done in the demon realm, especially when the Demon King still treasured the gift from him. Eret had only casually given him that item because it was already in his inventory, since the Demon King kept following him around and bothering him after he returned to the demon realm. Truly, demons were surprisingly sentimental creatures. The Demon King told Eret that this time, he did not need to bring back any gifts. He only needed to bring back one important thing: information. A bleak wind blew through the dark night at the Demon Kingdom's castle. The Demon King raised his cup to drown his sorrow and spoke to himself. I do not want to send Eret away, but doing otherwise would violate the rules. Because to him, this was a game between him and the Empire to decide who would win the precious prize, Dion Hart. So this was what it felt like to be pursued by someone. The Demon King placed his cup on the high-quality, luxurious photos of Eret and thought to himself, if I detain him or take his life, I will be seen as despicable and as a failure. He wanted to follow the rules because he truly did not want this interesting game to end too quickly. Therefore, he had to be careful in using his trump card, Dion Hart, because he was very useful, but also far too dangerous a card. It will be exhausting from here on out. The Demon King revealed an evil, heretical expression completely different from his usual clownish face. Ed prepared the luggage and fastened the cloak for his commander-in-chief. Eret, meanwhile, was filled with thoughts that made him question life. He knew for certain that he might be dragged into this war. He wondered if he should stuff a handkerchief into his mouth and fight those bastards again. In the past, when Eret was young and coughing up blood violently, someone had handed him a handkerchief. That person also told him that those who appeared weak on the battlefield would often become the enemy's first targets. He could swallow the blood back down or stuff this handkerchief in his mouth, but it was best to hide the fact that he was ill. Remembering those memories made Eret's head ache. He could not clearly remember who the child in those memories was, and now he no longer needed to hide that condition. After all, he had hidden it so carefully that everyone already knew. Seeing Eret's unstable mood, Ed immediately tried asking after him in every possible way. Meanwhile, that demonic sassaflower over there also wanted in on the fun and seemed to come up with some idea. Eret set off in his grass-powered carriage, and on the way, he saw this flower full of love and affection. He immediately knew whose it was, and could only sigh at his tragic, melodramatic fate. After a long journey, Eret returned to his luxurious, dazzling, ultra-classy, sticky, lime-marinated mansion. The butler immediately came out and poured tea for his young master. And Eret also thanked him for taking such good care of the mansion while he was away. The butler said he had only done his duty, then wondered why Eret would not let the servants put away that bag. Eret tried to act as if he was fine, but deep inside, his tears were a vast ocean. He shook his cup of tea hard and evenly, answering that there was something important inside it. But in his heart, he was thinking, in what cursed situation could he possibly let someone else take this bag? He also wondered what the hell that stupid plant was doing by following him around. Eret panicked and downed his cup to drown his sorrows, then blatantly changed the subject, saying in an utterly fake way that today's tea was truly fragrant. The butler also excitedly said he had brewed it from dosa tea, which Eret had brought back last time. He told Eret that Jan had brought back a great many dosa leaves from that trip, and that Jan had also established his own trading company. Hearing this, Eret was 50% surprised, while the other 50% had more or less expected it. After all, he had previously acted as a lender and loaned Jan money, because Jan said he would go make a career with his own two hands. The butler had been scrolling through short videos and social feeds, so he knew that Jan had named the trading company Zen, and that trading company was also developing rapidly. Eret invited him to sit down and have a cup of tea together so they could chat properly. Hearing the butler's words made Eret recall how, back in the human realm, he had also heard the locals casually gossiping all sorts of nonsense about this trading company. The butler praised Jan to the skies for everything he had achieved, and told Eret to visit him when he had time. Eret looked at him with vague thoughts swirling in his head like a joke. Was Remember starting to pay attention to Jan too? Or maybe the old man was actually Jan's grandfather. Setting that absurd matter aside, Eret took another sip of tea and asked his butler loudly, "By the way, have you been well lately, Remember?" Then he told the butler that war was about to break out between his homeland and the Empire. But the Demon King had kept it so well hidden that the butler knew nothing about it. He began telling Eret about his country. It was a small kingdom located in the center of the continent. To speak of it was to speak of fortresses surrounded by natural hills and mountains. That meant if war truly broke out in Esperanza's, defeat would only be a matter of course. The king could quickly mobilize the army. The butler took a sip of tea, then said Esperanza's had never been an easy target to conquer. Hearing that made Eret wonder what remote backwater nation Esperanza's was. Just as he was about to investigate this a little more, the communication crystal from the king lit up. Eret quickly picked it up and spoke with King Eduardo, who immediately demanded that Eret report what had happened after his return and said he wanted to hear it right now. Eret told him everything from beginning to end, and Eduardo also realized that the Demon King had finally made his move. He immediately wanted to temporarily postpone the conquest and wanted everyone to unite when facing the demon realm. He knew perfectly well that confronting the Demon King was no different from throwing eggs at a rock, but he was still extremely arrogant and had no intention of withdrawing from this war. Aside from this main piece of news, he also wanted to hear other information, and Eret obediently followed his words. He told him more about the monsters and the gate that had been discovered. A gate leading to the demon realm had just been found in Tihan. Eduardo listened in a very relaxed manner, because he knew Eret would tell him everything eventually. He arranged to meet Eret at the hunting tournament next week, and had sent him an invitation along with a precious gift. At this point, Eret realized what that gift and letter were. The scene shifted to Kruin, who was reading a handwritten letter. He was angry that there had been no response at all. After receiving Dion's report upon his return from mission, he guessed that if it were the Duke, he would soon send the Revolutionary Army or the Assassin's Guild afterward. Speak of money and it never appears. Speak of the devil and the devil arrives. Stabby came and asked him about Dion Hart's return, and said there was something he needed Cruin to help him with. 1 week later, the day of the great hunting tournament arrived. Eret shuffled along with his butler, and they would stop by Jan's trading company first. But he was feeling extremely bashful, like a shy youth in his 20s, because he was wearing a flashy, blindingly red outfit in the middle of this luxurious city street. And this was precisely the precious gift the king had sent him. The butler even whispered in his ear that it fit him perfectly, and that he looked as handsome as a harvested deer. After that, they visited Jan's trading company, which was crowded and bustling. Just as Eret was wondering where to find Jan, he glanced to the left and immediately saw Jan looking like a full-fledged young CEO. The moment Jan saw Eret, he set his work aside and came over to greet him with a face even more excited than someone meeting their crush. Hearing that Eret would be participating in the hunting tournament, Jan also offered to go with him, since participants were allowed to bring one companion anyway. Jan eagerly wanted to accompany Eret, but in contrast to that enthusiasm, Eret refused without even thinking. Jan then spoke beautifully and gave reasons why Eret should take him along, trying to persuade him. But the problem was not whether Jan could swing a sword like Florentino or not. The problem was the stupid plant inside Eret's bag. He had used all sorts of unorthodox, wicked methods to erase it from this world. Knives, fire, making it free fall, releasing it into the wild, poisoning it. And 7,749 other attempts had all been useless. Eret wanted to make use of the hunting tournament to destroy this accursed demonic plant, but bringing another person along would cause him serious trouble. The butler saw Jan's enthusiasm, so he also advised Eret to take him along and trust him. Eret very much wanted to refuse a second time, but when he saw the excited looks in both of their eyes, what had to happen happened. Powerless to resist, after Jan begged him countless times, Eret was finally persuaded. Being too sentimental really was not good. Sometimes a little rationality was better. But setting that aside, the more important matter now was destroying that damned plant, with a lesson plan that was far from promising and fully displayed Eret's helplessness, leaving it in the bag and ignoring everything. Meanwhile, outside, Jan was watching Eret with blue eyes. Eret opened the door, and Jan extended his pretty little hand to help him down from the grass-powered carriage. The moment Eret looked up, he saw countless gazes criticizing and gossiping about them. Only then did he realize the two of them looked extremely affectionate. Afraid that everyone would misunderstand, he quickly pulled his arm back. Seeing this scene, Lien panicked as outrageous thoughts flashed through her mind. Escorting a man down from a carriage was a blatant insult to that person. She thought that perhaps Jan had extended his pretty little hand to support him because he knew Eret's body had been weakened by the curse. Although that cleverness and thoughtfulness were worthy of praise, stupidity could sometimes be a sin. Jan had now not only turned Eret into a laughingstock, but also mocked a hero's honor. Lien felt that no matter how merciful and generous her master was, this was beyond saving. Eret lowered his eyes, then revealed an ambiguous look and praised Jan for being truly quick-witted. He lightly touched Jan's shoulder, thanked him for being considerate because he was not feeling well today, and told Jan there was no need to do that next time. Seeing Eret's actions, the other members all greatly admired the mercy of the idol in their hearts. Even if he had gotten angry that day, no one would have dared say a word, yet he had actually forgiven him. Surely all the rumors about Lord Eret were fake. A merciful and generous person like that was truly someone worthy of respect. Hearing her comrades praise her boss so intensely made Lien reveal an extremely proud expression toward him as well. But she had no idea that people could not be judged by appearances. On the outside, Eret acted like that, but no one knew that deep inside, his tears were a vast ocean. As he walked, he sighed over the careless incident just now, paying no attention to Jan behind him. Jan's mood had gone completely dark as he followed after him. Everyone came out to welcome Eret warmly, while his hands still clutched the bag tightly, not letting anyone touch it. He looked around and noticed that several people were missing, which made Eret feel somewhat unsatisfied. His Highness the Prince then arrived right afterward, and Eret lowered his ego, greeting him respectfully. The prince placed a hand on his shoulder and mentioned the hunting competition that was about to take place. Hearing that, Eret also went along with it, saying smooth, flowery words that sounded pleasant to the ear. But in his heart, he knew perfectly well that this competition was being held to emphasize that this kingdom was not to be underestimated, but was in fact something grand. Even while war was happening, they could still chill, ride horses, and hunt beasts. The prince said he would wipe out all the monsters and leave a few behind for the competition. But to do that, he needed help from Eret and his subordinates. That was what he said, and whether Eret wanted to do it or not, he had to want to do it. Eret obeyed the order perfectly, bowed, and thanked him for the proposal, saying he was very willing to hand over his knights to him. He was about to say a few exaggerated words, so the prince would lead the soldiers away while he rested before the competition began. But who could have expected that the prince would actually point him out by name, saying that Eret himself had to personally lead his troops to eliminate the monsters, standing before the fierce monsters in front of them. The Knights of Eret's Corps showed no fear at all. Instead, they charged forward energetically to claim achievements without making any plan whatsoever. And just like that, one with a sword and another with a blade, they struck down countless monsters. Their way of fighting made even the royal knights accompanying them feel 3 parts fear and 7 parts speechless, because their fighting style was no different from their commanders. As for Eret, he was calculating in his head. Right now, he no longer needed any dignity. He only wanted to get injured and go back to rest early. But seeing his intense attitude, the royal knights thought Eret was so excited that his eyes and mouth were wide open. Suddenly, a huge wolf with sharp fangs leaped up, trying to pounce on Eret. Eret thought his chance to get injured had finally arrived, so he sat grandly on horseback and waited for it to attack. But somehow, Lien showed unnecessary enthusiasm. She stood in front of Eret, then used sword techniques as skillful as Florentino's to kill it in an instant. His heart ached, but he said nothing. He only dared raise his thumb and praise her for being very good at protecting him. Lien was delighted, her heart blooming like flowers after receiving praise from her commander. And thanks to that praise, she became even more motivated in her determination to protect Eret. But he had never asked for that. The dense horde of monsters from earlier had now nearly all been wiped out. Seeing that Plan A had failed, he immediately thought on his feet with his 129 IQ brain and decided he would fall off his horse to get injured. But even the horse did not want to hurt him. Jan immediately stepped forward to apologize, saying he had accidentally touched the horse because his foot had gotten stuck in the mud. But with that irritating expression on his face, was that really an apology? Eret did not blame him at all, only said a few perfunctory words, then quickly went to check his bag. And of course, that menace was still alive and kicking. In fact, it was alive, healthy, and doing better than ever. Jan approached with a gloomy appearance, then asked why Eret never got angry. Jan's purpose in following Eret around was precisely because of the disastrous nickname others used for him. So he kept doing improper things to make Eret lose control and get angry at him, matching that title. But somehow, Eret kept acting like a merciful Buddha, far too kind and considerate. Eret seemed to realize something, and just then, monsters came rushing in like a festival crowd. Meanwhile, Eret mounted his horse, raised his sword, and charged forward in search of an injury so he could go home. Jan continued looking at Eret with eyes that doubted all of life. A bull-headed monster rushed over with a ferocious expression. Eret had been waiting for his chance all this time, and now the moment for injury had finally come. Suddenly, Lien appeared like a god and, with one slash, split the monster before him in half like Gojo. Seeing that this plan had failed, Eret turned his horse and switched to another target. It had sharp fangs, was covered in horrifying blood, and looked utterly disgusting. Yet it was skewered in an instant by a bunch of ridiculous fellows in the core fighting over it. The two of them stared blankly, their minds in chaos. Looking at Eret from afar, they saw his expression was extremely tense. I am over 30 years old, and I have never seen a case like this. But Eret did not see that. All he saw was that these unruly fellows were far too enthusiastic. The other monsters were also sent back to Mother Earth one after another. And then, suddenly, one wolf broke free. Eret immediately seized this moment. He spun his sword in both hands and charged forward at breakneck speed. Eret's fighting stance made the other members panic, and some of them screamed in existential doubt, because if he used that skill, it would truly turn into a battlefield. Eret rushed straight toward the unlucky wolf, determined to go home and rest. 2, 3 for comrades behind him. Eret did not know if he had missed a beat, but they immediately jumped up and landed right on him, stopping his action. They were afraid that he would use a skill that surpassed his limits and speed in order to fight. But when that unorthodox, game-breaking power was activated, his body would suffer serious damage. Last time, they had all been able to survive only because of Eret's repeated sacrifices. Everyone hugged Eret with love and affection, begging him to protect his precious body. A royal knight came over to announce the end of the program. That was all for today's broadcast. They needed to keep a few monsters alive to prepare for the competition. His comrades advised him when they saw Eret looking utterly tired of life. Their words of advice sounded completely sterile, yet somehow still became pregnant. Suddenly, one member glanced over and saw, far in the distance, Jan still intently observing their actions with resentful eyes. Back at the farm, Eret lay, panting on the soft bed and warm mattress. The hunting competition was about to begin, and he did not know whether the king had implied something to him, or whether that had anything to do with the war. The very mention of the word war made Eret want to fall asleep. He hated it and did not even want to become part of it, especially since this war was against the clown lords of the demon realm. The damned flower crawled out of the bag again, and at that moment, someone came over. Eret quickly grabbed the blanket and pressed it down to hide the flower, then assumed a Wing Chun stance. Seeing this image made the man think that his captain was extremely excited for the upcoming competition. He told Eret that he could bring one other person with him in the competition, because he felt uneasy about that Jan fellow, after accidentally seeing the suspicious look in his eyes when he looked at Eret during the earlier subjugation. Eret immediately understood after hearing that, and called Lien to come take him away. She instantly appeared and pinched his ear. Upon hearing the word assistant, Lien also seriously straightened her posture and said she agreed with this as well. And the result was that the two of them spoke in unison, saying they would accompany Lord Eret. Their gazes clashed as they fought over this position, but Eret had already decided that he would choose no one, even though that man kept following him and begging, saying that there was something very suspicious about January. Of course, Eret also realized something, but if it was only him, then Eret was confident he could handle him personally. After all, if all he had was luck, he would not be the main character of this story. Suddenly, a grunting man walked up to Eret and started mocking him. The moment the group heard his words, they began radiating killing intent at his gossip. No one knew who this lord was. The others secretly thought the man was an idiot because he had no idea who he was provoking. He had dared to anger this kingdom's hero, the king's treasured sword, Eret Hart. Eret asked what kind of lord he was, and the man immediately thumped his chest and introduced himself as the true head of the Hart family, the true Duke Hart. Hearing this left everyone stunned. Ignoring the whispers around him, he pointed straight at Eret's face and said, "I am not an imposter like you." Eret realized that some collateral descendant must have ended up becoming the family head. He casually shuffled over beside the man, then put on an extremely punchable face, congratulated him, and hoped he would do his best. After all, before long, The Hart family would disappear from history. He was feeling very relaxed as he watched the downfall of his own family. The other man left in a rage, while Eret smiled with the attitude of someone full of endless schemes and dirty tricks. He figured the greedy people in the family had only put that man in the position as a pawn. The prince came over and announced that the contest would begin right now. In this kingdom, there was a custom. Admirers would give ribbons to warriors preparing to go to the battlefield, while friends and family would give handkerchiefs. Like this rosy, lovey-dovey couple, for example. Eret was not expecting anything, of course, but just as a little reminder to the younger guys, he also wanted a handkerchief. The young man over there received admiration from a little girl, who gave him a handkerchief. Seeing that, Lien remembered how, 8 years ago, during the war, she had once given one to her older brother too. Eret asked her about taking her brother's place and enlisting, but her parents had forbidden Lien from joining the army. However, she was more skilled with a sword and healthier than her frail older brother, which made her extremely worried about him. So she went through countless hardships to become a knight, because her parents would not stop her from doing that. Her story reminded Eret of his own happy family when he was young. But beautiful scripts rarely ever play out that way. Deep inside the forest, many traps have been set. Along with them, countless well-known assassins had gathered together. These people were plotting to harm Eret Hart, because earlier, Kruin had received an order from Stabby to kill him. Stabby was very overbearing and had guessed that Eret Hart was an introvert, so he would hate crowds and could be lured away using traces of monsters. This Stabby completely understood Eret Hart's thoughts, but conversely, he had hidden himself so well that Eret knew nothing. Meanwhile, on this side, that Duke from the collateral branch was also shuffling along with Eret. While Eret was busy thinking about various things, countless hateful arrows shot toward him, and Jan noticed in time, saving him by a hair's breadth. The two of them rolled over 3 or 4 times together, and before anyone could tell whether a heartbeat had been dropped somewhere, those arrows flew at them once again. This time, Eret saw them in time and kicked Jan out of danger. The assassins then began revealing themselves, and just like that, both sides started throwing hands. Eret struggled against these assassins. He really should not have been careless. He should have brought guards with him. That collateral branch guy was dead weight in both the figurative and literal sense, while Jan had only just begun learning swordsmanship. And now, Eret had only one plan left. Of all 36 strategies, running away was the best. At that moment, Eret was driven back against a tree, and countless hateful arrows immediately flew toward him. Kruin, watching from above, saw this and jumped down to save Eret. Because Eret had been rolling around several times, he vomited blood. He looked up to thank the person, only to be shocked that it was his older brother, Kruin Hart. Furious, Eret grabbed his hand and asked why he had appeared here. Kruin still looked at him with cold eyes and did not say a single word. On the other side, the demonic tree Eret had accidentally brought with him had grown super enormous and wiped out several crippled assassins. The others charged into attack, only to be skewered and killed by it. Its power completely overwhelmed these small fry. Hearing this strange commotion, the royal knights rushed over one after another. The collateral branch man hid behind a tree and tattled that the monster had crawled out of Eret Hart's bag, even though that bag was right in front of him. Someone thought that Eret Hart was the one controlling that demonic tree, and that it was his monster. Eret stood up and glanced over, making the man visibly shrink in fear, thinking that all the rumors about Eret were completely true. At this point, Kruin had also fled during the chaos. Eret stood proudly before the giant tree without the slightest fear, because now he needed to deal with it before things got worse. That was easy to say, but hard to do. The tree immediately sent its giant tentacles rushing forward to attack him. A massive impact shook the area, sending dust and smoke everywhere. Eret was squeezed around the neck and body by it. Meanwhile, the royal knights still had no idea what was going on, and after hearing the fat man's rumor, they thought the two were on the same side. Eret's body trembled, and he could hardly breathe. He used every last ounce of strength he had been born with, and chopped at it with his hand. Somehow, that one strike, as light as a feather, instantly killed the monstrous flower. Seeing this, everyone praised Eret to the heavens. Only then did Jan run over and support Eret. Eret still could not believe he had defeated it with a single blow. His body was covered in blood because he had been coughing blood due to his weak constitution, not because he had suffered any serious injury. What had just happened was merely a performance the flower had put on for him. Before slamming Eret to the ground, it had used its vines to protect his head. And when he swung his sword unconsciously, it had placed itself right in front of the blade to commit suicide. When the knights came to inspect it, its body had already withered. Perhaps Eret's flower had realized that he would get into trouble if they discovered the two of them were on the same side. So it attacked him to prove to them that the two were sworn enemies. Eret felt it was truly foolish. He had tried to kill it so many times, yet it still tried to sacrifice itself for him. Jan supported Eret against his own body, and he too had realized that the creature was connected to Eret. Eret glanced at Jan with a sharp gaze and asked if he was satisfied now. The moment that monster crawled out and attacked, Jan had stopped acting and merely watched from afar. Jan smiled in satisfaction. "Of course, master," he said, firmly confirming in his heart that Eret Heart was indeed the calamity. Who could possibly control monsters? That was impossible, unless he was the calamity. Jan promised himself that from now on, he would never doubt Lord Eret Heart again. That night at the farm, everyone laughed and chatted happily together. Only the plump Duke was worrying about how he would make a living after being threatened by Eret. Eret had warned him, saying that if he dared to act out again, Eret would clean up his entire family. After that, the king arrived, receiving everyone's respect. He took out the final score sheet and announced the winner. Cruin Heart hunted 4 monsters and took 3rd place. Elpidious Desert hunted 5 monsters and took 2nd place. And 1st place went to Eret Heart. Everyone cheered and congratulated the captain, while Eret stood there blankly, having no idea what the hell was going on. The king above explained that since this was the first time a plant-type monster had been discovered, he had awarded bonus points. And with that, the program came to an end. This broadcast ends here. Before the all-night party, however, he still had something to announce. As everyone knows, the Empire is at war with many other nations. But there is one matter more important than all of that. He raised his hand proudly and declared that they would end all wars in the human realm, and then wage war against the demon realm. Everyone below, hearing this terrible news, began arguing and talking noisily. Someone bluntly asked His Majesty whether the kingdoms currently involved in the war would accept this situation. Eduardo replied coldly that even if they did not accept it, they would have to. He believed that their territory was the only one in the human realm capable of waging war against the demons. Eret wondered why he gave no explanation about the possibility of people trying to collude with the demon side. Unlike the Demon King, who had been willing to accept an ordinary human like him and even grant him the title of Commander Zero. After all, the Demon King bore no malice or hatred toward humans, even if his abilities were absurdly overpowered and sometimes a little ridiculous. In the demon realm, as long as one had talent, one would be accepted regardless of class, gender, or skin color. A while later, the two of them went outside to talk privately. Eduardo said that the prize for 1st place would be sent directly to Eret's home, and that he was also thoughtfully considering giving him an additional reward worthy of his efforts. Hearing that, broke as he was, Eret wanted to suggest money. But putting that thought aside, what caught his attention was the fact that the king had been wearing gloves at some point. Seeing Eret distracted and not listening to his rambling, Eduardo shouted loudly and called his name. He repeated that Eret would participate in this war. Seeing Eret's hesitant attitude, Eduardo grew smug, believing he had hit Eret where it hurt. As for Eret, deciding which side to follow depended entirely on his own intuition. Eduardo's face turned frightening as he asked which side Eret intended to take, saying that he had given him many chances until now. Hart had once participated in a monster subjugation mission where even the hero had lost his life, yet he successfully survived that disaster and brought back the hero's corpse. It was an extraordinary achievement, but that very incident had dragged him into this mess. Earlier, during the mission, when Eduardo saw him constantly vomiting blood, he thought it was because the mark on his collarbone was the Demon King's curse. When asked about destroying that mark, Eret immediately wanted to return to the demon realm to investigate. But precisely because of that, things took a more complicated turn than he had expected. Just like that, he became a double agent. And Eduardo had realized all of this. He had not expected Eret to be able to fake it so convincingly. The fact that Eret returned safely from the demon realm made him suspicious and led him to speculate. The information Hart brought back from the demon realm was so detailed that someone who was not close to the Demon King could not possibly have known it. Eduardo did not know how this benefited the Demon King. But coincidentally, rumors about Commander Zero also began spreading around the same time Hart started moving back and forth between the two realms. Eduardo slammed the table, sending the documents on its scattering. He finally realized that Hart was not only serving the Empire. The Demon King was also making use of him, just as Eduardo was. Eduardo listed everything Eret had been doing behind his back. Eret remained solemn, standing there and listening to every word, affirming that he had never once lied whenever His Majesty questioned him. And that was exactly why Eduardo had allowed him to survive until now. Eret was like an intermediary who belonged to no side at all. If questioned, he spoke. If not, he stayed silent. He was merely reluctant while carrying out missions, yet he never refused any order. He was someone with experience, knowledge, and first-hand understanding, talented in every way. To Eduardo, Eret was now the most useful piece between him and the Demon King. Both sides were aiming for the sole prize, Hart. Eduardo poured honeyed words into Eret's ear. "You are human, so stay here." Hearing this, Eret froze at those refined words, because those who walk too often at night will eventually run into ghosts. Eduardo decided to bestow upon Eret the honorary title of Marquis in order to make him lean toward his side. But he had no idea that Eret had already seen right through those thoughts. At the party, while everyone was laughing and enjoying themselves, Eret walked over and greeted the Rose of the Empire. She clasped her hands together, her cheeks blushing because his beauty had moved her, and asked about what had happened during the hunting contest. Eret suggested that the two of them go somewhere quiet to talk. She immediately agreed, saying anywhere was fine as long as they could be alone. And so the two of them went for a walk in the nearby forest. She seemed regretful that she had not been able to give him a ribbon, wishing him a safe hunt. That was why, when she heard he had been attacked by assassins, she was extremely alarmed. Eret confirmed that he was fine, but said he felt very sad. With a face that radiated coldness, while still looking extremely handsome, he thought it was only natural that she had forgotten. He pointed out that it was only natural because Her Highness did not truly like him. She was openly mocking him. She knew that everything he did was an act. Embarrassed, she confessed that she wanted the two of them to be tied together by fate, that she wanted to become a couple with Eret. He held her hand and coldly rejected her confession. After being rejected by a handsome man, the princess squatted on the ground and started overthinking Eret. Someone with looks like that, yet happily single. Could he perhaps be interested in men? Being bad-mouthed behind his back gave Eret goosebumps. At some point, Marquis Sigma Primero appeared from behind, placed a hand on his shoulder, and greeted him. The moment they met, he acted as though the two had been close since forever, though in reality they were each on their own, then asked Eret to judge something between him and the Count beside him. He began explaining the whole story to Eret from beginning to end. Demi-humans had been continuously invading his territory, killing innocent people, stealing, and causing chaos for a long time, so he had reported the situation to the Empire. He wanted to personally go and eliminate those demi-humans, but the Count refused. The Emperor said that he and the Count should resolve the matter themselves, since that place was his territory anyway and had nothing to do with Eduardo. Specifically, he wanted to prioritize wiping out the demi-human tribe before the war began. Eret then proposed the theory that the barbarians might ally with the demons. The Count insisted that such a thing could never happen, but in this society, nothing was guaranteed. Even after 7 years of love, people still get cheated on. So what about trivial issues like these? Hearing Eret's reasoning, Sigma burst out laughing, delighted by his wisdom. He felt the Baron's only flaw was that he was too merciful. Aside from money, what changed human consciousness was absolute power and hatred. He analyzed this difficult problem for Eret to understand. If the demons possessed peerless power, humans would choose to stand with them as long as they could survive. And there would be people willing to sell their souls to demons just to take the lives of those they hated. Some people even sell their souls to capitalism in exchange for a meager wage. The demi-humans did not have a good relationship with them, so there was a high chance they would side with the demons. Sigma cheerfully clapped his hands and said that Eret was on his side, and that he would report this to the Emperor. Countless prying eyes were watching their conversation. But with just one glance from Sigma, the gossip crowd immediately turned their faces away. Eret was also surprised by the influence of the Empire's second hero. Eret looked at him and realized that his eyes were brown. Sigma scratched his head and thought they were quite ordinary, but in any case, they were the same color as his mother's eyes. Only then did Eret realize he had seriously messed up, his face drenched in cold sweat because his mouth had moved before his brain. Sigma was born to a maid, yet he still went to get wine and happily invited Eret to drink with him, showing no resentment at all. Sigma was pleased to see Eret's innocent face, which was completely different from the rumors that described him as cold. He also felt that the Emperor cherished Eret greatly, and that Eret shared similarities with him. They were people who had risen from the bottom of society, people who were never satisfied, and who were always obsessed with proving themselves. And finally, the ones who suited him best were those who had laid hands on their own families. Those words shone down on Dion like a blazing halo. He remembered his past, how it had gone from bright and beautiful colors to pitch-black darkness as he grew older and was alienated by his family. Seeing that he did not want to talk about it, Sigma snapped his fingers and ordered someone to bring more fine liquor to get him drunk, because alcohol loosens the tongue. Meanwhile, Stabi went to have an audience with the king and asked whether he had ever suffered hallucinations. The king kept denying it, but before asking that question, Stabi had observed him very carefully. His left hand, which never healed despite possessing the hero's remnant, and his habit of staring in an empty space. A figure as important as the emperor of a nation should always know how to look forward. Yet he only clung stubbornly to the past and to things already gone. Their king always felt guilty over even the smallest mistakes and was easily drowned in that guilt. How could a king who could not bear the weight of his own crown deserve the people's recognition? Stabi spoke to his king in an extremely arrogant tone. With a cryptic expression, he said that the position Eduardo held carried far too heavy a responsibility. So perhaps it was time for him to pass it on to someone else. Eduardo thought he was spouting nonsense and said that if Stabi wanted it, he should cut off his head and take it. Seeing the terrifying look on his face, Stabi covered his mouth and smiled. Then he asserted that once he was qualified, Eduardo would hand it over to him openly and honorably. With a mysterious look, he said that for now, he was still turning a blind eye to certain issues. And there was a reason he could be so arrogant. He was the leader of the nobility. On top of that, an imperial hero was his subordinate, and he wielded great influence over society through the Church of Atonement. Not only that, he also had deep ties to the Revolutionary Army. For him, bringing Eduardo down would be as easy as turning over his hand. Eduardo then asked him seriously why he wanted that position. Stabi answered excitedly, "Does one need a reason to want power?" In truth, he only wanted Eduardo to leave the throne of his own accord, seeing that the king understood his meaning. Stabi added that he wanted power in order to protect something, and royal authority was the pinnacle of power. But Eduardo was no pushover either. Far from it. If Stabi wanted it, he could come and try to seize it. The two stared each other down under terrifying pressure, and Stabi was the first to withdraw respectfully of his own accord. He left, strolling through the silent night with calculations running through his mind, certain that the king must also be troubled by many thoughts. He went to his horse and decided to spread this rumor, whether or not it was true. Any rumor would do, as long as it contained the idea that demons had a habit of betrayal and eating people. Even fake news was fine, so long as it weakened trust between humans and demons. The assassins above obeyed him and immediately vanished with swift footwork. He would give the king time to enter the war, and after that, he would take the throne, because he did not want to let his empire slip away so easily. At that moment, with alcohol in his system, Dion switched into combat mode. He was ready to fight, even if the one before him was the empire's second hero. As long as someone was called an enemy, he would rush forward and slash wildly at Sigma, astonishing even Sigma himself. At first, Sigma had only wanted to get Dion drunk so that he would speak his truest feelings. Who could have guessed that when Dion asked, "Are you my enemy?" Sigma would answer, "Perhaps I am." And thus this fight began. Dion wielded a sword in each hand and slashed at Sigma without pause, while Sigma blocked every crazed strike with only one hand. He thought Dion would be extremely difficult to deal with when sober, since even drunk, he was already this absurdly dangerous. Seeing that Dion seemed to have calmed down, Sigma suddenly accelerated and closed in to gain the upper hand. Kruin unexpectedly appeared in time and blocked that attack. The instant Dion saw him, he grabbed him by the throat, then slashed at his neck with a short sword. Dion kept muttering that Kruin was an enemy and had to be eliminated. Eduardo was also there and stopped Dion with his hand. Unexpectedly, Dion twisted and dislocated his own wrist, leaving even Eduardo shaken and amazed by the act. Kruin stared blankly at his younger brother, who was gradually losing his humanity. Dion had now entered massacre mode. All enemies would be eliminated. Seeing that his beloved subordinate had lost control, Eduardo also decided to use force. He grabbed Dion's arm and slammed his head down onto the cold ground. Looking at the wrist Dion had injured himself, Eduardo could only think that he was truly foolish. He told Dion that this was not a battlefield, then reset his broken wrist for him. The intense pain surging back helped Dion regain his reason. Seeing his younger brother in that state, Kruenhart could only fall silent before going to his horse and leaving. He was furious, not because of the wound Dion had given him, but because Sigma had dared to point a sword at his younger brother, whom he loved so much that he could not bring himself to hate him. He ordered Sanzer to stay until Dion woke up and deliver a message for him. "Do not wander the streets tonight. Go home immediately." Dion collapsed unconscious on the bed, and when he woke, his body ached all over and he remembered nothing of what had just happened. Dion sat up and apologized for the trouble he had caused while drunk. Sigma did not mind and instead found it very interesting. Sigma had heard from the king about Dion's condition, the phenomenon of a person falling into hallucinations, hearing imaginary voices, becoming extremely depressed, or turning aggressive, while everyone around him seemed to become his enemy. It was a common symptom in those who had been wounded or had killed people in battle, post-traumatic stress disorder from the battlefield. Rumor had it that Dion had been sent to the battlefield at 14, but to Sigma, his junior was still only human. However, if that rumor was accurate, then Dion was even more exceptional than he had thought. And Sigma saw that Dion truly was an outstanding junior. Dion kept vomiting blood despite having only dislocated his wrist and suffered a scattering of bruises. Eduardo did not hide it from everyone and said that it was due to the Demon King's curse. Because of that curse, Dion's body would grow weaker. Hearing this, Sigma grew even fonder of Dion, knowing that he must have endured a great deal in order not to let others discover his weakness. When Kruin returned to the mansion, he found Stabi there, playing chess alone in the dark night. Kruin greeted him, and Stabi lowered his voice and told him to kneel. Immediately afterward, a knife lodged itself in Kruin's thigh. He realized at once that the three men behind Stabby were not ordinary guards, but assassins. He curled his lip and lowered his head to listen to what Stabby had to say. "Did you think I wouldn't notice that you were protecting Dion Hart?" Meanwhile, Dion heard Kruin's subordinate deliver his message. After listening, Dion found it vague, like some kind of joke, and felt that he had no need to obey that man. But Kruin had already predicted this, because that brat never listened to him. So if his subordinate said that, Dion would definitely stay outside tonight. Then he would probably drag that wounded body of his around and invite trouble upon himself again, which would actually benefit Kruin. Truly, Heaven's schemes could not compare to Kruin's. Sure enough, Dion rode his horse past his subordinates. With a resentful look on his face, he declared that he was going out for some air alone and forbade anyone from following him. Sandy came over wanting to give Dion a cloak to make up for having tested him before. Seeing that face full of admiration made Dion remember someone. In the neighboring village, sky lanterns glittered across the night sky. Dion walked hunched over with the cloak around him. Because the place was too crowded with the festival going on, he had no choice but to walk instead of riding his human-powered Ferrari. The children there played innocently, while Dion walked and kept guessing at what was going on. Then he realized that Kruin was trying to lure him, and this was surely a trap. When they were young, he and Kruin had fought thousands of battles of wits through chess. Kruin's moves had always been wicked and unorthodox, and no matter how hard Dion tried, he had never truly been able to beat him. Dion kept making excuses for himself as he looked for a way to turn back. He was thinking so much that he failed to watch where he was going, and ended up bumping into a man, causing him to vomit blood. The scene then shifted back, where Stabby was recounting Kruin's suspicious behavior to him. Instead of making use of the Revolutionary Army's existing manpower to assassinate Dion, Kruin had chosen to hire assassins. He had even changed the terms of the assassination. As long as they caused even a small scratch on the target, he would gladly pay half the reward immediately. Stabby had also heard rumors that Kruin had personally saved Dion Hart's life during this hunting tournament. Kruin merely bowed his head and admitted his guilt, then said that he wanted to skewer his younger brother with his own hands, not through anyone else. Hearing this, Stabby seemed rather pleased. Why had he not said so earlier? Stabby snapped his fingers, and the two assassins behind him vanished. Then he said he wanted to make a wager with Kruin, giving Kruin the chance to kill Dion in whatever way he wished. Of course, Stabby would not just sit still and let him do it alone. Whoever killed Dion first would win this wager. The prize was that the loser would have to obey one command from the winner unconditionally. Kruin picked up a chess piece that Stabby had stepped on atop the carpet, and asked why he wanted to kill Dion Hart so badly. His younger brother had been born with albinism. He was a premature child, and no one knew why he had been in such a hurry to be born into the world. Though he was so small and weak, Kruin could never forget how happy their parents had been when they saw that he was alive and well. At that moment, Kruin's heart had been warmed by that tiny hand. But Dion was so weak that even slight stress would make him vomit blood. His constitution was extremely frail. He was sensitive to stress and sunlight, and needed special care every day. Kruin and their parents always stayed by Dion's side and cared for him without limit. Their father wanted the family not to treat Dion differently, fearing that it would make him feel inferior and ashamed of himself. But perhaps because of that, the unemotional Hart family chose the wrong path from then on. Caring for a sickly child unintentionally created a great misunderstanding in Dion and made him lose faith in life and in his own family. Sometimes, Kruin had to harshly scold Dion when he saw his younger brother training with a sword, because he was afraid Dion would get hurt. But Dion kept being wounded again and again, and gradually built a wall around that pitiful little heart. On the day Dion was sent to the battlefield, after 8 long years in a place full of bloodstains, that heart became covered in scratches. And Dion personally killed their father and mother before Kruin's eyes. Kruin's world nearly collapsed then. Seeing his brother like that made his heart feel as if it were being cut apart, and tears streamed down his face. Kruin defeated his younger brother on the day of that tragedy, but he still could not bring himself to strike Dion's anguished face. Because they had failed to protect him, the family had forced him to change. So how could Kruin hate his younger brother? Dion was more precious to him than his own life. And at last, the truth was revealed after Kruin conducted a series of investigations. The source of all this suffering was the man named Stabi Yulaster. Kruin did not understand how Stabi could have known about Dion, a boy who had never even stepped outside. Even after the war ended, Stabi's hatred for Dion still did not cease. Therefore, Kruin decided to become his subordinate precisely to protect his younger brother, Dion Hart, from the claws of Stabi Yulaster. Returning to the present, Stabi also spoke about the reason he wanted to kill Dion, the contract between him and the Demon King. Just a tiny fragment of power he received through that contract had made him think himself extraordinary. Before that, he had summoned the Demon King and wanted to form a contract with him. But the Demon King had no interest in it at all. Then Stabi came up with an extremely twisted idea. He would offer the bored Demon King a new toy. He told the Demon King about a minor noble with snow-white hair and deep crimson eyes like a member of the Uchiha, despite being human. At a banquet once, Stabi had noticed and observed Dion Hart many times. His conscience was rotten to the core when he proposed a wager over how long the weak Dion Hart would survive on the battlefield. The Demon King laughed with delight, seeing that this man was not only immoral and beastly, but also utterly cruel. The Demon King happily bet that Dion Hart would survive. Hearing that, Stabi wondered, wasn't the bet supposed to be how long he could survive, not whether he would survive? He did not understand why the Demon King would choose the underdog. But to the Demon King, choosing the underdog was always more interesting, like betting on the Red Devils in every match. The day the war ended was also the day the wager reached its conclusion. If the boy died, Stabi would win. If he remained alive, victory would belong to the Demon King. And just like that, the wager began. The reason this man, with a rotten conscience, sent Dion Hart to the battlefield was so that he would die. The reason a child of noble blood was placed on the front lines and appointed as a commander was to make Dion Hart perish. The reason Stabi cruelly severed all contact with the Hart family and kept forging documents was that it was the only way he could win his wager with the Demon King. Who could have guessed that Dion Hart's Vanguard Corps would remain undefeated, winning every battle? He lived so stubbornly that he became a legend, a great hero of the 8-Year War. Dion Hart survived and obtained countless achievements. But when Stabi met the Demon King again, the Demon King gave him another proposal. Bring Dion Hart to him, and in return, he would grant this bastard a bit of demonic power. Seeing the Demon King's interest, Stabi came up with the idea of bringing Dion Hart to the Demon King's palace. He then suggested to his own king that Dion Hart join the expedition to subjugate the Demon King, using the excuse that such talent should not be wasted. He told the king to forge Dion Hart into his sword. Although Eduardo hesitated a little, because by then he also knew who Dion Hart was, things ultimately proceeded as planned. Dion Hart set off and left the Empire. Stabi happily savored that moment because the script was too perfect. Unfortunately for him, it did not happen that way because Dion arrogantly returned with the hero's corpse in his hands. Back in the present, Stabi demanded that Kruin report and confirm where Dion had gone. But he did not know that Kruin had secretly followed his younger brother and killed the assassins. Kruin knew Dion was planning something and left a message that perhaps this was unavoidable, and that he hoped Dion could win the wager Kruin had just made with Stabi. Everywhere in the human realm was filled with Stabi's information network. But if Dion headed there, even Stabi's power would become hopeless. After all, the commander of the Zero Corps had suddenly appeared in the demon realm, and the imperial hero beloved by the Emperor was one and the same person. What Stabi could not handle was the fact that Dion was actually a double agent, someone who held an extraordinary position in the demon realm, while also being an extremely influential figure in the Empire. Both of those powerful people had chosen Dion, And what Stabby feared most was Dion siding with the Demon King. By any means necessary, he wanted to kill Dion before it was too late, and for the sake of the Empire. At that moment, Dion was lying unconscious on a sickbed under the supervision of the Revolutionary Army's captain. He himself did not know why he was doing something so absurd. Calling a doctor at once to save Dion, the man considered the Revolutionary Army's second greatest enemy. His hands, veins bulging blue, wanted to seize Dion by the throat. Daniel's entire body was filled with hatred. His face was furious, his teeth clenched hard together, and sounds kept spilling from his mouth. Die. Die for me. His eyes were full of killing intent. He forced out every word with all his strength. Dion Hart. Blood flowed from Dion's mouth, making Daniel suddenly think of his mother. He fell into a daze, painfully remembering her. This made Daniel panic and retreat backward, his thoughts gradually returning. Daniel staggered back in alarm. He collapsed to the floor, breathing rapidly. Consider yourself lucky, Dion Hart. Even so, Daniel was still deeply unwilling to accept it. His hands clenched tight. Why did it have to be today? Thinking back to earlier, specifically a few hours ago, during the Revolutionary Army Commanders meeting, a man spoke up. Do you intend to complete our mission? A girl stood up and said in a very angry voice, now is not the time. The war between humans and demons is about to break out. Then when will we begin the uprising? Daniel raised a hand to his forehead and closed his eyes. He had a slight headache. That voice continued, nagging in his ear. If you keep delaying like this, can you really say you have no private scheme of your own? I already thought something was strange last time. Daniel was so angry he felt like he might start smoking. He snapped in irritation. At a time when humanity is standing on the brink of war with the demon realm, you still dare suggest launching an uprising immediately? The girl wanted to explain that was not what she meant, but Daniel continued to emphasize, the reason for our existence and our actions is always rooted in the people. At that moment, another voice spoke up. Do you think this revolutionary army could still exist without their support? That voice caught Daniel's attention. He glanced over and saw that the speaker was Pao. The boy continued in a very firm tone. We must convince the people to believe in our ideal of fairness. To do that, we have to eliminate the nobles first. Our ideology must be recognized first. In my opinion, that is the true revolution. Daniel quietly listened to Pao speak. He smiled, then picked up a chess piece and placed it on the board. Right. Only by standing before the city gates can one meet the king, Daniel asked. In your view, do we have the ability to carry out this plan? His question left everyone in the meeting frozen. Daniel continued, not long ago, didn't someone act on their own without consulting their superiors, causing the Revolutionary Army to suffer losses? Who knew clearly that the plan had problems but failed to stop it? They were just like you, all impatient to start an uprising. Hearing this, the people around him felt somewhat guilty and did not dare raise their heads. Suddenly, Daniel spoke in a very loud voice. So, if any of you still believe we should launch an uprising right now, then stop sitting in these command seats. Daniel once again stood up and slammed his hand hard on the table, his expression extremely resolute. The meeting ended, and everyone left the room, leaving only Daniel and Pao behind. Pao hurriedly asked, Brother, are you all right? You're about to leave, so remember. Before he could finish, Daniel raised a hand and flicked him hard on the forehead. Pao held his head and rubbed his forehead. Daniel chuckled softly. Daniel raised his hand and rubbed Pao's head, saying, You've grown up, Pao. You even know how to take someone else's side now. Pao froze stiff after hearing that, seeming a little surprised. With a gentle expression, Daniel continued, You did very well just now. Thank you. Pao seemed a little embarrassed and replied to Daniel, Have a safe journey. Daniel was slightly bewildered. I'm not going anywhere. Pao blushed and forced out a lot of words. I know that whenever you're stressed, you go back to visit your mother. So Pao told Daniel to go ahead and visit his mother. Daniel seemed surprised, then felt a little warmth. He smiled brightly. You really have grown up. After that, The two brothers began joking around. Daniel wrapped one arm around Pao's neck and rubbed his head with the other hand. You really don't want me to take you back to the dormitory? Pao seemed embarrassed and tried to push him away. Stop rubbing my head. Daniel had promised his mother that he would show her the world she had always wished for, so he would not give up. Daniel's resolve grew even firmer. But life always gives people painful falls. After returning home, Daniel opened the door and saw his mother lying on the floor. His mother had long been enduring a severe illness. He ran over and held his mother. Why is it like this? Daniel's whole body trembled, and he felt as if he had gone numb. He shouted loudly at the soldiers behind him. When did my mother's condition worsen? Why didn't you tell me? His comrades had hidden everything, though all of them had known. Daniel's mother struggled to open her eyes wide, her thin, gaunt face looking toward her son. She tried to speak. Daniel, my son, I'm all right. Don't kill them. At some point, 2 streams of tears had already rolled down Daniel's face, and the tears kept falling without end. That man was now crying like a child. There is no pain greater than the pain of losing a loved one. Daniel's mother tried to raise her hand and stroke her son's head. I begged them not to tell you. Daniel understood too. His mother had not wanted her son to suffer, because the leader of the Revolutionary Army was not allowed to falter. No matter what happened, his mother only wanted what was best for him. But Daniel could not accept this truth either. She had not yet gotten to see that world. Daniel walked down the street in a daze and accidentally bumped into a man. That man did not seem very good-tempered. He cursed at Daniel, asking if he had no eyes to watch where he was going. Daniel was still immersed in the pain of losing his mother and no longer cared about the world around him. The present Daniel was still looking at his own blood-stained hands, and he continued remembering that time. Daniel was walking down the street when someone bumped into him. That person hurriedly apologized. Daniel slowly turned around and looked at the young man with white hair. That person was coughing blood, which made Daniel remember his mother. But Daniel tried to calm himself down. Daniel told himself inwardly, "This is not my mother." Yet he still tried to save that young man, because the trauma of his mother's death made him unwilling to let anyone die. Daniel held the young man tightly. His eyes bloodshot, and tears once again continued to fall. Daniel ran as fast as he could, his mouth constantly saying, "It's all right. Wait a little. No matter what, I will save you, mother." Perhaps he had thought this was his mother. At that moment, pain had clouded his reason. Right then, he was no longer himself. Those thoughts occupied every corner of his being. Returning to the present, Daniel braced both hands against the floor and slowly stood up, thinking inwardly. At that time, he reminded me of mother, so I reacted that intensely. Even now, I still can't bring myself to kill him. Why have I become this weak? Daniel said to himself. Daniel stared at Dion and felt that this person truly was very lucky. Daniel's gaze was very cold. He thought that he should have killed this man the moment he recognized him, but today he could not do anything to him. Daniel noticed the mark on Dion's chest. It was a curse mark. He had heard of this thing before. Daniel thought to himself, this man isn't only coughing blood. He has also been struck by a curse. Even if I don't kill him, he won't live much longer. Perhaps Daniel was trying to persuade himself not to take Dion's life. This was truly contradictory to what he had said to the commanders. But he could think of a more perfect way to carry it out. Daniel walked to the door and grasped the handle, then remembered his mother again. If Dion had been cursed by the Demon King, then perhaps his mother had been cursed by this world, because this world had always been cruel to his pitiful mother. Daniel left, leaving Dion alone in the room. As soon as Daniel left, Dion woke up. Dion coughed dryly a few times, blood still staining his mouth. He raised a hand to touch his neck. Damn it, he finally left. Was he trying to torture me to death? I almost went to meet God. Dion cursed inwardly. Dion looked around, wanting to leave this place quickly. Dion got out of bed, still muttering. Where is this? Why does it look like a clinic? Dion was somewhat suspicious of what these people were hiding here. He guessed that this definitely was not an ordinary clinic. Just as he wanted to escape, the door suddenly opened, and a man walked in. The two stared at each other, and the space suddenly went silent for a few seconds. Dion was scared out of his wits, thinking that Daniel had returned. He guessed this person was a doctor. Dion panicked. He suddenly became foolish and confessed without even being questioned. It's not that I was trying to run away. Honestly, there was no saving him. Why was our male lead so clueless? Suddenly, Dion thought of something. He guessed this person had come to demand payment. So Dion hurriedly said he had no money. But the man told Dion not to worry about that, as he had not come to collect a debt. He gave him a cloak and a blindfold, then told him that if he wanted to leave, he should take these with him. Then he turned around and left Dion with a reminder. If you remember the way to this place, it will be troublesome. So even if it's a little uncomfortable, you must put on the blindfold. Come outside once you're ready. I will escort you out of here. Dion guessed that there must be something very shady about this place for them to act so mysteriously. The scene shifted. Yolaster propped his chin on his hand, looked at Daniel, and asked, Daniel, why have you suddenly come here so early in the morning? Yolaster could sense that something was unusual about Daniel. Daniel clasped both hands behind his back, stood straight, and answered boldly, I need to discuss the uprising. When, in the end, are we going to act? Daniel asked Yolaster coldly. Despite Daniel's haughty attitude before him, Duke Yolaster still remained calm. He spoke with great confidence. In the upcoming battle against the demons, the kingdom's army will be the most important force. If a civil war breaks out now, our country will fall into danger. In contrast to Yolaster's confidence and composure, Daniel seemed impatient. He tried to argue back, but the commanders beg me every day. I hope you do not expect us to sit still. Seeing Daniel's unusually different attitude, Duke Yolaster guessed that Daniel must have learned of his mother's illness. As expected, someone who had reached this position had no ordinary ability to observe a situation. Duke Yolaster slowly stood up, every one of his gestures and movements extremely elegant. Duke Yolaster advised Daniel to stop everything and temporarily enjoy this life. Yolaster felt a little disappointed, because he had always regarded Daniel highly, yet Daniel was so easily shaken by a few minor matters. Duke Yolaster walked toward Daniel, patted Daniel on the shoulder, and spoke in a confiding tone. Why don't you stop and rest a little? I think you should use this time to calm your mind and think things over. You realize that you've become far too impatient, don't you? What has suddenly gotten into you? Duke Yolaster's words made Daniel think for a long time. In the end, he only replied with 3 words, I understand. Duke Yolaster had his own purpose in saying those things. He wanted to make sure Daniel would not harbor any other thoughts while the war was happening, not because he had any good intentions. After speaking with the Duke, Daniel walked down the road. He kept thinking about what the Duke had just said. He believed that it was because the Duke had accepted his position that he had gained the standing he had today. Daniel remembered Yolaster's words again. Do you want us to remain motionless until the king has conquered the continent? Aiden has already led troops in rebellion. Thinking back, before Aiden left, someone had seen him speaking with Seelan. Daniel suddenly thought of something important. Could it be that the Duke and Seelan arranged for the Revolutionary Army and the King's army to clash? Daniel grew even more nervous. He hoped the empire would not collapse. Daniel gritted his teeth, his face extremely fierce. Of course, those in high positions like the Duke would not easily give up their status. From the very beginning, I felt he was the most suspicious. The reason he approached the Revolutionary Army was only to ensure that we would fall into his trap. Daniel looked out the window, feeling that he was truly foolish. He should have been more cautious when cooperating with people of high power and status. While Daniel was sinking into deep thought, he suddenly heard a call of brother from behind him. That voice belonged to Pao and startled him. Daniel turned around and saw Pao striding toward him aggressively. His fists were clenched, and his face was tense as a drawn bowstring. Pao, you haven't left yet? Seeing Pao walk over, Daniel asked that question. But Pao, with an angry expression, came up in front of him and stared at him. This also made Daniel feel a little frightened. He stammered and asked, what's wrong? Pao questioned Daniel. Did you bring Dion Hart here? Hearing this question, Daniel's eyes shifted from doubt to panic. Daniel grabbed Pow by the shoulders and asked in return, "How do you know? Did you see him leave?" But he should have been wearing a cloak. Pow went from being the questioner to being the one questioned, and he told Daniel to slow down first. But Daniel ignored everything and continued pressing him. Did anyone else see Dion Hart? Pow hurriedly soothed Daniel's out-of-control emotions. "Brother, calm down. I was the only one who saw him." Pow was grabbed by the collar by Daniel. He grimaced and said loudly, he really was wearing a cloak and a blindfold. But I recognized his hair. With hair that distinctive, who wouldn't recognize him? Hearing that, Daniel gradually calmed down. He inwardly cursed the old man at the clinic. Damn it, that man should have hidden him more carefully. Seeing that Daniel had calmed down, Pow began to counterattack. "I don't understand. Why didn't you kill him? At the very least, you should have taken him hostage and extracted information from him. He's the king's hunting dog. This would definitely affect the king. And because of him, the Church of Salvation was destroyed." And Cynthia, too, remembering the past, made Pow burst into tears like a child. Back then, when he saw Daniel, Pow had run over, hugged Daniel, and cried in his chest. Daniel asked in surprise, "Kid, did you come alone? Didn't you say you were going to bring your younger sister with you?" Pow said tearfully, Brother, Seelan. She said she didn't want to go anywhere. When she held my hand." At this point, Pow burst into even louder sobs. Daniel hurriedly comforted him. "I understand. Maybe your sister needs time to think. Why don't you go visit her? I'll go with you. Even if your sister isn't there, it's fine. As long as you're strong enough to protect her, that's enough. Right?" Daniel rubbed the head of this little crybaby. The boy also held back his tears and obediently nodded. As the memory ended, Daniel suddenly brought up that matter again and teased Pow. "It's been a long time since I saw you cry in front of me. You've gotten so big, yet you still cry like a 3-year-old. Pow became angry out of embarrassment and told Daniel not to change the subject. "When I met you, I was already grown up, but I really want to know the truth. Why'd you do that? I don't understand." Daniel probably knew his actions were wrong, so he did not want to answer. He gave a reason that even a 3-year-old child would find irritating. It was for personal reasons. Daniel admitted to Pow that he had made a mistaken decision. However, no one is perfect, and Daniel also believed that in the future, Pow would discover more of his weaknesses. Pow was somewhat confused after hearing this and still did not fully understand Daniel's words. Daniel looked at Pow and continued, "Just ignore these unreasonable things. Only learn what will benefit you." Daniel planned to teach him many things in a short time. He hoped Pow could learn quickly. The position of successor was not easy, kid. Hearing that, Pow immediately panicked. "Your successor? Me? That's impossible. Is this why you've been taking me everywhere?" Daniel seemed very pleased at another person's misfortune. "You only realize that now? Why did you think I let you attend such important meetings?" After saying that, he turned and left. Pow trailed behind him, begging nonstop. "Brother, there's so many people, so why me? I'm just a street kid. I don't even know basic studies." But Daniel had already turned and walked away, leaving only a wave of goodbye and one sentence behind, "Don't worry. I'll teach you everything." Pow's face turned pale as he desperately tried to find a way to refuse. "But I'm still young." Daniel cut him off. "I thought you said you were already grown up?" Pow felt that today really was unlucky. His own words had come back to bite him. Daniel comforted him, saying Pow was still young. Youth was wonderful. It allowed one to view the world from every angle and not fear change. Daniel reassured Pow that although he had been born in a kingdom, he had grown up in the slums, left to fend for himself without any help from the empire. Do you know that many people in the Revolutionary Army come from different countries? The fact that you have nothing to do with the empire only proves our fairness. At this moment, they were sitting in the office. Pow had begun to accept reality. He sat there and spoke with Daniel. "Is that why you chose me?" "That is one of the reasons. But the most important reason is that you know how to love." Hearing that, Pow froze. Blushing, he asked in return, "Love? I've never been in love before." Just from his innocent look, one could tell he had been single since birth. Daniel burst out laughing and teased Pow. "Who said love between a man and a woman is the only kind of love, even if you may not be able to name it. When you devote your whole heart to someone, what is that feeling? Hearing this, Pao unconsciously murmured Seelan's name. His hand clenched tightly. Pao argued, "But isn't that your weakness too? Every time your mother is mentioned, you become agitated." Daniel did not deny it. Every time his mother was mentioned, he exposed his ugly side in front of Pao. Even so, Daniel continued, "But Pao, the ideal of the revolution is fairness. To create such a world, we need someone who knows how to love, someone devoted and capable of understanding others." Daniel extended his hand toward Pao. "Someone like you." Pao stood up and lowered his head toward the desk. He slowly replied, "Even if you say that, I still don't know whether your decision is right or not. Besides, it's funny that someone as young as you is already thinking about a successor. But I will do my best to learn." Seeing Pao's usual determination made Daniel very happy as well. He smiled and said, "Thank you. For the revolution to succeed, we must overcome many great obstacles. For example, the Duke and the King." But Daniel believed they would definitely succeed. Pao did not understand why Daniel was so cheerful. Immediately afterward, Daniel suddenly stood up. Before Pao could understand what was happening, he saw Daniel carrying over a towering pile of books. To make matters worse, Daniel told him he had to read them all. Pao was so frightened he wanted to run away. "I regret it. I won't do it anymore." Hearing that, Daniel began talking about the philosophy of life, human rights, and self-respect. The scene changed. The king was hunting while discussing Duke Yolaster's weakness. Duke Yolaster's weakness is his self-respect? The king answered, "Yes. He always looks down on others, thinking he is the most knowledgeable person. He does not realize that others can look down on him as well." That was right. The king felt he had been used like a fool several times. But Duke Yolaster was not the only one who knew how to use others. When the king announced that after ending the war with the empire, he would fight the demon realm, some countries rejoiced and cheered as though they had been saved. Some countries were furious, unable to agree with the empire's behavior. But there were also countries trying to normalize everything. Even so, no one would ever think he would side with the demon realm, because that was exactly what Duke Yolaster wanted. He deliberately gave those who did not understand the situation a negative view of the demon realm. After all, that was his specialty. That would only benefit them more. The king admitted that he had put on an act in front of Duke Yolaster. He had pretended to believe that humans and demons were incompatible with one another. And so Duke Yolaster began to immerse himself in the performance as well. But how could those petty tricks possibly escape his eyes? He said coldly, "I merely allowed Duke Yolaster to play his part properly." The king was only pretending not to know anything. Without lifting a finger, he could solve the problem and save a great deal of manpower in the process. After saying that, the king drew his bow and fired a second arrow at his next prey. And so he swiftly eliminated it. He had placed such an important outcome in the hands of the enemy. After killing all the creatures regarded as monsters in this area, the king smiled in victory. The king's retainer believed this was a risky move, because such an important conclusion had been placed in the enemy's hands. But the king believed that was precisely why he trusted Duke Yolaster. Duke Yolaster would absolutely not allow this empire to collapse, because he wanted to take the empire for himself. The king no longer wished to hunt. He turned his horse around and prepared to return. In the past, Duke Yolaster had treated him like a child, and yet he had still fallen into such a simple trap. One thing was certain: his self-respect would one day become the reason for his downfall. What kind of expression would he have then? The king was greatly looking forward to it. Elsewhere inside the castle, the crown prince suddenly held a bouquet of blue roses and handed it to Dion Hart. This situation was truly hard to understand. "It has been a long time, Dion Hart. I stopped by to give you this bouquet." The one giving the flowers was none other than Crown Prince Elphias de Jetta. Dion was very surprised. "Why are you suddenly giving me flowers?" The crown prince had a friendly smile on his face, but it looked extremely forced because he had been compelled to do this. Crown Prince Elphias had been assigned the task of pulling Dion over to the king's side. This method had been thought up by Aleti. The The Crown Prince was very doubtful about how effective it would be, but Aleti had a theory that Dion liked men. During his conversation with Aleti, when he heard her say this, the Crown Prince seriously doubted his entire life and even choked on his water. But Aleti was very certain. She gave a very convincing reason. Think about it. Everyone around him is male. There isn't a single woman in sight. The Crown Prince was about to say something, but Aleti stopped him. She said that every time the imperial family held a banquet, it was always like that. So many young ladies had their eyes on Dion Hart. Yet Dion did not even bother paying attention to them. He only cared about drinking, drinking, and drinking. Moreover, all of his subordinates were men, and they were very close to him. The Crown Prince felt that his younger sister's words made a lot of sense, and he found himself believing it a little. Returning to the present, Dion looked at the bouquet in front of him, his expression now darker than the bottom of a pot. The Crown Prince tried to find reason. Since he had already followed his sister this far, he had no choice but to see it through. In any case, before war broke out, he had to pull Dion over to his side. He forced a smile and tried to salvage the situation. Why did you not ask His Majesty for a higher title when you won the hunting competition? He secretly thought that since this was something he had to do, he now had to do it properly. Thus, he continued, "After all, that bastard Cruin Hart has now become a count." Seeing Dion's pitch-black expression, he realized he had said something stupid. The Crown Prince once again tried to salvage the situation. With that same stiff smile, the Crown Prince was about to smile until his face went numb. He had only himself to blame for acting foolishly. Now, he had to try to fix things. But more importantly, your title has risen by 1 rank to Marquis. This bouquet is my congratulatory gift to you. Dion said thank you, but his expression remained as frowning as ever. However, although he looked cool on the outside, Dion was actually only a clueless young man. Hearing the Crown Prince's words, he believed that was the case. Suddenly, Dion smiled. The Crown Prince was stunned when he saw Dion smile, and in his mind he had already imagined countless stories. The Crown Prince truly began to doubt things now. No matter what Princess Aleti did, Dion's face remained extremely cold. Yet after receiving flowers from a handsome and wealthy young man like him, Dion smiled. This was truly very suspicious. The Crown Prince began to unleash his final move. He asked Dion, now that he had enough power and status, what were his political views like? Had anything changed? Hearing this, Dion guessed that perhaps the Emperor had ordered the Crown Prince to come and probe him. But perhaps Dion was thinking too much, because immediately afterward, the Crown Prince tried his best to ask that question directly. Well, that is, what if same-sex marriage were accepted? Seeing the Crown Prince's tense expression, Dion had thought he was about to ask something very serious. Unexpectedly, that question made Dion freeze for 5 seconds. The people around them were also completely stunned. They all looked at the Crown Prince with strange gazes. The space began to fall terrifyingly silent. The Crown Prince was so humiliated that he did not dare raise his head. He prayed inwardly, "Please, someone say something to destroy this atmosphere." Immediately afterward, Dion quickly stood up, wanting to send off his guest. "I have urgent business." The Crown Prince hurriedly grabbed his hand. "No matter what you are thinking, this is all a misunderstanding." But at this moment, Dion was already looking at him with a discriminatory gaze. "Yes, I know we are different, but..." The Crown Prince realized Dion had truly misunderstood. He blushed and denied it, but Dion still believed that he had a different sexual orientation. Dion said that he only liked women. The Crown Prince explained helplessly, his face red as he tried to say, "I like women too. I like women. I like women. I like women." The Crown Prince's voice echoed so far that even the pigeons flew away. After a while, the Crown Prince finally left. The servants respectfully bowed to him. They looked at the Crown Prince with curious gazes, because just now they had heard him say with their own ears that he liked women. So there was no need to worry about the matter of an heir. The Crown Prince left in anger and embarrassment, wishing he could dig a hole and hide in it. He felt that only an idiot like himself could have believed Dion liked men. How many layers of pants would he have to wear over his head to erase this humiliation? The Crown Prince cursed inwardly. Just you wait, Aleti. As for Dion, he was not doing much better than the Crown Prince, because Jan kept laughing behind his back. Dion cursed inwardly. Laugh all you want, you bastards. No matter what decision you make, I will support you. Jan was no longer laughing behind his back. He was laughing right to his face now. Dion was so angry he nearly smoked. Shut up. His Highness said it was not like that, didn't he? Dion became angry out of embarrassment. And why are you still here? I thought you were only escorting me to the hunting grounds. But Jan was not afraid. He still stood proudly, both hands clasped behind his back, and replied respectfully, You are my #1 priority, master. In truth, Jan simply wanted to cling to Dion. Then Jan recommended himself. Are you not about to go out and carry out His Majesty's mission? How about I escort you? But Dion was already angry. No need. I am more comfortable going alone. Get lost. Jan still trailed behind him, muttering non-stop. But even if you go to the hunting grounds by yourself, you will not return until dawn anyway. But Dion was already on edge. His face was tenser than a drawn bowstring, his voice cold, and his gaze filled with murderous intent. I'm going to get some air by myself. Do you dare follow me? Dion sat on his horse and turned back to say this to his subordinate. But Jan refused to give up. But what if you return injured again? Hearing this, Dion unconsciously raised his hand to touch his neck. He remembered what had happened last night. Last night's situation had been extremely dangerous. They had looked as though they were treating Dion, but those people had actually intended to kill him. When they left, they had even made Dion cover himself completely and blindfolded him. Last night, after Dion was blindfolded, he was taken to someone. He was surprised when he was brought to a prison cell. When the blindfold was removed, Dion did not see anyone. Had that person already left? What had happened? Where was this place? Who were they? Who was that person? He did not even know who the target was. In any case, he was very lucky. Thinking of this, Dion turned to Jan and said, Do not even think about tailing me. Otherwise, one of us will have to die. This was the warning Dion left for Jan, as well as for anyone else who had such thoughts. Dion thought that anyone who witnessed him crossing the boundary would have to die. Damn it, that sounded like he was scared. Jan took a step back and lowered his head in obedience. But his heart was greatly shaken. He felt that Dion was the calamity of his life, because he had never imagined he would be threatened like this. When Dion saw Jan's delight, he found this fellow truly strange. Dion headed toward the dining hall. Seeing this, the butler hurriedly greeted him. Welcome, my lord. The knights were eating and drinking. They cheerfully invited Dion. Commander, have you come to eat? Would you like to try the sausage? Another man called his friend an idiot. How could the count eat your leftovers? Dion looked at them and secretly thought, the Knights of Nobles really are a bunch of hateful bastards. Then Dion turned to the butler and said, We have to set out now. The butler wondered, Has it already been 10 minutes? Probably. Right at that moment, a man shouted, You fools, you should call him Marquis now. He had only just said that when he collapsed onto the table. The other man panicked. We did not do anything. We did not even touch you. Gladder, what sedative did you get hit with? Before he could finish speaking, he collapsed too. The one who had drugged them was the butler. He sighed, saying that these people really were tough. Even after being drugged, it took them 10 minutes to finally pass out. Dion agreed inwardly. These mad dogs are hardly normal people. But Dion had forgotten that he was their commander, which meant he was the commander of mad dogs. Dion turned to thank the butler. Thank you. Last time was too noisy. This time, I can leave quietly. The butler smiled and said, That is because they love you too much. After thinking for a moment, Dion could only deny it. Not at all. The butler came to Dion's side. I wish you a safe journey. The entrance was the smallest sewer opening at the border, reserved exclusively for Dion Hart. The two underground kings had sworn to conceal the location of the border passage for Dion's own safety until he decided which side he would choose. That was why the knights did not suggest following him across the mountain range. Could the Demon King sit still in the face of the king's intention to start a war? The answer, of course, was no. Dion walked on, but his mind was filled with many thoughts. He thought that it was time to make a decision. It felt as though this life of his had an expiration date. Suddenly, a scuffle appeared before Dion's eyes. Someone was stabbing a sword into another person. But that person was Dion's acquaintance, someone he would never forget, his dear older brother, Cruin Hart. Dion secretly thought, what is that bastard doing here? Dion believed Cruin was watching him, that he had come here to see where Dion would go. At this moment, their eyes met. Perfect timing. He had to kill all witnesses, especially if one of them happened to be a border guard belonging to the leader of the nobles. After saying that, Dion charged straight toward his older brother, Cruin Hart. The other man swiftly blocked the attack. The two swords collided, producing a dazzling crimson light. Their eyes met head-on. Killing intent filled their eyes, making them look extremely cold. Suddenly, Dion swung his hand and launched another move. The sound of swords rang out endlessly along with the force of the strikes. Cruin also used his weapon to block every one of Dion's attacks. Dion's blows carried a distinctive red color, while Cruin's carried blue. Neither of them yielded to the other. The battle was extremely evenly matched, with neither side appearing weak. But it seemed Cruin was not fighting seriously. Dion panted, glaring at Cruin with an unwilling expression. At least use a little strength. Dion felt very angry that Cruin was treating him this way. Cruin should have hated him deeply. But right now, besides anger, he also felt confusion. Cruin held a sharp, transformed sword in his hand, staring fixedly at Dion. Dion found it very hard to understand. Why was his older brother like this? Dion was merely a troublesome and useless younger brother. Dion recalled how, in the past, Cruin had once declared firmly that he did not want to become the heir and did not want to make use of his family name. Dion felt deeply guilty. You should hate me. I am the one who stole your family from you. But why are you doing things that save me? At that moment, someone grabbed Dion's leg, snapping him back to his senses. Dion looked at that man with cold eyes. Then Dion gently gripped the small knife and slowly stabbed down hard. With an expressionless gaze, he quickly dealt with that insignificant enemy. Dion looked ahead, only to find that man had actually slipped away. Dion gritted his teeth in anger. That Cruin Hart had run away like a rat again. Damn it, what was this feeling? It felt as if he had missed something huge. Elsewhere, a hand clenched into a fist and slammed hard onto a table, looking utterly furious. This person was none other than Duke Yalaster. He shot to his feet, blazing with rage. Why did Dion Hart have to leave now of all times, right after I made a bet with Cruin Hart over who would kill him first? At the very least, I should have gotten rid of him before the war began. Duke Yalaster sighed, the corner of his mouth lifting into a cold smile. That bastard really is lucky. Letting him escape like this only makes me even more furious with him. It feels as if this world is protecting him. But of course, that could never happen, no matter what. After all, this world was the very thing that had given him the cruelest fate. Yalaster narrowed his eyes, his expression extremely ugly. I hope you come back soon. On this side, Dion also slowly walked toward his horse. As he walked, he thought that the Demon King had prepared a horse for him in advance. He must know exactly where Dion was going, since he could trace the spell Dion had cast. Dion mounted the horse. Dion looked at the bag he was carrying. Is this package of medicine for me? A while later, Dion arrived beside a cliff and turned the bag upside down. The packets of medicine inside quickly fell out, piling up in a heap. Dion said cheerfully, "Let's just throw them away here." Dion smiled like a child sneaking around behind his parents' backs to do something bad. The doctors who had made this medicine would probably cry. They had gone through all that effort to make coffee-flavored medicine for their beloved Lord Dion. But Dion respectfully declined to accept it. After throwing away that pile of medicine, Dion felt incredibly refreshed. Back at the castle in the demon realm, inside this grand and magnificent palace, fireflies drifted gently through the air. Dion suddenly widened his eyes and stared, because even though he had only just returned quietly, everyone had come out to greet him and cheer. Lord Eret! Long live Lord Eret! Great Lord Eret! Amid those cries, Dion had not even had time to get off his horse and already had no idea what was happening. Dion noticed that all of these people were wearing badges. Faced with the cheers of "Long live Lord Eret," Dion froze solid, his mouth hanging open. What the hell are they doing? While he had no idea what to do, Ririnel walked over with a delighted expression. "Welcome back, Lord Eret," Dion asked. What the hell is going on? He had only been gone for a few days, and now he had come back as an A-list celebrity? Ririnel said. They formed a faction called the Eret Sect. These people are all your fangirls and fanboys, Dion. Half of them came from the Demon King's castle. I created it in the form of a religion. I heard about it from Devilana. Do you like it? Hearing this, Dion was horrified, screaming over and over in his heart. Devilana, I knew it. Looks like last time it had developed a little further too. Dion suppressed the discomfort in his heart and told them to disband. The Eret sect heard those words like a bolt from the blue, unable to believe it. But Dion loudly repeated it again. Disband immediately. Disband forever. Hearing this, Ririnel immediately turned around to carry out the disbandment. Lord Eret was displeased. If they did not want to meet their ancestors early, they had better disband quickly. Before long, not a single person remained. In the entire square, only Dion stood there all alone. Dion's face was as red as a monkey's, but making everyone too scared to approach. Good grief, he just wanted some peace and quiet. Inside the castle, the Demon King was holding a stack of papers. On his clothes, he was also wearing the exact same badge as that fan group from earlier. Seeing Dion notice the badge, the Demon King explained at once. Ah, this brooch? I got it from Ririnel. How could I possibly miss out? Dion could not understand what was wrong with this Demon King anymore. He was completely speechless. At that moment, the Demon King walked over and placed a hand on Dion's shoulder. His whole body radiated a gloomy aura as he spoke in an icy voice. Eret, your heartbeat has sped up ever since you entered the room. Did you dig up some important information from the Empire? Hearing this, Dion broke out in a cold sweat. He remembered his conversation with King Eduardo Dizzer, when the king had told him he should stay with him. But immediately afterward, the Demon King's cold voice rang out again. The reason was that a clueless human like Dion could not even hide his expression. In this large, gloomy room, the atmosphere between the two of them was not very good. Has that cowardly king finally made up his mind? The Demon King drew close to Dion's heart and whispered in his ear, If I had not noticed, you were not planning to tell me, were you? Having been struck right where it hurt, Dion could only tremble, unable to say a word. The Demon King immediately spun Dion around and quickly grabbed him by the neck, making him cry out in pain. Have you been tempted? I wonder what method that king used to lure you in. Dion was being choked so badly he nearly died. He tried to grab the Demon King's hand and pull it away. Dion gradually felt that air was no longer passing through, and he could only make a few muffled sounds. He himself had no strength left. The Demon King smiled coldly, looking down at Dion from above with a sinister expression. Are you not worried about what I will do because of your current behavior? Dion was desperately screaming for help in his heart. Oh my God, heaven and earth, does he really want to kill me? The cold voice rang out again. Do you think your life is in danger? Dion tried to answer the Demon King, but just as he opened his mouth, the Demon King said something incomprehensible. Surprised? Shocked. Then he burst into loud laughter. Dion was like, what the hell? Are you kidding me? Then the Demon King removed his hand from Dion's neck. TCH, it is not as if I do not understand your circumstances. But you know which side you should choose, don't you? Then he poked the spell mark on Dion's chest. Dion stared blankly at the Demon King, who was touching him. The Demon King thought for a moment. Honestly speaking, even he did not know whether this Eret was truly someone worth fighting over. Dion's gaze slid to the side, toward the circular rotating spell mark on his chest. His expression was slightly irritated, as if saying, I have put up with you for quite long enough. But a man's fate drifts like a boat through 12 wharves. It was not as if he could beat the Demon King, so he had to endure it. The Demon King did not want to return to his boring life from before. He turned around and said with dignity, "In the demon realm, aside from me, all demons must kneel before you. That means you may do whatever you want." The Demon King opened the door with an imposing air. The scenery outside looked bleak and dark. The Demon King said to Dion, "Here, you no longer need to worry about sunlight. It is always night here. Look at that moon. You cannot keep living in darkness just because you are sensitive to sunlight, can you?" The Demon King turned back, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smug smile. "If you want to go to the human realm to look around, I will not stop you. If you want their land, I will invade and bring it back for you." Why does this sound so much like a romance drama? Big brother, did you grab the wrong script? Both the Demon King and King Eduardo Dizzer were trying to pull Dion to their side, but the Demon King was more skilled. He said that whatever that king offered Dion, he would give Dion something better. In order to win this battle, the Demon King was even willing to throw away all shame and cling to Dion's thigh, just like last time if Dion wanted. Dion remembered that scene and immediately refused. "No thanks. I don't want my lifespan shortened yet." The Demon King looked at Dion. He felt that he could drop the act here. If he overdid it and Dion ran away again, that would be troublesome. And so he smiled so brightly that his eyes disappeared. The Demon King waved his hand and told Dion to think it over carefully. He did not want to lose his toy just because he wanted to win. A few days later, because Dion felt frustrated, he went out for a walk. Unlike the other day, when everyone surrounded him like a K-pop idol, now everyone who saw him ran for their lives. That was because in the demon realm, there was an unspoken rule regarding the Zero Core Commander. That rule was to run when he drank alcohol and also to run when he wore black. Wherever Dion went, he saw everyone fleeing in panic. He vaguely heard, "He's wearing black today. He must be really angry." Hearing this, Dion was a little puzzled. Do these demons dislike the color black? Why is he here? Normally, has he not never left the castle? He must be looking for something to vent his anger on. Voices came continuously from all directions into Dion's ears. He frowned. Today, he had deliberately worn black to avoid attracting attention. But unexpectedly, it made the demons run away in fear instead. Dion seemed to have discovered a new truth. Long live black clothes. At this rate, Dion would probably wear nothing but black from now on. Those people kept whispering noisily about Dion. I've never heard such a murderous laugh before. Better to die beneath a peony and remain a romantic ghost. Ah, no, better to die at the Demon King's hands than at the hands of the other commanders. Ed followed behind Dion with a very anxious, uneasy expression. He has returned. He must definitely be very worried. Normally, Ed would leave Dion quietly alone, but the Demon King had ordered Ed to watch Dion. The Demon King had deliberately said, "Observe him very carefully. Report even the smallest detail to me." Ed felt certain that Dion must find him very annoying. Although Lord Errett said nothing, seeing his back as he walked ahead made Ed truly want to encourage him. Watching Dion keep rubbing his head as if he found Ed very bothersome, Ed's overthinking flared up again. Ed's heart burned with anxiety, and he cursed inwardly. Where did that stupid doctor go? This is bad. And so Ed approached Dion and spoke. "Lord Errett, may I suggest a more comfortable place for you?" Ed was confident that his Lord Errett would definitely like that place. And then Dion's fist slammed hard into the pillar beside him, punching a hole in it. The one who had luckily escaped Dion's punch must have been so frightened that his soul nearly flew away. Ed stammered in fear, "Lord Errett, Lord Errett." Dion turned his face back, revealing an expression even more scowling than a ferocious demon's. "Are you kidding me?" It turned out that the reason was that Ed had just suggested taking Dion to a relaxing place. Dion had followed him, only for Ed to lead him to the training grounds. Dion thought to himself, does he want to PK me or something? At this place, a demon had stopped Ed, and Ed was arguing with that demon. Ed said coldly that he would ask for permission afterward, and that if the demon did not want to die, he should leave quickly, because Ed wanted to show Dion that thing, but had been stopped by this guy. Dion, standing some distance away, thought silently, I thought he just wanted to get some fresh air, so why is he threatening someone? The demon's eyes shifted to Dion, and he became even more frightened. What? Why are you looking at me? I'm not the one who told him to do that. Dion's inner thoughts screamed nonstop. He himself did not know who had ordered Ed to do this, and he did not even know what that thing was. Dion wanted to go over and clarify everything before his evil reputation grew even worse. But unfortunately, as he was walking, he slipped. This was completely unexpected. Ed was also startled when he saw this scene. Dion's fall created a cloud of dust. After the dust cleared, it revealed the scene we are seeing now. Dion's hand had struck the pillar, shattering it into large chunks. The little demon beside him trembled, so scared he nearly wet himself. Ed kept calling, "Lord Eret," but at this moment Dion's face was wrinkled like a monkey's butt. That fall had been so embarrassing. Fortunately, he had still managed to preserve his image. Ed stood to the side, looked at Dion's face, which was full of murderous aura, and said, "I know you are very disappointed, but now is not the time to kill demons inside the Demon King's castle." The Demon King would not be pleased either. After that, Ed immediately turned to the other demon and warned him that this was his final chance, since he had offended Lord Eret. However, this young man in the terminal stage of overthinking assumed that the reason Dion was angry was because he had talked too much about wasting time arguing. Startled, Dion said that he had no intention of killing anyone. But before he could finish speaking, the demon, tears in his eyes, lowered his head and thanked him, saying he would leave immediately. At that moment, a panicked voice shouted, "Lord Eret." The one who came was none other than Dr. Ben. Seeing this doctor arrive, Dion already felt a little tired inside. Ben's expression was as panicked as if Dion were on the verge of death. The S signal was very strong, so I came here. And then Ben saw Dion's blood-soaked hands. Ben immediately treated Dion's wound. Ed stood to the side and kept cursing Ben. "Ben, you bastard, you're Lord Eret's personal physician, so why are you only arriving now?" Ben also snapped angrily, "I was working. Please be quiet." The moment I received the signal, I flew here like a rocket. But Ed shouted furiously that this was not the first time, and that Lord Eret had already been extremely uncomfortable since earlier. Those words startled Ben. "What?" Ben said that the necklace had not emitted any signal. Ed immediately said the necklace was broken and told him to throw it away. Ben collapsed into a seated position and said that should not be the case, because it had already been replaced many times, but the gemstone itself had no problem at all. Hearing this, Dion was both surprised and angry. "Replaced many times? This was made from my blood, and he says it has been replaced many times. That means..." Just then, Ben asked Dion whether he felt anything strange in his body. When Dion thought back, he realized he no longer vomited blood when he was stressed. Ed, beside him, could not help getting excited because he believed that fighting the hero had been effective. Ben stood beside him and frowned, denying it. He said that Dion's body was like a time bomb. Ben could not hold back and stitched a few more times, causing Dion Hart to cry out in pain and tell him to wait. But Ben thought Dion did not want him to talk about his illness. Ben tried to explain, "What I mean is that the signal from the magic stone is growing weaker and weaker. This may be related to the changes appearing inside your body." When he heard Dion cough lightly, only then did Ben remember that he had accidentally stitched Dion's wound without using anesthetic. Ben looked at Dion's blood-soaked hands and spoke in shock. Hearing this, Ed, standing beside him, immediately cursed at the doctor. "You bastard, you stitched his wound without anesthetic? What the hell are you doing?" Ben immediately knelt down and kowtowed, apologizing to Dion. "How could I make such a mistake? If you wish to kill me, I would not dare object." Dion stood up and said it was fine. After all, he was already used to pain. Besides, the important thing was that Dion had not dared to stop him, because Ben's expression at the time had been truly terrifying. The image of Ben burning with anger appeared in Dion's mind. The guards nearby heard this and immediately began whispering among themselves. They had not expected Dion to be able to endure the pain of having his wound stitched without anesthetic like that. As expected of a Zero Corps commander, the fact that he did not punish Dr. Ben also surprised them. Their lord was far too merciful. Just then, the demon from earlier returned with a box full of red objects. Lord Commander of the Zero Corps, I have brought the item you requested. He enthusiastically raised a pile of snow fireworks for Dion. He said that when he mentioned that Lord Errett very much wanted to use snowflakes to change his mood, the Demon King had agreed. Dion felt confused, because even this required the Demon King's permission? How do you use it? Dion looked suspiciously at the white stick in his hand. Ed cheerfully explained that he only needed to break the tip. Let me cut it for you. And so the snow firework was quickly launched into the sky, forming blooming flowers across the night sky. Countless snowflakes fell from it. Dion quickly realized that it was snow. Ed beside him also excitedly asked Dion whether he liked it. Ed looked at Dion with cheerful eyes, even blushing. In a human realm, this sometimes happens too, but the demon realm does not have this kind of weather, so I thought this might make you feel better. Dion smiled and reached out to catch a snowflake. Not bad. It had been a long time since Dion had seen it. Seeing Dion happy, Ed and Ben were both very satisfied. At last, they had made Lord Errett cheerful again. But the guard were very uncomfortable when they saw these things. They regarded it as falling trash. Demons did not like snow. Who told some wise man with the surname Wu to say there was no such thing as a clean snowflake? But fortunately, it was not red snow. As soon as those words were spoken, a red firework was launched, and red snow really began falling. The guards felt exhausted inside. They had to work unpaid overtime again. Dion was very shocked when he saw the red snow. It smells like blood, doesn't it? When everyone heard the voice, they immediately turned around. The person who had spoken was the Demon King. What do you think of those red fireworks? Did they help lift your spirits? Dion slowly approached, confirming once more that those were red fireworks. The Demon King asked cheerfully, "They look very realistic, don't they?" He had added a little blood scent to them. He thought it would be very useful in the war against humans, and that was why he had made this. The Demon King also asked Dion what he thought. Disgusting. Of course, Dion could only mutter those words inwardly, because it reminded him of a blood-soaked scene, a scene where the ground was covered in blood. Snowflakes drifted down gently, and legs splattered with blood dragged themselves across a heap of corpses strewn over the ground. His entire body was stained with blood. The thick stench of blood mingled with the vivid red of blood and snow. The Demon King thought it was very useful, since war was affected by weather and morale. With a gloomy expression, Dion formed a cold smile. Being enveloped in such a thick, bloody stench could terrify the enemy army. The Demon King laughed loudly. Just as he had thought, Dion not only had good judgment, but was also highly knowledgeable about tactics. The Demon King placed a hand on Dion's shoulder, then smiled. You truly are very capable. The surrounding scene grew dim. The Demon King leaned close to Dion's ear and whispered, "Congratulations on coming over to my side." Those words made Dion's expression darken, and he felt a little afraid. The Demon King held out his hand, wanting Dion to follow him. Dion stared at him in astonishment. He thought to himself that this man always did whatever he wanted, while Dion could do nothing at all and could only obediently follow orders in order to preserve his little life. Dion placed his hand in the Demon King's, and the two of them vanished in an intimate-looking manner. Dion slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him amazed Dion because it was so dazzling. This was truly a fairyland. The place was filled with a hazy, dreamlike blue-white glow. The Demon King asked excitedly, "Well, beautiful, isn't it?" Before Dion could answer, he added, "What a pity for the fellow who lives here." The Demon King pointed ahead, and a blond man stepped out. That man felt that this Demon King was truly absurd. This person was the chief of the fairy clan, the Fairy King. He possessed long blonde hair and pointed ears like an elf, but his gaze was somewhat sharp. The Demon King sighed and said that he had come here precisely to listen to the Fairy Clan complain, So what more did they want? The Fairy King frowned in anger and scolded this overbearing guest to his face. Please stop acting so unreasonably. This problem happened to our fairy clan because of you people, so of course you had to come here. Dion listened to the two of them argue and quietly hid off to one side to avoid getting dragged into it. Inwardly, he cursed, thinking he had assumed the Demon King had brought him out to have fun, only for it to turn out to be work. Very soon, the Fairy King noticed Dion. He asked suspiciously why a human had been brought here. Dion froze. He had clearly been trying to hide, yet he had still been found. Suddenly, the wind blew, making the branches rustle. The world tree swayed slightly, carrying a hint of excitement. This made the Fairy King turn in surprise to look toward the world tree. He did not understand why it was excited. Was someone there? Looking back at the other two, it could only be Dion. As for the Demon King, he had already come here so many times he had nearly worn out his seat. If the world tree reacted to him, it would only grab a broom and chase him away, not become this delighted. The Fairy King's gaze sharpened as he carefully assessed Dion. This person was someone the entire continent would pay attention to. In the night sky, a gentle breeze swept by, stirring the branches. The three men stood there looking at one another. Dion was very puzzled when he saw the Fairy King staring at him and appraising him like that. At that moment, the Demon King stepped forward to divert the Fairy King's attention. The Demon King stood in front of Dion and said, "Enough. Get to the point. What did you come here for?" It certainly was not to welcome him. Entering someone else's territory and still speaking in an interrogating tone. Only the Demon King could do that. The Fairy King criticized him for being too rude, saying he was already an uninvited guest, and now he was even speaking arrogantly. The Fairy King stated his purpose directly. He took out a seed and demanded that the Demon King take responsibility. The Demon King asked indifferently, "What is that?" The Fairy King became somewhat irritated upon hearing that. "This is a seed of the world tree. When you barged in here, you spread demonic energy. These seeds are easily affected by demonic energy, so they were tainted and became like this." Hearing this, the Demon King suddenly snapped his fingers. A girl immediately appeared. She was the incubus, Hien. Having suddenly been summoned by the Demon King, she was completely bewildered. She had been perfectly fine, only to be dragged to an unfamiliar place, leaving the incubus utterly confused. Suddenly, she heard the Demon King call her. She turned her head and saw not only the Demon King, but Dion as well. Dion watched the Demon King use magic and felt somewhat doubtful. He had thought magic was forbidden, so why did the Demon King use it as casually as eating a meal? The Demon King had called the incubus over so she could revive the world tree seed. The incubus was also a little stunned, but immediately obeyed the Demon King's order. She picked up the seed and examined it very carefully. "Oh, why has it gone moldy? Are you all right, little seed?" Suddenly, the incubus discovered something on the seed and cried out loudly. The Demon King quickly asked what was going on and whether it could be saved. The incubus stammered, saying that if it was just a matter of making it grow, she could handle it, but as for it being infected by demonic energy, there was nothing she could do. When the Fairy King heard that, he knew it would be so. He helplessly held his head. "What do you intend to do now? This is a seed of the world tree, and we were entrusted with the duty of guarding it, because we are the race that reveres it most, and yet now." Before he could finish speaking, the Demon King interrupted him. "Revere it? Aren't you more like this world's dogs?" "What?" Hearing this, the Fairy King began to grow angry, but the Demon King scolded him right back. "Did the world say anything about these dying seeds? Seeing you so desperate, you're clearly not just a dog, but an extremely loyal dog at that." After hearing the Demon King say that, it would have been strange if the Fairy King did not get angry. He retorted, "The world also greatly respects our race." The two of them continued arguing back and forth like that. The Demon King said, "Enough, don't bring that up anymore. What would the leader of a race hated by the world know?" The Fairy King refused to back down and replied, "I do not care whether I am liked or not, unlike a certain someone who has to follow the world arrangements. Seeing two powerful men argue made small fry like the incubus extremely nervous, and she fearfully hid behind Dion. The fairy king continued, "The seed can no longer be saved, so I will let this matter pass. But do you not intend to deal with the demonic beasts wandering everywhere?" Those words were like a bolt from the blue to Dion. Hearing that, the demon king finally spoke. "We are making efforts to hunt them down, but you people isolate yourselves here, so perhaps you do not know." Unexpectedly, the incubus standing behind Dion poked her head out and asked, "Then do you no longer need this seed, sir?" This action made Dion feel utterly helpless. He thought to himself, in this kind of situation, she can still ask that? Seeing this, the fairy king told the incubus in an indifferent voice that she could keep it. This made the incubus extremely happy. Her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Thank you very much." Dion, standing beside her, was deeply moved in a different way. This airhead flower and plant fanatic, she really was crazy too. All of a sudden, Dion's gaze was drawn to something. He turned his head and saw behind him a beautiful girl with long blue-white hair walking up out of the water. The girl, who possessed bewitching beauty and a voluptuous figure, smiled at Dion. She was the head of the mermaid clan, the Mermaid Queen. When her tail left the surface of the water, it slowly transformed into a long dress. The Mermaid Queen walked over to Dion and greeted him. "It is a pleasure to meet you again. We met at the Demon King's castle, did we not?" Dion seemed to recall it. So they had met at the previous banquet. That time, before he could say anything more, the Mermaid Queen quickly stepped forward, took Dion's hand, and spoke in an extremely charming voice. "I have very much wanted to talk with you again." The Mermaid Queen's glistening eyes and flushed cheeks looked straight at Dion, making him a little embarrassed. Dion thought to himself, "Why is this woman looking at me like that? And what is with that affectionate gaze?" For some reason, her goodwill was excessive, but it made him feel very uncomfortable. Dion wanted to pull his hand away, but the queen hurriedly held on to it again. She gripped Dion's hand tightly and said seriously, "Not long ago, I saw a future." Hearing this, the Demon King and the Fairy King also pricked up their ears and listened. The prophecy says that a new hero will appear. He will be an even greater threat than the enemies of the past. The Mermaid Queen still held Dion's hand tightly as she continued, "That hero will decide your fate. Your Majesty, the Demon King." Both Dion and the Fairy King were very shocked when they heard this. A new hero would soon appear. Everyone focused on listening to the Queen, except for the incubus, who was carefree as ever, hugging her seed. The Mermaid Queen jabbed at the Demon King. "It seems the world does not like you very much, Your Majesty the Demon King." Hearing that, the Demon King replied calmly, "That is nothing new." He gave a faint smile and continued, "From the very beginning, the world has never liked our race. What does a little more hatred matter? Besides, the future you see can always be changed, can it not?" The Mermaid Queen glanced at him slightly, then replied, "Perhaps so, but the future I saw this time was somewhat special. If it can be changed, would that not be a miracle?" Listening to the two of them speak with daggers hidden in their words, the Fairy King of the Fairy Clan spoke up. "It seems the ban on using magic has become meaningless as well. I told you already, the world is targeting you." The Demon King could only sigh. "Do you think I ban magic because I am afraid of that hero? I only did it because it would be troublesome if a hero appeared during wartime." Dion stood aside, listening, and kept thinking it over. Oh, so it was to balance power? Hadn't it been said that the more demons used magic, the sooner the world would send out a hero? Suddenly, the Fairy King walked over and took Dion's injured hand, shocking him greatly. It seemed his hand still hurt terribly, so Dion's face flushed red. Holding Dion's hand, the Fairy King said, "So you refuse to properly treat your wound, and instead use such a crude method?" The Fairy King's gaze looked directly at Dion's hand, which was trembling from pain. "It seems there is no other way. Come with me. I will treat you." After that, Dion and the Fairy King went to a place beneath the shade of the tree, where they sat on a log. The Fairy King used magic to treat Dion. Green light emitted from the Fairy King's magic and gradually healed Dion's hand. Dion sat with his face turned elsewhere, inwardly thinking that this awkward atmosphere was about to drive him mad. First it was the Mermaid Queen, and now it was the chief of the Fairy Clan. Why did everyone like holding his hand? Dion looked at the Fairy King and wondered, why are they suddenly treating me so kindly? When he first met them at the Demon King's castle, he was certain they had disliked him. But the more he looked at the chief of the Fairy Clan, the more it reminded him of Jekka. Hearing that, the Fairy King raised his head and asked, "What? Jekka? Are you talking about the first corps commander of the Demon King's army?" While thinking, Dion had somehow struck a nerve and spoken his thoughts aloud. Dion immediately turned to stone on the spot. The Fairy Clan hated demons so much, yet he had compared him to a corps commander. Dion hurriedly apologized. The Fairy King was not angry at all and merely replied, "It has been a long time since I heard that name. Is he still well? Although he was affected by the Demon King's demonic energy, he is still a warrior of our race, so I also want to know how he is doing." The Fairy King also did not forget to remind Dion to breathe evenly. "Do you not see that your wound is getting worse?" Hearing the Fairy King talk about Jekka made Dion extremely agitated inside. Huh? Jekka, the first corps commander of the Demon King's army, is a member of the Fairy Clan? How is that possible? Although he was agitated inwardly, outwardly he remained very calm. At last, the treatment was finished, and the Fairy King smiled. "All right, it is done. It will no longer hurt now." Dion politely thanked him. Unexpectedly, there was something unusual in the Fairy King's gaze. "You must feel that my abnormal kindness is a burden, do you not? Throughout the treatment, you looked very uncomfortable. If I offer to show you around this place, you would certainly refuse." Hearing this, Dion felt as if everything about him had been seen through. Dion's face reddened slightly because the words had hit the mark. He thought inwardly, "He really understands me." The Fairy King continued, "But not everyone can receive my attentiveness. The reason behind my attentiveness is that the world is paying attention to you." The Fairy King looked at Dion as if emitting a mysterious light. This shocked Dion greatly. Dion stared at the Fairy King and stammered, "What did you say?" The Fairy King began telling Dion a story. That first meeting happened very suddenly. At that time, as the head of the Fairy Clan, and as one who understands the will of the world, I immediately realized that the world held expectations for this human. But the more time passed, the more questions and doubts I had. What exactly was so special about this person? At that meeting, he was someone with red eyes. They were eyes that could not endure light, so those eyes were merely a weakness. Apart from that weakness, he had a scrawny body with nothing special about it. The Fairy King was very conflicted. Was the one standing before him really the person the World Tree was paying attention to? That was what I thought. But his luck was unusually good, was it not? Although the Fairy King did not name the person in the story, Dion knew he was talking about him. Dion said that when it came to luck, it was not exactly that. Suddenly, the Fairy King grabbed Dion by the collar. According to the records on Dion Hart that he had found through research, it was truly shocking, even to the point that he could not believe it. A person who has experienced countless dangers in both the demon realm and the human realm, yet still survived in an utterly unreasonable way. Then the Fairy King pulled Dion closer and told him to think carefully. For example, the times when you should have died but lived, or the times when you should have been wounded so gravely that you could never recover, yet in the end your wounds were light enough to be treated. This world normally does not interfere with the flow of events, yet it has protected your life like this. Hearing the Fairy King say that, Dion finally realized it as well. He stared wide-eyed at the Fairy King. Thinking back, there had been times when he suddenly unleashed terrifying power. There were also times when he had taken fatal attacks and still remained safe and sound, completely unharmed. There had once been a time when Dion, with only his small body, defeated an entire giant. He had come close to death many times and endured countless dangers. Could it be that whenever your body encounters life-threatening danger, it automatically does things beneficial to itself? The Fairy King continued speaking to Dion. Memories surged through Dion's mind. At that time, it was as if he had become another person. He had fought like a true war god against the enemies around him. He cut down anyone he encountered, making no distinction between friend and foe, while wearing a strange smile. But when they checked whether his body had recovered, they found no changes at all. At this moment, Dion's face clearly revealed shock. He recalled the words Ben had once said. Lord Eric's body is still like a time bomb. It is as if something inside Lord Eric's body is constantly changing. The Fairy King frowned as he looked at Dion. What I mean is that you have been able to live until now thanks to this world's blessing. This world was supporting Dion's body. It was not support that made his body stronger or full of vitality, but rather support and transformation meant to allow Dion Hart to better receive the power of this world. The hero who was about to appear would be an even greater calamity than the previous calamity. That hero would decide the Demon King's fate. At last, Dion understood. This world was placing its expectations on him. In the not-so-distant past, there had once been a hero who, though dead, still worried about his companion. The hero had prayed, "O world, please save him." And then the world answered that prayer, because the hero had sacrificed even his soul. Thanks to that, the world also answered the prayer. You need not worry. O hero, I have been watching him for a long time. Perhaps Dion Hart was precisely the person this world was paying attention to. And the will of the world was very firm. By now, they could also confirm that Dion Hart was the next hero. Suddenly, monsters charged in. The Fairy King ordered his spirits to rush forward and fight the monsters. They may be many, but they are not strong. Do not falter. Fight! Dion and the incubus stood to one side and watched. The incubus asked Dion if he was not going to join the battle. Dion flinched, then said there was no need for him to deal with small fry like that. Outwardly, he looked incredibly composed, but inside, Dion was screaming nonstop. Have these monsters gone insane? The Demon King and the leaders of the other races are all here. Why did they suddenly charge in? They even started a fight and interrupted their conversation with him. Dion was deeply unsettled by the words, because this world is centered on you. He could not understand what they meant. So you mean those monsters lost their survival instincts because of what was inside this pouch? The Fairy King asked his spirits. He picked up the pouch and examined it carefully. The tiny spirits circled around the Fairy King, chirping nonstop. They are getting stronger and stronger. They are getting scarier and scarier. Something happened after they ate the strange brown liquid inside this pouch. Suddenly, the Mermaid Queen approached. She felt that there was something very familiar about the pouch, so she walked over and picked it up. What exactly is the purpose of the person spreading this strange brown liquid? The Mermaid Queen thought it smelled a lot like coffee. The Queen guessed that perhaps this had been caused by humans or by the demons now at war. But the Fairy King immediately denied it. No, humans still do not know of our existence. And the Demon King is the sort who likes to solve everything with power, not by using cheap little tricks like this. Then the only possibility is the one human who can freely enter and leave this place. At that, everyone turned to look at Dion at the same time, but Dion had already left his spot. The Fairy King immediately looked toward Hien, as if demanding that she explain what had just happened. Hien said, Lord Eric kept acting as if he did not want to fight, putting on airs and saying there was no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Yet now he has run out to fight like that. Hearing this, the Fairy King kept looking around and finally found his target. When had that young man slipped out there without anyone noticing? They had suspected Dion of being the mastermind behind this incident, but after seeing this scene, the Fairy King immediately rejected his previous thoughts. If he were the one who had planned all of this, he would not be fighting like that. The Mermaid Queen felt guilty for having suspected Dion. In truth, Dion was fighting because he had a guilty conscience. Tears kept streaming down his face from fear. That pouch was the medicine pouch he had thrown down the mountain before. Why did the demons eat it? Why did the demons get stronger? On the outside, Dion kept slaughtering the demons, but on the inside, his thoughts were racing. Dion felt so guilty that he had no choice but to fight. Since things had come to this, he would not give them any chance to speak about it. At that moment, the Demon King came over and stopped Dion. "Eri," the Demon King started to speak, then stopped. They would deal with this later. Hearing this, Dion knew he was finished. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. No, actually, he really was crying. The famous and mighty Zero Corps commander was now crying like a child. The Demon King told Dion to step back. The Demon King wanted to quickly end this matter and return. "Everyone fall back. Get away from that monster." After saying that, the Demon King gathered a surge of magic in his hand and fired it straight at the monster, creating a terrifying explosion. The ground was quickly destroyed and reduced to ruins. Dion stared at the scene with his eyes wide and his mouth hanging open. The Demon King had wiped them all out with a single attack. After that, the Demon King turned to look at Dion and gave him a tender smile, but his voice was extremely cold. "Shall we head back?" After returning to the castle, the Demon King sighed that it had been a long time since he had let his guard down like that. Don, his face utterly bloodless, followed behind the Demon King and tried to explain. "I am sorry. That was not anything strange. It was medicine that helps me recover." At this, the Demon King immediately turned and asked Dion, "That was medicine, not some dangerous substance?" The Demon King's expression was filled with shock after learning this. Dion had thought the Demon King already knew, which was why he had been so worried all this time. Who was the one who created that? After saying that, he answered his own question. Was it that fellow who practices alchemy? I will go scold him. Dion thought to himself, the royal physician will faint if he hears you say that. The Demon King was curious why Dion had thrown it away. Dion had thrown it away because the taste was too horrible, but he absolutely could not say that, so he could only lie against his conscience and answer, I tried drinking it and did not feel any effect at all. If the royal physician heard that, he would definitely scold Dion. Hearing this, the Demon King felt a little guilty. In the end, he said that since Dion had not done it on purpose, he could leave. Dion was rather surprised to hear this, but something even more surprising came afterward. The Demon King told Dion to go rest and said that he did not need to attend the commander's meeting. Hearing this, Dion's eyes shone, his mouth curled into a happy smile, and his heart was filled with joy. Joy, as if he could feel joy. Dion came to the commander's meeting, much to everyone's surprise. Ririnel, commander of the 11th Corps, was delighted when she saw Dion. Lord Eret, you came. Jekka, commander of the 1st Corps, was very calm. I heard you were resting after dealing with the monsters. You truly are diligent. Ol, commander of the 5th Corps, thought that Lord Eret always said meetings were so troublesome, yet he never missed a single one. Perhaps he was that sort of person. Before she could finish speaking, Dordovan, deputy commander of the 5th Corps, covered Ol's mouth and prevented her from saying that word. Oh, and I will not tell you that the word Ol was about to say was tsundere, a term referring to people who act very hard to approach on the outside, but are actually adorable on the inside. Dion felt extremely angry. These people did not understand anything at all. Dion walked to his seat and sat down. The Demon King also asked him why he had come when he had been told to rest. But how could Dion dare to rest? Dion cursed inwardly. Do you people not know what happens when you actually take a rest? Have you never worked at a company before? If I do not come, who knows what His Majesty the Demon King will do to me? I am someone who has survived thanks to my ability to judge the situation. Without it, I would probably be dead by now. Dion smiled as if to say, do not even think you can trick me, hee. The Demon King stared intently at Dion. It seemed he had already understood Dion's true intention. To minimize the possibility of information leaking outside. If he came of his own will, it would not violate the principle. If Dion returned without any information, the Emperor would suspect him. Quite clever, the Demon King admired inwardly. Dion took out a Rubik's Cube and sat there recording the time. The reason Dion came was only because he was afraid they would secretly speak ill of him. That Demon King was overthinking it. Devilana, commander of the 2nd Corps, noticed the cube in Dion's hand. Edelina, commander of the Fourth Corps, covered her face and silently assessed Dion. It seemed Lord Eret was very troubled because this was a war against his own race. That was right. From time to time, he would attend meetings while listening to them talk and playing with his Rubik's Cube. Finally, the Demon King began the meeting. You all have already guessed the purpose of this meeting, have you not? Assel, commander of the Third Corps, answered, "The real war has begun. We have always aimed for the territory of humankind, so we are already prepared, but from the Emperor's point of view, this will be a great loss." There was an unspoken rule in the meeting. If Dion agreed, the Rubik's Cube would move more gently. If Dion disagreed, the Rubik's Cube would move very violently. And the best result was still for the Rubik's Cube to be completed. Ririnel asked, why would he do something so foolish? If he simply protected the border and fought from time to time, his rule over the throne would become more stable. The Demon King smiled coldly. Do you truly not know? The Emperor wants to die. Hearing this, the Rubik's Cube in Dion's hand unconsciously stopped. He was extremely surprised and thought inwardly, what? The Demon King continued speaking. The Emperor, that stubborn fellow, feels extremely guilty for having killed his younger brother. His guilt has overwhelmed even his sense of responsibility. But he cannot die, even if he wishes to, because the responsibility of an emperor does not allow him to choose death. That is why he chose war. If he conquers the demon realm's territory, that is good. But conversely, if he dies in battle, he can disguise it as having done his best. He is pitiful, but also extremely selfish, because he has sacrificed so many lives in war for such a trivial reason. Is that not right? The Demon King stood up, placed both hands on the table, and continued, what choice do we have left? If he wants to die, then we will simply kill him. But there is one strange thing the Demon King cannot understand. As a ruler who has lived for a very long time, the Demon King is not certain about other matters, but living only because one cannot die is something the Demon King finds very familiar. In truth, the Demon King feels very jealous because that man has an enemy who can kill him. The Demon King straightened up and spoke in a very cold and serious voice. Think of it simply. This is a confrontation you have not had in a long time. Just treat this battle as a stretch. Enjoy it. The humans will begin attacking when you go out on your missions, because that emperor will not act easily while Dion Hart is still here. Assel, commander of the Third Corps, became so angry upon hearing this that he slammed the table. So they will attack at a time when our strongest weapon is absent. Jekka felt those people were truly cunning. Hearing the commander's assessments, the Demon King said nothing. He thought inwardly that although the Emperor's actions could be seen as abandoning Dion Hart, this matter was rather interesting, so he would not stop it. Watching the play from the sidelines was fun too. At the same time, a click sounded. Everyone looked toward the Zero Corps commander. Dion's Rubik's Cube had also been completed. Everyone believed this was an action showing that Lord Eret considered this plan the best plan. All the commanders and even the Demon King silently watched Dion. From now on, there was no longer any way to retreat. Under everyone's focused attention, Dion announced coldly, I will go on my mission immediately after the meeting ends. The destined battle between the demon realm and the human realm had begun. Back in the human realm, Dion reported this matter to the king. He reported that only 5 Demon Realm Corps would participate in this battle, including the Corps commanded by 1st Commander Jekka, the Corps commanded by 3rd Commander Cherry Assel, the Corps commanded by 7th Commander Silua, the Corps commanded by 8th Commander Hio, and the Corps commanded by 9th Commander Chover. The king sat leaning back in his chair and spoke with an extremely calm air. Even bringing their entire army would not be enough. Yet they are only sending 5 units? Facing a great empire like this, they're preparing so casually. How surprising. They should properly understand the situation before looking down on me. At this point, the king's expression darkened, and killing intent radiated from his entire body. The king emphasized every word. Then I will make them regret it. Seeing the king's terrifying expression, Dion's delicate soul was frightened. How scary. The king suddenly called Dion's name, startling him, but then the king said nothing. He abruptly smiled confidently and told Dion to go rest, saying there was nothing else. He thought inwardly, I do not need to force him to get an answer. The Demon King is probably thinking that I will not be able to endure and is waiting for me to pressure Dion hard. Things will not go according to your plan, Demon King. Just as Dion stood up and took his leave from the king, someone suddenly stood at the door and shouted, Your Majesty. His expression was extremely urgent. The person who had arrived was the Chancellor. His face was filled with terror as he ran over and reported that the demon realm had begun its attack. This report left Dion and the king extremely surprised. They had not expected the Demon King to act earlier than they had predicted. The king walked outside the palace and opened the door. Outside was a screen made of magic. It was the demon realm's declaration of war. The one appearing on the announcement screen was the commander of the First Corps, Commander Jekka. Jekka announced, from the perspective of the demon realm, which values peace and balance, we regard the Emperor's rule over an entire continent as an action that has gone too far and has become a threat. In order to protect the human realm from being torn apart by the actions of the Empire, I declare that we will fight against the Empire. Hearing this, the king's expression darkened. He immediately told the prime minister to bring the royal mage here at once. When Dion saw this announcement, he was both angry and amused. He had not expected them to be so direct, ordering Jekka to step forward and speak plainly about this matter. Was this the Demon King's order? And also, what the hell was valuing peace and balance? It did not sound amusing at all. Through the screen, Jekka continued speaking. Because peace and balance are our goals, as long as the Empire promises not to take any further action, we will consider withdrawing. All the citizens who heard these words were utterly shocked. What does that mean? Does it mean the demon realm does not want to start a war? Then why does the Emperor want to go to war? The people had begun to doubt, and their faith in the Emperor had begun to waver. At this moment, the Emperor also used magic to relay his own announcement. I have heard enough of your barking. As soon as the Emperor appeared, the people immediately grew excited. The Emperor! It is the Emperor! The Emperor continued speaking to strengthen the people's morale. The whole world already knows your wickedness. How dare you speak such lies? And according to the history recorded in the palace, the demon realm has always coveted the places touched by light. The Emperor was standing before a magic circle created by the royal mage in order to transmit his words to the people. Dion stood behind him. Seeing these actions, he was also very impressed, and he inwardly exclaimed in admiration. I did not expect him to be able to interfere with their magic so quickly. Is this the royal mage's skill? At this moment, the Emperor continued speaking, and this time his voice became much colder. In other words, you demons have always been eyeing our human realm. Why should I trust the words of a demon? A hand rose and braced itself against the table. Why not pretend you have been deceived and retreat? If you think we will not keep our word, it will not be too late for you to act then. The Demon King appeared directly on the screen with a friendly and extremely businesslike smile. The people, seeing the Demon King for the first time, were also very surprised by how handsome he was. That is the Demon King? I thought he would look like a monster, but he is normal and more handsome than I expected. Because of this handsome appearance, the Demon King gained the trust of many people. The young women also began changing sides after seeing the Demon King's face, and many people began whispering. Perhaps demons are not as frightening as the rumors say. I believe the Demon King. The people's hearts had begun to waver. Duke Elaster was also watching this scene. He watched them argue with each other as the Demon King continued speaking. Is your act of sacrificing your people not merely because you are too greedy? War is not a child's game. Hearing this, Duke Elaster unconsciously gripped his own lapel tightly. The Emperor continued responding. This war is not taking place because of my greed. It is a question of whether we sell the future in exchange for temporary peace, or whether we take advantage of the fact that the Empire stands on the brink and use it to protect the future. Two screens were projected side by side in the sky, like a debate. The people below began following whichever way the wind blew. Whoever spoke better was the one they would believe. At this moment, the initiative leaned toward the king. They began supporting the king again. That is right. We must protect the future. It may be difficult for us, but it is for a brighter future for our children and grandchildren. The people united and shouted those words loudly. Daniel and Paul were speechless at how quickly the people changed sides. Daniel admired the king's intelligence. He had immediately redirected the people's curiosity about the demon king and turned this into a war for the noble cause of future generations. He is truly skilled with words. Do you see, Paul? That is how you change the hearts of many people. As expected of Daniel, he could educate his successor anytime and anywhere. You can still teach me even in this situation? Having such an enthusiastic older brother was sometimes very exhausting for Paul. After hearing the king speak such lofty principles, the demon king suddenly burst into a bright laugh. Good, good. That really was an excellent speech. As he laughed, the demon king kept clapping. He felt this emperor was more interesting than he had expected. And so the demon king began his attack. Look, no matter how many sweet words you use to cover their eyes, you still want to start a war without caring about the lives of the people, don't you? The demon king's words were like pushing the emperor into the middle of a deep, vast sea, leaving him tongue-tied and unable to speak. He had no answer to that question. It seems I've won, the demon king thought to himself. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Seeing that the king did not answer, the people also began to ponder the demon king's words. Paul looked around. Seeing that everyone had gone quiet, he wanted to ask Daniel whether the emperor had effectively lost now, because the people were wavering, which put the emperor at a disadvantage. Daniel's expression was also extremely grave. If this continued, the people would no longer trust the emperor, and the empire would fall into chaos from which it could not recover. The damage the loser would have to bear would be incredibly severe. The image of defeat would affect many things, such as the morale of the soldiers, the difficulty of winning the people's trust, his image in the people's eyes, and countless other matters. If this conversation were a real battle, the emperor had just been pushed underwater, had begun to surface, and his hand had grabbed the demon king by the collar. He countered with an extremely eerie expression. Then isn't the demon realm also shaking the hearts of the people just to find a way to attack the human realm? If you can seize this land, you will trample humanity underfoot and steal everything. Because the emperor knew this, the only thing he could do was drag the other factions down with him. The people, nobles, princes, and princesses watching this debate were now quite bewildered, not knowing which side to lean toward. When Paul saw the emperor strike back, he felt relieved. With this, both sides had justifiable reasons to start a war. But when the demon king heard those words, he burst into loud laughter once again. I admit you're good, emperor. If I hadn't met that man, I might have wanted to draw you over to my side. Then it seems the negotiations have failed. I hope you will still be able to entertain me in the future. With this result, the war between the human realm and the demon realm officially began. For now, there were only small-scale battles to test the other side's strength. The days passed like a ticking time bomb, with no one knowing when this fierce war would truly erupt. In the distant northern region, Dion's corps was stationed there. Dion felt so exhausted he was about to die. At last, he could leisurely rest for a little while. After the war broke out, he had to fight both as the Zero Corps commander, who commanded the Demon Realm's army, and as the third hero of the human realm. He had to run back and forth between the two countries, tired as a dog. During the war, the Demon Realm's Zero Corps charged into battle, constantly shouting, "The Empire's hero? He's nothing to us. Clear the way for our Zero Corps commander." Meanwhile, the people under the human realm's third hero kept shouting, "The Zero Corps commander? Let's take him down." They kept clashing and cursing the opposing leader. But how were they supposed to know that both people they were cursing were Dion, who knew how the Emperor and the Demon King were fighting, but the only tired person here was probably Dion Hart. Dion currently wanted to cry, but had no tears. How long will my life be like this? I really thought I was going to die, from overwork. Not only that, both the Demon King and the Emperor had begun piling pressure onto Dion Hart. The Emperor held a communication stone and spoke to Dion through it. "You commanded very well this time, too. You worked hard. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will send the battle report to my subordinates." That was what he said on the outside, but there was no way Dion remembered the details of the battle. The fact that he had survived was already lucky. As for the report, he could just make up a few lines. At that moment, the Emperor continued, "Your voice doesn't sound good. Are you feeling guilty toward those who died?" Dion froze when he heard that. What is he talking about? "You are my sword. A sword does not feel guilt. The guilty and painful memories of war will all be borne by me, so you need only follow my orders. That is why you should begin preparing to free yourself from that restraint." Dion had thought the Emperor would offer him a few comforting words after making him work so hard, but with this work pressure and unpaid overtime, maybe he really should quit. Dion thought to himself that the Emperor only wanted to pressure him into deciding which side to choose as soon as possible. Things were beginning to go too far. Dion walked alone down the road, feeling wronged. The demon realm, the human realm. Heaven, what sin had I committed? Dion was so angry that he scratched his head in frustration. He shouted in despair, "Is it a crime that I only want to live quietly? What damn war? They should have just fought each other." Just as Dion was lamenting his fate and wanting to quit, the Demon King suddenly contacted him, and Dion immediately changed his attitude 180 degrees. He spoke cheerfully, as if he had never complained at all. "Eret, have you rested these past few days?" "Yes, I have." Dion put on a business smile as he spoke with the Demon King. The speed at which his expression changed was more professional than that of an A-list actor. On the surface, he was smiling and chatting, but right now Dion was shedding tears inside. He had never expected that one day he would have to sell himself to capitalism. No, sell himself to power like this. The Demon King spoke to Dion in the same gentle tone as always. "I'm sorry, but could you go to the Northern Front and deal with a few groups of monsters?" Dion asked in return. "The Northwest? Isn't that the front line?" "Yes. That position is very important, so I think you are the best person to handle it." Hearing this, Dion held the communication stone and silently weighed things in his heart. Seeing that Dion said nothing, the Demon King continued to explain, "If I send the army, it will only draw unnecessary attention from the Empire. It's only a few of them, please. Go, won't you?" Dion found it very strange that the Demon King was gently trying to curry favor with him like this. He knew the Demon King had been rather sensitive lately, but why did he have to take on such a dangerous mission? Suddenly, the Demon King said, "Oh, fortunately you won't have to go too far. The monsters are heading toward you." From the distant forest appeared countless silhouettes of monsters, and they were coming toward Dion. When Dion heard the Demon King say that, he wanted to faint on the spot. Elsewhere, Cruin Hart was looking at the pile of information on the table, suspiciously asking, "There are no problems today, correct?" Because the wager with the Duke over who would kill Dion Hart first had originally been postponed, and now it had resumed because Dion Hart had returned to the Empire. His subordinate reported that although there had been many raids and actions, Dion Hart had discovered them and handled them himself. He acted as if he did not notice that I dealt with several incidents, and it seems he is assessing the situation. Cruin was not too surprised by this, since Dion was a hero after all, but the Duke would not give up just because he failed a few times. Cruin told that man to keep an eye on Dion and protect Dion from all danger. If there was any information about Dion, he had to report it to him. Cruin Hart thought to himself, "Now that I think about it, the others in the Assassin's Guild have received orders to kill Dion Hart. One person is paying to kill him, and the other is paying to protect him. I don't understand what I did to get stuck in this situation." Cruin Hart was growing distressed because of his younger brother. That subordinate suddenly remembered that Dion would be going out today. Surely there would not be any problems, right? He hoped his subordinate would be able to protect Dion Hart. As for the man sent to protect Dion, he was currently hiding behind a tree and constantly trembling inside. What the hell is this? There are too many magical beasts. How am I supposed to deal with all of this? That man looked at Dion facing the monsters and was deeply impressed. Is he not scared? How can he stand still like that? Dion's expression had already begun to darken, and his mouth kept muttering, "Just one. Just one. I'll only beat one of them." At the imperial palace, the emperor suddenly grabbed a knife and stabbed it fiercely toward his own hand. But fortunately, General Nemesius beside him used his sword to block it. The emperor's complexion did not look very good. The general immediately said, "I apologize for drawing my sword before you, your majesty. But the place you were aiming for was your wrist, not the back of your hand." Hearing that, the emperor irritably scratched his head. It really is difficult to stay clear-headed. General Nemesius sheathed his sword and asked the emperor whether he wanted him to summon the royal physician. The emperor found it truly strange. Something was very strange. He felt a peculiar malice somewhere, as if an invisible hand were trying to squeeze his throat. And so the emperor ordered General Nemesius to quietly summon a priest immediately. When the general heard that, astonishment appeared on his face. "You intend to call a priest instead of a physician?" The emperor's face twisted into a frown. He rubbed his wounded hands and replied coldly, "Yes. I heard rumors that the Demon Realm's Zero-Core Commander and the Empire's hero Dion Hart fight in very similar ways. Handle it quietly, as always." As soon as he finished speaking, the communications signal began to glow. The king quickly picked up the communication device and ran swiftly outside. As he ran, he left a message for General Nemesius. "I need to go somewhere, so postpone the meeting with the priest until I return." Hearing this, General Nemesius respectfully bowed and accepted the order. Even so, the general felt doubt in his heart. "But your majesty, is it really true that Dion Hart and the Zero-Core Commander have nothing to do with each other?" Elsewhere, Dion was slowly dealing with a monster, his eyes filled with ferocity. Dion held a dagger and stabbed that monster to death. After killing one, as usual, and seeing that the other monsters still stood motionless, Dion found it very strange. Normally, after seeing him defeat one like this, they would be frightened and run away. Were these monsters so hungry they had lost all awareness? If not, could it be that he looked too delicious to them? And so Dion held his dagger and charged straight in, wanting to stab one to death. He would not allow this. He would not allow these monsters to look down on him like that. Dion gripped the dagger and slashed repeatedly at the monster, cutting again and again, cutting up and down, forward and back, but the monster still did not die. The monster threw a punch and quickly knocked Dion out, sending him flying far away. At that moment, his survival instincts began to emerge. "It's been a long time since someone made me this angry." Dion threw the dagger straight at the monster. However, his wrist was already broken, and he felt his leg hurt terribly. Every muscle in his body ached intensely, but he could not stop because if he stopped, he would die. The image of Dion with bloodshot eyes appeared in the monster's eyes, and 1 second later, it died. The other monsters standing behind it looked at the young man in this bloodthirsty state, and they had long since stopped moving. Dion was covered in blood. He looked at his broken hands, which were giving off poisonous fumes. Oh, so their claws are poisonous. Dion threw the corpse of the monster he had just taken down toward its fellows, and the monsters kept retreating. Dion glanced at them and gave a cold smile. "If I've been poisoned, I'll just have to cut it off. Now, then, shall I finish off the rest of you?" When the monsters saw Dion in such a crazed state, they were terrified and fled for their lives. Immediately afterward, Dion collapsed. His entire body was soaked in blood, mingled with the bloodstains of the monsters around him. Dion felt pain all over. Right now, he could no longer move. Dion tried to use his remaining strength to take out the communication device. "Demon King, I need help at the northern front. Please." He had to quickly escape this place before those stupid monsters returned to look for food. Dion gradually lost consciousness and sank into a dream. In the dream, a pair of hands rested on his head. Dion felt very comfortable. He opened his eyes and saw an incredibly warm scene, with a stream and blooming flower pots all around. Under a tree, Cruin Hart was stroking Dion's head. Then Cruin Hart kept grabbing Dion's clothes, his expression extremely panicked. He kept shouting, "Dion, stay conscious. Open your eyes." And then Dion suddenly woke up. What was that dream? When Dion opened his eyes, he saw a group of monsters staring at him with predatory gazes. At that moment, Dion was fully awake. He only remembered that he had been fighting those monsters under the Demon King's orders, but he had no idea when he had passed out. Dion had forgotten everything again, just like before. That monster began to approach, raising its hand as if to grab Dion. Dion felt that this time he was truly done for. However, how could he be allowed to die so easily? Immediately afterward, the monster was chopped into pieces, and the one who killed it was the Emperor. When Dion saw the Emperor, his mouth fell open. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" His mind churned violently. What is this? How did my body end up like this? Did I really fight to this extent? Why is there a chunk of flesh missing from my right hand? The Emperor quickly cleaned up all the monsters. He looked at Dion and said, "It seems you mistook my communication device for the Demon King's communication stone. As a spy, is it all right for you to be this full of openings?" When Dion heard that, he panicked so much he wanted to faint immediately and be done with it. He felt that today truly was cursed by a disastrous star. How could he be so unlucky? Had heaven stopped protecting him? The Emperor continued speaking in extremely sweet words, but to Dion, they were like blades stabbing straight into his chest. "I'm at a loss for words too, but what can I do? Since my talented subordinate was asking me for help, I had to come personally. I couldn't send just anyone, because this matter involves the Demon King. And thanks to that, I was also able to meet the rumored Zero Corps commander, Commander Eret." Dion did not know what to say. His entire body had gone numb. After that, the Emperor turned around, waved his hand, and said to Dion, "There is no need to worry. I have no intention of doing anything for now." Dion cried silently in his heart. How did my life end up like this? The Emperor continued instructing him, "I will leave clean clothes and medicine here. Take care of yourself and return. I will send a knight over, since it seems you can no longer walk." Dion sighed and answered tremblingly, "Thank you very much." Truly, when it rained, it poured. Right now, he really could not stand up anymore. The Emperor mounted his horse, then turned back and continued speaking to Dion. "Since you follow the Demon King's orders this time, next time you must follow my orders. I will contact you soon." The wind blew gently, and Dion felt terribly cold. Such was the fate of a man drifting from one dock to another. Whether it was the Demon King or the Emperor, all of them wanted to use him for their own purposes. But forget it. This was not the first time he had been treated like this anyway. Right now, he only wanted to return quickly, receive treatment, and rest. Dion was inwardly complaining about when the night would arrive when he suddenly saw Dr. Ben running toward him while carrying a medical kit. Dr. Ben's face was extremely panicked. "Lord Eret." When Dion saw Ben, his expression immediately darkened. "Why are you here?" Ben ran over and quickly examined Dion's entire body. "How are you injured so badly? Did you kill all those monsters by yourself?" Dion was about to explain that it might have been His Majesty, but he suddenly remembered that someone was about to arrive, so Dion wanted to tell Ben to quickly hide before he was caught. Before he could finish speaking, the Emperor's knight arrived. "I greet Marquis Dion Hart. I have come to escort you by His Majesty's order." Dion felt that he had never been as unlucky as he was today. He had been discovered. When the knight saw the scene before him, he was also very astonished. Ben's face at that moment also became extremely gloomy. The knight quickly drew his sword. "Are you a demon?" Dion and Ben froze stiff as if glued in place. This time, they were truly finished. The air suddenly went silent for a few seconds. What should I do now? Dion thought to himself. At that moment, the knight raised his sword and pointed it at Dr. Ben. "You demon, get away from the Marquis at once." Dion silently drew his dagger. He wondered whether he should kill the man. If he killed him now, he could explain it to His Majesty, and His Majesty would understand. But after thinking it over, in his current condition, How could he possibly have enough strength to fight him? So Dion changed his target and switched to threatening Dr. Ben. From the outside, it looked as if Dion was threatening Dr. Ben, but in truth, the two of them were whispering quietly. "Push me away and run." Hearing that, Ben panicked. "Lord Errett, but what about your treatment?" The knight standing behind them did not understand what the two were doing. He asked softly, "Marquis, what is wrong?" Dr. Ben gritted his teeth. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to obey. And so, 1 second later, Ben shoved Dion away and dashed off. The knight wanted to chase after him, but Dion began coughing up a mouthful of blood, making it impossible for him to leave Dion behind and pursue him. So he ran over to support Dion and asked with concern, "Are you all right? You are vomiting so much blood." Dion covered his mouth and forced out a sentence. "I am fine." In truth, he did this to draw the knight's attention. Although it was an act, Dion felt that it really hurt terribly. Fortunately, His Majesty had given him a few painkillers. The knight looked at Dion with eyes full of worry. "His wounds are worse than I was told. That demon just now. There are also 10 monster corpses around here. I cannot believe he went on a mission alone like this. My lord, I have prepared a carriage near that road." The more the knight looked at Dion, the more pity he felt for him. Just how many responsibilities has he had to shoulder? And so, he hoisted Dion onto his shoulder and shouted, "I will definitely escort you back safely." Dion was extremely startled when the man suddenly carried him over his shoulder. Dion told him to wait, but at that moment, the knight's mind was filled only with thoughts of concern for Dion. Since he chased after that demon himself instead of taking care of his own body, I have to worry about his wounds first, even if I'm punished for it. He had no room left to listen to Dion's words of wait. As for Dr. Ben, he was running while worrying terribly about Dion. This is the first time I have ever seen the magic tool react so violently. I knew Lord Errett's condition was that bad, but instead of being useful, I became a burden. Judging from what just happened, Lord Errett is acting as a spy under the guise of a marquis of the human realm. But I almost exposed his identity. Dr. Ben cried as he ran. He blamed himself for not being able to help Dion, and for instead putting him in such an awkward position. Dr. Ben was deeply moved that Dion had risked his life to protect him. If Dion had killed him at that moment, he would have willingly died by Dion's hand without a single complaint. Dr. Ben cried like rain as he ran, tormented by helplessness, regret, and heartbreak. As for Dion, right now, he felt unbelievably comfortable. Dion thought that although it was a little embarrassing, being carried like this was very pleasant. If Dr. Ben saw this scene, he would probably cough up blood on the spot. All those tears he had shed would have been for nothing. After running for a while, the two of them finally reached the carriage. At that moment, another soldier was also standing there waiting. When Dion saw the carriage, he felt extremely happy. At last, he could go home and rest. At the imperial palace, His Majesty was speaking with a priestess. After they exchanged words for a while, he concluded, "So you mean I am cursed?" When the priestess heard that, she covered her mouth and made an sound, her expression looking extremely disgusted. General Nemesius was so angry when he heard this that he wanted to draw his sword. "Insolent! How dare you?" But the emperor leisurely raised a hand to stop him and said, "It is fine. The curse must be very powerful then. So powerful that you have to cover your mouth." Hearing the emperor say this, the priestess quickly waved her hands. "No, your majesty." Her face looked rather frightened, and then she shrank back weakly. "I can deal with that curse. However, the karmic burden and hatred your majesty is enduring are so great that it makes me wonder how you have managed to remain sane until now." When the emperor heard her words, he looked very smug, treating them as if the priestess were praising him. "TCH, that is not too surprising. Forget all that. Tell me the details of the curse." The priestess slowly explained, "Your majesty has an evil spirit disturbing your mind. It throws your mind into chaos and drains your life force. It is a curse used to kill its target. An evil spirit requires a dead person. However, It seems you have been cursed for a year already. How did you not notice, even though its effects have weakened recently? General Nemesius was extremely shocked when he heard her say that. He was so anxious that he fired off 3 questions in a row. A year? How can that be? Your Majesty. Contrary to the general's urgency, the emperor was very calm. He slowly picked up the teacup on the table and ordered the general not to make such a fuss. It is nothing serious. It was exactly like the saying that the emperor himself is not anxious, but the eunuch is. The emperor slowly savored his tea. Standing behind the emperor, General Nemesius heard him say, "Someone using a dead person to kill on their behalf is not something worth mentioning." Seeing the emperor remain so calm, General Nemesius and the priestess both admired him greatly. The priestess sighed inwardly. A curse based on karmic burden. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have gone insane by now. I never expected His Majesty the Emperor to be this resilient. The culprit probably never imagined his willpower would be this strong. And so, the priestess bit her finger, causing blood to flow. She used that blood to draw a talisman. This talisman was a temporary charm to suppress the evil spirit. Everything would become a little easier once this talisman was burned. Just then, a report came from outside. "Your Majesty, Marquis Dion Hart has returned." Dion stepped inside. His entire body was filled with gloomy energy. It was so gloomy that it covered his whole body. However, this was only from the priestess's point of view. When she saw those streams of black energy, she was immediately so frightened that she covered her mouth, then quickly fled outside, as if flying. "I'm truly sorry, truly sorry." Seeing the priestess's actions, a huge question mark appeared in Dion's mind. "I am this handsome, so why did she run when she saw me?" Dion's face twisted with displeasure. Seeing that, the emperor laughed out loud. "You must have plenty of resentment too, right?" The emperor slowly enjoyed his tea. "I told you before." Dion remembered the emperor's words in the forest. He had said that this time he would ask Dion to help with something, and since Dion had previously followed the Demon King's orders, this time he could not refuse his order. Dion's expression unconsciously furrowed. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it, he has been fairly quiet lately, so I thought he had forgotten." After taking a sip of tea, the emperor set the cup down. He leaned back in his chair and ordered Dion in a relaxed posture. "You must have recovered completely by now, yes? Among the soldiers, there is a rumor that you are the Zero Corps commander of the demon realm. Therefore, you need to prove once again that you are on humanity's side." Back at the front line, Dion sighed tiredly. "Why is everything always me?" After everything went around and around, the one going to the battlefield in the end was still him. While he was exhausted, someone jumped up from below. "So you were here, Junior?" Seeing him, Dion bowed his head respectfully in greeting. "It has been a long time, Senior." This person was Stigma Perazimo, the second hero. Perazimo patted Dion on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I heard you would be coming here. You must have arrived while I was scouting, right? To place 2 heroes together when manpower is this lacking, this place must be a very important strategic position, yes?" Dion did not reply to his words, but inwardly he thought, "I do not like being here. I just want to do hard jobs like killing monsters." Well, that was just what he said. If he saw a powerful monster, he would be so scared he would curl up. Without that other personality, Dion would have died long ago. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice rang out. "What? What is it?" It turned out that 2 soldiers below were arguing. When Dion heard that voice, he found it very familiar. Then he suddenly remembered. It was those mad dogs from the corps he led. The one with milk tea-colored hair still looked extremely arrogant, even though his collar was being grabbed. "Hey, if you're a candidate for a future hero position, then you should act in a way worthy of it." The person grabbing his collar was furious and cursed hotly. "You were the one who started it, you arrogant knights." The milk tea-haired man cursed back. "You started it first. This is exactly a thief crying stop thief." Seeing this from above, Dion felt extremely tired. These mad dogs are causing trouble again while Liner is out. He was just about to raise his voice and tell them to stop when someone spoke before him. "Hey, stop it right now." That person was Milan. Dion felt very moved because this bastard Milan had finally started acting like a vice captain. Milan walked over and separated the two people who were arguing. The milk tea-haired man was so angry that he looked as if he wanted to devour Milan alive. "Hey, Milan, whose side are you on? They were the ones who looked down on us first." Then, the milk tea-haired man cursed at the other man. "Do you think you are the center of the universe just because you are a hero candidate?" Suddenly, Milan replied with a sentence that left the milk tea-haired man dumbfounded. So what if he is a hero candidate? Immediately afterward, Milan's face suddenly became combative. He laughed loudly. "They're a squad that does not even have a name." Hearing that, the scar-eyed man felt as though he had been insulted, and he stormed forward in anger. The name of a night squad has nothing to do with their strength. And so, Milan went from being the person stopping the fight to the person arguing in place of the milk tea-haired man. Milan pointed straight at the scar-eyed man's face. "That is right. Maybe they are arrogant, but you do not even have a squad name. You are just a bunch of ragged bastards." The milk tea-haired man stood to the side and kept cheering him on. "That is our vice captain." Standing up above, Dion was so angry that he ground his teeth. At that moment, Perazimo advised Dion, "Junior, it looks like your squad needs to be taught a lesson before going onto the battlefield." Although he was giving advice, it sounded a little too much like showing off. When Dion heard him say that, his mouth fell open in surprise. Perazimo continued speaking gently and pointed toward the soldiers below, because a captain's dignity can be judged based on the actions of his subordinates. Dion looked toward Perazimo's night squad. He had to let out an exclamation, because one look at their uniforms was enough to tell that they were completely different from the childish knights fighting in his own squad. They looked very experienced and elite. Dion wished his own pack of mad dogs were even half as good as them. Perazimo put his hands on his hips and explained to Dion, "I say this because I do not want you to be looked down on outside, so I hope you will listen to my advice." Dion also nodded in agreement. "Yes, you are right." Dion's gaze sharpened. He glanced at his foolish soldiers and forced out each word through his teeth. "It seems they need to be re-educated." The group below was still arguing back and forth, unaware that their leader had begun to get angry. At that moment, the scar-faced man shouted aggressively, "What kind of heroes are you if you do not have a hero's remnant? No matter how many achievements you have, those things only matter in the human realm. How can someone without a hero's remnant become a hero?" When Milan heard him curse like that, he immediately knew the man was talking about his marquis. "Hey, you are jealous of the marquis, aren't you?" Jealous. That position should have belonged to us. Even if we fought, we would still win." The scar-faced man answered arrogantly, but he had no idea that, for Dion's troops, they could endure anything, but if someone mentioned their beloved Lord Dion, they absolutely could not tolerate it. The eyes of Milan's group turned as red as blood, filled with murderous intent. "You know your place and still dare insult our marquis." They've been the vanguard soldiers in the 8-Year War, a nameless squad formed from farmers and the poor. They were nothing more than sacrificial pawns, and no one expected them to survive. When they had given up on returning alive, they met Lord Dion. At that time, Dion was on the battlefield wearing a cloak and stabbing an enemy with his sword. At that moment, one of them even thought he was a child. So he walked over and asked what the child was doing. Only after Dion turned around did he realize that this person was their commander. The commander was very young. He had not even recognized Lord Dion because he was too far away and because the Lord was so small in build. Dion turned around, looked straight at his face, and said in a very sharp voice, "Why are you stopping me? We are only allowed to stop when they can no longer move." The man hurriedly explained, "The corpse you are stabbing is already dead." But Dion grabbed him by the collar and shouted at him to come to his senses, because this was the battlefield, and the weak would be eliminated in the rear. "Do you think you are strong enough to survive, so you have the luxury to worry about others?" The other soldiers all stared blankly at their young captain. Dion continued speaking. "For the weak to survive in a place like this, we must make them fear us, because this is a mad war. So make them afraid, so that they hesitate when they attack us." After saying that, Dion spread both arms, stood proudly amid the sea of people, and laughed loudly. We must make everyone who steps into this war fear us by cutting down the enemy with smiles on our faces. Just then, when an enemy tried to attack, Dion instantly killed him as swiftly as the wind, frightening the teammate beside him so much that he trembled. Dion looked at them, his eyes icy and completely emotionless, and spoke words that were extremely cold. Feel pain. Contemplate pain. If there are still fools who believe that the dead must be respected in this place, then go die, but do not get in my way. From that moment, when Dion's image appeared in Milan's eyes, their fate changed. Although those words were insane, in the end, those words were what saved them. They did everything they could to survive, and the most important thing was surviving by relying on one another. The flashback ended. A moment ago, Dion had spoken in a cold voice about going down to discipline them. But now, what was with his hands on hips, middle-aged any posture? Even so, the soldiers greatly respected Dion, because in their hearts, Dion was their hero and their benefactor. Returning to the present situation, the demon army had used the tension at the front line as a distraction and infiltrated the demon realm through another route. The emperor noticed the demon king's intention, so he quickly dispatched Dion's troops. But the defense was struggling, so the emperor gathered the main forces together, namely the second hero, Perazimo, and the third hero, Dion Hart. The emperor even sent hero candidates who possessed heroes' remnants. Once they were summoned here, the battle against the demon realm turned around and slowly moved toward its conclusion. On the current battlefield, Dion's troops were frantically slaughtering enemies. Their leader, Dion Hart, was also fighting like a bloodthirsty maniac. As Dion slashed, he kept shouting, D, D, D. The group who had argued with Dion's squad earlier were utterly terrified when they saw Dion fighting. One of them thought inwardly, shouldn't he stop already? Is there need to stab them that brutally? One of them even felt nauseated by the slaughter carried out by the army Dion commanded. At that moment, when the scar-eyed man saw the scene before him, he trembled violently. He felt that he did not have the ability to win, even though he had a hero's remnant. Right now, he felt as if he were facing a wolf he could not escape from. When someone from Dion's corps saw the group that had picked a fight with him earlier, he looked down on them with great disdain, because they had acted as if they were ready to fight, yet now they were terrified. Those people claimed to be hero candidates possessing heroes' remnants, so they always acted high and mighty, but now that they were on the battlefield, they were endlessly afraid. They were partly afraid of the monsters, and the other part was fear of the third hero, Dion Hart. Dion had now switched into slaughter mode. He had fought to the point of losing control of himself. At that moment, Dion was about to stab downward when Perazimo grabbed his hand and stopped him. Dion looked at him and unconsciously halted his movement. Perazimo had come here because his side had already finished dealing with everything. At that moment, all the monsters had been killed. Dion collapsed onto the ground, unable to say a word. Around him, some people stepped on monster corpses. Some helped each other off to rest, while others were teasing one another. One man lay sprawled on the ground, still exhausted as he complained, "Fighting without medical support really is tiring." Looking at his soldiers, Dion was not particularly surprised. Otherwise, they would never have survived the 8-year war. Just then, Perazimo suddenly turned to Dion and asked, "Is shouting die while fighting a habit of yours?" Dion wiped the blood from his mouth and said nothing, his cold eyes glancing toward Perazimo. Perazimo said that shouting such savage words would lower Dion's dignity, so it would be best to fix that habit. Dion coldly said he did not care about things like dignity, but before he could finish speaking, Perazimo shoved him hard in the back. "Straighten your back, broaden your shoulders, and lift your chin." Dion looked at him with eyes that seemed to say, "What the hell are you doing?" Perazimo continued reminding him, "Also, when you talk to others, look them in the eye. And when you stand, stand up straight." A simple change in posture can improve a lot. Then he patted Dion on the chest a few times. "Understand?" Dion found this Perazimo fellow incredibly bothersome for constantly giving him advice like this. When Dion held a dagger, Perazimo criticized him too, saying hand signals would be clearer if accompanied by an action. When Dion rested, Perazimo also reminded him to stop fighting without thinking. Dion felt this man kept acting like a senior and giving advice. Although his advice was very useful, he had picked the wrong person to say it to. Dion now only liked doing things his own way. Perazimo looked at Dion for a while, then smiled and said, "If you have overwhelming strength, then none of this matters." While Dion was standing there talking, a demon charged over and thrust a spear straight at him. "Die, you monster!" Everyone who saw this was horrified. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Dion's troops turned pale with fear, and even Perazimo's eyes widened. Dion had used his hand to block it, but the spear still pierced straight through his body. However, the demon could not push it any farther now, because Dion's hand had stopped the spearhead. The demon was extremely shocked by Dion's grip strength, never expecting it to be so powerful. He could not move at all. Dion admitted that he was weak, but in order to survive, he had no choice. Dion's gaze gradually changed, and his voice also became filled with killing intent. "I'll make you pay for this wounded shoulder, you bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, one slash instantly erased that demon. Dion's entire body was now dyed red with blood, and he felt pain all over. At the encampment, the second hero, Perazimo, had captured an assassin. He sighed inwardly, not expecting Dion Hart to attract so many flies. Perazimo sat on top of the assassin, both hands gripping his neck. Perazimo's voice was cold. "Who sent you? There sure are a lot of fools who don't understand how important this war is, sending assassins here like this." The assassin screamed once, then immediately logged out of life. Only then did Perazimo suddenly realize he had accidentally used too much force and disposed of the man. Perazimo stood up and brushed the dust off himself. But that was fine. The only question was whether his junior knew about this. Perazimo unconsciously smiled. He found this quite interesting and also very strange that a group of assassins wanted to assassinate Dion. They wanted to kill him so badly that they had even been sent directly to this battlefield. It was far too abnormal. However, there was also a group protecting Dion from the shadows. Perazimo glanced at the man sneaking around over there. The man Cruel Heart had sent to protect Dion was now panicking inwardly. He thought to himself, "Could he have noticed me?" Perazimo stood in the distance with his hands on his hips and said loudly to him, "Do you know who sent the assassins? I wonder who ordered you to come here." Although the man sent to protect Dion had already been discovered, he still hid there and refused to come out, his face filled with fear. He thought he had surely hidden himself well. So how could Perazimo have found him? Seeing that the man had no intention of answering, Perazimo did not press further. After all, if he was a protector, there was nothing to worry about. Perazimo still felt that everything seemed somehow wrong. An assassin and a bodyguard assigned to protect the same person during the same period of time. It really made one curious. On this side, the protector was so frightened by Perazimo's overwhelming pressure that he collapsed to the ground, terrified out of his wits. He inwardly lamented that being near Dion Hart was even more dangerous than going to the battlefield. At the same time, somewhere else, Vice Captain Milan was clutching his head and crying as if wailing, "Captain! No. I mean Marquis, have you gone insane? What are you planning to do about your shoulder? Who is crazy enough to chase after the enemy with a wound like this?" Liner also stared at his commander in shock. Dion was having his wound bandaged by the doctor. Hearing Milan's greetings, his eyes avoided him. In truth, he did not know why he had done it either. He did not remember anything. Dion pretended to be calm and told Milan not to make such a fuss over a tiny wound like this. Just then, a voice rang out from afar. "You're awake?" The one walking over was Perazimo. When the others saw Perazimo arrive, they all bowed their heads in greeting. Dion also wanted to stand up and greet Perazimo, but Perazimo stopped him. "You don't need to sit up." Then Perazimo spoke in a very irritated voice. "Have you always used yourself as bait?" Dion did not know how to answer him. Vice Captain Milan looked at Dion with a very thoughtful gaze. The commander had been like this during the 8-Year War as well. He had taken part in that war from a very young age. When the others, concerned for him, tried to button Dion's clothes again, he snapped at them, telling them to let go because he could do it himself. Milan felt that Lord Dion was sometimes very much like a child, but when fighting, he was more vicious and merciless than anyone. Even when his body had been weakened by alcohol, drugs, and wounds, as long as he could survive, no matter how severe the injury, he would be fine. Dion remained silent for a long time, his hands clenched tightly together. After thinking for a while, he said, "This time, I had no other choice." But Perazimo believed that was not acceptable. You even chased after the enemy commander without thinking. The sight of Dion madly pursuing the enemy commander had frightened everyone, including the demons. Perazimo stood above him and looked directly at Dion with an extremely sharp gaze. He asked Dion, "Because you killed the commander, the enemy forces were completely scattered. Most of them fled. If I had not been there, would they have withdrawn?" Perazimo seemed to have grown suspicious of something. Hearing this, Dion was inwardly horrified. But Perazimo did not wait for Dion to answer and continued asking, "At the very least, you should have left those small fry behind and kept yourself safe. The enemy scouts also learned of your shoulder injury because of this incident." While Dion had been madly chasing the monsters, Perazimo had noticed a demon flying in the sky, witnessing everything. Perazimo wanted to attack it, but the demon dodged and flew away. Perazimo believed that news that one of the human realm's most important commanders was seriously wounded had certainly spread throughout the demon realm army. That meant there was a high chance the forces that had retreated would return to attack. Dion knew he was right, so he had nothing to argue back with. Seeing Dion looking so uncomfortable, Perazimo rubbed his head. "Do you understand? What I mean is, your actions were not good, so you should worry about yourself." Dion said softly, "I'll remember." Perazimo's head patting made Dion blush in embarrassment. Milan and Liner were extremely envious when they saw this. Lord Perazimo is the best. At that very moment, someone else pulled open the curtain. His voice panicked. "Marquis, the army that withdrew is on its way back." Sure enough, the thing Perazimo had worried about most had happened. Dion was startled when he heard this, but Perazimo remained very calm. Seeing Dion so agitated, he flicked him hard on the forehead, causing Dion to clutch his forehead in confusion. Perazimo told Dion to calm down, then pointed straight at him. "Our unit will hold them back with my army, so you and your army should withdraw. It will be best if you take the hero's remnants with you." Hearing this, Dion asked him in return, "Withdraw? Just me? What about you?" Perazimo looked at Dion with a serious expression for a moment, then strode outside confidently with a very cheerful smile. "Oh my, do I look so weak that you need to worry about me? Those small fry are enough for me and my army. You're wounded, but you can still break free on your own, right?" And so Dion's army mounted their horses and returned. As Dion rode, he analyzed the situation. According to the scouts' report, most of the demon army was being sent somewhere. That meant the battle here would be the final battle. As long as they could kill the army that had retreated, they would complete their mission to sweep away the enemy. The scene shifted. In a room, Duke Elaster and Cruel Heart were playing chess. They had a strange relationship, although Cruel Heart had joined the Duke and become his subordinate. The Duke treated Cruel with great respect. This relationship looked very strange and unequal, not like that of superior and subordinate. In the chess game, the Duke's black pieces quickly put Cruel in check. Cruel sighed. "I lost." The Duke sat with his legs crossed, looked at Cruel, and asked, "You don't seem very focused today. Or are you worried about your younger brother?" Those words seemed to hit Cruel right where it hurt. The Duke stood up and continued, "I have sent assassins one after another to kill him, and yet not a single one has been able to approach Dion Hart." However, hearing this, Cruel became very anxious inside. He listened nervously as the Duke continued, "They did catch your dog." As soon as he finished speaking, the Duke slammed Cruel's face down onto the chessboard. Cruel wanted very much to resist, but he gritted his teeth because the right time had not yet come. The Duke looked at Cruel with a terrifying gaze, and his voice was also extremely cold. Cruel heart, I have known for a long time that your people have been protecting your younger brother. I'm not someone who gives a second chance to a traitor or a spy, but you are very important to me, so I have no choice but to do so. Then the Duke stabbed his sword straight through Cruel's hand. That will be all for today. You do remember that your younger brother killed your parents, don't you? Do you not pity them? Were they not precious people to you? And yet Dion Hart killed them without a second thought. Whatever the reason or misunderstanding may have been, would you be satisfied with his reason? The Duke's words stirred up Cruel's painful memories. The Duke coldly asked Cruel, between your younger brother and your own life, which is more important? The Duke thought this man truly was stubborn. He had wasted so much breath talking, yet Cruel had not made a single sound. Then he released Cruel and sighed. I will give you one last chance. I will send someone to monitor you, so do not think of doing anything foolish unless you want to die. Cruel looked at the Duke with a fierce expression, but his hands began to tremble after hearing what the Duke told him to do. Bring Dion Hart's head here. The Duke left, and Cruel slowly put on his cloak. He stood there in a daze, remembering what that old witch had said. If you want to die, then go ahead and die. Kill that child before you die. Then Cruel remembered what Duke Yalaster had just said. Between your younger brother's life and your own life, which is more important? Cruel's frown deepened as he recalled the Duke's words. If you do not want to die, bring me Dion Hart's head. Cruel picked up his sword and thought to himself, it is time. It is time to end this. But immediately afterward, the sword in his hand suddenly fell, as if signaling something. Cruel looked at his hand. Earlier, the Duke had severed the nerves in his hand, making him unable to even lift the sword. However, he clenched his fist and resolved inwardly, I cannot let this stop me. Outside, Sanger was standing guard. Seeing Cruel come out, he was very surprised. Are you going out, my lord? Cruel pulled aside the tent cloth and looked at him with an icy gaze. After what had just happened, Cruel was certain there was a mole in his army, and that person was definitely someone closest to him. The dog the Duke had captured certainly was not someone from the guild he had hired to protect Dion, because they were groups that moved more silently than anyone. Almost no one could detect their presence unless someone had leaked the information. Seeing Cruel go outside, Sanger bowed respectfully and asked permission to follow him. Cruel clenched his fists and angrily refused his offer. No, stay here and do what you need to do. Sanger said, my duty is to protect you. Cruel turned his head and said in a rather mocking voice, protect me? Did the Duke tell you to do that? When Sanger heard Cruel say that, panic began to appear on his face. Cruel glanced at him with an extremely vicious gaze. Sanger, when did you become the Duke's eyes and ears? Now that he thought about it, Cruel felt that perhaps Sanger had begun to change long ago, because now he no longer called Cruel young master like before. Cruel turned fully around to face him and looked straight into his face, emphasizing every word. I asked, since when have you been reporting my actions to the Duke? Sanger felt extremely guilty and also very remorseful. He did not dare look Cruel directly in the face. He glanced to the side, his voice stammering. Does that matter? Cruel thought for a moment, then judged his words. Yes, I suppose it no longer matters now. I will no longer allow you to follow me. I'm not kind enough to keep a traitor by my side while carrying out an important mission. Cruel felt rather sad, because Sanger had been one of his trusted subordinates before working for the Duke. It would be a lie to say he was not sad, but that no longer mattered now. In any case, this would be the last time. Cruel had given his answer to the choices Duke Yalaster had presented. The play was about to fall its curtain. From the very beginning, this had been a play without an audience. Cruel wanted to end the play here without anyone knowing. Cruel mounted his horse and rode straight toward Dion Hart. As for Dion Hart, he was currently being chased by demons. The demons had discovered him and were ordering their subordinates to capture him. Dion felt extremely tired because when he was with the demons, he was always hunted by the people of the Empire. And when he was with the people of the Empire, he was attacked by the demons. At this rate, Dion might as well change his nationality to somewhere else. Wherever he went, it was all trouble. An entire demon battalion was chasing Dion's army closely. He kept cutting them down, but the demons continued charging at him without end. Liner and Milan had also killed many demons. Dion wondered where all these demons had crawled out from. While Dion was in the middle of slaughtering them, one subordinate told him to pay attention over there. There seemed to be something on that side. Dion looked over and saw an army transporting a pile of food and weapons. It was the First Corps and the demons' carriages. They were transporting supplies. When one demon saw that Dion had discovered them, it blurted out in panic, "We've been discovered." It turned out they had split into two groups to mislead Dion. But in the end, their plan had failed. When Dion heard the demon accidentally let it slip, he turned to look at it. The demon hurriedly covered its mouth, then looked at Dion with sparkling eyes, as if wanting to say, "I didn't say anything. You heard wrong." Dion was speechless at it. Then he drew his sword and looked at that demon with a very adorable gaze, as if wanting to say, "Thanks, my friend. And your reward is a trip by dragon carriage." Before he could take that dragon carriage trip, the demon managed to leave a message for his comrades. "Stop him. Stop Dion Hart." Hearing that, the demons transporting supplies turned around. As a result, they saw Dion Hart and his soldiers approaching. Seeing this, the blue-haired demon shouted in panic, "What is going on? Have the humans discovered us?" Dion charged forward with a wicked smile, because if the supply reinforcements were cut off, it meant this mission was finally over. When the two demons saw Dion coming, their formation fell into chaos. One stepped out to shield the cargo, while the other hurriedly grabbed his sword, wanting to stop Dion. But Dion was currently extremely excited because he was about to finish the mission and return home to sleep. So he quickly swung his sword a few times and dealt with them all. A nearby boulder cracked, followed by a landslide. The war against the demon realm began. Humanity gathered its strength by forming an alliance. A total of 4 nations joined hands in cooperation: the Empire, the Kingdom of San, Rugiki, and Espernat. During the lull, when both humans and demons were exhausted after a long battle, a fateful storm blew into the Empire. At present, snow was falling, blanketing the entire northern land in white. At Dion's camp, Perazimo was on his way to find Dion. Dion's subordinate came forward to receive him. Perazimo asked whether Dion Hart had returned, and the subordinate told him that Marquis Dion had returned yesterday and was resting in his tent after receiving treatment for his wounds. Hearing that, Perazimo smiled brightly. "Good. I heard he found the enemy's supply transport route while helping the army, right?" "Yes, sir." While eliminating the reinforcements, he caused a landslide and blocked the enemy's supply route. Thanks to that, the demon side suffered very heavy losses. Hearing that, Perazimo chuckled. "Then let me tell him." But at that point, the scene before his eyes forced Perazimo to stop. The soldiers in front of Dion's tent had been knocked unconscious. And no matter how they were called, they would not wake up. Perazimo realized that something had happened. He quickly pulled back the curtain and looked inside. Just as he had expected, Dion Hart had disappeared. Elsewhere, Dion was being dragged away by someone. He kept struggling. "Hey, let go of me. You crazy bastard. Why are you doing this?" The one dragging him away was his older brother, Cruel Heart. Dion tried to pull his hand back, but Cruel was gripping it so tightly that he could not move at all. Cruel dragged his younger brother along as easily as anything. Dion kept shouting, "Hey, don't you hear me talking? I have nothing to say to you." Dion recalled what had happened a few hours earlier. In his bedroom, a pair of bandaged hands had suddenly covered his mouth and kidnapped him. Dion quickly realized it was Cruel Heart. Cruel leaned close to Dion's ear and whispered, "Come with me. I have something to say to you." He said he had something to say, but now Cruel had dragged Dion this far without making a single sound, despite Dion yelling the whole time. Dion thought to himself that, whatever the reason was, he could not let his brother drag him away like this. Was he planning to drag him somewhere and dispose of him? Dion's wounds were quite serious, so if they fought, he would not be able to win. because he thought that. Dion shouted at Cruel, "Hey, Cruel, fine, I get it. Let's talk right here. Why are you?" Just as he was about to demand an explanation, Cruel turned back with an extremely bloodthirsty gaze. Seeing that, Dion became a little frightened and unconsciously stopped his question. Dion clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "Does he want to kill me?" But 1 second later, Cruel suddenly drew his sword and shielded Dion behind him. Cruel raised his hand, pushed him forward, and instructed him, "Keep going along the road we just came from." Dion looked toward that road. As he remembered it, the direction they had been about to go was the road leading to the demon realm. Dion was just about to voice his doubts when an arrow flew toward them. Fortunately, Cruel quickly cut that arrow in two. Cruel told Dion to hurry and go, saying there was no time to explain. "Someone has tried to kill you. It will be very hard to escape them this time, because they have sent a force capable of killing a hero." Cruel stood in front, protecting his younger brother from Duke Yolaster's assassins. Seeing so many assassins, Dion broke out in a cold sweat as well. He thought to himself, "All these people came just to kill me?" Suddenly, Cruel raised his hand and stroked Dion's head, startling him. Then he spoke in an extremely gentle voice. "This side is very dangerous now. Go to the other side and never come back again, Dion." Cruel's gesture of stroking his head and his gentle words left Dion utterly stunned. The other side? Could it be that he already knew I had dealings with the Demon King's side? But how could that be? When the leader of the assassins heard Cruel say that, he became very confused. He scratched his head because, in truth, he did not want to face two heroes at all. But since he was currently carrying out a mission for the villainous side, and an assassin had to maintain his credibility, he had to force his voice to sound a little more evil. "TCH, so in the end, you chose your younger brother. Hey, traitor, have you forgotten your orders?" Cruel did not answer him. He only turned around and glared fiercely at them, taking a defensive stance to protect his younger brother. This action was like an indirect admission that he had chosen his brother. Seeing Cruel's actions, the assassin immediately ordered the soldiers to charge forward and kill them all. Faced with such a formidable group of assassins, Cruel showed no fear at all. He still gripped his sword firmly. Although his hand was injured, Cruel's sword strikes remained powerful and full of force. In just a few seconds, many of the assassins had been cut down. An arrow shot straight toward Cruel's face, but he swung his sword and shattered it to pieces. Cruel recalled that night, when he had caught Dion on his way back to the demon realm. After they met, he had pretended to escape, then secretly followed his younger brother. As a result, the place Cruel reached was the Land of Three Moons. Or, to put it more simply, the demon realm. Seeing these things, Cruel finally realized it, from the Emperor's secret mission to the appearance of the Zero Corps commander. Right after Dion disappeared, and after seeing Dion naturally coming and going from the demon realm, Cruel quickly guessed that Dion was Eret. As Cruel fought the assassin, he silently weighed the matter in his mind. Dion had been given an important position as Zero Corps commander, which proved that Dion's life in the demon realm must have been very good. While he was thinking, an arrow suddenly brushed past Cruel's face, aiming straight for Dion. Seeing that, Cruel's expression changed at once. Dion had not noticed those arrows. When he turned back and saw them, he was met with the sight of blood spraying everywhere. Those arrows had pierced straight into his brother's shoulder. Cruel quickly pulled the arrows out of his shoulder. Both worried and angry, Dion questioned him in a cold voice. "What are you trying to do? Why are you suddenly acting like you care about me?" At that moment, scenes of what had happened before appeared in Dion's mind. He felt that something was wrong. Dion felt that there was something off about his memories. In his memory, hadn't Cruel abandoned him? Through those scenes, he saw an image in the library. It was an image of himself and his older brother when they were children. When little Dion held the book and said he wanted to see the outside world, Cruel sat beside his younger brother and kept comforting him. As soon as little Dion said that, he immediately gave a forced smile. "Hee, I was just joking. I really like reading books and playing chess with you like this." At that time, his older brother Cruel also stroked his head and said, "Dion, When you get a little older, do you want to travel together with the whole family? Hearing those words, little Dion's eyes shone brightly. Dion felt very strange. Why was he remembering this now? Hadn't his older brother always intended to kill him? While he was sinking into his memories, Cruel's hand covered his eyes, bringing him back to reality. Cruel said, "Don't think too much. Just do what you always do." Cruel looked at his younger brother with an extremely affectionate gaze. "Do what you always do. Accept it and forget it." Then Cruel let go and quickly moved forward to deal with the assassins charging at them. The truth was that the death of their family had been due to Dion's misunderstanding. That was right. It had been a misunderstanding. If not for that misunderstanding, if not for the Duke, his kind-hearted younger brother would never have done such a thing. On the day his only younger brother was covered in blood from head to toe, he had resolved to protect his younger brother, Dion Hart, because his younger brother was his only family. Dion walked over and tremblingly touched his brother's shoulder. Cruel turned his head and glanced over, realizing that Dion was clear-headed. Cruel thought to himself that after he died, Dion would soon realize it. If Dion discovered the truth, he would go mad with guilt and thoughts of revenge, then kill everyone around him and ultimately take his own life. Therefore, he could not let that happen. He could not let his younger brother learn the truth. Cruel pushed his younger brother away. "Go. This is my last request." Dion's tears fell like rain. He hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran away according to his brother's words. Seeing Dion flee, the assassins were extremely annoyed, because just dealing with Cruel Heart had already proven so difficult. And so the leader of the assassins ordered, "Kill Cruel Heart first." Cruel also charged forward to meet them in battle. Cruel's final wish was for Dion not to question the fact that he had been forced into joining the 8-Year War or anything that had happened. He wanted Dion to keep focusing on the hatred he had always held toward him. That way, Dion would feel relieved after he died. Dion ran for a short distance. He felt his heart aching unbearably, and in the end he did not do as his brother had instructed. He turned his head and looked back. What appeared in Dion's eyes at that moment was the sight of his older brother being killed by the assassins. Cruel slowly collapsed to the ground, his blood covering the snowy ground. Before he died, Cruel's final thought was that everyone might laugh at him for living such a miserable life and failing to stop his younger brother from killing their parents. He had not even hated his younger brother, but had instead tried to rise to a high position to protect him by becoming a hero of the Empire. He had worked like a dog for the enemy. Even so, Cruel felt very happy because at this very moment he had been able to protect his younger brother with his own life. Seeing this, Dion's entire body began to tremble, and he could not say a word. Dion wanted to go to his brother, but his whole body was frozen stiff. Dion stood there, stunned by the scene before him. Cruel turned his head and looked at his younger brother one last time. "I don't care if I die, but I have one wish. I only hope that when you discover the truth, your pain will be a little less. I hope you will live in the love of the demon realm. I worry that after I die, you will be abandoned alone in this world, loved by no one. Dion, my younger brother, I truly hope you can be happy. Even after death, I will still protect you." After a fierce battle, the assassins finally succeeded in killing Cruel Heart. Cruel had fallen, but the assassins still did not want to leave anything to chance. One of them even walked over and stabbed his sword down once more. The leader of the assassins felt that Cruel truly lived up to the title of hero. So many of his assassins had been killed that only a few remained now. The Scar Man behind him also scratched his head in exasperation. That stubborn bastard. Even to the very end, he didn't let out a single word. After dealing with Cruel, the assassin now set his sights on Dion Hart. He ordered them to quickly finish Dion Hart off. Dion still stood there silently, saying nothing. His mind was now blank, with only one thought circling around in it. Is he dead? He had wanted to kill him for a very long time. He had thought that after Cruel died, he would surely be happy. But now, as he remembered the moment Cruel stroked his head, tears unconsciously flowed from his eyes. Why did you do that? What reason did you have for doing all those things? Dion clutched his head, feeling that he was unworthy. Dion felt that his head hurt terribly. Suddenly, before his eyes appeared the silhouettes of his deceased family. Cruel raised his hand and touched Dion's face, then said softly, "Dion, don't think about it. But if you truly want to know, then face everything you have done." Dion's tears fell like rain. Just then, an enemy's sword thrust straight toward him. But thanks to Dr. Ben's stone, the attack was blocked. The impact was too strong, causing the stone to shatter. Seeing this, the assassins clenched their teeth. The attacker's eyes shook. The blow he had just unleashed was very powerful. So why had nothing happened? What exactly had gone wrong? And so he once again ordered his comrades to charge forward and capture Dion Hart. Dion still stood there without moving. He lowered his head, tears falling non-stop, while thoughts appeared in his mind. I have to run, but Manhwa won't let me run. I struggled so hard to live until this moment. What should I do now? And then Cruel's image appeared in Dion's mind again. In that scene, Cruel turned back and looked at Dion with an incredibly warm gaze. Then Cruel opened his mouth and said live. Perhaps because of those words, Dion forced himself to regain his senses and run. The assassins relentlessly chased him, but the snow was currently falling too heavily. The blizzard kept striking their faces, causing them to gradually lose track of Dion. Dion continued to flee. No matter how thick the snow was or how difficult the path became, he ran and kept running without stopping. Countless questions appeared in Dion's mind. You died for me right before my eyes. The thing I believed to be the truth shattered right before me. The blizzard was icy cold. His entire body was now freezing, but his tears were very warm. There was a limit to suppressing the memories that kept flooding back. Right now, Dion was extremely confused. Had his parents truly been the ones who sent him to the battlefield? Was it true that Cruel Heart had wanted to kill him? Why had Cruel worked for the Duke? And were the memories he thought were real truly the truth? Dion ran to the barrier of the demon realm. He passed through it and entered the demon realm. As soon as he entered demon realm territory, he collapsed to the ground. Dion had learned the whole truth. Everything he had always avoided before. Everything he had assumed he could never return from once he accepted it, because he feared he would truly break apart, had led him to try his hardest to deceive both himself and others. And now, he finally realized that it had been the wrong decision. Dion's tears fell non-stop, and he kept muttering, "I can't close my eyes, pretend nothing happened, and just watch after everything you did for me." Then, in the end, Dion gradually lost consciousness. In the Demon King's castle, everyone watched in panic as a young man ran forward as fast as he could. It was Dr. Ben. Ed quickly grabbed Dr. Ben's hand. "Ben, what happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" Ben held up the glowing stone and looked at it. Then his face became extremely panicked. Lord Aros's magic necklace has never glowed this much before. Seeing that, Ed's expression immediately changed as well. What does that mean? Could he be? He is in danger. Renelle's voice, filled with worry, rang out from the doorway. Renelle was so worried she was on the verge of tears. Lord Aros is in danger. At the border of the demon realm, Dion kept screaming and pounding his fist hard against the ground. Dion's eyes had lost focus. He was using physical pain to try to cover the pain in his heart. The barrier he had built over the past 10 years had now collapsed. All the memories he had ignored began flooding back. Dion collapsed to the ground, repeatedly calling for his parents and his older brother, Cruel. "Why? You should have killed me." Dion screamed in agony. "Why didn't you kill me?" Dion found it hard to breathe, terribly hard, and he vomited a great deal of blood. From far away, a figure came running toward him. It was Renelle. She was calling out to him. But at that moment, Renelle's image slowly blurred. Dion wondered to himself. He had only wanted to live, so why? And so Dion gradually lost consciousness, collapsing onto the snow, stained red by his blood. At the same time, in the witch's village, the old woman suddenly cried out, "The final wall has collapsed. Disaster will soon come crashing down, one after another." Her words threw everyone in the village into confusion. A young woman holding her infant asked in shock, "It's already late. What's going on? The young man in front of her quickly explained. That old woman is acting like this again. Jane walked over and touched the old woman's shoulder, her expression very grave. No, you should listen to her. She is right. This place is very dangerous now. We must prepare to leave. We will go to Esperanza. At the Marquis's castle, Jiang was somewhat worried, so he went to ask the butler. Remember, you don't know where the master is? Remember sighed. How would this old man know? At present, the Empire was facing one piece of news. The Empire's third hero, Dion Hart, had gone missing. Rumors said that he had either been abducted or that he had killed his older brother, Cruel Hart, and fled to the demon realm. The soldiers in Dion's corps were extremely worried. They did not even know whether their Lord Dion was eating properly. The milk tea-haired young man sighed and said, Honestly, Lord Dion, where could he have run off to with a body like that? Though he complained aloud, he was also very worried about Dion. Milan had a rather bad feeling at that moment. He said softly, I hope he is still safe. Liner told them not to worry anymore and to focus on training. We only need to believe in him and his majesty, then wait. A hero has gone missing, so his majesty will surely order a search. Though she said that aloud, in truth, she was still very worried inside, wondering where Lord Dion had gone. She hoped he still remembered that many people were worried about him. In the imperial palace, Emperor Eduardo was also discussing Dion's disappearance. You still have not found any information about the whereabouts of Dion Hart and Cruel Hart. General Nemesius answered respectfully, Yes. Someone reported that the two of them were last seen in the northern region. However, we still have not found their whereabouts. Hearing this, the emperor fell into deep thought. So in the end, it has come to this. Then he gave an order. For now, we must focus on protecting the nation and finding the two heroes. Meanwhile, at the Duke's castle, Duke Yelaster patted Sanger on the shoulder and praised him. You did well. I will spare your life, as promised. Although he was being praised, Sanger's expression was not happy at all. But the Duke did not care about that. The only thing he cared about was the result. The Duke thought that Cruel truly was a fool for deciding to sacrifice his life for his younger brother. Then he let out a sigh and lamented, It is a bit of a shame that I could not kill Dion Hart. The Duke was certain that Dion was currently hiding in the demon realm. He wondered how Dion's future actions would affect the Emperor. He was very much looking forward to it. In the demon realm, Dion had been brought back to the castle. At present, he was lying on the bed, tears continuously flowing from his eyes. Renelle wiped Dion's wounds, but she, too, kept crying because she was worried and did not know what to do. He is crying. He just keeps crying. Renelle turned and shouted at Ben. Do something. Aren't you his doctor? Dr. Ben was just as helpless as Renelle. I have treated all of his wounds, but this is a psychological wound, so there is nothing I can do. Just then a voice rang out. What did he see that made him cry like this? The one who had arrived was the Demon King. The Demon King's expression was also extremely grave. He looked at the trembling boy before him and thought to himself, So you have decided to accept that truth, Aros. If he is left like this, he will die. The Demon King thought for a while, then placed his hand on Dion's head and made a decision. This is a good opportunity to test your fate. When the others saw the Demon King's action, they quickly guessed what he intended to do. Not giving them time to speak, the Demon King immediately ordered them to leave. Although the others were reluctant, they still went outside according to the Demon King's order. The Demon King felt that things were starting to become interesting. He would not easily let such a good opportunity slip away. And then he placed his hand on Dion's forehead, and a stream of purple power radiated out. He said to Dion, This will be something that affects your future in your life. The price to pay will be very high. Sleep a long and peaceful sleep. A stream of purple light burst from within the castle, illuminating an entire stretch of the demon realm sky. Dion slowly closed his eyes, tears rolling down his face. Before falling asleep, Dion called Cruel's name. A few days earlier, Cruel was reviewing documents in the study. Since the Duke had already suspected him once before, he thought he should prepare for the outcome in advance. He focused as he flipped through each page. Everyone was aiming for Dion. If Dion could be even a little safer, then first he needed to separate Dion's enemies, the Duke and the Revolutionary Army. Cruel pondered. The reason the Revolutionary Army had been created was because its leader wanted to make Daniel's mother's dream come true. If he learned that his mother was ill, Daniel would clearly rush anxiously to find the Duke. Cruel pictured Daniel getting angry after being refused by Stabe. The Duke would oppose him and, in the end, convince the leader of the Revolutionary Army that the Duke did not want a revolution. Cruel told himself, "I need to adjust the timing so that the leader of the Revolutionary Army hears the news that his mother is ill. That way, because of internal conflict, they will have no time to focus on Dion." At that moment, Cruel was gravely wounded, lying on the freezing snow. Even if your chance of survival increases only a little, I am content. Perhaps this is all I could do before, but you have always been a clever child, so you will surely do well. Cruel gasped for breath, his vision gradually blurring. Now, please allow me to leave the stage first. His eyes could no longer hold on, and they slowly closed. Cruel imagined the scene of himself beside Aro's Dion. He smiled gently, his gaze full of love. "I support every decision you make." Cruel stroked his head. "So go forward and do everything you want to do." Sunlight shone down on Aros. Cruel closed his eyes, tears streaming down. "I will always love you." He stopped breathing, his whole body motionless. Cruel was gone forever. In the library, everyone's attention was focused on Aros, who was sitting in the corner. Dr. Ben approached him and asked worriedly, "Lord Aros, are you all right? I heard you were ill." Aros seemed not to hear Ben's words. He continued reading in silence. Ben thought to himself, has he only been sitting here skimming books for hours since he woke up? He does not look well. I should probably report this to the Demon King. Suddenly, a book shot past Ben, leaving a cut on his face. Aros staggered to his feet, gasping repeatedly. Seeing this, Ben became flustered. Lord Aros. In a hidden corner where no one could see, tears had rolled down Aros's cheeks. His eyes were filled with grief. Aros recalled the contents he had just read. The former fourth hero, Cruel Heart, was now deceased. The information would soon be destroyed. As someone related by blood to the third hero, Zio Heart, he thought about what was written in the book. All of my questions still have no answers. But one thing is certain. Perhaps everyone knew he was the Duke's man, opposing the Emperor, but his decisions seemed to go against or disobey the Duke's orders. Perhaps he was even manipulating him. Aros suddenly let out a crazed laugh. This left Ben, who was holding his face, stunned. Aros clutched his own neck, his heart tormented beyond measure. Was it all because of me? He did not kill me, but protected me? You. Before he could finish, a voice interrupted him. Everyone except Aros leave. Ben glanced toward the source of the sound, fear surging in the depths of his eyes. Gulp. Aros did not stop. He was in so much pain that he vomited blood. What exactly did I do to him? Suddenly, a hand reached out and stopped his actions. The Demon King's expression was cold as he gripped Aros's hand tightly. The Demon King asked, "I save your life, and this is what you do the moment you wake up." Aros looked up at him in despair. Cruel. Why'd he take my place? I was sure he hated me. Father, mother, everything was because of me. Could I have been wrong all this time? How? The Demon King sighed. He did not answer immediately. Using magic, the Demon King took out a file and reassured him. I will help you, so calm down. You need more detailed information, do you not? Aros was surprised. This is... He held the papers in his hands. The Demon King explained, Duke Yolaster Stay began interfering with your family, starting from the war 8 years ago. You should be able to find the truths you did not know in these. He thought, but of course, I have omitted the details about my contract with the Duke. Aros flipped open the first page. His entire body trembled. The Demon King looked at him with pity. Poor Dion Hart. Now he truly has no one left. Aros's expression darkened again, and his eyes lit up as if he had discovered something. He shouted again and flung the stack of documents in his hands away. Aros's body trembled in waves as he blamed himself. What did I do for the Duke? What did I do? Watching this, the Demon King raised a hand to cover his mouth and sneered, a glint flashing in his eyes. Do you know when humans become depraved? He observed Aros, who was crying out in agony. It is precisely when they lose the thing most precious to them, or more specifically, when they have nothing left to lose. Aros's eyes gradually became empty. At that moment, only one negative thought repeated endlessly in his mind. He wanted to end his life right here. Aros picked up a shard of broken glass from the table, not caring that his hand had already begun to bleed. Negativity had completely enveloped him. He gripped the shard tightly in his hand. Let me kill this body in the cruelest way possible. The Demon King hurriedly held Aros's hand back. No, his blood-covered hand trembled. The Demon King still did not let go. It would be too selfish for you to die like this. Did your older brother not sacrifice his life to save yours? Aros's expression froze, as if he had suddenly awakened. The Demon King looked at Aros as he slowly raised his head. There have been times when I regretted using 90% of my mana to save your life, because it felt as if I had used my power on a toy that was already broken from the start. Aros grabbed the Demon King's collar, as though grasping at his final ray of hope. Did the Emperor know about all of this? Hearing that, the Demon King gave a sinister smile. But you will surely not disappoint me. The Demon King seemed certain. As expected, he placed his hand on Aros's shoulder and leaned close to him. His voice was full of implication. There is no way the Emperor, who personally investigated the Hart family, knew nothing. In the Demon King's eyes, Aros was just like a puppet under his control. 90% of his mana was not too steep a price to pay for a ticket to watch this play. At the same time, in his study, a hand was reaching for a fountain pen. Dion Hart killed Cruel Hart and fled to the demon realm. Eduardo rested his chin on his hand. That rumor is probably false. It was what Cruel wanted from the start. The general asked in disbelief, "What?" Eduardo's eyes sharpened. "General, did you know? Cruel Hart sacrificed everything to protect his younger brother." He recalled the day the hero's disciple was born. As a hero's disciple, Cruel had once promised, "I swear loyalty to the Empire. In return, please help me deceive Dion." Eduardo at that time had looked at him pensively. A victim kneels before an uninvolved person because of the guilty. He clasped his hands and made a proposal. In that case, Dion Hart, who knows nothing, will continue to resent you and the Hart family. Eduardo thought, by turning himself into bait. Cruel had smiled with satisfaction then. That is enough, Eduardo thought to himself. Dion Hart will never suspect it. Returning to the present, Eduardo explained to the general, he did not want his younger brother, who had killed his father and mother because of hatred from the past, to find out the truth and be hurt. He continued, I thought Dion Hart resembled me in many ways, but his family is different. Outside the corridor, the guards had seen a figure approaching. Eduardo stated his wish. I want to express my respect, especially to Cruel Hart. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. The general was shocked. Dion Hart. Aros stepped in wearing a black cloak. The soldier hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Marquis, this will cause serious trouble. The general questioned him, angrily preparing to draw his sword. How dare you enter here with that attitude? Eduardo slowly stood up, cutting the general off. So you are safe, Marquis Dion Hart. Eduardo thought, but what about Cruel Hart? He is keeping calm on the surface, but with his body covered in wounds like that. Why has he come to find me? Aros walked closer step by step. Did you know, Your Majesty? Did you know what the Duke did and the truth my older brother, Cruel Hart, tried to hide? His eyes held only a desperate yearning for the truth. How much did you know? Eduardo fell silent. In the end, all of his efforts have come to nothing. Only after a few seconds did he answer Aros. I knew everything. Those words struck like a bolt from the blue, and Aros angrily gritted his teeth. Eduardo was worried inwardly. Dion had removed the hand covering his eyes and had seen the truth. Aros shouted, Then you should have told me. No, at the very least, you should have given me a hint. He grimaced, his eyes filled with killing intent. If, back then, you had at least refused my request. Aros remembered when he had pleaded, "Allow me to bring down my family." Aros resented him. While people were earning honors from the war 8 years ago, if the emperor had chosen then not to remain silent, he recalled the scene of his hands stained with blood. All of them would still be alive. Eduardo spoke. "It seems you are still nothing more than a child." This interrupted Aros's train of thought. Eduardo stated firmly, "Everything was something you did of your own will. I simply followed your request. But if you insist on knowing the reason, then yes." He crossed his arms over his chest, his tone cruel, yet his expression calm. "It was because of my greed to keep a talent like you at my side." Aros clenched his bleeding hand. "Oh, you say? Talent?" His gaze was icy. "I'm not as talented as you think, Your Majesty." Aros realized it. The Duke and the Emperor had used him from the very beginning. He was merely living a life being pulled along by someone else's strings. Sometime later, in a blizzard, a pair of feet trudged forward with difficulty. A cloaked figure dragged his steps through the freezing cold. The cold made Aros's face flush red. His whole body was powerless, as if he were about to collapse. A hand suddenly appeared and supported his body. Aros called the name with difficulty. "Remember." The silver-haired man was worried. "Are you all right?" "I was worried." His face was drenched in tears. Why I did to my family." Remember changed the subject, hurriedly cutting him off. "Allow me to support you. It is very cold. Let's go inside." Remember supported Aros as they walked through the bitter cold. Aros secretly made up his mind. "Fine. Let us kill." Aros gritted his teeth. His posture was resolute. "Let's kill them all together. At the very least, this is my absolute will for revenge against those who used me." In the Alaster-Stave Duchy, a mansion was burning. Screams rang out without end. Inside the mansion, a brutal battle was unfolding. "Find the Duke. We will not let a single dog of the Duke survive. Anyone who colluded with the Revolutionary Army will not live." In one corner, two swords clashed, producing a piercing sound. A man from the Revolutionary Army grimaced. "Found you, Duke Ulaster." Stave struggled to hold them off. "Damn it, there are too many of them. If this keeps up, we'll lose before we can accomplish anything." Suddenly, he was ambushed, and blood sprayed from the body onto Stave. A subordinate rushed over in a panic. "Duke, are you all right? That person arranged this. We will hold them back. Please retreat somewhere safe at once." Before he could finish speaking, he coughed up blood. The man collapsed behind him. Someone shouted, calling out, "The Duke is here. Kill him." Stave turned around, intending to flee. He was unwilling to accept it, cursing nonstop. "Damn it." Stave resentfully blamed him. "This is all because of you, Daniel." He recalled several days earlier, when Daniel had asked through the jewel, "Do you truly not want the revolution to happen, Duke?" Stave gave a faint laugh and answered slowly, "No, you're even slower on the uptake than I thought, Daniel." Elsewhere, Daniel was frowning. He gripped his sword tightly, his body covered in blood. Stave's voice came through the pink jewel, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "You and the Revolutionary Army are nothing but tools to bring down the Emperor's support, to change the entire political system so that everyone is equal. Do you intend to throw this whole world into chaos?" Stave's voice turned cold, as if making a declaration. "The Revolutionary Army are villains trying to plunge the world into chaos. Those dangerous ideas will be erased along with your life." Daniel fell silent when he heard that. Then his laughter suddenly reached Stave's ears. Stave was puzzled. He can still laugh in a situation like this? Daniel sneered, his expression as if all of this had been within his expectations. "I knew you would betray us. Did you think I would just sit back and watch without preparing anything?" His gaze deepened. "You want to destroy the Revolutionary Army?" "No. As long as there is a successor, the Revolutionary Army will never end." Daniel continued, "Besides, you helped us uproot the rot within the Revolutionary Army, Duke." Stave's face had gone dark by then. "Did you deliberately lead those bastards here?" Daniel admitted it at once. "That's right. They're the ones who extorted money and embezzled funds. People who would be of no use to the Revolutionary Army's future. As thanks, allow me to present you with another gift. Stabe asked in confusion, what? Before he could finish, a soldier suddenly rushed in to report, Duke, we are under attack. He was shocked, his pupils contracting, his expression extremely grave. Outside, the mansion had been set on fire, and the Revolutionary Army had charged in, killing as they went. Stabe stood on the balcony and looked down, asking furiously, what? You split up your forces? Stabe roared his name, his voice full of resentment. Daniel. Daniel smiled faintly. It seems they've arrived. Daniel informed him. By the way, the place where you are standing is the final target of our attack. For the sake of the future, we need to cut your military strength in half. What do you think? Stabe frantically ordered, kill him. Kill him immediately. The soldiers rushed forward according to his order. Daniel said softly, then go to hell and tell me the result there. At that moment, Stabe had his hand pressed against a wall. Inside the duchy's secret passage, he wondered, they have a successor. Stabe began planning. I need to hurry. Now that I have cut off contact with the Revolutionary Army, I need to capture them all before they slip completely out of my grasp. He frowned, unconsciously breaking into a cold sweat. Daniel, you are smarter and more dangerous than I thought. Losing soldiers hurts, but still. On the other side, Pow was hurrying over. He panted heavily in exhaustion. Pow was stunned, as if he had witnessed something horrific. Stabe thought, losing troops pains me, but if I can kill you, that will be some consolation. Pow sat down and embraced Daniel, who was lying in a pool of blood, calling his name in agony. Daniel. The next day, two people stood in front of a room, repeatedly knocking on the door. Captain, please open the door. You need to eat something, don't you? But neither of them received any response. The man sighed. Good grief, he has been locking himself in his room for days. If this keeps up, he'll destroy everything. Lien said gloomily, he is still the same as ever. Suddenly, a young man walked over. She shouted, Zahn. The other person quickly ran over, grabbed Zahn, and snapped, You bastard, the captain is in danger. Where had you been all this time? He hurriedly explained, There was something I had to do. The other person asked curiously, Something you had to do? Zahn's gaze sharpened. He recalled standing before the burning village. Zahn held a torch and raised his eyes to look at the place in flames. After his fate of becoming a supporter of the Great Calamity had been exposed, Zahn recalled being cursed by the old woman. You are the bastard who will serve the Great Calamity. The mocking, contemptuous words of the people around him rang out. Get out of our village. He thought of the happy moments he had spent with his family. I had only just escaped death. A man had tried to explain, but she said he was a supporter of the Great Calamity. What if we stay together and get dragged into that chaos too? Zahn threw the torch to the ground. I came here to boast that I was fulfilling the destiny all of you praised so highly. But now I'm only burning down a village that has already been abandoned. He thought, I never longed to be understood. Zahn turned his head and spoke calmly to the girl behind him. Oh, don't worry. I'm not saying I'll go find them and kill them. I just need that old hag to see with her own eyes that I am fulfilling my destiny. Worry appeared on the girl's face. Zahn. He walked past the girl. I hope she lives in torment for the rest of her life. Tell her that I am the sin she created. The girl's voice rang out. Tell Dion to be careful with his eyes. Zahn asked in surprise, what? He turned his head to look at the girl as she spoke. I hope he does not commit too many sins. Behind Zahn, the other person had vanished at some point without him noticing. He wondered his eyes. Returning to the present, Zahn showed no hesitation and directly opened the room door. Did she see his future? The other two were stunned. Huh? Wasn't the door locked? How did you open it? Zahn answered calmly. Isn't lockpicking a basic skill? The man shouted in shock. How can that be a basic skill? Lien handed the tray of food to Zahn and advised him, It may be dangerous to go in right now, Zahn. I think I should. He brushed it off. It's fine. I'll bring this to him. There is something I need to say to him. Zahn calmly carried the food into the room. He spoke when he saw him sitting in a corner. My lord. Zahn looked at the wounded ROs sitting on the bed. Are you still hurting yourself? He felt somewhat bitter. I never imagined that the one they call the Great Calamity would end up like this. Zahn placed the food on the table. Everyone is very worried. He urged him, go outside for a while. Aros did not answer, only quietly glanced at him. Aros suddenly spoke. What am I to you? That question made Zahn's movement stop. Aros's eyes lit up. I have always wondered, but I have never received a proper answer. What exactly am I to you, that you keep following me? Zahn did not answer immediately, but smiled meaningfully. He clasped his hands behind his back and faced Aros. The person who ruined my life. You are my calamity and also my goal. So please, I beg you, allow me to continue following you like this. Tears flowed from Aros's eyes. He laughed loudly. Haha, that's right. Zahn was not the Emperor's person, nor was he the Demon King's. Aros looked at the person before him. He is mine. Zahn knelt down, and Aros placed a hand on his shoulder. Your calamity? Huh? I like that. Excellent. Let's go together, Zahn. Aros made a silent decision. I will never let anyone control me again. At night, in the Demon King's castle, a voice rang out. I will return soon, so wait here. Aros stepped out of the room. Zahn obeyed his order. I understand. Voices began to whisper. Is he the person Lord Aros personally brought back? Lord Aros is a special case, but the others are a bit. Renelle looked at Zahn with displeasure. So you're the human Lord Aros personally brought back? As a leader of Lord Aros's order, I will not forgive you. Zeke, who was beside her, also spoke. Impressive willpower. I'm surprised you can stand so calmly in an atmosphere like this. Another barrage of questions followed. So you are the human brought back by the Zero Corps commander? Zahn remained silent, silently praying, please come out soon, my lord. In the Demon King's office, he asked Aros, you mean that, according to your fate, you need that human? Aros answered yes. The Demon King asked in puzzlement, and that is not a possible future, but destiny? Something that cannot be changed at any cost? That woman must be a very capable witch. He rested his chin on his hand. Very well, I will allow him to stay in the demon realm. The Demon King asked further, so you came here only to make your first request? Is that all? Aros bit his lip. After deciding to take revenge, I kept thinking about the most effective way to get vengeance on the Duke and the Emperor, the ones who deceived me my entire life. What is it? He made his request. Please destroy the Empire completely. The Demon King froze when he heard that. What? Aros's eyes now held only resentment. Lead it to complete collapse. Trample it underfoot and make sure they can never rise again. He was resolute. I will destroy the empire you hold so dear. Aros's tone was filled with certainty. This is my true request. The Demon King covered his face and laughed with delight. Ha! He mocked inwardly. Dion Hart, you fool. You charged in like a moth to a flame without knowing the full truth. I deceived and used you 1,000 times more than the Emperor did. And yet, knowing nothing, you have chosen evil again. Aros's eyes clearly revealed his determination. I sincerely pledge to follow you. The Demon King glanced at him, his expression full of pleasure. Ah, finally, after such a long time. In his eyes, Aros was no different from a toy he could play with to his heart's content. The toy has fallen into my hands. At that moment, when the servants there saw Aros and Zahn enter the mansion together, they quickly showed their respect. Greetings, Lord Aros. With a face full of killing intent, he raised his eyes slightly, showing no intention of responding, and simply continued walking. They seemed to sense the gloomy atmosphere and could not help feeling chills run down their spines. Lord Aros's aura has changed a little. Yes, he has always been frightening, but now he feels a bit more unapproachable. Suddenly, Aros recalled the Demon King's words. Then I will entrust the management of the army to you. He thought to himself, I have obtained the power to destroy the empire. Then the deaths of the demons appeared in his mind. If I want to use this power properly, I cannot be careless. The moment the demons realize I am weak, I will lose my life, the power I have just obtained, and my chance for revenge. The image of that conversation kept appearing. Aros's expression darkened. Until now, It was only an unintended misunderstanding. He continued walking and silently calculated, but now I need to make use of it. After that, Aro stopped in front of a door. For the time being, I will keep my distance from everyone. Changing my attitude so that they feel even more pressure is also a good idea. When Ed saw him approaching, he immediately bowed his head in greeting. Lord Aros, you have returned. Suddenly, he sensed the distance from Aros and was confused. Lord Aros. At that moment, Aros recalled something. Yes, just as Stigma Primero said, even a slight change in posture can improve many things. Then he became decisive and cold. Create an image that makes them unable to approach. Then Aros immediately spoke and walked on. Zahn heard him and quickly responded. Yes, my lord. Seeing them brush past him, Ed hurriedly said, If you need help, I will. Before he could finish speaking, the door slammed shut. He was left outside with his chaotic thoughts. Lord Aros, why? Inside, Zahn glanced toward the door. Then he withdrew his gaze and said, That was quite cold, my lord. I think he was hurt. Suddenly, Aros slowly spoke in affirmation. Ed is a demon. Then he coldly uttered painful words. There is no need to become close with a demon. That would only create unnecessary danger. As soon as Aros finished speaking, the two of them fell silent. He slowly raised his face and spoke. I think I am more comfortable being alone. A long time passed, and winter went by in the blink of an eye. The demons were now crossing the barrier, and as if the events of the past had been nothing but a joke, the Demon King's army once again marched vigorously toward the human realm. On the other side, two soldiers panicked when they saw it. Those are demons. The demons have crossed the border. Contact them immediately. Prepare for. Then they suddenly saw the person leading them and could not help being shocked. Wait, the demon at the front. When they saw clearly, they immediately said in unison, Isn't that Dion Hart? They remembered how before, news about Dion Hart, the missing hero, now siding with the Demon King, and the death of Cruel Heart had spread like wildfire. The death of Cruel Heart, the fourth hero. At the time, everyone had been loudly spreading the news. Special edition. News about the heroes who disappeared. From those newspaper articles, they were absolutely certain. I knew this would happen. In the end, he even killed his last remaining family member. How cruel, far too cruel. Not only was he unfilial, has he lost his humanity too? On this side, Emperor Ecuador was reviewing the situation after hearing the news. With Dion Hart leading them, 10 outer fortresses have fallen. He stared intently at the map. Reorganize and dispatch more reinforcements so they cannot advance to the nearby village. The general standing beside him saw this and spoke. Your Majesty, why did you let Dion Hart leave so easily that day? Emperor Ecuador fell silent as he listened to him continue. At that time, Dion Hart had clearly turned his back on you. Back then, Aros had said, I am not the kind of talent you think I am, Your Majesty. At the same time, the general cautiously said, You surely knew there would come a day when you would regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor replied, I know. As emperor, I made a foolish decision. After hearing that, the general raised his voice. Then why? Emperor Ecuador's eyelids slowly lowered, and at the same time, he asked himself, why? Then Cruel's voice unconsciously surfaced in his mind. For me, that is enough. At that time, Emperor Ecuador probably had his own answer. Perhaps it was out of a bit of respect for the deceased, a person who had done everything for others from beginning to end. Or perhaps because I knew what the Duke had been doing all this time, yet I was unable to stop him. He pushed aside those thoughts and said, No matter what you say, in the end, it was only a moment of impulse. Immediately afterward, Emperor Ecuador smiled. What happened has already happened. What do we do now? I have no intention of regretting what I did, so we need to set that matter aside and deal with the current situation first. At that time, Pao had read the letter after Daniel had died. Everything was done to sever all ties with the Duke. Finally, Daniel wrote down his final instructions. I'll leave the rest to you, Pao. Do not forget your anger toward injustice. Back then, using the Revolutionary Army, including himself, as bait, he had stabbed the Duke in the back, the man who had tried to use them. When Pao finished reading, he smiled. That is exactly how you would leave. After reading the letter, he walked out of the house with determination. I need to work hard to be worthy of the trust he placed in me. Suddenly, Pao stopped, turned back, and then he personally set the place on fire, filled with remorse. I am sorry. Flames immediately flared everywhere, carrying his thoughts with them. If anything happens to you, I will use this poison to follow in your footsteps. Because I could not protect your mother, the flames thus embraced the mother who had passed away. Once it was done, he walked out of the house, carrying a barrel. Seeing Pao come out, Iram quickly asked after him, "Pao, are you all right?" He slowly answered, "What if I'm not?" Hearing that, Iram stepped forward and said, "Get a hold of yourself, Pao." Iram was about to ask more. Daniel declared that you were a person. Huh? Before he could finish speaking, Pao set the box on him, startling him. "What is this?" He then said to Iram, "I understand. You do not need to worry that much. This belongs to Daniel. Please take good care of it. I will do everything I can to be worthy of his trust." Pao hesitated for a while again. "But before that, I need to take the chance to meet someone." Hearing that, Iram guessed, "Are you going to see that child again?" Pao answered calmly, "Yes, I need to find her." He looked at Iram and continued firmly, "It was Daniel who taught me how to love others." Pao thought of Sela, his only family. When she was given the letter of introduction, she wondered, the Order of Erit? Rigzyro smiled enticingly. "Yes, if you're interested, come to the location written there. Unlike the Church of Salvation, no one can destroy this paradise." In his heart, Pao prayed silently, "Just endure a little longer. I am coming to protect you." Hearing those alluring invitations, Sela imagined a scene like paradise. Night at the mansion. The sky had a gloomy look, accompanied by the cries of birds. Inside, everyone was discussing the situation of the empires, the Luic Empire and the Zan Empire. Aside from Esperanza, the major kingdoms of the human realm had already formed an alliance. In the end, it was somewhat surprising, considering the empire's current actions. Suddenly, someone spoke up in confusion. "So, the empire still has not suffered any losses?" Dion was turning a Rubik's Cube in his hands at that moment, while the other person stammered in reply. "Well, about that." Dion paused slightly, then raised his eyes. "According to the plan, we should have taken down one of the Empire's castles by now, shouldn't we? Why is our advance so slow?" The Demon King immediately soothed him to help cover for them. Do not get heated. You know how it is. We demons have our power limited in the human realm. There is no other way. We are forced to advance more slowly than expected. It turned out that demons, a race hated by the entire world, had to suffer a penalty when they set foot in the human realm. If they signed a contract with a human, they could use their full power, but without one, they could only use half. At the same time, the Demon King drew out his words. On top of that, many castles in the human realm have formations that suppress magic. Because of that, it is difficult for us demons to display our full strength. His voice grew low. Hearing this, Dion scratched at his head in frustration. "This is driving me insane." He was right. I did not take the demon's traits into account. At this point, I need to change strategy. Seeing Dion react so intensely, the Demon King spoke up. "Then I also need to make sure the humans cannot devote their full strength either." "Do you already have something in mind?" Dion answered while turning the Rubik's Cube. "I need to neutralize their alliance with Luic, a place rich in goods." He recalled, "Near the border, there is a small country called Tihon. It was annexed by Luic before the war. In other words, if we attack that place, Luic will have no choice but to split its forces and send reinforcements." As soon as he finished speaking, Zahn asked again to make sure. "So you intend to weaken their forces? Are you planning to attack Luic before the Empire?" Dion set down the Rubik's Cube. "I will use them as an example. It will send the message that our target is the Empire, but we will eliminate anything or anyone that stands in our way." After hearing the strategy, the Demon King asked him, "Then how do you intend to deliver that message? Can we use the kind of magic Your Majesty used during the previous declaration of war?" The Demon King froze and looked at him with eyes full of shock. Dion immediately raised his voice. I will appear before them myself and reveal the truth. That the human realm's third hero and the demon realm's Zero Core commander are actually the same person. I will tell them that I was betrayed by the Emperor of the Empire. That led me to side with the demon realm. And the demon realm is trying to help the human realm isolate itself from the Empire. As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon King suddenly laughed in a bewitching way and said, "How interesting. How interesting. This is far, far, far too much fun." The Demon King could not contain his excitement. Doing this will certainly cause a great shock. It may even shake the entire human realm. You truly are the greatest toy I have ever had, Dion Hart. I will prepare it immediately. The next day, while everyone was going about their ordinary lives, several screens suddenly appeared in the air, drawing their attention. Huh, what is that? As soon as they looked up, they saw Dion's face and were stunned. Without arranging it beforehand, they all exclaimed in unison, "That man is." At that moment, the Demon King was waiting for Dion. When he heard footsteps, he turned around. "Ah!" Then he spread his arms in welcome. "So you have arrived?" Dion and Zahn walked in together and looked around the room. "What is this room?" The Demon King approached and naturally put an arm around Dion's shoulders as he replied, "What do you think?" "Not bad, right?" Dion said nothing and only thought to himself, "Isn't this way too extravagant?" After that, the Demon King led him to a seat. Seeing the Demon King so enthusiastic, Dion said, "You do not have to go this far." After hearing that, the Demon King immediately replied, "Today is the first day you will appear before the masses. More precisely, today you will carry out your duty of dividing the human realm, and you will appear in the image of a traitor to the human realm." The Demon King wore an innocent smile and pointed with his hand. "Oh, when you want to begin, place your hand on the magic stone." Seeing him act like that, Dion understood immediately. So this is how humans are treated in the demon realm. This is all an act. A sharp smile appeared on his face, and in his heart he cursed silently, "Ha, this bastard." Next, Dion placed his hand on the magic stone. "All right, then let us make history." It looks exactly like a live stream. This is the moment I become the worst bastard of all. Returning to the present, he spoke. Everyone must be wondering what is happening, right? The citizens stared as though they had noticed something. Red eyes and white hair. Isn't that the hero who went missing? Dion began his introduction. "My name is Dion Hart. I am the Empire's third hero and a core commander under the Demon King." Everyone began whispering. A core commander is human, and he is also a hero of the Empire. Then they heard his voice again. "Humans, listen well. Our target is the Empire." More precisely, a sinister smile appeared on Dion's face, and he went straight to the point. "We want the Emperor's life." He continued announcing it to the people. "You all already know that because of the Demon King's declaration of war, your Emperor has temporarily suspended the expeditions." Stave was also watching the live broadcast at that moment. Thanks to that, many of you have been able to live in peace. As soon as Dion finished speaking, Stave frowned and thought, he knows this entire country hates him, yet he is only targeting the Emperor. If the common people turn their backs on the Emperor, the nobles will benefit. In that case, the Empire will lose its unity. Could that be what he is really after? Stave lost his composure and slammed the glass in anger, wishing he could kill Dion at once. If internal conflict breaks out and the demon realm sends in its army, we are finished. I should have killed him together with that cruel heart back then. On Dion's side, he continued speaking to everyone. The human realm misunderstands the demon realm. You all think the demon realm cannot be trusted, but on what grounds? The Demon King still accepted a human like me as a subordinate. Not only was His Majesty generous toward me, he also granted me a high position. Hearing him say that, Emperor Ecuador spoke in a voice full of sarcasm. Dion Hart, he is truly skilled at sowing discord among the enemy. On the screen, Dion persuaded the people. If the demon realm were truly evil, then how could what I just said happen? Emperor Ecuador spun around and muttered to himself, "We cannot even make him shut his mouth." The person working beside him bowed his head at that. Please forgive me, your majesty. This barrier is truly far beyond the previous one, so I cannot do anything. Suddenly, Pao's voice rang out. If you truly only want to kill the emperor, then you should join the revolutionary army. He decisively slapped Dion across the face. The moment you sided with the demon realm, you became a traitor to the empire. Your majesty, someone is interfering. Emperor Ecuador fell into thought and unconsciously opened his mouth. That is the revolutionary army. That outfit. Thinking of Pao, he stated firmly, it is a highly skilled mage. Pao turned to look at his friend, who was straining with all his might. Just a little longer, and the demon realm will have achieved its goal. The Emperor's side probably cannot break the barrier, so there has been no response. Good thing I found a talented mage. At that moment, someone complained indignantly, "Why do I have to work for that Emperor?" Pao found it somewhat amusing. It took a lot of talking before he agreed to do it. Dion sat still and listened. "You said the Demon King accepted you?" He looked at Pao suspiciously. "Who is he again? I feel like I have seen him somewhere before." Then Pao continued, "Perhaps that is true. Red eyes, white hair, pale skin. Your appearance was already different from others. You also have a reputation for cruelty." As soon as Pao finished speaking, Dion remembered. "All right, he is the one I met in the basement, the place where that unknown old doctor treated me." Back then, while peeking, Dion had worried, "Where is this place? Why are my eyes covered?" Suddenly, Pao walked over from somewhere, causing Dion to hurriedly let go of the blindfold. Someone is coming. Seeing that scene, Pao could not help but be shocked. Returning to the present, Pao declared, "With things like that, it is only natural that the demon realm would accept you. Compared to back then, he is taller now, but there is no mistaking him." Suddenly remembering this made Dion feel somewhat troubled. Could that building have been the base of his army? This is troublesome. If the demon realm were evil and discriminated by race, there is no way they would have accepted me. Then a sentence that pierced Dion's eardrums rang out. "Killing your own older brother was also an extremely cruel act, was it not?" Dion hurriedly returned to reality. "What? You killed your own family, who would still consider you human?" Hearing that, Dion staggered to his feet. What did he say? Who did I kill? Did I kill Cruel? Dion, seeing that his condition was not right, Zahn grew worried. "Master!" Dion had not yet recovered from his shock, and his face was already drenched in sweat. "So everyone thinks I killed him. It makes sense. In order for them to form an alliance, they had to create a common enemy." Seeing the screen freeze for a moment, Pao thought in confusion. Why has he gone silent? Did I hit his weak point? Seeing that, he did not give up and continued taking a risk. "But no matter what, fine. Let's continue. How can we believe the words of someone as cruel as you? You are less trustworthy than the demons." Dion could no longer hold back and counterattack. "I did not have time to correct every one of those slanders. How dare you exploit my brother's death? I am a human. I am doing this out of love for my own kind. I did not come here to play around." After that, he immediately reassured himself that he had to stay calm. Dion clenched his hand until it bled. "To a habitual liar like you, someone who claims to represent humanity, I have nothing more to say." He reminded himself, "Do not let emotions take over. I have to keep this conversation under control." Everyone was worried for him. I will say it again. We only want the Emperor's life. The Demon King seemed satisfied when he heard those words. Anyone who obstructs, that will be destroyed. Dion began regaining his earlier confidence. The gates of the demon realm are always open to welcome anyone who wishes to establish ties, so consider carefully. Seeing Dion speak at such length, Pao immediately grew uneasy. Wait, damn it. I thought he would no longer be able to say anything. If this continues, everyone's perception of the demon realm will change. Dion immediately concluded with one final sentence. "That is all I have to say. Choose your own path." The screen disappeared. They stared blankly at one another, then began heatedly discussing the appearance just now. The demon realm does not hate the human realm. Just thinking that made them shudder. It is done. The human realm is sure to fall into chaos. However, when the broadcast ended, Dion immediately attacked Devilania. Because he had suddenly grabbed her by the throat, she had difficulty speaking. Lord Dion. Before she could explain, Dion cut her off. I told you to report the news to me. How dare you hide the rumors about Cruel from me? You nearly ruined everything for me. Devilania opened her mouth helplessly. Forgive me. But he did not listen, and instead sneered. What? Did you think I would get worked up? Or did you think I would go insane? Dion looked at her with sharp eyes. From this moment on, nothing can shake me anymore. Devilania recounted everything to him. So he was beheaded. Yes. By the time I arrived, everything had already happened. He turned his back and looked into the distance. And the body? She quickly explained. After the head was taken, they carried the corpse away. Forgive me for not fulfilling my duty properly. As soon as Devilania finished speaking, Dion gave a cold laugh. Ah, they dare to take my brother's head as proof. Find a way to retrieve the body for me. But inwardly, his heart felt as if it were being torn apart. When I heard this news, I tried to suppress it, but truly, how dare they? He stepped toward Devilania once more. You must have thought I was weak, so you hid it from me, right? She stammered in fear. No, I did not. I was only worried about you. Dion shouted. I do not need your concern. Suddenly, his reason warned him. Hey, there are other ways to vent your anger. That seemed to make him stop. Raising your voice will only make your throat hurt and ruin your composure. Dion slowly released his hand. Phew, enough. I must not get worked up. Do not repeat the same mistake again. He left Devilania collapsed there and walked on. Behind him, she had only just managed to regain her senses. That killing intent. In the past, he had been quite calm. Devilania looked at Dion's back. But after his severe illness, his personality changed as well. Dion's face was pale at that moment. It is hard to breathe. Near the Tihan border, a fierce attack was underway. The Southern Corps had to attack Tihan and destroy as much of their military strength as possible. One after another, the people being attacked groaned in pain. Ayuyo and Dinovan continuously targeted the enemy and took them all down. She suddenly stopped and asked, This is Lord Dion's order, right? Have we killed enough? He observed the situation and replied, They keep sending reinforcements, but they are all small fry. Ayuyo wondered, just as expected of his lordship. Did he give any other instructions? Dinovan quickly answered. He said the Second Corps would finish cleaning up soon, so we should act in moderation. She asked innocently, Then can we go into the village and look for treasure? As soon as she finished speaking, a baby's cry rang out. They turned back and immediately saw that the strange sound was coming from a nearby house. Ayuyo slid her goggles aside to see more clearly. As though realizing something, Dinovan hurriedly stopped her. Lady Ayuyo, wait. She seemed to realize it as well. That is the cry of a human realm child, right? Hurry over there. Dinovan. In a fertile land, Luik was a territory rich in resources. In the war against the demon realm, that land had supplied many materials. And now, it would be the first to suffer the consequences of opposing the demon realm. Devilania was currently restraining a man. She killed him and thought silently. Just as Lord Dion predicted, most of their forces have arrived. Defeating them is easier than I expected. Devilania shook the blood from her hand and was about to leave. Both the Empire and the Zen Empire are tied down on the front lines, so they cannot provide support right now. Luik is forced to defend while waiting for reinforcements. In that case, this will end soon. Suddenly, a man rushed in and shouted, You evil demon! That is enough. She recalled what Dion had said. I hear the king of Luik has a younger brother. Their relationship is extremely close. The younger brother is a general. When a younger brother is forced to join the battle because the Second Corps is too powerful. At the same time, that man also charged toward her. Devilania turned to face him. Dion's voice echoed. Kill him. Dion smiled with serious intent. Seeing that, Devilania smiled eerily. You finally appeared, my sacrificial offering. Elsewhere, the Emperor of Luik was holding his younger brother's corpse. No, do not. This is not my brother, is it? The atmosphere around them was extremely gloomy. The soldiers were trying not to show how much they were trembling. He lied to himself. It is a headless body, so there must have been a mistake, right? No. Kneeling on one knee beside him was the former commander of the Knight Order, a member of the Imperial Knights, Lien Renner. She remained silent. The Emperor of Luik shed tears, his voice trembling. "Wake up, my brother. It is me." He recalled that when the city gate was attacked, his younger brother had been inside the city, taking command. His younger brother spoke up. "I'll go." Emperor of Luik hurriedly objected. "It's too dangerous to go out now. Wait until reinforcements arrive." His younger brother continued, "But the soldiers can't hold out any longer." He smiled and said, "I'm a general. I have to fulfill my duty." Hearing that, he could only remind him helplessly, "The reinforcements are almost here. Just stall for time, all right? Don't get hurt." His younger brother said confidently, "Who do you think I am?" Emperor of Luik regretted it. "I should have stopped him." After that, everything happened. Although the reinforcements arrived almost immediately, they were few in number and not highly skilled, so all of them were killed. Emperor of Luik hated it bitterly. Luik had done its utmost to help the alliance, but when they needed help, all they received was contempt. He held his younger brother's body, crying as he said, "Forgive me. I am sorry. I can't let this pass. They deserve to die." Lien lowered her head. "I am sorry, Your Majesty. Although I was the commander of the reinforcements, I was of no help at all. From the bottom of my heart, I sincerely apologize to you." Emperor of Luik asked back, "Can your apology save my brother?" Tears fell from his eyes as he said angrily, "My brother is gone, but why are the Empire's knights still alive?" She resolutely offered up her sword before him. Lien said sincerely, "If your Majesty wants my life, then I offer you this sword." She thought to herself, "I failed to complete the mission His Majesty entrusted to me, and I even brought harm to my master. Even if I pay with my life, I cannot wash away this crime." At that moment, Emperor of Luik stepped forward and took the holy sword from Lien's hand. He decisively raised the sword high. Emperor of Luik, tears streaming down his face, shouted loudly, "If you had sent proper reinforcements, then..." The sword came swinging down with force. She shut her eyes tightly and awaited her fate. Lien was stunned when the sword only brushed past a few strands of her hair and stopped at her neck. He let go and threw the sword down beside her. "Forget it. What good would killing you do?" He turned his back and declared, "Pass this message to your emperor. The alliance between Luik and the empires is officially dissolved." In the Ecuador Empire, the news had already been received. "Very well. It can't really be blamed on them. You all return to the empire." He thought to himself, "When the reinforcements set out, I already anticipated this. Because of our shortage of soldiers, we had no other choice. This time, we truly wronged Luik." At that moment, a voice rang out. "Your Majesty seems tired." Ecuador was surprised. Duke Stabe spoke. "I did not mean to eavesdrop. It seems the alliance has collapsed. Paris has only recently fallen into the hands of the demons, yet they have already decided to leave the alliance." He glanced sideways. "Even during wartime, among the nobles there are still fools who cause trouble for your Majesty to win favor with me." "Your Majesty has worked hard," Stabe said smugly. "Do you know him, the commander of the Zero Corps? Your Majesty, if from the beginning you had not deliberately tried to annex the human realm, the demon realm would not have had an excuse to cause trouble. It is still not too late. What does your Majesty think about handing the throne to me?" Ecuador laughed coldly. "Do you crave power that much? The leader of those foolish nobles is actually worrying about me." Stabe replied, "You are the reason that Madman Hart went mad. Now is the time we need to unite against the enemy. Therefore, you will stay silent, won't you?" Ecuador shouted, "Insolent." He sighed. "Wasn't it your arrogance that made you commit a mistake? That is why your territory was attacked, while you could only stand and watch." Hearing that, Stabe was left speechless. Ecuador continued, "If you have any sense, then know your place. Do you think you have the upper hand?" At that moment, a servant entered and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, there is new information about the Knight Order. In my opinion, your Majesty should come see it personally." Ecuador quickly left. "I'm going." He did not forget to leave behind a warning. "Go back to the palace and rest. After all, You no longer have anywhere else to go. Stabe rubbed his head and said, Boo-hoo, he reminds me of the first prince. Those brothers really are good at irritating people. Returning to the past, 10 years ago, the first prince had tried to firmly secure his position as crown prince in order to protect his family. But before he could ascend the throne, he was poisoned, fell ill, and died. The first prince instructed, protect my son and daughter, along with Ecuador, for 10 years. Stabe calmly drank his cup of tea. Why would I do that? The first prince said softly, I know you were trying to poison me. Hearing that, he froze, and the hand holding the teacup also stopped. Stabe recalled, that's right. I was the one who poisoned him. The first prince was an oddball who wanted to use everything he had to protect his family. Someone as intelligent as him could not become emperor. I had to find someone easier to manipulate. I planned to make him die slowly, but he thought to himself, now that things have come to this, I have to kill him before it's exposed. The first prince spoke again. I have no intention of telling anyone that you poisoned me. By the time I found out, it was already too late. He smiled. I have no proof confirming that you poisoned me. Even if I had the antidote and ascended the throne, I would not be strong enough to oppose your ambition. The first prince's gaze grew serious. So, I want to negotiate. Seeing that, Stabe laughed. Negotiate? Your Highness has nothing left to negotiate with me. He placed a book on the table. You know this book, don't you? Stabe was surprised. That is... He smiled faintly. This is the forbidden book you have always been searching for. Inside are records of a method to contact the Demon King. I will leave it to you. The first prince continued. In addition, my life also belongs to you. You know very well what kind of person I am. He stated his demand. All I want is for my children to be safe. And what you want is power. The first prince proposed. Both sides benefit. How about it? Stabe laughed sinisterly. Do you think this is the only way I can obtain that book? Before he came here, the first prince smiled. I have already made arrangements. If anything happens to me, you will be the culprit. Do you think I cannot fabricate evidence? Hearing that, he was utterly shocked. He continued, whether I am assassinated or ambushed on the road, everyone will think you are the culprit. Even if you accuse me of possessing a forbidden book, I simply need to burn it and it will be over. Stabe said angrily, you are threatening me, yet your face is still so calm? The first prince replied calmly, this is not a threat. It is an offer. He thought for a moment. Let me add some more benefits to the agreement. If you do not want others to suspect you, I will arrange for outsiders to suspect Duke Grades as the culprit. What do you think? Hearing that, Stabe was stunned. The first prince said again, an empire having as many as 2 dukes with their own territories is also rather worrying. Stabe sighed inwardly. I thought he was pathetic and only cared about his family, but I never expected him to be this terrifying. Fine, it's a deal. A short while later, the two reached an agreement. Seeing that there was a mage present, Stabe thought, he even brought a mage along? How thorough! The first prince made it clear, I want my children protected both mentally and physically. You are not allowed to lock my children away and call that protection. Hearing that, Stabe sighed inwardly. What sharp intuition! He replied, I will protect them for 10 years. He continued, 10 years will be enough for them to grow up and also enough for you to become attached to them. Stabe froze for a moment. He asked back, huh? Attached? The first prince smiled happily. You will definitely come to like them. Because they are adorable children. Time flew by, and, just like that, the 10-year agreement passed. Sitting in a carriage, Stabe thought to himself, attached? Nonsense. He gritted his teeth. He wanted me to become attached to them. The reason I let them live is simply because the time has not come yet. Once the empire stabilizes and the opportunity comes. Elsewhere, Eret laughed loudly. Ah, he thought to himself, I never expected this was what happened. So that is why Duke Stabe Yulaster protected the imperial family for the past 10 years. Eret covered his mouth and burst out laughing. Haha, this is it. I found something that can make him experience the feeling I went through. Eret reminded them, everyone listen. If you see a comrade using stimulants, you must stop them, even if you have to use force. Hearing that, everyone was helpless. But if we do that, they'll die. He continued, "Everyone must return." Eret wiped the knife in his hand and said calmly, "Everyone has a place to return to. You must return and keep living. You are not allowed to become addicted." Everyone still smiled and replied, "Captain, you have to remember your own words too." He was surprised. "Huh," that person said with a smile. "You also have a place to return to." Returning to the present, John entered. "Master, class is about to begin." Seeing that Eret had already woken up, he was surprised. "You are awake already?" John asked. "You slept late but woke up early. Have you finished designing the game?" He replied, "That's right." Eret stood up and said, "I came up with it because I was bored. I didn't expect it to take so little time." Hearing that, he thought to himself, he designed such a complicated game just because he was bored? John looked toward the board. It was a strategy game inspired by chess. Although he had only heard about it, it seemed extremely detailed. It would be perfect for mock battles, but when designing it, his mind had also been a little abnormal. Remembering the scene at that time, Eret said helplessly, "If the pieces in chess are divided by function, then here they're divided by unit. Archers, spearmen, swordsmen, shield bearers, as well as horses and supplies. If they are not supplied for 3 turns, the troop count will decrease to 1/3. In other words, if you have 9 army units, only 6 army units can receive orders." John said worriedly, "Wait, master. It seems you're about to go mad. Please rest." Yef retorted, "How dare you say he is about to go mad? That is merely the nature of a human." He sighed inwardly. He became famous because he is extremely skilled in several fields. He truly is versatile. Seeing his strange behavior, John probed, "It seems you did not have nightmares today. Your complexion looks quite good." Eret smiled. "That's right. I had an amusing dream." While changing clothes, he asked, "How was the thing I requested coming along?" John replied, "You mean the expansion of the trading company? It is facing some difficulty. After your warning to the human realm, the sanctions became stricter. Not only that, the trading company is also being closely monitored." Eret sighed and said, "Who told you to use my name when applying for the travel permit? Back then, you were very happy to use my name. But now look." Recalling the scene from before, "If I say I once served the esteemed Marquis Hart, everything will be easier." John also sighed. "Master, before you publicly betrayed the human realm, everything went very smoothly." He continued, "Even so, my trading company is relatively large, and many places depend on us. It will not be easy for them to eliminate us." John reported, "We also found a highly skilled mage who uses talismans. We will soon obtain what we want." He praised him. "You found one sooner than I expected." He smiled with a proud expression. "It is thanks to—" Then John mentioned a name. "Butler Remember." Hearing that, Eret was startled. How does that old man know everything? Just who is he really? During the meeting, Eret said seriously, "To capture the Emperor quickly, the Demon Realm army will take the shortest route." Mina spoke up. "Are we not attacking Duke Yolaster's territory first?" He replied, "That's right. I intended to do that in order to keep the Duke in check. However, we no longer need to. In the war against the Revolutionary Army, he lost nearly all of his forces. On the other hand, he thought to himself, that is only a secondary reason." Eret continued, "But he still has a trump card." At that moment, Rhaenyra interrupted him. "If it is the Church of the Savior God, you need not worry." She smiled. "Because the order of Eret in the human realm has already weakened the Church's power." At that moment, the Demon King spoke. "I was wondering what you were doing. It turns out you have done better than I imagined." Rhaenyra was startled by the scene before her. She stammered, "Well, I also thought I could be useful to you, Demon King." He smiled and replied, "I'm not blaming you." Eret thought to himself, "Good. The Duke's power is almost gone. The Emperor is the source of everything, so the first part of my revenge." He secretly smiled in satisfaction. "That is to kill the Emperor. I will let you know what it feels like to lose someone precious to you." After thinking that, Eret smirked. Then, without further delay, Mina replied with a smile, "I understand your plan. As expected of Lord Eret. I never imagined you would make a plan so quickly." "Wonderful." The corner of the Demon King's mouth curved upward. With a commander like you here, I can sit back and enjoy my tea. Seeing that, Eret thought to himself, the Demon King knows my intentions, but still lets me do whatever I want. That smile of his is really hateful. The Demon King asked, what comes next? The Empire and the Sang Empire are still allied. Will that be fine for us? Eret said calmly, that alliance will soon fall apart. He was surprised. Oh, why are you so confident? He replied, without Luik as the central mediator, the two leaders over there are both stubborn. If a conflict arises and neither side gives in, it will definitely collapse. Hearing that, the white-haired man realized something. He raised an eyebrow. But Lord Eret, based on the route of advance above, we will pass through Mantium Castle. Another person followed up. That's right. Mantium Castle is the residence of the Empire's second hero, Stigma Remier. He suggested, he is a difficult opponent, so we should change the advance route to Baron Miller's territory. The capital, the old route of advance, and the new route of advance. On the other hand, he thought to himself, and I do not want to fight him yet either. Mina was doubtful. That territory is near Stigma Remier. What if he sends reinforcements? Eret smiled faintly. That is possible. Therefore, I will go meet him personally. Stigma, who was sitting in his room, sensed something. Eret entered and greeted him. It has been a long time, Senior. He asked, you have the nerve to come here again? You became an enemy of humanity, yet still appear at the residence of a hero? He replied, but you ordered your subordinates not to act rashly, didn't you? Stigma stood up. When John from the Zen Trading Company requested a secret meeting, I knew it was you. After all, that is a trading company you established. He curled his lips. My subordinates only thought this was a pleasant meeting about supplies. Stigma sighed. Compared to the last time we met, you have changed quite a lot. From your attitude to your eyes. Eret replied, it is all thanks to your guidance. Do you dislike the new me? Hearing that, he was somewhat surprised. Stigma burst out laughing. Kaha, you are my junior. How could I hate you? He asked about the main matter. What did you come here for? Hearing that, he smiled. Eret explained, the demon realm intends to advance into the capital through Baron Miller's territory. He continued, that territory is nearby, so you will certainly send reinforcements, but I do not want to fight you. Stigma replied, neither do I. Hearing that, Eret was about to say then, he suddenly interrupted him. If the Emperor orders it, I will be forced to deploy. Stigma crossed his arms and smiled. I must protect my honor as well. Eret thought to himself, I knew it would be like this, but I did not think it would actually happen. I need to find another way. Eret left. I understand. Then I will be going. At that moment, Stigma stopped him. Wait, have you heard about those bastards? No, about the Proud-Eyed Order? He wondered, why bring them up? He rested his chin on his hand. After you disappeared, I was in charge of them for a while. A few days ago, I sent them to Baron Miller's territory, but they vanished while on the march. Eret was shocked. What? At the same time, in the forest. Where did those bastards run off to? The soldiers continued searching nonstop. If they deserted, they must be severely punished. If not, we have to send them to military court. Hurry and find them. Behind the bushes, the Proud Knight Order was hiding. Every one of them was trembling in fear. Eret guessed. They must have deserted to find their master, but it seems they failed. He rode his horse through the forest. Stigma sighed. You are very lucky to have found such loyal subordinates. Not everyone gets that. Recalling those words, he thought to himself, the Proud Knight Order is working for the Empire, so I did not want to contact them. Those bastards really are insane. Thinking of his former comrades, Eret shut his eyes tightly. I never expected them to abandon their lives in desert like that. He picked up the sound transmission stone. First, John, find me survivors of the Berbari tribe. He was surprised. What? Eret thought to himself. Once the battle begins, Stigma Remier will certainly receive an order to reinforce Miller. I have to give him a reason why he cannot deploy. Eret calculated inwardly. After attacking Stigma Remier's territory, the Berbari tribe was almost completely wiped out. Although they have been lying low, they definitely still want revenge. As long as I incite them, they will certainly take revenge on the Baron. If his own territory is at war, he will not be able to support anyone else. He decided, I will provoke them. At the Demon King's castle, voices rang out. Master, please return. Let's meet him. We beg you. Those voices continued, trying to persuade him. Please return to the Demon King's castle. Eret wondered in surprise. Why is it so noisy? The proud knight order shouted loudly. Bring out the captain. Seeing this, the demons also grew angry. You keep causing such a commotion. Do you want to die? The proud knight order replied. We have a hostage. The voice on the other side said helplessly, the proud knight order has come here. Hearing that, Eret was startled. What? The proud knight order was still making a racket. We know the captain is here. If you want to keep the hostage safe. But then they noticed. Seeing Eret, they shouted, Captain! He panicked inwardly. What the hell? Night gradually fell, enveloping the entire camp. A pair of feet crept forward step by step, as if afraid of being discovered. That knight hid behind a wooden wall, his eyes darting around to check the situation. Seeing that everything was fine, he whispered to the people behind him, Good, there's no one here. Is everyone ready? The other knights, hiding behind the wooden crates, signaled to him. Of course. One knight said excitedly, Now that we know where the captain is, we don't need to stay here anymore. As he spoke, he recalled, Damn, the captain is so amazing. Our captain is #1 in the demon realm. The group jumped for joy, their cheerful laughter dispelling the dark night. Let's run. But before they could celebrate for long, a voice suddenly rang out, freezing them in place for a moment. Run where? One knight slowly turned his head to look, his voice trembling as he called that name. Marquis Stigma Remier. Stigma emphasized coldly, daring to discuss escape on my territory. If you weren't my junior's dogs, no knights, I would have killed you 100 times over already. The knights asked timidly, Did you just call us dogs? He cut them off. I said I took you in to help train my junior. Anger flared in Stigma's heart. He cursed inwardly, but these bastards. Stigma unconsciously thought back to the knights' reckless actions. Charge in, charge in. They had even destroyed his camp, then stood by indifferently. Who brought the bomb? Who knows? It burns pretty well, though. Then he remembered the time these knights smashed several houses in the village and laughed it off. We broke them again. Make it fly. Thinking of those things, the thread of reason in Stigma's mind was probably about to snap. Were all these endless accidents of theirs? Resistance? Defiance against my authority? Stigma glared at the knights, as if he were about to devour them. Thick killing intent radiated from him. He threatened hoarsely. Which one of your ears doesn't understand human speech? Anyone who moves loses his head. Stay still. Stigma reprimanded them. Since I was a child, no subordinate has ever made me this frustrated like you have. The knights mumbled, We're sorry, he said helplessly. Although I personally want you out of my sight as soon as possible, I have been ordered to manage you. Hearing that, the knights complained indignantly, You're so mean. Stigma crossed his arms and stared at them. But if my soldiers run away, what will become of my honor? One of the knights argued back, But we have to go to the captain. He answered calmly, Then wait. If you weren't under my management, I wouldn't care whether you disappeared or died. After saying that, Stigma gave a sinister smile. The knights recalled the matter and recounted it excitedly. And that was how he pushed us off onto someone else. And while we were being moved, we escaped. Eret thought in shock. They provoked him that much? What talent? He suddenly remembered something, then asked softly, Lady Lien didn't come with you? The knight answered haltingly, We couldn't mention that matter and invite her along, so we left a letter saying we were leaving. She has probably seen it by now. Lien was currently standing in the tower. She froze when she saw that letter. When she read its contents, Sorry, Commander, her hands unconsciously clenched tight. Lien muttered angrily, Those damned bastards. Eret waved it off. It's fine. You did well. He thought. Even if Lien had come with them, I would have sent her back anyway. She's too upright. She wouldn't be accepted in the demon realm. Eret looked at Silua and asked, In any case, what are you doing here, 7th Corps Commander? You should be at the border, shouldn't you? She smiled and replied, You finally noticed me. On my way back to report to the Demon King, I ran into these humans. She raised her thumb enthusiastically. Because they interested me and said they were your subordinates, I allowed myself to be captured, though I did consider killing them. But then I realized their way of fighting resembled yours. The knights looked at Silua with admiration. Accord commandé? No wonder you're so strong. She said smugly, Let me tell you, I was the one who let you live. Eret ordered in a low voice, Silua, go do what needs to be done immediately. She looked at him in surprise. Understood. He said to the knights, As for you, follow me. They followed Eret without understanding anything. Captain, let's talk this out first. The knights shouted loudly, trying to calm Eret down. Please calm down. He turned around and gave a deadly smile. Right, I suppose I should use these. These twin blades happen to be named Talk and Calm. The knights shrank back in fear. You're lying. The scene shifted to the castle. The cries of crows echoed across the sky, creating an extremely eerie feeling. After being disciplined by Eret, the knights knelt on the damp ground and shed tears. He frowned and reprimanded them. How dare you recklessly pick a fight with a corps commander? Do you want to die that badly? One pitiful knight protested, But we needed to meet you, Captain. How could you abandon us? They took advantage and pushed further. We exist only for you, Captain. We fed you, clothed you, gave you a place to sleep, raised you. You belong to us. Captain, Eret was helpless before their madness. They're insane. He blushed in embarrassment and declared, I don't belong to you. You belong to me. Their faces were now filled with satisfied smiles. I never thought the day would come when the captain would say that. That's why raising a child is worth it. Captain, Eret thought inwardly, damn it, when did I ever say it like that? In reality, he had only said, You belong to me. An overly excited soldier said, My son has finally. Before he could finish, a talisman was slapped onto his face. Eret shouted in embarrassment, Enough! Stop talking nonsense and attach these talismans to your shoulder guards. The man picked up the talisman and wondered, What are these talismans for? Eret explained, They're items that will give you combat conditions similar to demons, but don't tell anyone. A knight asked curiously, Where did you get them? As he spoke, Eret pointed behind him. John was standing there and nodded slightly. John worked hard for them. He looked at them with tired eyes and answered hoarsely, Yes, I obtained these talismans through many arduous efforts. John raised his brow and explained, The first talisman is only used to suppress demon magic. It is very straightforward. His voice was even. The latter one suppresses all demonic abilities. It is effective within a 3-meter radius of everyone possessing a talisman. In the past, a warrior and his companions once used them to go kill the Demon King. Although they were not very useful to the warrior, they were very useful to ordinary people. In other words, it will be useful to all. Before John could finish speaking, a hand slapped his shoulder. The knights answered happily, John, you bastard, you found some pretty good stuff? The captain must have put you through hell, huh? You traitor. Who gave you permission to come here on your own? He replied in bewilderment, I, Apollo. The knights cut John off and acted sulky. You think an apology is enough? Eret smiled and thought, I knew I would give these to them someday, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. The knights were still blaming John. Have you forgotten the debt of us, teaching you swordsmanship? You should have invited us to come with you. How dare you enjoy it all by yourself? Eret lost his patience and shouted, waving his hand to drive them away. You noisy bastards, if you're done, get out. Eret reached out and lightly touched the small flower that was gradually blooming, then wondered, strange. There's no response. He remembered Hien holding the flower pot and saying, I hope you will feel better when you see a flower from the human realm. She said it was a flower that bloomed near the border between the demon realm and the human realm. Eret gazed at the flower and grew drowsy. I'm not very interested in flowers, but for some reason, I keep being drawn to it. Is it because it's a flower from the human realm? The moment he closed his eyes, a sorrowful voice shouted at him. Why did you do that? Eret opened his eyes wide in shock. Eret looked at the space filled with corpses and whispered to himself, "This is just a dream." Again, he thought, "Countless lives I have killed." Corpses dripping with blood crawled toward Eret's feet. "Why did you kill me? Why? Why? Why?" He told himself. "No matter what the reason was, I know full well that I am a sinner." The corpses lamented resentfully. "How dare you sleep peacefully after killing us? But you should have died too." Eret shut his eyes tightly and answered in a low voice, "How foolish. After everything that has happened, do you think I would suffer from this?" The corpses cursed him. "You should have died too, Dion." The moment that name was spoken, Eret widened his red pupils and glared at them. One of the corpses staggered toward Eret and whispered his name. "Dion." It reached out its blood-soaked hands as if to grab Eret. "Dion, my dear little brother." He smiled vaguely. "Ah, finally." Then he called its name. "Kruin." "They've realized what affects me the most." Eret thought that as tears fell, his trembling voice still pleaded, "Please say it." He reached out as if to lightly touch it and said in pain, "That you hate me." In Eret's mind, that old figure suddenly appeared. At that moment, Eret slowly opened his tear-filled eyes, escaping from the dream that had stirred painful memories. He propped himself up and looked around, then murmured, "Was I chased out of the dream?" Eret thought inwardly, "What bad luck. If I had dreamed a little longer, I might have heard him say he hated me. If he told me to die, I would gladly die." He turned around, about to leave that place, and said to himself, "I don't have time for this." Eret sank into thought. "I have to get revenge, if I don't keep moving forward." As he thought that, he reached out and opened the door, stepping outside. Was surprised when he saw him. The moment he saw that Eret was not in good condition, with sweat covering his entire body and his breathing constantly ragged, the knight worriedly said, "Lord Dion, you're drenched in sweat." Eret ignored him and walked past him. Reached out to stop him. "Where are you going?" "Let me," he answered in a low voice. No, froze in place, sensing that something was wrong. Eret ordered him, "You stay here and report to me as soon as there is new information." His face looked almost out of control, and brutality glinted in his eyes. "Everything. Destroy everything. I will go to the human realm personally and take command." The scene shifted elsewhere. At that moment, a sword pierced through a Burbari, causing blood to spray everywhere. Stigma looked expressionlessly at the wounded man under his blade. The Burbari suddenly blurted out, "Memories." It was about the Burbari clan launching an attack. Stigma watched him struggle in a pool of blood. Until now, they had always lived in hiding like a pack of dead rats. Why did they suddenly act? The Burbari coughed up blood. Damn." He looked at him as if looking at a terrifying demon. Stigma said indifferently, "Do they have backing, or did they get their hands on some protective artifact?" The Burbari suddenly recalled his conversation with that strange man in black. "Why does that person want to help us?" The leader of the Zen Trading Company said, "We also have a deep grudge against Stigma. He wishes to take revenge." After saying that, the man in black presented a sword before the Burbari. "Our Zen Trading Company will support you with all our strength. Show Stigma the price of making an enemy of us." He picked up the sword and suspiciously evaluated the difficult matter that had been entrusted to him. A flicker of wavering flashed in the Burbari's eyes as he stared at that gleaming sword. He struggled to say a few words. "Stigma, even if we have to die, we want to take your life. That's all." Stigma abruptly cut him off. "So, has anyone from the Zen Trading Company come to help you yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Burbari looked at him in shock. Stigma smiled as if he had known the answer in advance. "In short, it's because of Humidin, isn't it?" Stigma said meaningfully. "That junior used you to incite rage, then drew me here." The image of Eret flashed through his memory. Stigma thought inwardly. The purge of the Burbari clan still hasn't ended because war with the demon realm suddenly broke out. He knew, for the sake of honor, I am forced to step in. He gave a mocking smile and stomped hard on the Burbari. Using these people to tie me down? Stigma engraved in his mind the way they had trapped him, then offered a word of praise. That junior's memory is quite good. On Eric's side, he had also predicted the situation. He curled his lips into a smile and said to himself, "At this rate, the chance of Stigma Remier coming to rescue Amiibo will be zero." Eric led a mighty army. His entire body radiated a powerful aura as he ordered. "Now then, let us depart." A subordinate reported to Tenor, "Count Amiibo, we have deployed the guerrilla forces in the forest according to your instructions. We will use the terrain of the forest to stop the demons." He reassured them in response. "I see. Everyone hold out just a little longer." Elsewhere, the battle still raged endlessly. Two arrows collided with each other, destroying both sides' attacks. The demon subordinates cursed angrily. "Damn it, how annoying. Where the hell do these people keep appearing from? Those damned humans don't even have the guts to face us directly." The royal knights hiding nearby told each other, they may not be losing much stamina, but their minds are gradually being worn down. At this rate, even if the demons reach the wall, they won't be in any condition to fight. Understood. Rotate the royal soldiers into the battlefield to buy as much time as possible. Eric raised a hand and wiped away his sweat. The subordinates, standing beside him, silently waited for his next instructions. He looked around and thought, "I thought our army would break through the encirclement quickly, but these people are admittedly tenacious. I never expected that I would have to get involved in a defensive battle." In that case, Eric called out Ian. She quickly ran over. "I am here, Lord Dion." He sneered inwardly. Even if the enemy calls him Dion, this little deception is no longer effective. He asked her, "Are the preparations still not finished?" Ian patted her chest and guaranteed, "No, they are complete. As long as you give the order, we can begin the operation immediately." Seeing this, the knights mocked them with sneers. "So the demons aren't actually that strong after all. Look at them running away with their tails between their legs. Good, we just have to keep holding on like this." As soon as those words were spoken, a knight was swallowed by a monster, so fast that he had no time to react. The remaining knights stiffened, unable to react, staring at the monster advancing toward him. Crunch! Crunch! The knights quickly scattered in all directions. They shouted for everyone to flee together before the monster's ferocious assault. "What is that? Run! Ah!" A knight widened his eyes at the monsters, his voice trembling. "How can monsters like this be here?" As soon as he finished speaking, the monster swallowed the delicious prey before it. He screamed, "Hey, hey!" No. Only terrified screams remained throughout the forest. Eric and his subordinates watched with satisfaction. He praised Hien. "Well done." She replied happily, "I'm glad I could be of some help to you, Lord Dion." Eric relaxed his hand, letting the cigarette ash fall to the ground. He stepped on it and said, "Now, the enemy can no longer keep hiding in the forest. Launch a full-scale assault on the wall from this position." The scene shifted to the fortress on the other side. Shouts rang out, giving orders. "Hold a defensive line." The sound of clashing swords rang through the air, making the scene look extremely chaotic. The knights charged forward together and shouted, "Stop them!" Eric's subordinates were not to be outdone either. Silua gave a deadly smile and swung her hand at that knight. Eric and his subordinates had also joined the battle. The scene now looked no different from a desolate battlefield swept clean by war. He looked toward the corpses with bloodthirsty eyes, showing no trace of pity. Eric sighed. "Ugh, I was expecting a siege, but in the end it turned into close-quarters combat." He suddenly gave a hollow smile. Were they trying to buy time at any cost? In his heart, he calculated his revenge. "I won't let them have their way." Tenor stared at them, then abruptly spoke up. "Wait, the demons are acting suspiciously. The movement of their cavalry." Then, as if he had realized something was wrong, his eyes quickly narrowed and unease surged through him. He shouted an order to the knights. "All wings, withdraw into the fortress immediately." They're using hammer and anvil tactics. The knights had been surrounded in a ring, their faces twisting. It seemed they truly had been caught in a terrible situation. "Damn it, they've surrounded us on all sides." Eric thought, I have to win and advance into the Empire. I can't be held back here. He looked at them calmly, then suddenly gave an order. Now, then, kill them all for me. As soon as he finished speaking, his red pupils gleamed with extreme cruelty. There was no emotion in his voice. Tenor furrowed his brows tightly and cursed in anger. Damn it, Dion Hart. Outside the castle, the area was now like a heap of ruins. Crows gathered and perched all over the knights' corpses, creating a chilling sight. Eret sat in the base and thought. More humans escaped than I expected. Just as the data showed, one battle isn't enough to finish them off. Every siege is a headache. He tapped the table rhythmically, but gained nothing from it. If they kept charging in groups, the situation would become very dangerous. He had to quickly wear down their forces before future battles. Suddenly, a voice rang out and interrupted his thoughts. I'm back. Eret looked toward John and asked, How did it go? He replied, When I return, shouldn't you at least ask how I'm doing? Eret calmly repeated the question. I asked whether you completed what I instructed you to do. Well, you're still perfectly intact, aren't you? John was helpless before his master and got straight to the point. I successfully secured a promise from the King of Rouge. As long as we don't provoke them, they will allow us to cross the border of their vassal state, Telhan. He also promised to turn a blind eye to our advance into the Empire. Eret pondered. If we're allowed to cross the border, we can send troops straight from the Demon Realm. Going from the south of the Empire to Lufel is closer than going from here. Eret curled his lips into a smile, as if another plan had come to mind. Bring me Ed. Hearing that, Ed respectfully replied, Yes, Lord Dion. He informed him, I will advance straight to Lufel immediately. Meanwhile, the other side fell into complete confusion upon receiving the news. The Count of the Lufel region shouted, What? Demons? Our territory doesn't even share a border with them. So how did they get here? The vassal stammered in reply. However, their numbers are very small, and they do not seem ready to attack yet. So please do not worry. He cursed at him. Idiot. His face turned deathly pale. Demons, those demons have come to my land. Demon generals? No, even the Demon King might come. First, the soldiers. I have to call the soldiers back. The vassal replied. But by royal order, all of our soldiers are currently under the king's command. Please wait a little longer. We will also request assistance from the young master. It should be soon. Suddenly, a servant rushed in frantically. Count, the servant announced. There's a letter from Lord Stigma. Seeing that, the Count looked as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. That's right, my son. The hero Stigma will help us. Let me see. After reading the letter, the Count trembled. You, the vassal asked him in a low voice. Count, when did the young master say he would arrive? The Count dropped the letter, clutched his forehead with a headache, and muttered, It's over. Seeing that, the vassal grew extremely worried. Count! The Count broke into a deranged smile, his eyes vacant and his voice shrill. My land is finished. The exact contents of the letter were as follows. I received the letter you sent. It was quite interesting. A humiliation, a stain, an obstacle to the Lufel family, a filthy bastard. Why would you ask someone like that for salvation? I hope the next news I hear from Lufel will be of its collapse. Stigma Primero. Stigma sat calmly drinking tea, as if he had predicted what would happen. He laughed inwardly. You threw me onto the battlefield hoping I would die miserably. And now, when you face danger, you come to me claiming blood ties. How pathetic. He had once had another name. Stigma Lufel, a name that would never appear again. Stigma wondered, this must be Junior's scheme. Very interesting. But how did he make this happen? He thought, also, if things continue like this, the king will be in serious trouble. At the palace, the Grand Commander said to Eduardo, they sent a few detachments, but did not attack. It is certainly bait meant to spread fear and throw our troops into disorder. Eduardo rubbed his forehead and replied, You are right. But until we find out how the demons entered regions without borders, we will have to return the troops to the nobles in each area. Eduardo stared coldly into empty space. Otherwise, the panicked nobles will cause internal conflict. We must prevent that at all costs. He silently reassessed Eret. Dion Hart, I was looking forward to this. But if he is the enemy, this truly is a difficult problem. I'm not the kind of genius the king is thinking of. As he thought that, Eret's figure appeared vividly, as if he were standing right before his eyes. Eduardo's reason denied itself once more when he recalled that evil face. No, you are exactly that kind of genius. Looking down at the people below from above, one man exclaimed, "Don't they ever get tired?" He turned to the person nodding off beside him and said, "Hey, wake up. They're back." As soon as he woke, the man complained, "I fell asleep. You kept chewing noisily, so I couldn't sleep." Suddenly, he saw something that startled him fully awake. He hurriedly leaned forward in disbelief. "Wait, look over there." His friend frowned. "What is it?" He stared at the person below in disbelief. "That's Rihan." Hearing that, the other man was shocked. "What?" He turned his gaze to the others. "That's not all. Look at their faces. Those aren't demons. They're the comrades who went missing in our battle. Report this to the higher-ups at once." A loud slam rang out as a hand struck the table, clenched tightly in anger. Tenor's voice could not hide his fury. "Damn it! He dares use my soldiers as slaves." From afar, an arrow was drawn, and the light shining on it made it flash. Looking at the faint glimmers in the night, he growled, "They must be watching from a distance and forcing them to do this." The person beside him hurriedly reported the situation. "My lord, the speed at which they are building the mound is increasing. At this rate, they will climb over the wall. We must make a plan." Seeing that he remained silent, another person grew anxious. "We have to save our comrades. Please allow us to go out and fight." A firm voice rang out. "No," Tenor lowered his head, but his body could be seen trembling slightly. "We will continue defending this place." He thought, going out now is extremely dangerous. Tener glance de Saif. Even so, we can't let them continue building that mound. After thinking that, he ordered, "Everyone, raise your bows." They hesitated, but Tenor cut them off and shouted loudly, "If we lose, tens of thousands of people will die. Your comrades, your children, and everyone precious to you will be trampled and tormented by those people." Hearing that, their expressions darkened, and they could only remain silent. Tenor asked loudly, "Do you want that to happen?" Their arms trembled slightly. He then ordered, "If you understand, raise your bows and shoot them. Do not hesitate. Hurry." Immediately, the men raised their bows and aimed down below. Suddenly, mocking laughter rang out. I never expected this." A purple light suddenly shone from beneath Tenor's coat. He stared in shock at the stone from which someone's voice was echoing. A communication stone. The voice was full of sarcasm. "Are you abandoning your subordinates, the ones who devoted themselves to you? Don't you think that's far too cruel?" The voice coming from the stone belonged to Eret. "You act merciful toward those savage tribes, yet you are vicious to your own subordinates." In his heart, Eret was praising him. Impressive. Even in a situation like this, he can keep calm and continue fighting. Eret curled his lips. "Didn't you always treat your subordinates fairly and care for them, Count?" A hint of interest flashed across his face. "Then I'll aim for something else." Tenor's voice trembled with rage. "What would a traitor to humanity like you know?" Eret mused. Even though he says that, he really is a good person. No matter how calmly he pretends, it must be very difficult for him to remain composed while attacking his own soldiers. Tenor snapped. "The moment they began building that mound, they ceased to be my soldiers. If I keep bothering them right now." Tenor shouted loudly, his voice filled with hatred. "Traitor to humanity." The corners of Eret's mouth curved upward. "He'll destroy himself." The bows were quickly lowered. The men clenched their hands as if they had made a decision. The people's firm trust in him had collapsed, and now the real trouble had arrived. Tenor frowned in shock as he looked at the men. All it took was one careless remark in anger and impatience. Eret spoke as if adding fuel to the fire. Even I think that's too much. When they were captured as prisoners, did they even have a choice?" Tenor panicked and ordered the men who were lowering their bows, "Wait, what are you doing? Raise your bows." If he had thought it through a little more, he should have let them die with honor. Eric mocked him. Not only do you want to kill your comrades, you're also insulting them by calling them traitors. Sweat poured from Tenor as he shouted loudly, "Fight! All soldiers, raise your weapons and fight." But I have no intention of giving him time. In the pitch-black night, without a single ray of light, Tenor lay in a pool of blood, no longer breathing. Eric coldly wiped the corner of his mouth and thought in admiration, "I truly can't help respecting you, Count Amiibo. You fought far better than I expected, even after your will was gone." He glanced aside, but it was only a matter of time anyway, because Imperial reinforcements won't pass through, and you wouldn't have held out long. It isn't only Mylar. Other places are also struggling. They will have to split up and send soldiers to other places being invaded by demons. In other words, all of the Empire's forces have been divided, exactly as I planned. At the same time, somewhere else, Ed stood with his arms crossed, watching his subordinates slaughter someone. His arms remained folded, his expression stern, and his brows tightly furrowed. Good thing I sent a few demons to Lufel. Eric cupped a hand to block the wind and lit the cigarette in his mouth. He gazed into the distance. Before him stood a castle without a single person in sight, and behind him lay countless corpses strewn across the ground. Now, there's no one left who can stop me from reaching the capital. Eduardo turned his head and asked, "Has Baron Mylar broken his promise?" The person beside him immediately reported, "Yes, Your Majesty. Count Amiibo died on the battlefield along with the demons." Hearing that, the Emperor's two granddaughters frowned. Suddenly, Eduardo covered his mouth, trying to suppress a cough. He bent low, his body stiffening slightly. Seeing that, his grandson sprang to his feet, his voice worried. "Your Majesty, you're seeing hallucinations." Eduardo raised a hand to stop him. He reassured him softly, "It's nothing. Don't make a fuss. I simply have no appetite because it keeps smelling blood." The young man sat down, but he still could not hide his concern. He sighed and waved his hand as a signal. "I will make sure the meat is cooked thoroughly. I have something to discuss with His Majesty, so everyone, please leave." Yes. The people quickly left, and once the door closed, the room instantly became quiet. Eduardo curled his lips into a faint smile. "So, what did you send everyone away to nag me about?" She answered, "I want to hear clearly about Your Majesty's health. But you will only say that you are fine and refuse to call the court physician. And you will not tell me the truth." His granddaughter spoke with a serious expression. "So please allow me to ask Your Majesty something else." She frowned. "You evacuated all the people living along the road from Mylar to the capital, as well as the soldiers and nobles. If this continues, His Highness will reach the capital soon." On Eric's side, he was riding on horseback. He glanced around and thought, there isn't anyone in the city either. Did he really clear the road for me? His Majesty finally could not endure it anymore. She asked, "Why did you do that?" Eduardo explained in a low voice, "Because it is not important. When they reach the capital will also be empty." She shot to her feet in confusion. "Pardon? What do you mean?" He answered calmly, "I will leave the capital soon." The young man asked in shock, "Leave the capital? Your Majesty, are you serious?" Eduardo glanced at him and confirmed, "Yes. I have been preparing for this for a very long time, and at last the time has come." He explained softly, "It may not be Esperance, but it is still a strong fortress. Food has already been transported there. Crops can also be grown there. In the worst-case scenario, even if we are surrounded, we will survive." The young man asked in puzzlement, "When did you begin preparing this, Your Majesty?" Eduardo smiled faintly. The corner of his mouth curved upward. "Since Dion Hart turned his back on me. No, to be precise, since Dion Hart went missing." Meanwhile, Eric cast a sharp gaze forward and spoke coldly. "I didn't see so much as an ant on the way here. Who are you?" He looked at the man before him, who was bound and trembling incessantly, and interrogated him. "Why is the bastard who should have been the first to flee still here?" Eric had already recognized him. "Count Hart." The man answered shakily, "This is the territory of the Hart family. This is all I have left. What will be the point of escaping? Now I've told you everything. So how did you get in here? He insisted. I'm certain I locked everything down. Eret made no attempt to hide it and answered calmly. I memorized all the secret passages in the heart territory. Hearing that, the man was shocked. What? The secret passages only the direct line of the Hart family knows. He looked at Eret in disbelief. But unless you were a descendant of the family, how could you know? Eret curled his lips into a faint smile. That's right. He recalled a memory from when he was young. Why didn't father and Kruin drive out the second son, who was eavesdropping? He remembered his father's words. You may come in. Back then, I thought they let me in because I was too weak. I thought they didn't even consider me worth being wary of. But it turned out that they trusted me. Thanks to that, I was able to learn. Eret pressed the cigarette ash against his own hand. Seeing that, John was startled. My lord, he was inwardly horrified. He's burning his body with cigarette ash again? Eret turned and left. Yes, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you live. The man asked joyfully, Really? Eret wanted to leave behind the last bit of mercy. Even if he is a bastard, I don't want to kill anyone from the Hart family. The man said quietly, Thank you. He could not help wondering, but wasn't Dion Hart a cold-blooded man? Eret left, feeling a faint joy in his heart. Now I'm close to the capital. I'll soon obtain what I want. He stood at a distance, with John beside him, looking toward the capital as the sun gradually rose. Elsewhere, someone turned around and spoke in a respectful voice. Since the esteemed Duke has said so, I will trust you and follow your lead. Starb smiled brightly and replied, Thank you for trusting me. Take care. The others nodded lightly. Suddenly, a question rang out. What are you planning, Duke? Hearing the voice, he glanced over. He quickly bowed in salute. Glory to the Empire. I, Starbulaster, greet your majesty. Eduardo frowned and questioned him. Weren't those people who just returned the ones dissatisfied with the recent situation? I didn't expect you to personally persuade them. Starb found it ridiculous inwardly. I left the capital without approval and withdrew all the troops along the route to the capital. Damn it, I didn't even leave a single soldier on their path to the capital. If His Majesty says I am putting the Empire in danger, I have nothing to say. He lowered his head and curled his lips into a faint smile. I did it for the Empire. Eduardo glanced at him as if trying to probe him. He did not know what Starb was plotting. Starb met his gaze directly, without the slightest fear. Eduardo turned to leave. Thank you for helping me deal with that trouble. Starb warned him. However, do not forget, Your Majesty. One wrong decision, and many people will try to drag you down. Hearing that, Eduardo paused for a moment. He turned his head, a sharp look in his eyes. Do not worry. I do not intend to show anyone my own clumsy side. He turned away decisively and left. His mind was made up. The moment I realize I can no longer maintain my sanity, I will end my life with my own hands. Starb watched his back and let out a weary sigh. I suppose that is what His Majesty would do. If he intends to collapse, the Empire will fall into chaos immediately. That is why we must act before that happens. Suppressing the nobles' resistance or the Church of Atonement will not be enough. That is why I need it. A voice came from the magic stone. I will refuse your request. Starb's expression showed a flash of surprise. What? The other side affirmed, whether it is ordering the Demon King's army to withdraw or asking me to stop for a while, I have no intention of doing as you say. Starb hurriedly made another offer. What about another wager? What? Before he could continue, the Demon King cut him off. No need. He smirked as he looked at Eret through the screen. Something interesting is unfolding right before my eyes. Why should we make a wager? He touched the screen, his voice full of amusement. I've been having a great deal of fun lately. On this side, Star could only tighten his grip on the stone in his hand. He gave a sly laugh. I did not want to use this method, but it seems I have no other choice. Back on Eret's side, he looked coldly at the stone being presented before him. What is this? Before him was a stranger trying to hand him the stone. What are you trying to do? Who sent this communication? No, this communication device. The man's voice trembled. To keep a promise. The stone in his hand was swiftly taken away. Eret held the stone and examined it closely. A subordinate spoke up. Lord Dion, he gave an order. We will rest here. Eret stood off to one side, with John beside him. He spoke into the stone. I have withdrawn the troops nearby. Now get to the point, Duke. Yes, the one contacting him was none other than Starb. Starb laughed and praised him. What a sharbrechun. Eret held a cigarette in his mouth, utterly unconcerned. We're not close enough to chat and laugh together, are we? Get to the point. From the other side, Starb's voice remained teasing. You truly are impatient. I merely wanted to ease the atmosphere before we spoke seriously. Eret said in a low voice, To me, it looks as though you were trying to buy time, so I will hang up now. Starb quickly got to the main point. How much of the truth do you know at this point? Eret looked slightly doubtful. What do you mean? Starb rested his chin on his hand. Judging by your attitude, you know that I killed Cruin, but instead of coming to take revenge on me, you continued advancing toward the capital. That is what has confused me. Eret gave a cold laugh. The truth? Are you saying that I took part in the 8-Year War because of you? He cast a chilling glance. Or are you talking about some other truth you were trying to hide? The truth that Starb Yulaster can use demonic magic. Shock appeared on Starb's face. Humans were only supposed to be able to use ordinary magic. Demonic magic could only be used by demons. However, strangely enough, I found traces of demonic magic when I went to the Church of Atonement. Although it was said to be ordinary magic, thanks to a talented mage, I was able to discover that it was actually demonic magic. Starb tried to conceal the astonishment in his words. Is that the evidence you used to infer that I used demonic magic? Eret immediately cut him off. When I reported to the Demon King that demonic magic had been found in the human realm, how do you think the Demon King reacted? He recalled the Demon King's expression. And this is another matter, but demonic magic has been found in the human realm. Hearing that, he only frowned slightly. Then he smiled and patted Eret on the shoulder. I will look into that matter. You should rest. His words were very vague, even though he should have been furious to learn that someone had used demonic magic in the human realm. Lord Dion was very clever, and as a result, he pieced the clues together. Eret continued. In other words, the one who used demonic magic in the human realm must be directly or indirectly connected to the Demon King. And that leads to the conclusion. The corner of Eret's mouth curved upward. This person must also be someone who can freely use demonic magic in the human realm without being punished by the Demon King. The Demon King's contractor. There can only be one such person, and that person is you, Starb Yulaster. Starb laughed in admiration. Your reasoning truly is excellent. Eret said coldly, After my brother died, I investigated and gathered information like a madman. Naturally, you were no exception. That is how I obtained a great deal of information about your actions. Strangely enough, I could not understand why you did what you did, as if someone had deliberately erased the information halfway through. The only person capable of manipulating information in the demon realm. The mastermind behind the Church of Atonement. A duke, and the demonic magic used there. The Demon King's hesitant attitude, even though he knew everything. The cause behind the duke's actions and the Demon King's desire to conceal it. The reason connected to the Demon King. The only reason two beings with nothing in common that could still communicate with each other through a contractual relationship. The Duke constantly lusted for power and a higher position, that while the Demon King was bored and wanted amusement. Between those two was me. Eret calmly stated his deduction. I must have been the test subject for that contract. I had a special appearance and a weak body. I was the perfect person to stir your curiosity. Hearing that beside him, John turned to look at him in disbelief. On the other side, Star burst into a long laugh, clapping in admiration. Exhibitly. I must say, you are impressive. Yes, you were unlucky enough to catch my attention. There was no reason. It was a joke, and you were the test subject for the wager. That is all. Eret's expression darkened, his eyes filling with killing intent. John's face turned grim, unable to believe his ears. They used the life of a 4-year-old child as a wager? How could they be so cruel? Eret curled his lips into a faint sneer. Well, thank you for the explanation. He spoke with confidence. But I am not shocked, nor am I trembling. If you thought I would run to the Demon King and redirect the army toward Yulaster territory after hearing the truth, you were wrong. My priorities are very clear. First on my list is the destruction of the Empire. Starb remained silent. Eric's voice was full of warning. After I take revenge on you, the Demon King will be next. At the same time, where Starb was, a box was brought in. As he looked at the box in the other person's hands, Eric's voice continued beside him. I learned your weakness from the information I gathered until now, so I will never underestimate Yulaster territory. Starb merely bared his teeth in an amused smile. Truly, what a pity. Eric, on this side, still knew nothing. Now, if you have nothing more to say, I must. Before he could finish, Starb cut him off. Then I will take it that you do not want your brother's head back. Eric's face stiffened for a moment. He shouted in shock, what? Starb placed his hand on the box beside him. You see, I have kept Cruin Heartshead with me. The square box beside him glowed faintly. Horses' hooves raced along the road, kicking up clouds of dust from the ground. In the forest, a group of riders galloped swiftly past. A subordinate cried out in alarm. What suddenly happened? Why are we going back to Miller? We killed Count Amiibo. The person beside him turned and answered. The commander changed the target to Yulaster territory. He must want to deal with the Duke first. The man asked in confusion. We were almost at the capital. I do not know why we are going back to Yulaster. The other man did not know how to answer either. Who knows? Even so, we have to follow the commander's orders. If you have the strength to talk, save it. John tried to keep up with Eric while persuading him. Master, I know you are angry, but are you not tired? I feel like I am about to die. Eric was exhausted, but he did not answer. In his heart, he was urging himself on. I have to hurry. He recalled the moment from just now, Starb's unfriendly voice. Oh, and I will also tell you that because I used demonic magic, it has not rotted yet. Eric covered his mouth, desperately trying not to make sound, but his body would not stop trembling. He was helpless. I cannot breathe anymore, but I cannot let the Duke know I am shaking. John stood beside him anxiously and hurriedly supported his shoulder. Tears flowed from Eric's eyes without stopping. Starb's voice still echoed. Come to Yulaster territory. You may bring your forces with you, but you must come in person. Seeing Eric shoot forward, John hurriedly shouted after him, Master, wait for us. Eric's gaze was sharp. He had heard Starb's warning clearly. If you arrive late, you will never be able to see your brother's head again. You would not abandon the person who protected you until the very end, would you? Thinking of Cruin, Eric blamed himself. I am sorry, Cruin. Even though you died because of me, you still cannot rest in peace. Starb sat alone in the room. Lord Dion had left the capital and was turning this way to retrieve his brother's head. He happily embraced the box beside him. Using the mana I had accumulated for so long to perform preservation magic was entirely worth it. How does it feel? You are about to meet your younger brother again. Starb did not understand why there were so many people in this world whose hearts were full of regret. What was so important about family that they would exchange even their lives for it? His sharp gaze swept over the box. Starb spoke as though conversing with a ghost. Come now, do not feel too wronged. When you were alive, you caused me no small amount of trouble, did you? Would it not be fairer if you helped me once after death? In Yulaster territory, Eric's group quickly arrived before the mansion gates. After the long and exhausting journey, he gasped for breath. Suddenly, an unusual pain stabbed through Eric's chest. John said anxiously, Master, do you really intend to go in there? The gates are wide open, yet there is not a single soldier in sight. It is definitely a trap. Anyone could see they were trying to lure Eric in. Even knowing that, he still stepped forward. But I still have to go in. Eric panted. John, do you remember the old woman in the village who said something strange to me? She had hurriedly stopped him. You must not hate anything. Eric knew those words were not wrong. Fate is trying to make me hate this entire world. John anxiously watched his exhausted back. He looks as if he has been completely worn down. Anyone who knew what he had gone through would understand immediately. John did not know how to lighten his master's burden. He could only clench his fists. I have to admit it. John could not help feeling pity for Eret. If that is so, then even if you are a calamity who brings misfortune to me, even if I resent and hate you, Lord Dion, why can you not show a hatred so immense that even the world could never imagine it? I also feel pity for you and sympathize with you. Show them a great hatred no one could have expected. Show them a great hatred that surpasses even fate. Show them a great hatred that covers this entire world. Determination showed in John's words. I do not want to see Lord Dion in this state. Is that not also a way to destroy this world? Eret's expression left John puzzled. Since when did I become this attached to him? The corners of Eret's lips slowly lifted. His voice sank into the wind. Very well. I will carve that into my heart. Even so, John's worry did not fade. I understand why Master always tries to keep his distance from demons. Whether you want to or not, if you meet someone every day, you gradually become close to them. I must be careful too. I must not let myself draw any closer to him, because I cannot allow myself to completely like him and feel comfortable by his side. John immediately followed close behind Eret. Their group rushed in the mansion and turned every room upside down. Eret entered a place covered entirely in pure white cloth. Is this the last room? There is nothing here. But the moment that thought arose, his eyes found something. Master, no matter how thoroughly I searched, I could not find even a mouse, let alone that man. As soon as John finished speaking, Eret hurriedly rushed off. I'm certain this is a trap. Master! The moment Eret stepped inside, the door slammed shut, leaving John flustered. It turned out Eret had noticed the box neatly placed on the table. I found it. He slowly and cautiously approached the box containing the head of his older brother, Kruin. Pain and despair wrapped themselves around Eret. His hand gently rested on the splendid-looking box. With just a light touch, Eret could sense the smell of blood. His eyes suddenly widened, and everything seemed to spin. Hearing the loud movement, John hurriedly turned back. He pounded on the door again and again. Master, what is happening? Are you all right? Eret immediately stopped him. I am fine. Do not come in. Despair filled his eyes, and tears fell without end. The person inside this really was Kruin Hart. Images of Kruin from the past rose in his mind. He did not merely die because of me. He has even ended up like this. Why did he save someone like me? Eret held the remaining part of his brother's body in his arms. Duke, where's the rest of his body? Starb's voice was full of provocation. Oh, it seems you found him. By this time, he had already fled far away. What a shame. I only obtained the head. His body disappeared. Eret interrogated him. This castle is completely empty. Where are you now, Duke? Starb replied calmly. Have you forgotten how to respect others, Lord Dion? You know I have no reason to reveal that to you. The final gift I prepared for you is his head. To be honest, once he died, he became useless. So, see you later, Lord Dion. It turned out that before leaving, Starb had planted a bomb nearby. The moment the time came, the bomb exploded. In that hairbreadth moment, Eret hurriedly embraced the box to protect his brother's remains. Damn it! It is too late to dodge now. The shocking explosion blew apart a section of the mansion. The soldiers outside panicked. What was that? En explosion? It was huge. Why did it suddenly explode? Why? Everyone was worried about him. Is Lord Dion inside? We have to go in and check immediately. Before they could act, a group of people hurriedly blocked them. Stop! It turned out they were soldiers Starb had left behind. The Duke's soldiers. So they had been watching from the beginning. John struggled to stand after the explosion. En explosion. So it really was a trap. Even at that moment, he was still worried about Eret. Master! The entire room was swallowed by flames. Eret sank into unconsciousness. Since when did everything become like this again? Where did it go wrong? His body seemed to float in an undefined space. Countless questions appeared. Was it from the moment the Emperor merely stood by and watched? Or from the Duke, who started everything and used Kruin's head to deceive me? That poisonous snake, Starb. Suddenly, Eret cast all those thoughts aside. No, No. The greatest culprit is the Demon King, the one who kept treating me like a toy and playing with me. He remembered the past. He treated me as if he wanted to tear my heart apart, but that only showed just how fascinating a toy I was in his eyes. The Demon King always tried to act kind. He must have enjoyed toying with me immensely. If he had refused to sign the contract with the Duke from the very beginning, things would never have ended up like this. No matter who they are, they're nothing but toys to the Demon King. Eret reached out and embraced the box, understanding. Because I, a child abandoned to be tormented by those bastards, committed a grave sin, it does not matter even if I die. You people, Demon King, I will never forgive any of you. He wrapped his entire body around the box to protect his brother's remains. Eret understood. In this world, there existed a hero and a Demon King. The hero was the champion who protected the human empire. He was the one who had been manipulating everything like a game. The Demon King was the ruler of the demon realm, and also the most powerful being in existence, someone no hero had ever defeated. Eret could not understand. Why? Why had the hero never been able to defeat the Demon King? Even the numbers were strange. Why had the Demon King brought down the hero more times than the hero had slain the Demon King? Something, he did not know what, seemed to enlighten him. That was right. It had to be because the will of those who wanted to destroy him was too weak. They had only been forced into becoming heroes. Everyone kept pushing them into a war against him. That was not enough. Human emotions were the factor that increased strength, were they not? Especially love and hatred. Eret realized what his own position was, the scapegoat in the wager between the Demon King and his contract candidate. A human thrown into this cruel world. That child was perfect. He was their hope. He was not allowed to die. It seems the gods chose you. That is why I left behind a prayer to prevent death from occurring, so that frail body could withstand the hero's power. We gradually transformed it into the ideal vessel. Eret's tears kept flowing without end. Now, only one thing remained. The drive to take revenge on the Demon King. I cannot forgive you, Demon King. It was as though a little of his exhaustion had been released. Ah, at last, all the preparations were complete. A light, like that of a god reborn, pierced through the clouds and touched the ground. The people were bewildered. What is that light? Wait, isn't that the light that appears when a hero is born? A new hero has just been born. The light made the night sky clearer. Eduardo's 2 grandchildren rejoiced. Unbelievable. They appeared at the very critical moment when the Demon King's army was driving the Empire to the brink. I don't know who the hero is, but they truly are extraordinary. In contrast, he simply stood still and watched everything. Eduardo's eyes were filled with suspicion. A hero. The Demon King was handling his work when he suddenly stopped. Though he was thousands of miles away, he had sensed it. A hero had been born. The Demon King had sensed it. At the same time, the tracking mark on Eret's body had disappeared. What did this mean? He burst into laughter like a madman. Far from being afraid, the Demon King grew even more excited. Ordinary magic will not remain on the hero's body. Is that it? Why do you keep making everything so interesting? At last, you have become the hero, Eret. His body slowly stepped out of the smoke, as though reborn.